Brokey sees the shadows. They know about Brokey on this boost. They're going to target him, but he still succeeds.
Pistols are starting to push through, and whilst Rops finds one, Carrigan gets eliminated. Rops stands tall. Rops finds the headshot.
Oh, electronic. Oh, he'll still have a great time spraying. They all got caught on twist. And now electronic is going to pat the stat very nicely with an A.
Good morning and welcome to the Thunderpick World Championship 2020-24. We have some of the best teams in the world competing in a whopping $850,000 prize pool, with the winner taking $500,000 of it home. Throughout this next week, we'll be deciding the 4 teams that will be traveling to Berlin for our LAN finals next weekend. But for now, my name is Freddie or Grimmy Runner, and I am alongside the wonderful wealth of knowledge that is Alan Hender for this morning and for the next few days. How are you doing, sir?
Ready to go, of course. As you said, you've got kind of 2 stages here, so we're really separating who are the men from the boys for these first few days, and then obviously looking ahead to playoffs where the big bucks are handed out. So yeah, going to be exciting, and of course a lot of these teams in a similar position of who knows what sort of Counter-Strike they're going to play. We have no idea what's going to happen.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams with a lot of question marks in this tournament. And right up first, we have Falcons, because my God, I was not expecting Simple's return today. And in an online tournament, nonetheless, this is a team that 100% should be making it through to the LAN finals. And alongside them in the group, Virtus Pro as well. Obviously, who knows what's going on with them?
They do Virtus Pro things. That's how that works. Let's focus in on this Group A and, of course, see the matchups. OG, a late replacement here, but, you know, relatively good team, actually, to find so late. So we're not too disappointed about where this group is heading. But, yeah, it'll be Falcons versus 3D Max for our first game. Then it'll be Virtus Pro versus OG for game number 2. And that's enough discussion about everything else. Let's talk about Falcons. That's what we're all here for. Everybody's watching for one reason. The big man on campus. Simple.
Where do we even start? This is probably the most hyped up team, not only of the tournament, but in Counter-Strike right now. It's the team that everybody has been talking about for the last year, but not always in a positive light. They come in splashing the big bucks, and they've done it once again. They've got Simple on loan for 3 months. He is a 8 times top 20 player of the year, a 2 times second best player of the year, and a 3 times best player of the year. He's a major winner and MVP, arguably the best FPS player of all time. He's going to be gracing our screens today, but the question is, what Simple are we actually going to see today?
I don't want to predict that because I don't know. I'm not sure what's going to happen. Of course, those that followed Falcons for a little bit will know that Simple has played another game, played in the Blast Showdown, but that was replacing Dupree, so positions were more up in the air. This is obviously a much more plug-and-play sort of change. And yeah, I mean, who knows? We see Simple on the streams, on the socials, obviously playing some Counter-Strike, but he'll know better than anybody that there's no substitute for top-end competition, and 3D Max aren't, you know, they're not just a team that's going to get easily sidelined here. They play a lot of Tier 2 CS. They're playing a lot at the moment. They played some good games over this last week as well. It's going to be very intriguing to see what CS Simple produces, because I really don't think anybody, including him, knows what's going to happen next.
Yeah, I'm choosing to forget about that game in March against Metasport and just say this is his debut for CS2. I think a lot of people would be happy to do that. But Falcons have been seriously struggling since they came together. They reached Katowice semifinals earlier in the year, but since have not only dropped out of the top 10 and almost actually out of the top 20, but haven't shown any tangible improvements, crashing out of pretty much every single event they attend in the group stage. And you know it's bad as well when in a post-game interview on broadcast, your coach is saying, obviously, we need changes. And yeah, here's the change against Simple. But you bring up a really interesting point against, like, playing against a team like 3D Max. There's a big narrative in Europe of the tier 2 scene is so strong. You cannot make a team and just anticipate to roll over these like top 30, top 40 teams. And I think 3D Max are going to be looking to show Falcons the hard way today, that you can't just bring in these players and expect it to work, because they've been together for so long. They've been getting good results slowly. I think they are pumped this morning to be getting this upset.
There's no eyes on them. They're playing in the essence without pressure, so that will be exciting. Maka, in-game leader, Orpa 2, of course, been around for a very long time. Graviti there is the new kid on campus. He's been playing some good CS over the last week or so. He's definitely the player with the most prospects sort of around him, where he's going to end up. Can he progress to being one of the better players from the French scene? Who knows? They sort of need that, I think, if they want to grow into being a better team. But yeah, this team thrives on just being a lineup for so long. They have good chemistry. They're on the same page in a way that maybe Falcons aren't. So that will be the very interesting part of this matchup. Falcons no doubt have more skill. I mean, it's not really up for debate. But who's going to be the better team? That is not a given that it's going to be Falcons. Absolutely not.
Also, just like, who has the most ready at their disposal? Like, how long have Falcons been practicing? Like, do they have the fundamentals down? Surely, naturally those fundamentals are going to come in a team with someone like Simple and just the rest of the squad very quickly. But as you've mentioned, 3D Max been together for a long time. They've been through a lot of hardship together, and I am all here for it. If Maka, the mustache man, you can see that beautiful mustache and hair on your right side of the screen, if he is able to not only out-AWP Simple, but then subsequently out-IGL Snappy in one game, as he is the AWP IGL for 3D Max, I am all here for that.
That would be amazing. We'd love that to transpire. Let's quickly talk maps before we get, of course, into game. These guys did play fairly recently. That time around, it was Nuke, Vertigo, and Anubis. Got a few of the similar maps in here. Falcons have gone for... Falcons have picked the Nuke this time. It was 3D Max last time. Anubis was the third last time. And now 3D Max have picked it. And Dust 2, which I thought was going to be 3D Max's pick, is coming in third. So similar maps, but quite jumbled up. Teams clearly, even though it's only been about a month, have changed a lot of how they think about their own map pool.
Because with 3D Max, it's almost the same thing of like, why aren't you picking Nuke? Like, you 13-3 Falcons online. Sure, it was against, it wasn't with Simple, it was against Sampires, but sure, like, we don't know about Falcons and their map pool and what's changed or what hasn't changed. Inferno's still their insta-bam. And I think this Nuke pick for them is going to be really interesting, and see if it... Because this could really come back and bite them, right?
Good for both teams. They both need to prove a point with their map picks here. I do think if it gets to Dust 2, that is pretty scary territory, I think, if you're Falcons, because your opponents can play very good Dust 2. So we're certainly set up for a punchy series. Good luck predicting where this is going. Let's keep talking about Simple. Why not?
Yeah, why not?
Obviously, this time around it's going to be different. Now he's playing. He's back in the AWPing position. AWPing has got a lot better, I think, in CS2, just by virtue of game updates and latency and things like this, just getting improved over time. Obviously, it's difficult to expect that Simple's going to come out and play his best Counter-Strike from day one, but I don't I really don't think I wouldn't write him off as a player. A player that good absolutely can play lights out Counter-Strike again if he truly wants to.
Yeah, I think there was definitely a narrative of like there was other stuff going on outside the server, right, for Simple. And I think taking a break is not a bad thing. And he's taken a very long break, but I will say it seems like their main goal is the RMR and the major cycle, right? I think that's why they've picked up Simple after going 1-3 in the Copenhagen RMRs. Falcons, like, ironically actually beating 3D Max in Copenhagen. Like, they need to get the ball rolling here. My worry is this a Hail Mary last-ditch effort of everything's gone wrong for Falcons, and you're like, okay, we need Simple. He will bring a big jolt of energy into the team. His aggression, his ability to open a game could be the changer. But is he actually the issue? Like, was Sam Pius the issue? A lot of people would say no. He was one of the highest rated players on the roster. And when you've got Dupree dropping something like a 0.86 rating against full buys, like, he's supposed to be a heavy hitter of the squad, playing roles that should do well. And with Sappy realistically never being a player that tops the scoreboard, like, you need Magisk and Dupree to succeed for this to work. Simple should, and that is the operative word, he should be able to bring that extra level. But like, we're focusing so much on Simple. What about the riflers? Like, are they actually going to step up?
That's the question. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to unpack here with Falcons. We of course know that Nico is on the horizons too for this team. The Simple choice, yeah, I mean, it's a bit left field.
The Simple choice.
It's hard. I mean, it's an absolute gamble from all perspectives. There is no data to go off, obviously, for Simple in recent times. The way I though look at this is, you know, they haven't got that long before obviously the major cycle kicks in. Simple, whilst a risk, and he absolutely is, his upside could be enormous.
Yes.
In a way that I mean, only the donks, the Munizis of the world could come close to Simple's upside. Or Zyru too, I guess. That's the level of player we're talking about here. It's not some young prospect who could just, you know, someone who's just coming up through the ranks and could bring some firepower. Simple could be a game changer. Simple could get them into a major playoffs and beyond if he's playing his best CS. Will he play his best CS? I'm not saying there's a high chance of that. I'm just saying that if you're in the org, I somewhat could understand the logic going into a major cycle of, you know, if we keep playing with some Pius, we'll go out in groups. We're just not a good enough team.
Yeah.
Nothing's really clicking here. The best we can play is, you know, just on the edge of maybe top 10 in the world, and then we lose to the best teams. You take Simple, at least you got a chance. And I somewhat respect the, you know, just laying it on the table and saying, you know, maybe this isn't going to work, maybe we're going to lose, but we're going to at least give ourselves an opportunity to achieve the results that this org clearly has from the start.
And not only will Simple be bolstering the firepower and kind of, as you mentioned, like, he could be the Hail Mary that gets them into a major playoffs, but it's also a business decision. Like, getting him on now and for the major, as you mentioned, doesn't hurt the core. But it could also attract other names they wanted. Like, everybody knows Falcons have gone around splashing the cash. You know, just look at the roster. Nico has definitely been in their sights. So especially with like the high profile name of Simple, and if he's able to lead this team to a little bit more sustainable victory, this could actually build the like wet dream of Simple and Nico on a roster together potentially.
Definitely one of my dreams. Leave it at that. Yeah, I mean, it's again, we have no idea what sort of CS Simple is going to play today, of course. I mean, for him, realistically, he's playing a couple events over the next few weeks. These are the warm-up.
Yes,
they've got to figure out how this team is going to work. Matt Paul included, and they've made some slightly bizarre decisions here in this veto. So, you know, there's a lot of things we need to learn about this team. But, yeah, I mean, we're just also excited to see this play out because CS isn't the same without Simple.
No.
I just even in my mind, the idea of having him up there with the other top players would just be so exciting to have another phenom in the mix. And in some ways, it kind of feels like there's another chapter to his story that hasn't quite been written yet. Of course, you know, the ascending throughout his stages of his career, finally winning that major, all his life circumstances. It makes sense how he got to this point, but I feel like that boy's got some more to give, surely.
And he needs to show it, maybe not in this exact game, but we need to see elements of it. Like, I think that's the most important thing. So a lot of people from the community, I would guarantee, look at this and they're like, if Simple doesn't drop a 1.4 rating, he's washed. But like, that's not what you should be looking at. Like, you should just be looking at like, okay, the future is the RMR and the major. Let's not be around the bush here. Like, that's what they're looking at. So we need to see what it, like, is there a vision for this to succeed? And well, Falcons can't get any worse. And Simple, he's kind of got this new leaf that he's turning over, so it'll be really exciting to see if that actually plays out positively. An interesting anecdote I was thinking of as well is that as an organization, Falcons probably have maybe the most support, probably the most support in the scene, and ironically they are playing a team that is publicly unable to support for its players today, so that'll be very fun if 3D Max somehow actually win this out.
I'd be the world at the moment. It happens. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's going to be a very compelling game. I mean, apologies to all the 3D Max fans that we're not discussing you so much.
Sorry,
but,
KRL.
In a way, use that as your advantage because every single eyeball is on Falcons. And we'll stay on Falcons because I don't care. Yeah, I mean, forget about the sit. I mean, you touched on it a little bit. I mean, obviously, Simple is kind of his own conversation. Let's just imagine he's X-player. You know, they've just, you know, he's player X. They've just brought somebody in to replace some Pious. Just that move alone probably warrants some discussion, some Pious. You know, it wasn't necessarily bad, but something had to change. They felt like maybe it's some Pious. It might have been mutual. He himself might have been saying, I didn't come over from, you know, the Movistar projects for this, or Ents as well. And we haven't quite got our results. Either way, it sounds like game finally is ready. Ted and Travis, Simple debut. Take us through it.
Oh yes, my friend. 21 MVP medals, 17 notable trophies, 3 times #1 player in the world, 1 major, only 1 Simple. CSGO, he's completed it, mate. CS2, it's time to find out if one of the legends of this magnificent esport can deliver once again in a professional setting.
You know what's the thing? I really want to go into all those numbers, all those statistics. I was writing them down, and halfway through earlier, I realized we're talking about the bloody king of Counter-Strike. There's no point in even talking about numbers. Everyone knows who Simple is, right? Telling you how many MVP medals he's got, what his highest rating is, when was his best event. It doesn't make a difference. It's bloody Simple coming back into the server, and that's the reason we're all gathered up here. That's the reason all of you are spamming ! Caster start a game, even though we have no control over this for the last 15 minutes, right? Then you were not even spamming it at the casters, you were spamming it at the analysts. But yeah, Trav, I mean, this is going to be a pretty exciting one. And all in all, I feel like you're talking about this entire move, Simple coming into the Falcons. I feel like I'm gonna be realistic. I'm not really sure if I can imagine a picture where Simple and Nico stay and play on the same team, because obviously Alan and Freddie were having that conversation about next year and Nico potentially coming into the Falcons after the end of this season. But man, we get to enjoy seeing Simple have an opportunity to get to a major. And I completely agree with what Alan said right there. If Simple is able to bring in the quality of play that we know he can bring to the table, if he's able to play to 50-60% of his potential, then Falcons could easily surprise a lot of people and actually make a deep run into the major.
That's the thing, right? I mean, you know, Simple's first CS2 stand-in famously didn't go too well at all against Medisport, but it's not really, like, it's obviously not all about Simple. Lots of people will think that, but the Falcons core, we thought maybe had turned a small corner, right, during the Blast Showdown, where they made it to the full finals, had a really good run there. Actually, we were playing good Counter-Strike purely off of, like, watching them. It was very obvious that it was looking better. But since losing to Pain in the Dacia Belgrade play-in best-of-1, they've only won 1 best-of-3 out of 10, and that was against Atox of all teams. So, yeah, we need to see an improvement right here, right now, and we're ready to go on Anubis. Simple's in the server, baby.
Yeah, he definitely is. You've been waiting a long time to see this one, folks, haven't you? One game in Counter-Strike 2 for Simple so far, and it's the best around. First contact, Maka spotted in towards the canals. Of course, we are starting things off with the map pick of the French. As we said, only once we've seen Falcons take on 3D Max, right? Let's take our eyes off of Simple for just 5 seconds. That was the DIM Rio close qualifier, right? That's the end of August. Falcons were able to win that game. Nuke, which is the map pick of the Falcons in this series, was the only map that 3D Max was able to win. The other 2 maps were Anubis and Vertigo. The Anubis was a 13-11 in favor of the Falcons, and now we see them pick into it. Definitely going to be an exciting one. For now, though, feels like it's going to be an A split, and it's already in play.
Oh, Lucky, though. He's set up, and Madden and Dupree are removed instantly. Lucky has got so much control on the pillar, and he's going to get a third as well. It is all down to Magis trying to make his way in, but guess what? There's a bit of a flash in play as well. And Exorcist will help out Lucky for that last. 3D Max starting clean on CT.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want, right? You're going back to that conversation. Everyone's going to be talking about the Falcons. Everyone will want to have their eyes set on Simple. And for the for 3D Max, this is a great opportunity, right? A team that is on the back of a bit of a disappointing result in the ESL Challenger League as well, missed out on qualifying for the next season of VPL when we know how important it is for that group of players. Now you get to play against all those names. You get to play against Simple, Mages, Snappy, Dupree, Mad, and have your revenge for the close qualifier from month and a half ago. And of course, you know how high the prize pool is here at the Thunderpick. There's no point in me telling you. $850,000. So for a team like 3D Max, I mean, for every single team in the world, this is a whole lot of money. But especially for one of those teams that has been on the prowl to try and break into the tier 1.5/tier 1 scene, play a little bit more consistently.
And
Tournaments.
And that's kind of the reason why I've actually picked 3D Max to win this game. But we'll get back to our predictions in a little bit. Big going aggressive through camera, and it's not started well, I'm afraid. Dupree, team kill on Madden as they line up too much, and all 5 alive. That was a force buy for Falcons. It's not like it's an eco for the round 3 AK. So 3D Max going to be gifted the 3-0 opening here. Look at that. Dupree, he went for the shot on Madden and through Madden, and unfortunately he was too low to take it.
Yeah, and it's a great start for Lucky, by the way. He's on 7-0. One of the, actually the only 3D Max player that has any tier 1 experience. We're talking about all the names on the Falcons lineup. Lucky being part of G2 back in 2018, 2019. Was part of the tier 1 circuit for a little bit. Of course, this is just going to be an eco, so a bit of a moment to actually focus on some Counter-Strike history. You know, officially today, we can say that Mages, Dupree, and Sonic are the only 2 players and a coach, obviously, that have played with all the, well, most of the greats. We're talking about Device, Zywo, and Simple. So pretty much anyone bar Nico.
I know, pretty crazy that, isn't it? But, you know, obviously the Simple situation will dominate conversation, and deservedly so, but as you rightly mentioned, 3D Max are looking to break into that sort of next level, and they've obviously been a team as a 5-core for a lot longer, and as a 4-core especially. When they added Gravity, obviously I actually thought that was a really perfect decision, and it has worked out that way at the moment, I would say. Definitely improved 3D Max's individual level. And he's been a really important factor for them in recent tournaments, trying to break through to that level. And as you, I think as Freddie rightly mentioned in the pre-game on our desk, right? I mean, 3D Max as a organization, they've been allowed to look for offers, the players, I believe. Could even be representing a different org for the RMR. And if they don't re-sign, like, lots of conversation about that. But
yeah, lots of conversation about this lineup as well, though, right? You're looking at not only Simple. By the way, early on we see the tactical timeout. This is what I like seeing. You can tell that obviously Simple is going to be a lot more involved in the conversation, and I feel like this is one of the things that he's going to be able to bring to the table for this Falcons lineup, bar just good numbers on the AVP, which obviously is something that was brought in when talking about Sunpias. It didn't feel like he was playing badly in the last couple of events for the Falcons. You're looking at his performance at EPL, even IM Rio. Sunpias didn't have bad events, right? But when you're talking about probably the input that Simple is going to have, ideas-wise, just trying to make everyone around himself feel more comfortable, then you can see the difference.
You can see it's a slow start, can't you? They look cold, and 3D Max look warm. Ecstasy has got all three with the MP9, for goodness sake, when they tried to take A main control. And, you know, I just had a feeling coming into this that we could see something along these lines. It's very early days, but we shall see how it progresses. dupreeh and Madden do answer back. Madden is forced forward, though, by the Fire and Flames, and Lucky will take that one every day of the week. It's dupreeh, 10 HP. He's creeping towards the captain of 3D Max. He'll take that one comfortably. And the first gun round goes the way of the French.
Is it about time to start talking about 3D Max's Anubis a little bit more and involve them in the conversation as well? Because those first couple rounds have been a complete lockdown. Maybe we could have overlooked the pistol round, maybe the anti-force, maybe the anti-eco. That was the first buy round, and they made it look easy. That was a triple kill from an MP9. Falcons try and get ahead of the smoke. Absolutely and completely denied. And this is, I guess, obviously something that numbers are not going to show as much because of some of the results during that I Am Rio close qualifier when it comes down to the Anubis from 3D Max. But yeah, this has been their results at ESL Pro League, right? Out of the 4 times they played it, you're talking about the Mongols, G2 Spirit, and the Mongols again. They were able to take down both Spirit and G2 on this map. And let's not forget, the highest amount of rounds that a team out of those that they beat took against them was G2, and that was 10. It wasn't even OT, it wasn't even 11. 3D Max know how to play Anubis as a tier 1 team is pretty much the bottom line of all of this. So, again, we're having the conversation about the individuals. It couldn't get overlooked, the fact that 3D Max as a team has been together for much longer, and you are expecting them to be playing cleaner, more fundamental Counter-Strike. Individuals, though, quite good in the server, at least in this round. This is what you're relying on, especially with a half buy like this one, Madden, on the Hero AK, already getting an opening, but you'll need a little bit more.
Yeah, Jocko already removing Simple on the scout, playing toward that E-box position. Molotov will actually force him forward. He could just get triple swung here. He absolutely will. It's dupreeh to get the 1 dig, but now Maka, you know he can deliver in these positions, and he's doing it again. Exceed is flanked as well, which means dupreeh is stuck. 3D Max keep on trucking, and yeah, you make very good points with that as well. I know Falcons form, it's not all, like, obviously we're making it about Simple because it deserves to be the talking point, but the whole core, with Pius even, you rightly say that he didn't have bad form at all. I hope Pius lands on his feet on a different team after this change, but
sure,
it is ridiculous that they got farmed by Red Canids in Pro League and only beat Atox. Like, it's absolutely insane results for a team of this quality. And yeah, we need to see a lot more from the whole team. And of course, I don't think one player to join a new roster in Simple, I don't think anyone would have as much cultural impact to bring in 30,000 viewers into a game as a new pickup. So you want to see something good from him, and so far, it's not been great. But dupreeh, the man with the most major titles of all time, has got opening 2 in this round finally to get Falcons an advantage, and Magisk will confirm that as well on Ecstasy. It's a 5v2.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is still going to be one of the main conversations as well when you're talking about the Falcons, right? I feel like roles have been discussed heavily when it comes down to this team. Obviously, you know what Simple is bringing in, who he's replacing. He's still going to be the Oper. There's no questions there. One of the other main talking points always has been, who's the big star of this Falcons team, right? Because obviously Pius was playing really well, but you're not looking at him and thinking he can put on, he can have the same weight in the team as someone like Simpo, someone like Zaiwu could, someone like Device could back in the day. So you're talking about maybe the lack of an X factor, which obviously you're trying to bring in now with Simple, but rifle wise, dupreeh is probably the one alongside Madden as well that should be able to bring in a lot of those numbers. Especially if we're talking about the way that things have been just distributed in terms of the CT sides. Madden and dupreeh being given a lot more freedom. T side wise, of course, dupreeh being the main aggressor in a lot of occasions. We're going to check this out. Lovely double opening, and Magisk able to lock down the rotation. So nothing too complicated here. Of course, it's a matter of a different question how many times dupreeh is just going to be able to walk out, be like that, and find a double. But you know what? If he does it, You're not going to complain if you're on the Falcons side, especially when you were down 0-5.
Is that replicable? That is the question. Simple, he's got the AWP out, and the Observer knows what's up. Already trying to hold the angle toward mid. Now, a very small factor, right? I mean, we know he's been out of competitive play for a while, but I think in history, he only has 12 professional Anubises on record. I mean, obviously, it doesn't mean a huge amount because he plays it a lot in pugs, like he doesn't understand the map, but you know, it is a very small number. Some of that, as you rightly pointed out to me earlier, was with the NPL lineup on Na'Vi. Some was with the international lineup before they picked up Wonderful.
Yeah, it makes you understand how long it's been. Really,
it does.
It makes you remember when my brightest memories of Simple and Anubis are the Paris major with NPL.
Crazy. Fantastic start for 3D Max, though, and they've been very assertive. This is how you play CT Anubis these days. You play as assertive as you can, proactive as you can, getting information around the map, try and take A main, go for a peek toward B, go for these E-box picks. Playing a bit more defensive this time, though, but he's missed a big shot. It's a double setup into the E-box position, and Snappy, that's a great reaction. Jocko should have taken that one. Exorcist will take Magisk, and there is Simple. He's got his opening on Lucky, and Snappy will find Maka as well. They've got a 3 versus 2, but Snappy walking wounded. That's a huge kill from Madden.
Yeah, Simple had the bomb when he died in towards A main, so that's going to delay things a little bit. And low HP on Snappy and Madden, a lot of steps being made. They weren't anticipating that reposition from Exorcist. He's made that one doable for sure. Now the question is, are they going to overthink this? Doesn't feel like it, though. Straight up sprint in towards the B-bomb site. Bomb will go down, but you can put all that you've got on the fact that Exorcist will give this one a go. 4K in the bank account. Money on 3D Max is not too bad. Question is, does he want to drop down Con, give away his position, or risk it, waste a lot of time and go around the world and towards main? If he goes main, he's just probably playing to lock it down. And yeah, I feel like he's called it off already. It's just going to be a save. He's going to try and get a couple guns out of their hands, but nothing more than it.
Yeah, it's a boring option, but it makes sense, right? You want to deny as many players alive as possible for Falcons early game here to limit their economy. A well-played round by Falcons in the end. They realised the positions across the map at the right timings. And Madden getting that kill on the deep CT player.
Are we going to get to see a replay of the kill, though? That's the big question. That's going to be some cultural impact right there. There it is. That's what you tune in, folks. You wanted to see simple kills with an AVP. There you go. There's the first one. Write that down. Clip it. Send it to a friend. Share it on social media.
The most normal kill of all time, yet we're raving
it doesn't
about
matter.
it.
No, absolutely not. You know what? You know what? When Cristiano Ronaldo scored goals in front of an empty goal, no one cared. A goal is a goal. A kill is a kill.
Yeah, fair enough.
Put some respect on his name.
That's a decent analogy, actually. I respect that one. Anyway, looks like Snappy is looking to flash Magisk into A main. Getting control across the map is something that Falcons have struggled to get in the openings here, but got 2 on the board now and are limiting that CT economy. They've got 1 more buy, of course, 3D Max, and a little bit left over on Lucky and Gravity. They're building into the game.
Yeah, just holding the line for now. This time a bit of a slower default, and on the minimap we can once again see how Dupree is trying to work all alone in towards the B-bomb side, and once again getting that opening. Gravity's gonna go down, but this time Dupree doesn't go for more. He's gonna slow it down, baiting them into even more aggression. This is working out perfectly right now for the Dane.
Ooh.
And there goes the support from Madden.
Just Lucky on the site, and he's been tagged down to 39 now. I think Madden obviously knows where he is, and Lucky's actually got away towards CT now, but Falcons have got 40 seconds to figure this one out in a 4v2. Should be no worries unless Exorcist can cut off multiple at once. Oh my word. He just crossed bridge. And Simple didn't see it, but thankfully Magisk did. Lucky will probably not be going anywhere near this one. So once again, it's Dupree really taking the initiative outside those B smokes, playing these angles around the main position. There's another multi-kill from him. And as you rightly mentioned, he's the one that's been a little bit quieter lately. So a good performance from him will go a long way to help Falcons form as a whole. And they will now close the gap to 2.
Yeah, it's fair to say, by the way, I think Bars and Pius, you're probably looking at Madden as the only other really solid piece individually. And I say really solid, the only other piece that has been showing a couple good signs, right? You're trying to remember the Blastful final performance from the Falcons. Obviously, the fact that they lost to Navi, they lost to FaZe. We're talking about that FaZe game, though. That was the most competitive one we've seen and probably the best Counter-Strike we've seen from the Falcons in a long time. Madden had a 38-27 Ancient and 27-11 on the CT side. So you can, and Madden, I think, never has been a question whether he's got the individual skill and the mechanics to be an incredibly impactful player in the server. It's just the fact that he's taken a lot of the quote-unquote labor roles on a team, but if you have him, if you have Dupree bringing in the impact, and make no mistake about it, Dupree is the reason that Falcons have won 2 of the 3 rounds that they have on that T side simply by his solo ventures in towards that B lobby. So yeah, if you have those 2 performing well, then the picture could be quite different in terms of the results.
Happy, that's a good entry with the MAC-10. It baits in Magist for the trade on Gravity as well. That's handy. Of course, this is a bit of an eco for 3D Max, but you can easily fall foul of some of these SMGs, and Lucky's here with the M4 now. Simple gets his with the MAC-10, actually dropping the AWP to go for the kill with the MAC-10, smartly realizing that's the situation. He needs to use some extra bonus money as well. Picks up the AWP, and with Scarpa. He gets the information on Maka pushing further deep as well. Gets a tag on Maka, I believe. He will fall back with his team now. Have control of B. Obviously, in that last round as well, I say it's, you know, Dupree putting in a lot of work outside that B lobby position, like we both spoken about, but it was kind of 3D Max more searching for it on that occasion, and searching on it on a kind of weird timing can work if you're lucky, but I think that time it was more of sort of a guess, and they went one by one. They didn't necessarily go together with that flash into B main, so Maka's found that AK. He'll try and save it. Lucky will do the same for the second round in a row. He's 10-2, Lucky, actually, thus far. But Falcons are now growing into the best of 3.
Yeah, I think this is the right way to put it as well. You're going into it. The start was a little bit slow. You dropped the pistol round. You dropped the conversions. You dropped the first buy round as well. When you tried and get ahead of that smoke in towards the A-bomb side, you just got completely shut down by an MP9. On the back of a couple good plays from Dupree and towards the B-bomb side, though, it feels like everyone else is starting to wake up a little bit more for the Falcons, and we might, in the end of the day, see a bit more of a competitive showing on map number 1, of course. We are starting things off with the map pick of the Frenchman, and you're still talking about 5 rounds on the CT side of Anubis, right? So even if Falcons were on paper to win every single round until the end of that half, we would still probably give the favorite position to 3D Max to pick it up in the second half. It's all about how the Falcons win the rounds until the end if they're able to. We're going to see the first tactical timeout now for 3D Max. Money allows for them to go for it. Another reinvestment. The big handicap, though, Mac is not going to have an AVP available.
Some moody tac pause music. I love it. Feels like we're in the final boss of like a dungeon raider game or something.
I mean, if you're 3D Max, probably not form-wise and recency-wise, but you are against all the final bosses that you can hope for.
Exactly. Yoko, only 1 kill on the board thus far. That was against Simple, but he's going to be looking to improve. He can often be the X factor for this 3D Max roster at this level. When he has a good game, he can just take over a map.
Yeah. Well, certainly so far Exorcist and Lucky been on the top of the board. And again, Falcons have been trying to just spread around, play as many defaults as possible. Potentially one of the conversations before the start of this was we try and keep it simple, because obviously, no pun intended, by the way, because obviously they didn't have the time to practice as much.
Yeah.
You're probably talking about 2 to 3 weeks since they announced Simple joining the team. And obviously, they haven't played a single official. So keeping it as casual, as simplified as possible. Just spread around. Rely on the communication and the players to find the kills. To be the way to go. And so far, it has been working out for some of them. At least you're finding the refrags.
Yeah, Magisk has been doing really good work in this round, but Maka caught Simple, I think in the corner of mid, and his right-click nade could just expose Madden to the elements, and there we go, he's been spotted out. Lucky realizes what's up, he gets both. What a game from Lucky thus far, and Magisk's hard work might go unrewarded in this one. He's the only one to get the 2 kills in the round, and I think that opening kill that comes through for 3D Max really relaxed them, it felt like, when even though Magisk was getting those trades, when they blew up on the smoke near E-Box and Snappy couldn't convert. That was the big one.
Yeah,
Just
definitely.
trying to stay alive.
Had a good round. Of course, holding on to his AK-47. Not gonna change all that much. They would have had the money to buy in the next round regardless. But yeah, 3D Max 6 rounds already on the CT side of Anubis is looking really strong. And Magisk with a lovely opening in towards the A-bomb side, but great defense in towards B. Lucky finding a good spot, jumping over the smoke and finishing off his work through it. First tactical timeout for the Falcons as well. Or second, actually, sorry. But an opportunity for Zonic come into the conversation once again. As we said, a lot of cohesion when you're talking about Zonic. Obviously, Magisk and Dupree, there's a whole lot of history there, but now he spent a little bit of time with Snappy and Madden on the same team too, so communication level is going to be as high as you want it.
Yeah. And, you know, I think legitimate conversation, of course, now with how Zonic has kind of not done much with these incredible names on Falcons over the last year or so. That, you know, Blade is the GOAT. And I'm one of those people that does say, you know, Blade is the GOAT for me. For what he's done with Navi in 2 separate projects, you know, with his international one. But obviously that's a conversation for another day.
You did wake up and choose violence today.
Thank you, my friend. That's what I want to do. Maka goes aggressive, deals with Dupree. Ecstasy looks like he's ready for this. Utility in, but realizes what's up. We'll get all of his utility down to protect from this A push. It's a good counter flash as well. They're stuck behind the smoke and they don't know whether they want to go or not.
Yeah, that's an A anchor masterclass there from Exorcist. It's a great example, by the way, of how you just stop the play with only the utility, only the good timings, only the right decisions. Double nade right on top of Simple, and Mage is gonna do a whole lot of damage, especially to the one with the open hand. Falcons, though, don't really have a lot of presence elsewhere on the map. They still gotta play A.
Well, the volley will force out Ecstasy though. A good flash assist from Madden to make that almost a guarantee, and Mac has missed an all-important shot, but Lucky is here to help. Simple will go down, Snappy, quick trade, keeps it in a 3v3, and the bomb can go down. There's a nice deep camera smoke in play as well. Lock off 3D Max. Rotation is actually going to come through all the way through Canal. Madden's going to have to be very ready for this double flank coming in here, because Snappy is in a position where it's kind of no man's land if Madden goes down. He's going looking, and Jocko will find the kill. That's the big one. And Snappy does have to move. He will move toward Heaven, but dies to gravity. And Magisk is in also no man's land. There's nothing you can do about that. 3D Max get at least a lead on the half.
Yeah, now you're starting to feel like you're losing a grip of this map, aren't you? Right. You're already looking at 7 rounds on the CT side, potentially even 8. At least you get a bomb plant, but this hold on to the bomb side was absolutely necessary there for the Falcons. They had to win it. They absolutely had to. Reaction was good enough. They slow it down properly. They re-aggress A once again. Didn't panic. Didn't make any risky decisions. Just couldn't win a couple vital fights towards the end there on the hold. Really well played. Gravity planned his life, waiting for his teammates towards end main to make first point of contact, and then ready for the reaction as well from Snappy.
That's nice and Simple. Best kill of the game from him thus far, without a doubt. That's his counterpart Maka going down, and a re-face is risky from 3D Max, but you can understand why. If you let a T-Sod on Anubis get a 5 versus 4 and keep it, it's always hard to recover. And Madden will deal with Ecstasy. It's going to be down to Lucky in mid, and now he's got 2 bullets left in the M4. Needs to somehow smoke himself and get a reload, but Simple's ready.
There you go.
He's taken Gravity, looking for one more, hasn't seen him. Oh, he needs a teammate to help, and there we go. Madden was in position. Simple gets his first multi-kill of his return, and Falcons should be guaranteed 5.
And you can instantly see how he gets that multi-kill, starts charging forward with the AVP, might even get a triple here. Players spotted out, shot baited out, knife out, and it's Madden to make sure that Simple does not go down. But there goes the first double, there goes the impact, there goes the round. in favor of the Falcons as they get 5 on that T side. I'm still not necessarily sure you're going to be overly excited about this, though.
No.
You're talking about the big picture. Of course, the man himself does manage to find the double there, and it's nice to see him hitting some good shots, but in terms of...
Production's got the memo today, haven't they? Like,
no, you know what? I don't want to blame them. Even when I want to talk about and give a little bit of praise to 3D Max for actually getting 7 rounds on the CT side, this is the first simple double kill we've seen in a long time. So
yeah. Listen, I appreciate production's always on point for the Thunderpick events, even the qualifiers as well as the finals. So yeah, great to see. Each kill almost from Simple's camera POV as well.
Yeah, you know what's the crazy part about it? Lucky's 13-4, and we've seen more replays of Simple's 4-8.
You're absolutely right, my friend. Dupree will aggress and deal with Jocko. Oh, a great counter flash, though. That's going to be really awkward, and Exorcist will deal with Snappy. Dupree gooshed down to 2. And the answer back from the French is immediate. Simple's going to have to go aggressive, and Exorcist deals with it. That's clean. And this pistol, as you rightly said, with Falcons only mustering 2 on that T side, could go a long way. Magic is the only healthy member remaining, and he's going to be smoked off now. There's no path back.
No, absolutely not. Lucky, make that a double. 15-4 for him, and yeah, of course, we're even gonna look at the body, man. Come on. No matter what happens, we're already looking at Simple. Always, only. Camera, dead body, opening kills, double kills. It doesn't matter. Even if he fails an 8, we're probably gonna watch the replay of it. That's just how it goes.
I know. It's just so funny, dude. Like, I love the Counter-Strike community just for their wildness. Like, oh, 2 kills. He's back, guys. We're so back. And he dies without getting a kill. Our washed. Our goat is washed. Nah, it's honestly adds to the comedy of the situation. Chat, I see you.
Yeah, we see you. We rate you. We love you. Unless when you think that we have control of when the game starts. Yeah, I don't love you then.
Jocko's going to
the rest of the time
through with the Mac 10, taking control of A main already. Resmoke will come through. It is a force buy from Falcons immediately after losing the pistol. They have a couple of resmokes left on Simple. He'll use his now, and Dupree still got his. But 3D Max know if they can remove this force buy, that 10-5 is almost guaranteed, and they're well on their way to an opening map lead. Nice little setup, actually, for Magic and Snappy playing together. And that was not ready for that. Refrap flash into the angle. That's superb. That's Simple's flash. It sets up Magic and Snappy. Another one with the 5-7. And suddenly, Lucky having an insane game, but all alone.
Yeah, what a half buy that's been so far. You just have to pick up the final pieces and put them in the right places. And by the final pieces, I mean just pick Lucky up. Just put him down. 16-4, though. He's been playing fantastically. But I think the moment that you see what type of a situation you're in, you just decide to save, right? You're looking at the smoke. You're looking at the flash. You have an AK. You have the armor. You know you're going to be forced to go for an investment in the next round. You just give it away, and you concede. Falcons, they've picked it up, and this is all on Snappy, Magisk, and the great support work.
Yeah, that extra flash that Simple had actually proved to be critical. A warm embrace of death.
Oh. Kiss me, big boy.
That's a bit NSFW, maybe. But
that was... Did you see the left hand as well? He had him by the waist and everything.
That was cheap.
Yeah.
Here's the flash, by the way. We'll see it come through in a second. There we go. That just destroys everything for 3D Max when they're trying to keep hold of a main.
Yeah. We hope that everything's going to be all right, of course. And I just realized we're having that epic music for the technical timeouts as well. Not only for the tactical timeouts, but yeah, we're having that conversation. Obviously, you're going into this game, if you're the Falcons, into this entire tournament as well, because you get to play one more game today. And yeah, guys, you heard that right. They get to play. If they win, they play again. If they lose, they play again later today. it doesn't make a difference. But this entire tournament, I feel like, is quite important. As we said, get as many reps as possible before the RMR starts, before the fight for the major starts. And if you're going to have that rusty moment of a couple officials where Simple's not able to really feel the game, you'd rather have it before you want to try and do as much as you want at the major.
Yeah. Don't get me wrong,
Get
right?
it
Like,
off the bat as early as possible.
don't get me wrong, I want to see it as much as the next guy, but it's just not reality that Simple could come into this game and drop 30. Like,
Oh, no, you know what? I'm going to be optimistic about it. I'll say we're going to see 30 bomb from him. Well, not 30, 25 bomb from him at least once in the group stage.
okay. You know what? Fair enough. That's a decent prediction. I respect that one. And of course,
Completely
winning that
delusional.
force buy-
I'll die by it, though.
Fair enough. I mean, I will admit I predicted 3D Max for this game, so we shall see. Obviously, that force buy win for Falcons is huge to get a handle hold on the CT side. Economically, Snappy actually keeping the Mac 10, which is pretty crazy. But they wanted to keep as much money in hand as possible. I've got a little bit of utility left, but it's a bit dangerous. Snappy, that is bold with the Mac 10, but he's helped out with some damage from Simple, and you know what? It actually gets the kill for him. Worth. Now Madden on the side with Khalil, 35 bullets to use, and Lucky down already. Dupree is here to help out. He's not even shown his hand yet. This should be a comfortable hold for these two Falcons players. They're getting pinched from the other side, even though Snappy goes down. Will be comfortable. 4 alive for Falcons. The gap is 1 once again.
You know what? This is really solid. Madden gets a double. Mages, Snappy, Dupree get 1 each. You convert against that force buy. You get 8-7. Now you're probably going to get to level things up against the Eco. This is not looking too bad for the Falcons. And if you're a Falcons fan or just a fan of Counter-Strike, you want to Simple, you're tuning into this game and you're hoping for them to win, then you probably are going to be looking and putting a lot of trust in those CT sides, right? Because you're looking at all the individuals that should know how to make the right decisions. Obviously, you're talking about so much experience and raw skill. CT side is where if you have clear communication and people are able to hit their shots, then you could be able to get away with something. Obviously, the CT side of Anubis is probably the least comfortable of them all, but so far, so good. Dupree with a nice little triple, had a couple good multi-kill rounds in the first half, especially in towards that B-bomb side when it came down to the early buy rounds that the Falcons were picking up. And this is not looking too bad. A level game. 3D Max will have the guns out in the next, but Falcons at least giving them a good fight.
1 is probably the most you can possibly hope for there if you are 3D Max. All the ecos go the way of the B site players. Go back in a full gun round here. So a couple of Galils in play for Jocko and Exorcist to afford full utility. Playing that E-box role, just jiggle peeking to see if someone's holding that angle, perhaps with an AWP, perhaps with a scout. Alchemy is wandering up right now. This can be down to timing. That Molotov actually will force them away. It will be heard very much, of course, by Jocko that they've had to move away from that position, and Dupree taking some damage down to 52 already. Simple is rotated in to help toward B. It does seem like Simple is very much sort of the rotator in this role on CT side thus far. He's floating around mid, around A, and will come and help B if necessary.
Yeah, this is what you expect from the Opera as well on the CT side of Anubis, right? You just give him a lot of freedom, even if he's on a rifle. He's probably going to be the guy trying to turn up the bomb sites when you want to stack somewhere. He's going to be the first one to rotate. Early on, by the way, something interesting to point out. 3D Max did put a little bit of util to try and control the map. We've seen a pretty passive default from them as well, trying to force those Falcons players out of positions such as connector, but then allowing them to wall back in. They have only 2 flashes, a Molotov, and 2 smokes left. Now Joko picks up an opening though, so the lack of util is probably not going to come into play that much, but still, yet to make a decision, and by the looks of things, is going to be an A play, but the Falcons are not reading properly into it. They're rotating a 3rd player in towards B.
Oh, this is going to be awkward for Magic. He's going to deal with main and camera at once. This is borderline impossible. He needs 2, and you know what? He's got 2. Fair play. And guess who's on the scene? It's Snappy. Oh, he's found 2 of his own. That's huge. all the individuals showing up for Falcons when necessary in a situation which seems totally unlikely. Snappy will even get the last as well. He set himself up for Simple to trade, but Snappy does it all himself. A big grin on Simple's face as Falcons edge into the lead.
I mean, how can you not be smiling about it? You just read the situation. I don't want to say poorly, but it wasn't the right call, right? It's a 50-50. You rotate that third player in towards the B-bomb side. 3D Max played a perfect round of Counter-Strike. And then Mages pulls off that double kill. They were just jumping through the smoke. 2 of them on the left and right hand side. He gets both of them. This is absolutely crazy. And then Snappy with a lovely double himself. Made it a triple towards the end as well. But this is why you can still say that Mages is a world-class anchor when you need him to be.
Yeah, I think he's still got it in his anchor roles, man. I think he's brilliant. And Snappy, I mean, one of the big question marks about him has been his individual level, and that's the sort of kills we need to see from him. Important late-round kills to turn the round in the favor of your team. That's some big work from him. And just goes aggressive, even against the lower purchase here. He'll get one. Madden falling away. Lots of fire being put into place, and that means the Tech Knives can pincer. Oh no. Jocko has found both Madden and Dupree. And the utility kind of catching Falcons off guard badly there.
Yeah, the bomb side just collapsed, right? You're looking at the opening kill for Mages in towards A. Then you see Madden aggressing towards B main. Then they realized probably they were going to be tested by the pistols, felt under a little bit of pressure, started walking away. So you're thinking, okay, they're just going to deploy that defensive utility and fall back. Madden probably didn't realize there was a possibility of a player just pushing through the smoke in towards connector, right? He was making a lot of noise, looking towards it. Felt like he was thinking about it and he was going to cover it, but then takes the left turn. The back of Dupree completely exposed towards Con. So a little bit discombobulated in towards that B-bomb side there for the Falcons. Will cost them a round, and that's a half buy that they lose. And of course, we are gonna get our eyes on the man that had the most to do with this previous round.
Yeah, it's so awkward, right? I mean, it's not just Macca's kill here. Like, that one's a really frustrating one for Snappy. He's caught with utility drawn, but...
It's just the Jocko double.
Yeah, they got moved away from E-Box, right? And Jocko just pinches while the main players push. It's awkward, and it looks it too. Very evident. An attack will come in for Falcons. Of course, they had a very good start to the CT side, so we do need to see a rebuttal as they have money in reserve still.
Yeah. Also, we're probably anticipating to see Mages back on the cameras as well, but another tactical timeout, as we said. This is not even the map pick of the Falcons, and it's going to be really interesting. Moving into Nuke, what can we actually expect out of it, right? Because Freddy and Alan made a point. The last time we saw Falcons play 3D Max, this is the only best of 3 that they played against each other. It was a Nuke, and it was a 13-3 win for 3D Max. Now, that's a given. It was on the 26th of August, so that's quite a while ago. But last time they played it, Falcons got only 3 rounds on the CT side.
Yeah, that's not good for Nuke. That is not good. Simple checking the boost in mid with Snappy's help, being a little bit more assertive in mid in this round, getting some bullets through that slightly deeper smoke. That boost about to come into play. Simple trying to spam that down. Molotov will ward him away from trying that. He'll throw his utility to Snappy. Play close door for now. 3D Max are definitely coming his way. He's had no action the last few rounds, been forced to save, and Gravity's just owned him. That's what happens when you hold angles sometimes in online CS, and Snappy needs to deliver. He needs to swing. Oh my word, they almost lined up for even more, but Max is here toward A. The pinch is really good, and he'll get another on Exorcise. Recovering the round. Only 4 HP to spare, but lucky. Got 50 seconds to figure this one out.
And here's the man that should want for the job right now. 18-7 drop, not gonna be hurt. Dupree's rotated all the way in towards deep tempo. CT spawn, so Lucky will get that bomb plant, but what a 1v2 that would be for the Frenchman. Up against the X-Vitality, X-Astralis duo of Dupree and Mages. Low HP for Mages. Dupree has to be the one to do the heavy lifting. Molotov in hand for him. They don't have a smoke. At least they have the 2 kids. It's all about whether Lucky's going to be able to isolate those fights, though. When you want to play this one together, Magisk is so low.
Yeah. Dupree's got the incendiary. That could be all important. Obviously, Magisk will go first to try and get intel on where Lucky is playing from. But hang on, Lucky's found the opening kill. Back nade. He doesn't even need it. Easy as pie for Lucky. And that could be huge for the complexion of this T-half for 3D Max. Oh, Falcons. That was not an easy one, but you felt like it was so awkward as soon as Dupree went down first.
Yeah, it's going to leave a bit of a mark, though, right? Because once again, you feel like there's nothing more that Magisk could do towards that A-bomb side. Once again, he's so bloody solid on those anchor positions and in those situations to get a multi-kill. But Lucky just played it to perfection. Let the low HP player walk away, takes the fight against the high HP first, and the moment that he gets it, even if he lost that fight, the gunfight I'm talking about, the HE probably would have finished him off, so either way wins the round. And now they start this one off with a boost. Snappy completely unprepared, but Simple. Ready to pick up one. At least it's going to make Maka slow things down for a while.
Yeah, it's actually a really important trade. Keep it in a 4v4. As you rightly said, the economy is the issue when you lose a round like that. Everyone going down. Lucky with another great play. Lucky saying, what about me, guys? I'm 20-7. I'm doing the most work for my team right now. Dupree will remolly E-box and move back behind the site. Lucky is outside main right now. That smoke's about to fade, and Dupree actually could count himself slightly lucky to get that information, but he needs to worry about E-box. And you know what? He's done really well to get one. There is a quick rotator into play. But it's a 3 versus 3, and Maka is still lurking around in mid. Simple's done really well to find Lucky actually in that CT position, but hang on. Madden has not seen that flank like you said. So Maka is actually choosing to go behind Temple though, so that might mean he doesn't have much say in this one.
I think he does.
It still could be possible because I don't think Simple and Madden will check it. Simple's going to have to clear Plat very closely. There is a player there that is Exorcist, and there's the kill on Madden. It's awkward. Kit on the ground in front of Simple, and he'll go down to Exorcist as well. Madden is too late here. Needs a transfer. Use the pistol. Not going to make it happen. Exorcist gets another, and the French keep winning all the close rounds.
Yeah, clutch after clutch after clutch, round after round, and you can see the giggle. They know what they're doing right now. They're stealing the spotlight away from Simple's debut back. Those rounds have been absolutely ludicrous, and this time Simple couldn't really do more about it, right? Gets that refract in towards middle, rotation to shut down another one in towards B. But it's Exorcist with all the goods. 17 and 14, 20 and 8 for Lucky. They're just popping off right now. They really want to steal the show away.
Yeah, right at the end of the game when it looks like Falcons were getting the handle hold, getting involved. 3D Max have won the 2 big clutches, 1v2 and 2v3. Simple down to an XM in this round. Low-key the best gun in the game. I jest, of course, but
sure.
I do love the XM.
Yeah, I was waiting to hear the pun on that one before I judged.
Oh, that's very awkward for Exorcist. Snappy will actually manage to get that kill, sort of hiding his body in toward the A main position, but Jocko is dealt with Dupree. It has to be the XM, and Jocko is cleaner. The XM probably should have got that kill. One more bullet, if it was allowed to be fired, it would have got it. But not to be. And 3D Max are creeping now toward this finish line on Anubis.
Yeah, you're talking about all the maps that Simple has not played in the last year. Well, on the other side, you have a team that's played 250 maps in just 6 months. This is not even the entirety of 2024, and you can clearly tell that the reps are making the difference right now. 3D Max, yeah, they've been able to pick up the clutches, but all in all, you can clearly tell that the game plan has been figured out quietly decently. Looking like the more solid of the two sides team-wise, and Magisk and Snappy forced to hold on to the AK and the MP9. This is going to be a long way back, even though it's just 3 rounds, and we know that the Falcons could always bring back a game like this one, especially with the amount of name value on the team. I don't think 3D Max are going to make it easy for them.
3D Max have come into this one, of course, especially motivated, without a doubt, knowing the situation. Knowing what's on the line, really, with how the groups are played out, of course. Get the the opening match, then you get a winner's match to get through, then a decider match if necessary.
Sure, and we have a bit of a switch up in this group, right? We had it last second. Unpaid pulled out of the tournament, announcing that they're not playing with Harn anymore, announcing that obviously Jacob wouldn't be able to make it home in time to play the officials. So we got OG stepping in as the last second replacement. And I actually feel like this makes the group even more dangerous, because you're having an OG team that hasn't had a lot of success, but has a lot to prove. And I think they're going to be hungry for it. Of course, they are going to be playing in our second game of the day against VP, who, considering the circumstances, probably are the number one seed in this group, or at least the favorites to go out for sure.
Yeah. OG, of course, will be playing with Mikey, if I'm not mistaken, which is very exciting. He's a player that I've touted for a while, coming from the Czech scene.
Coming out of Unity. Qualified for the RMR with them.
Exactly, exactly. I think he's a great young player to keep an eye on in the Tier 2 space. Right. This is it for 3D Max. Can they get it over the line? Mid-control util. Deep molly in play. They need to break up in that smoke. They've completely taken it, and this is already super hard for Falcons, right? When you let a T side get mid-control, they can choose to do whatever they want, and they're going straight in toward A. There's plenty of players here, but Simple can't track Jocko. Thankfully, Snappy's delivering, and the bomb is dropped on the side.
And Magisk is still there as well. Exorcist, seen a couple really good moments from him so far. This one has to be special, though. Of course, he's got the support of Maka in towards middle with the AVP, but might be blindsided by Matt on any moment now, so the rifle's going to be alone for a little while. Maka spots out the first one, misses the shot, though, and in the meantime, he'll lose his teammate. It's all left on the shoulders of the IGL with the AVP. Timing is not good for him. Still alive, though, but he's just being pinched by so many different angles. It's so difficult to look for a fight right now. He's just being toyed with. There goes the wild swing, and Madden will take him down. So the Falcons, they stay alive in this one. 2 more, and there might be a little bit more to that Anubis. They're still fighting for OT.
Extra rounds still very much possible. Snappy does so well here. This is a tough angle with the MP9. Look at him just bursting away there. That is not easy. You know, if you're running and gunning with the MP9 close range, you know, that's when the gun can feel easy. But when you're got a headshot angle to play on, and you can only see chests and heads, and you can't commit to a spray, have to go for the bursts, that's when it's difficult. He does really well. Fair play to Snappy. He's second behind Magis on the scoreboard right now.
Gravity, once again, walking out middle, and taking middle control has been a high priority in the last couple of rounds for 3D Max. Once again, not really been given too big of a fight. Snappy just spotting on the pixel angle. Of course, that's what you do. You just spot them out, you deploy that Molotov, and then play it a little bit more passively. And then you have that rotation. They look to want to disrespect it, though. Flash goes through, and Mages gets flashed into oblivion. Snappy good for 1, but that's going to be about it. The A-bomb side has been lost.
Yeah, I don't think you can get yourself back into this one, I'm afraid. They're obviously going to have to give it a go. There is a kit on Dupree, and they do have decent util. It's going to be down to whether Dupree can get this kill on the big flank here. He's shown his position. XC's forced forward, and what an MVP flash that is from Maka. That is insane. Gives the kill almost for free. Simple and Madness so stuck here. Are really not sure what they can do from this position. 2 versus 4. In goes Simple, in goes Madden, and they will go down. 3D Max on Anubis. Show up the returning GOAT.
Yeah, absolutely. A masterclass of a performance coming out of the Frenchman. A masterclass of a performance coming out of Lucky. Most definitely a lot of things to be happy about if you're 3D Max. You're going into this one just a couple of days after not being able to qualify for ESL Pro League, and you just make it look, I don't want to say you make it look easy, because there was a lot of individual plays involved, but at least you make it look comfortable towards the end there on the T side. And as you pointed out, stealing a little bit of the spotlight away, even though we did try our best to focus on the Falcons, and even on the more unfortunate moments on this map for Simple. But you know what, Travis, myself and yourself, we're going to get a little bit more time to yap about Simple and the Falcons and all of that. I'm really interested to hear what our 2 lovely analysts in this bright day have to say about this first map, and how potentially things are going to change or not really change for the Falcons on map 2.
Guys, some pies died for this. Pies died for this result. that's my first reaction here. But no, I mean, all in all, you know, it's a pretty close game of Counter-Strike. Falcons map pool, who knows where it's at the moment. 3D Max obviously picked into this. We had some questions and they've justified that. So, you know, the truth is, I'm actually not really sure what to think about that, Freddie. I know obviously it wasn't the best game from Simple, but I'm not sure we can actually read too much into the future of Falcons from this one map just yet.
No, yeah, I mean, like, as I mentioned at the very beginning, if Simple doesn't drop a 1.3 HLTV rating, everyone's going to come for him. And that's exactly what's probably happened in Twitch chat. Everyone's like, oh my god, Simple's washed, like, my go's done. It's like, lads, it's map 1. Like, it's his second official ever on CS2. Like, I think we can give him a little bit of break. And as mentioned as well, like, 3D Max, even though they might be a tier 2 team, and a lot of people might not see them as a caliber that Falcons should be losing to, that is the glory of European CS. Like, you can never come in and expect things to be handed to you. The one thing I will say though, and actually a positive for Falcons, even though they lost and they only got 5 rounds on their T side, was that you had Dupree on the B extremity, you had Magis on the A extremity. Seems like they were dictating a lot of the early round, and that was good from my perspective to see that the riflers are doing well, because ultimately, as much as we can get tunnel visioned on Simple, there is a greater picture to look at. Can the riflers find their form? And to me, with like Magis anchoring A and with them playing the extremities with Dupree, it feels like there's definitely a little bit of that happening.
Yeah, for sure. Let's talk positives, obviously, for the 3D Max team. Lucky was phenomenal. Played
Yes.
such a good map, and actually is the mid player for both sides, especially CT. That's not an easy position to play. You just get bullied throughout the map normally, but he was fabulous. Exorcist played a brilliant overall map as well. He's the A player, he's the anchor on the CD side. He defaults there on the T side. These aren't typically positions which normally would talk throughout the map, but they were so good. They were just the bedrock. They were very solid performance from 3D Max. So, you know, as you said, a lot of people would look at this matchup and say it's a big team versus a team more in the shadows, more in the tier 2 realm. But 3D Max are not to be scoffed at. They play good Counter-Strike. They showed it here, and they're absolutely a threat, obviously, to win this series now and surprise a lot of people.
It also definitely helped that they won both pistol rounds as well. Like, you know, you look at Anubis and what they were 5-0 up on the CT side. I would love to see the probability of teams then winning from having a good start on the C side, because it must be really high. And then, as you mentioned as well, like, I want to know what Lucky ate today, and I hope it's what we were talking about at the beginning of, there aren't the eyes on 3D Max. All the eyes on Falcons, and 3D Max have taken the opportunity and ran with it. Also, interestingly enough, you would imagine in a lot of the late round situations, Falcons bar for bar should be taking the advantage because of their experience, because of their individualism. But actually, in those later rounds and later stages, at the end of this map, it was 3D Max and specifically Lucky that ended up reigning supreme, which is, for me, very impressive with 3D Max and a little bit worrying for Falcons.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? There's a distinction between having the experience, every individual knowing what to do, and then as a team are making good decisions. The most important thing above anything else in Counter-Strike is everybody doing the same thing and being on the same page. Even if it's maybe not the best decision, doing it together is the highest percentage way to play. And that's the difference in this matchup. As you said, Falcons, they have more experience. If they had an infinite timeline, they probably could play better Team Counter-Strike than 3D Max, but they didn't during this map, because 3D Max are more experienced as a team. They obviously didn't just make a roster move, and, you know, showing the power of friendship and sticking together.
The
That's what I'm all about.
The power of friendship overpowers
Exactly.
all, including money. That is the lesson we should take away from today. I love that. That's amazing.
Yeah, I'm just spitting the facts for the viewers, you know, at the moment. Got to be done. Falcons, though, I mean, we don't harp on Simple individually, but obviously this is the team that if you're going to remove some Pious, I need someone to be slamming the teams on the server. We need some firepower here. You know, Magis, Dupree, they played a pretty good map, but we're not necessarily looking at them.
No.
Madden moved into a lot of star roles when they got rid of Boros, and brought Dupree in. Simple, obviously, Orpo is always going to be in good spots. So, you know, we don't want to harp on too much on people individually, but to win this series, somebody's got to click some heads. And I feel like Madden or Simple's got to do that.
I was kind of surprised Simple's lack of aggression on the T side. I think we were kind of talking about it in our quote-unquote green room. And you were saying, yeah, look, like it does make sense for him to be holding a lot of more passive angles. That's just kind of how it works on Anubis T side. And the one round he did go for aggression. I think it was either the penultimate or the final round. Like, you know, he did get an opener. He got a double kill. It was the last round of the half that was, yeah. So it's like, I think especially going on to Nuke, it's your map pick. You've got things prepared. I want to see Simple going for a little bit more of that aggressive style that we know he can fulfill. And as I mentioned at the very beginning, like he's going to bring that jolt of energy, that jolt of aggression to a team that probably does need it. And he actually had the opportunity to overpower Maka, because Maka was missing some really harsh shots that had to be hitting. Like there was a lot of instances where I was sitting there and I was like, whoa, that is a big miss from Maka. And in multiple occasions, they lost the round out of because of it. And when you're playing a Simple, when you're playing a Falcons, you can't be missing those shots. Luckily for him, though, he had lucky.
So next map's going to be Nuke. The good news is it's not Anubis, Falcons. The bad news is they've lost 8 of their last 9 games on Nuke. It's not been ideal, to put it mildly.
Against Falcons as well. Against 3D Max, that is as well.
That doesn't help. Doesn't bode brilliantly. Obviously, there's, you know, they play their scrims. There's something going behind the scenes. There's obviously a logic behind this decision. We questioned it in the veto. So that would be my assumption, Freddie, is that in practice, with Simple, and, you know, you've got players here that entered a time with one of the best nuke teams in the world, maybe the best. Astralis, obviously the best nuke team in history. Na'Vi, one of the best nuke teams in the world, if not the best nuke team in the world. You've got players here that have won the biggest tournaments in the world, picking nuke as a first pick, but it's not working at the moment. Clearly they have the pieces, but they haven't had much practice. I mean, 2 or 3 weeks was Simple. That's not a long time to figure out a nuke, and we need to hope they have.
This is a really hard one, because it is ultimately just full speculation from us, as we have no idea what's been going on behind the scenes. But it is definitely a question mark that, even though 3D Max are not that great on Nuke. Like, it's a map that they lose in series quite considerably, and against like worse teams. And we actually, Alan, we were there when we saw them fluff making Katowice a challenger, not just once but twice, and one of it was against Bait. The decider was Nuke, and they didn't look great on that map, but they've beaten Falcons 13-3 on this map in the IEM Rio closed qualifier. There must have been a big change since then if Falcons go, you know what, guys, I think we should pick it.
It's a perplexing decision, but yeah, I mean, I'm sure they have a logic, but to now be playing Nuke and Dust 2, 3D Max can win this series, man. They can absolutely win this series. And we'll wait and see what transpires. I think that's going to wrap us up for the segment. As said, Nuke is up next. A quick break, and then you'll be straight in with the casters for map number 2 of the series. Can 3D Max do it in 2? Find out in no time.
Brokey sees the shadows. They know about Brokey on this boost. They're going to target him, but he still succeeds.
Pistols are starting to push through. And whilst Rops finds one, Carrigan gets eliminated. Rops stands tall. Rops finds the headshot.
Oh, electronic. Well, he'll still have a great time spraying. They all got caught on twist. And now electronic is going to pat the stat very nicely with an A.
Brokey sees the shadows. They know about Brokey on this boost. They're going to target him, but he still succeeds.
Pistols are starting to push through. And whilst Rops finds one, Carrigan gets eliminated. Rops stands tall. Rops finds the headshot.
Oh, electronic. Well, he'll still have a great time spraying. They all got caught on twist. And now electronic is going to pat the stat very nicely with an A.
Welcome back, friends, to Falcons versus 3D Max. Safe to say the first map didn't go to plan for our poster boy in this series, but I think it deserves to be mentioned how good 3D Max were, and Lucky in particular. Won that critical 1 versus 2, and that actually was the round that turned the tide, Ted.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I didn't want to say it. You wanted to say it. Alan said it. So I'm just going to let you go with it because this is my opinion as well. But enjoy, Trav.
If Sunpius was playing, I think they would have won that opening map. Remains to be seen for the rest of the series. You can hate me. Get in my DMs. Feel free. I'll just block you if you insult me anyway. But thoughts, Ted?
Now, following up on that quote. I don't think this is, I mean, I want to say that I don't believe that has a lot of relevancy here, right? Because obviously what you're going with right now, if you're the Falcons, the angle that you're looking for is you want to try and get the best version of Simple possible that you could. And you believe that getting the best version of Simple, or how many percent of the best version of Simple possible, is going to take you further for the next couple of tournaments, including the RMR and potentially the major, than for example, if you have some pies on the team. And sometimes it's not directly just replacing one player for the other, right? Sometimes it's about the atmosphere on the team. Sometimes the team in general feels like a change is needed, right? It doesn't necessarily mean that the previous player that gets replaced has been playing bad or he was doing anything wrong in any way, shape, or form. So yeah, I feel like judging Simple's performance on the back of just one map or one series or whatever after he's played one best of 3 in his CS2 career, and the last proper tournament that he played, more than one best of 3 eliminated from the Blast Showdown, was the ESL Pro League Season 18 last season, when it was still CSGO, right? It was the last CSGO tournament, and Mouse won the grand final against Navi back then. So I don't think it's justified to be overcritical of what Simple's bringing to the table. Obviously, there's going to be a lot of communication, giving ideas, bringing in good atmosphere potentially. So yeah, jumping into map number 2, I am not overly optimistic, but if you have to look for the bright side of things with the Falcons, then we got to follow up on what Freddie and Alan were saying on the desk. Yeah. Mages and Dupree did not have a bad map of Counter-Strike, quite the opposite. Same for Snappy.
Yeah, definitely some good signs there. It's the core for Falcons, obviously one of the most important things to kind of get them back in form. Going for an aggressive play towards ramp as Nuke gets underway on the pistol. Jocko, gooshed. He has to be forced away. That does open up the path down toward B. We're very likely get a plant here in a 5v5, maybe even a 5 versus 4. So good signs here. Gravity going to hold the double door position. Headshot angle, awkward to fight from there. He's got extra to peek off of his contact, which is the main thing. You can tell they're kind of communicating that between the two right now, and that smoke could be pretty helpful.
Yeah, most definitely could. Simple finds one in the meantime, though. Pit 250 into the action. May just quit another one. A quick exchange, and by the looks of things, first round will go in the end of the day in favor of the Falcons. It's May just quit a triple, and there you get it. There you have it. Falcons in the lead. There's a smile. There's that goddamn smile.
That goddamn smile. Can't. Oh, look at a lovely first shot on Mako as well with that 50-50. And you know, you're absolutely right in many ways, right? Like, I can make jokes that are somewhat serious about what would have happened if they had Sunpius, but reality is they're trying to build up once again and seeing if they can get Simple in a sort of level of form that can really do damage at the RMR and change their fortunes overall. It's a longer-term loan project, if you get what I mean. And obviously, you're not expecting someone coming back into the fold to drop 30 straight off the bat, despite his history. So we shall see. It's a good start to Nuke, but there's a force buy in position here for 3D Max.
Yeah, absolutely. They're waiting for the timing. Flash goes in, and it's perfect one. The crunch works out perfectly, and all of them just go down in an instant. You didn't win the best round just to drop the second one without getting a single kill, did you? Well, apparently you did. And welcome to the 3D Max Nuke. Yeah, this is a bit of a disaster.
From the joy of the pistol to that, the fact that you don't get one kill is wild. And the MP9s go aggressive as they so should. The Molotov's in position then, and they pinch with the lobby crunch. 3D Max's favorite breakfast cereal in that round.
Wow. that lead didn't last long. I guess.
Of course, forced by wars now, Ted. Only
Yeah.
one option.
Unfortunately, you are going to be downgraded to just a couple pistols. So, 4 Tigos, a Tech 9. You're hoping for the best. Another lobby crunch coming in. And Mages should be a dead man walking. You will be. For 3D Max, it won't be too difficult to pick up the big picture from here on out. And again, the conversation you're going to have when you have Anubis and Nuke into the Vita right now, it's about how much closer can Falcons get to actually being all on the same page and playing the type of Counter-Strike that 3D Max is. Because you're looking at 3D Max. Yeah, there was a couple nice clutches, a couple good plays from the individuals on that map number 1. But all in all, as Alan said, and I think that's a pretty valid point, all of them are going to be on the same page. All of them are going to be making the same decisions pretty much. And you know that the rounds that they're going for are going to be really well communicated, really well trained, really well drilled. Doesn't matter how you want to explain it. 3D Max are going to be playing fundamentally probably a lot more of a correct type of Counter-Strike than the Falcons, especially when you're talking about the first visual from the Falcons. But yeah, hello to you as well.
Madden made his way all the way around ramp there, but Jocko had significant control into more lobby. Maka actually does well to take that trade, considering he was pretty much a couple of bullets from death. Now Falcons just need to make sure they don't die after the time here. That's a lovely shot from Dupree, but no, 8 seconds. He needs to get to the site right now, and Simple needs to die, and he will. Make sure he gets that lost bonus, because if he died after time, it would have been a big issue on a round like that. But in the end, some nice shots, but only a couple. And, you know, you're absolutely spot on about 3D Max, right? They've been, as I kind of said at one point during map 1, they have been a unit for so long. Like, Gravity sure is the newest addition, but even that addition has been in the roster for a while now. He's been doing really well.
Yeah.
Every single player knows what they need to do. Like, it's sort of, you're together long enough now that a lot of these sort of CT holds and trades and angles can almost be sort of communicated telepathically between them at this point. It's not something that, lots of things don't need to be communicated, so that's just where they're at right now. And obviously Falcons are not at that stage. I haven't been at that stage for a while. Jocko throws util and actually loses his life and an M4, but this is a full eco, so there should still be no issues for the French.
At least it opens up a little bit of space, right? You get that rifle. It opens up the opportunity for further damage, which is the key thing here for the Falcons when you're talking about full eco on the T side. And also, it's not the same as the conversation that we could have had on Anubis as well, right? If the Falcons have a slow start on the T side of Nuke, it's not necessarily going to be that detrimental to their chances to win the map as it was on Anubis. You get a 0-5 deficit on the T side of Nuke. It's not as bad, nearly as half as bad as on Anubis, for sure. Yeah, especially in a round like this one, you're probably just looking at the financial outcome. You're hoping that bar that one rifle, you're going to be able to get at least one more out of the hands of the Frenchman.
I do appreciate what Falcons are doing here. They haven't just, like, rushed in with the Glocks and tried to get the M4 to trade. They're actually
no, you want to bait out the util.
Exactly. You want to bait out the util, and you want to make 3D Max guess. Like, there is still a weird world in which this M4 could get one, maybe another 2 trades, and the round could be really interesting. There's a dink on Ecstasies, but that smoke's really good. Magix does get his kill, but he's tagged down really low now. I think Ecstasies knows what he's doing. There is one bomb dropped on the side. Very calm tapping from Ecstasies. And Maka will help out for the last. Lovely quad kill from Ecstasies. And a big grin will make him feel very good. And they'll win the economic battle early game.
Yeah, without a doubt, one of the, at least aim-wise, pure mechanics, most potent players on the side of 3D Max, by the way, and it has been for a long time. Yeah. You're looking at the history of Exorcist for the last 1.5 years. He switched through every single position and every single role that he could have played in the server, bar being an Oper, by the way. He's played star positions on CT, anchor positions. He's been a lurk. He's been an entry. He's been a support. He's been a mid-pack player. He's done it all. We know he's an incredibly versatile player that you can just put in every single position around the map, and he's going to be good for it.
Yep. Making that org sing as well. Maybe not something we see as much in the modern day, but still very viable, especially on Nuke in long ranges. Didn't even need it for the long ranges that time. Falcon's first gun round is just a very plain and simple outside smokes down towards Secret, but with a combination of Maka and Gravity, already it's walking wounded.
Yeah, Exorcist gets all the confidence in towards the A-bomb side in the previous round. They don't test him. Instead, they opt for an outside play, but Maka was one step ahead of it, and Gravity's picked up another one. Make it a double for the youngster. That was Dupree trying to get Bedancian towards main. This is early on just falling apart for the Falcons. First buy round, not too much utility. They did invest into AKs primarily, by the way. Sacrificed a lot of the util for this. They get absolutely obliterated, and it's just snappy and simple left. And at this point, by the way, 40 seconds. They're not going to get too many chances. There goes one, though. Missed shot from Maka, missed opportunity, and Simple will punish. The question is, how many more can you find? Do you have that X factor left? Do you have something special in the tank? And Simple says, yes, I might have something for you. A vintage 1 versus 2 clutch gets denied by Lucky.
Yeah, unfortunately, just not really enough time, not really enough control around the map for that one. Snappy couldn't get the second. Simple could. That's some decent kills. One of my favorite things, actually, about having Simple's player cam on for this one, of course, is that he still has the patented Simple shake. And it's shaking his whole desk and his camera whenever he gets a kill.
Sure.
It's amusing. It's amusing. But, yeah, I think, to be fair, that round was always a lost cause. He does his best, to be fair to him.
I mean, in a 2v5, they do get 3 kills. They're nearly a bomb plant, so it was a pretty nice try. You're keeping the CT side economy at bay. It's not like it didn't make a difference, especially if you get 2 or 3 kills now with the half buy. The 3D max money is not going to be that ideal, so there could be a leeway back. All of those kills in a round like this one, when you're T side nuke, they matter. They do make a difference. If you start winning rounds. That's the if. Yeah, I wanted to add that. If you don't win another round, it's not gonna make any difference. If you start winning them, then it will. And so far, Thunderpick don't seem to be showing a lot of support for the cause of Simple and the Falcons right now with those odds. Of course, you can't really blame them. 3D Max have been playing some great Counter-Strike, but 3D Max still on the CT side. And if the Falcons are able to get enough here done on the offense, then maybe there could be a conversation to be had in the second half. There probably won't be a conversation to be had in this round, though.
A shot for Maka, actually. That was a wider angle toward Hell than perhaps he was necessarily wanting. Nice shot, Simple. Here we go. Jocko will go down. There is a gun to be retrieved, obviously, there, and that is the A1S. Single door open, and gets the information on the jump spot. Gonna try a different duel instead, and he finds Lucky being cheeky with it, but Exorcist had already pushed onto the site, realizing that could be a possibility, and they pincer from both sides.
You know what? This is 2 rounds in a row in which I actually did believe that Simple could pull off a miraculous play. So he's toying with it.
He's got aura still, mate. Whatever you say about him, he's got cultural impact. There's a reason why.
I can't believe you used that word. Twitch chat will love it, but
there's 30,000 viewers in here for a reason. He's got cultural impact. He's got aura. But it's a case of trying to rebuild that in the modern day.
That's the pure Maui Snake vocabulary right there, folks.
Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry. I had to say it.
Yeah, no, we love Maui.
Simple now boosted up outside with the AK. When you see a little run boost even put into play, and that sort of idea to get a player on the deeper box outside, but more shallow angle this time. You can see. I'll try and move forward now. Head spotted. Good reaction, Maka. He does such great work on this map usually as the captain and Orpa, and keep an eye out for him for the rest of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a difficult start for Madden as well. He had to register his first kill, and there it goes. Break the smoke, flash in. Set up Joko for a kill, and he just made the steps falling back. This is a perfect bait. Lucky, ready to strike, and right into it. Snappy, Simple. Another 2 versus 4, but this time it will have to be just Simple in a 1v4 situation. And all of us were excited for the return of the king. This would definitely be a warm hello from him.
He's getting flanked, though, so fast. Gravity's in a good position, too. And there we go. Good little shift from Gravity. Wins the duel instantly. And 3D Max looking strong on CT. As you'd expect from this team on recent results, obviously. They've been continuing their online grind a lot. 3D Max
I
recently,
mean-
very different to Falcons, to be fair. But obviously, there have been some slightly poorer results. They missed out on
Yeah.
making Pro League next year through ECL. They fell to Res Champions Namiga in the lower bracket of that one. So that is definitely a big one they've missed out on.
I was gonna say, recent results when you're talking about 3D Max, Nuke has been absolutely atrocious, right? You're looking at 5-13 to Sashi, 8-13 to TSM, 7-13 to Spirit Academy. Parivision and Sol were the last two teams that they were able to take down on. It's Sol probably the best out of the lot, definitely the best out of the lot, but recently, it hasn't been perfect, so this is a bit of a breath of fresh air here for the freshman as well. This one, just a bit of a half by the hero AK and Galil. AK still in the mix for Simple, and he's found a double. Now this one is definitely doable. This one is definitely winnable. And Simple has something to say about it. That's why you give him the AK after all those months, and it has to be a 1 versus 2 for the ace clutch.
Jocko's 8 HP. This is a moment we've been waiting for. It's definitely an opportunity, and without a doubt, the best one yet in multiple rounds. Jocko and Lucky are trying to team up together here. Trying to not give Simple 1v1s when they know they're both low. Only just more health combined between the two of them compared to Simple. He's got a smoke. He's got the bomb on his back still. 35 seconds. Make his way down toward B. There is some movement coming in from 3D Max across the map. They're checking all these eventualities. But Simple will be trying his utmost to put himself on the map once again in professional Counter-Strike. Single door open. Right-click smoke on the site. Checks the rafter smartly. Will plant the bomb in that smoke, and he'll be allowed to do so. Alert smoke from Jocko. Simple now has the opportunity to get back through single, actually. I don't think he made any sound cues with that one necessarily.
No.
So, he's set up in single with Jocko and Lucky ready to retake. There is a kit on Jocko, but with 8 HP on that kit, it could be very awkward. He's now shown his position, though. There is a wallbang possibility through these walls, don't forget. One bullet has been connected with Jocko, though, and that can make it so awkward. And now, a fresh reload. They have to stick it. He's taken Jocko off of it. Hang on.
He's done it.
Lucky. Oh, so much damage. Johnny's picked up the kit. It's going to be so close. Simple as clutch.
Yeah, he's done it. There he goes, a 1v2 for the ace clutch, and bound for the return of the king. That's why you want to see him back in the server. That's the impact he can bring in. We're not even going to look at the kills. We're just going to look at him. Okay, there you go. You give him that single AK, that singular rifle of hope. He turns it to gold. That's why you all tuned into the stream as well. That's why you all wanted to see him play. After all those months, he still has it.
There it is. We've had our Simple moment for the series, and who knows, we could have plenty more.
You know what? I told you, I just felt like it was cooking, right? You see him in those 1v4s getting 2 kills every single time. There was something, man. He had to. He had to. It was written in the stars.
Yeah, it really was, wasn't it?
Yeah, supposed to happen. Sad part is they still might lose this one 0-2.
I know, right? It's only
Yeah.
one round, isn't it? Like, that's just the reality of the situation.
It's kind of like okay, something great has happened. You get all ecstatic and you're screaming, you're happy, everything's fine. Snap back to reality now. You're still 2-6 down, and 3D Max. I don't think they look like they intend to really slow it down.
Yeah, that is just an immediate rebuttal, isn't it? It's exactly what you want. I appreciate the attack pause coming in at that sort of time. Right, you want to just sort of calm down after a hectic round like that. But 3D Max will bounce straight back, and it's going to have to be a 3v5. Another disadvantageous round. He's in a good position as well. He's got teammate support from Gravity, and Dupree's down straight away. There's no way in here. Bomb on Snappy's back toward door with Simple next to him, but it's just a matter of waiting for the next 45 seconds or so, to be honest, to try and see if one of these 3D Maxes go searching, but it's just not gonna happen. Now Simple needs a 1v5 total.
Yeah.
Information on the second, but Exorcist will take it this time. He's 13-3, by the way.
Yeah, he's an absolute monster. That's why we talked about the versatility, right? And you see the reaction. There's nothing worse than winning a round like the previous one and then seeing how your team just gets absolutely wiped away from the map in the next one. And you know what? We're gonna have all the conversations about Simple, about the Falcons. This is gonna be the main storylines. This is gonna be where the conversations have directed themselves to, and it's only natural, right? There's no way you could not have massive respect for everyone on the team, and especially for Simple on it. But 3D Max have been playing some great fundamental Counter-Strike, and they are showing that they probably deserve to win this one 2-0. A-Pop comes in. Utility is great. Gravity with a double exorcist still towards the back of the bomb site. Doesn't even need any support. Gravity's just doing all of it on his own.
Okay, even gets caught at the end there by Simple. But it's only a dink. Good reaction. All 5 alive for 3D Max, bolstering their funds ever further. There's a lot of comfort right now.
Yeah. Also, this is a great opportunity again, as we pointed out, because there's going to be a lot of eyes on this game. I know that 3D Max is not that type of an online team that's never had their chance to play a top-tier tournament, right? They've played back-to-back EPL seasons as well, so people know what they're capable of, and they were quite close to making playoffs in the most recent one, made playoffs in the one in May, for the previous season of the ESL Pro League. But what you're seeing right now from the Frenchman is just pure masterclass on the CT side, and Madden tries absolute best to keep the Falcons in this round, but it's just looking like 9 at least. Exorcist finally gets dealt with, but it's lucky with the double kill. And we were talking about Exorcist as well. I feel like now with Night2 being picked up by ENCE, people are starting to turn an eye towards the French scene once again to produce some top-tier talents. I think a lot of people are overlooking the huge potential that Gravity has. And I think the reason is because everyone is so familiar with everyone else on the team of 3D Max, right? They are names that have been around for such a long time. Exorcist obviously not getting the amount of chances that Gravity, Mecha, and Lucky has, especially, or not Gravity, but Joko, sorry. But Exorcist and Gravity have been playing incredibly good Counter-Strike. And let's not forget, Exorcist has been playing on this level for a long time. He's 23. Gravity is just 20.
Yeah, it's still a young team. It almost doesn't feel that way, doesn't it? Does it? Oh, Madden, this is not the right play, I'm afraid. Tries to creep through the smoke to get some control, but they are pinching toward A, and it's working brilliantly. Simple's found 2, and Snappy has got that flank on Gravity. The round has switched on its head in the matter of a few seconds. It is the last of the half, of course. They need this third desperately. Simple playing corner of top heart, spots the corner of Maka, and that's what you want to see. Will whiff the last, but he's done his job. 3 kills in the round, 13 and 11 in the half. He's kind of a one-man army in this one, but Lucky still has a chance to clutch. He's 12 and 4, don't count him out. Dupree with the picked up org will seal it. Something to work with for Falcons.
Yeah, but even then you can see the smile on the face of Lucky there, right? He knows that the spam was accurate, and he knows that he had a shot in this one. Great work by Simple once again, by the way. Found that double to open up the A-bomb side onto Joko and Exorcist. Even the third onto Maka, they're just not ready for the boosted angle on top of the HUD. So you are seeing 3 rounds on that D side, 2 of them single-handedly picked up by Simple. Unfortunately, his next teammate on the scoreboard after him, and Simple's on 13 and 11, is Snappy, and he's on 6 kills.
That is the biggest problem, isn't it? It was, the core riflers were doing great work for Falcons on map 1, and I'm afraid it's the opposite on map 2. Simple has kind of won 2 of their rounds, 2 of their 3 rounds single-handedly.
It's a bit different and a bit more difficult to have that solo impact that you can have as an anchor on Anubis on a map like Nuke, obviously.
Yeah.
Even as an extremity player on the T side, Magisk, Dupree, and towards BNA on Anubis were doing a really good job. Magisk was genius in towards that A-bomb side.
Oh, little angle being held there. Damage will Snappy dropping down to the side. They now know Lucky's got control. Second half pistol. I mean, MR12, 9 threes can turn into 9 sixes very, very quickly. So it'll be a big one for Falcons. They've got some information, but not really a whole lot. And now Simple will hear them coming down toward his position. He's going to choose to play the site silo. That is a great position to play. You can only see legs. And we'll spam down the legs of one. Good flank from Lucky, or at least deal with Magisk, but there's a lot of players on the site. Uh-oh,
No
Mac has
way.
found Dupree. Simple's on his own. Lovely tap. Lovely second. Let's go, Simple. Let's go, Falcons. They're in the CT side.
All right. Yeah, this is, we're keeping it on track, right? This is what, 4 rounds now. Simple has picked up a multi-kill in 3 of them and single-handedly picked him up for the Falcons. And I don't want to say single-handedly because obviously he wasn't the one to start a round, but this one nearly falling apart there if it wasn't for him picking up that double towards the end. A triple overall in the round. 16 kills on his second map. And it's not going to be an easy comeback, but definitely if there was a side, if there was a map on which you'd want to see Simple play well and put your eggs into the comeback basket, it would be the CT side of Nuke.
Interestingly, no force.
Unless you get ecoed, but they won't.
True. Yeah, there's no issue here. This is just a pure eco this time. Going for the AKs in the third. That's a smart decision. I've seen many teams choosing to force on the second round after losing the pistol after a 9-3 half, and as I said, suddenly it can turn into 9-6. Now you have a bye at 9-5.
You know what's the thing? I don't believe 3D Max really don't see a world where they let that nuke slip, especially with how lackluster it has been recently.
Yeah.
If you get the opportunity to have a 13-5, 13-6 comfortable win against the Falcons in Simple's return, when Simple is playing that well on map 2 as well, you're going to take your chances. You're not going to underestimate it. You can't possibly underestimate a team that has the single player with the most amount. Well, not the single player with the most amount of majors won, because there's a couple ones that he's lined himself. Oh, no. Yeah, actually, the single player with the most amount of majors won. Zonic, Mages, Simple, who's the greatest FPS player alive, probably. You can't underestimate them, no matter what the circumstances are. So yeah, I don't think we're gonna see 3D Max just throw themselves out there and be like, yeah, we're just gonna force every single time we get a chance to.
Dupree, that's a big one to win. With the MP9 still against Maka, now it's Magisk on ramp. I like this angle a lot. Usually it's not the first one checked, and it works out to 2. Magisk is still so good in these anchor positions. And Ecstasy honestly does quite well to trade, but now he's alone with 23 health. The bomb and a dream, but unlikely to be around.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we're getting back to seeing some anchoring masterclasses from Mages as well, right? T side was a lot more complicated, but let's not forget, on Anubis in towards A, he was pivotal, vital for the few rounds that the Falcons were able to pick up. And there goes Dupree. Mages trying to hype everybody up. There still is a way for the Falcons to get back into this nuke. This is not out of question. Completely not out of question.
Especially with the first gun round under their belts. Important round for Dupree to feel like he gets into the game now as well. Quick multi.
That's the thing. With a team like the Falcons, T-sides are probably going to be where you struggle, right? We had that conversation as well on the first map. T-sides have been lackluster, and it's really difficult to actually see why, because you should have really good pieces. You should have really good pieces when you play defaults. You should have, on paper, an in-game leader that's really good with flying on the co, mid-rounding, really smart coach IGL combo. But on the CT side, because of the really good players that they have, and the fact that everyone individually can make good decisions about their own positions and should be good communication-wise, they are actually a team that can do some decent damage when they're on the defense. Offenses, though, have been a bit strugglesome, to say the least.
The slight tech delay is Falcons with some issues on their team speak. Hopefully we'll get that resolved. For now, we've got some banging tunes to relax to.
I actually didn't see
relax.
that, by the way, but 12:45, so midway through map 1.
Go on.
I thought that was production. Alan had actually messaged me, Son Pius died for this. Obviously,
Wow.
that was on map 1.
That was on map 1.
Yeah.
Now it's looking a lot more promising, and that's what we want to see. He's 18 and 12, and it's kind of won 3 rounds single-handedly, 3 important rounds for Falcons. Right. He's now got his AWP out on CT. Snappy, door player, will take a tag to the molly. Annoyingly, probably for him, didn't want to himself a bit fallible to these pistols, obviously. These Tech 9s and P250 will be more easy to one-dink him from range now. this is just a slower round from 3D Max. Want to bleed out some of that utility on Falcons. Maybe go for a proper execute with these pistols. They've got the smoke, got the molly and a couple of flashes. These sort of rounds have proven a bit problematic for Falcons in this series already.
Yeah. That's definitely that type of round that you don't want to drop against the pistols. And unless the Tech-9 gets into a funky position, everything should be all right. There's a couple missed shots in the mix, though. And Simple, I need a little bit of support. Gravity gets himself into a great spot, though, but it's the AVP of Simple. Ringing in towards that A-bomb site. Gravity has picked up an M4. It's Simple with the triple once again. The one to keep Falcons from sinking.
My word. This is what we wanted to see. You said, Ted, you said it earlier, like if we get one up in the series or even in the entire group stage where he drops a decent 25 kill game, you'll be, that's your prediction, and we could get it already right here.
You know what's the thing? He might need a little bit of time to get comfortable within that entire thing, but I just find it crazy that people assume it's the same opinion that a lot of people had after they saw, let's say, 2 or 3 months of weaker Nico form at the start of CS2. There's no way you're just looking at some of the greatest players ever and you're just saying there's no chance for them to become great again or good enough.
Yeah.
Right? When I say good enough, I don't mean good enough to play tier 2, good enough to be one of the best players in the world. It's a matter of whether they want to become as good, whether they're ready to put in the work, whether they have the motivation, whether they're going to have the right teammates. Yes. But pure skill-wise, of course they can do it.
That's what makes the CS scene so fascinating, right? Like, there's absolutely no doubt that a Simple playing well just adds an extra layer to professional Counter-Strike. It's a good thing for the game. We'll get more viewers. Full stop. Snappy. He just gets back down towards secret.
I actually care only about watching him play. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, it's just great. You're going into tournaments. It's a completely different energy.
It really is, isn't it? I mean, even him playing in Challenger, obviously that'll be his first LAN. And that's gonna be super exciting.
Yeah. What world we live in? Simple in the ESL Challenger event.
True.
That's gonna be a sick one, though. It's gonna be exciting.
It's a great Challenger. There's, Eternal Fire will be there. There's some real top teams that are gonna prove themselves at that event. But got quite a lot on his plate here. Hang on. I think we're looking to perhaps go toward A, and they still are. X6 is taking down Madden, and Dupree is kind of stuck in between worrying about Hut Door and Squeaky. He's got some support now and some damage actually through the Hut wall. And they've losing that opening kill on Madden gives 3D Max so many options.
Yeah. Absolutely, and it makes it so uncomfortable for the player towards the back of the side. You can see Dupree was looking up towards the heavens, jiggling between angles, didn't know which way to look, and at the end of the day, he's going to be looking down. He's out of the round. Gravity still trying to get those guns out of the hands of the Falcons. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. 3D Max still in a position where they could contest this one, and for Snappy, Simple, and Mages, unfortunately, the call is the safe, and 3D Max are still going to get up to 10 rounds here.
This was actually quite an important one for 3D Max. Falcons were building up ahead of steam, and so was Simple. So, they're gonna cancel that out, cancel that momentum slightly. With a really good play, actually. Good decision making. Once they got the opening kill, they didn't just rush into the play, make a decision too quickly. Teamed up together and took the right call.
Sure.
Transition into Exorcise tells us that 3D Max are up to 10.
Yeah, still in a much better position. There's the replay. Yeah, I'm not sure we really needed this one. It's, our observing team has been on point so far today, by the way. Props to them. As a proper Gen Z merchant, I'll say it. Based production. Absolutely phenomenal. If we get the chance to beat the hell out of a dead horse, we're doing it. Pre-fails an 8 or a silent jump, or not even silent, just falls down and takes some damage. We are going to see it again. A tactical timeout coming in, though. As we said, 3D Max still up out of the deep just yet. They had a great first half on Nuke, but the T side so far has provided one buy round on the board, and that's about it. You still need to do a whole lot more if you want to win here. Well, I say a whole lot. You need 3 more rounds, and this is probably the most important of the lot. You're looking at the money for the Falcons. Simple's got a little bit in the bank account. Mages has something saved up. Everybody else, though, in a pretty bad position if they lose this one.
Big one now. Falcons big one chance in this series, and that's a great start. Naka tries to go aggressive outside. Simple catches him through the corner of the smoke. He tried to leap over it. 22nd kill of the game. Keep on counting them. A nade to break open that squeaky smoke, but of course it does some damage to the teammates as well. And it might mean that they get even some assists on the kill feed there. As you can see, Jocko more damage on Lucky than perhaps he would have wanted. And Simple rotates in for the last. That is the important round. Maka looking a little bit frustrated, and maybe 3D Max need to put out some new ideas.
Of course you're going to be looking frustrated, right? After map number 1 and after a 9-3 half here, yeah, you did lose a couple rounds to a well-playing Simple, but you didn't see that one coming. You didn't see him dropping 23 kills and just being all around the place. And this is something that you could obviously, talk about when you go back in time. You remember how good the nuke for Navi was. Simple has always been quite potent when it comes down to this map. I mean, it's the map on which he won his one and only major. Or at least the final map of it.
Yep.
So there's a lot of history here. Even though it's a different game. This time around, though, not going to get a clear line of sight into where's outside. So doesn't have a confirmation that 3D Max have crossed down, but they still have one player that's already rotated. And that's going to be Snappy.
Yeah, Magic, Dupree, and Snappy had 3 HEs, but they weren't really in a position to break that smoke for Simple on a good timing. Sometimes you see CT side even stack those HEs, break open those outside smokes on different timings. Madden still waiting in mini, and good vision on Maka very early on. Definitely had the advantage in that duel. Snappy looking to play around this smoke near Secret. Got good control in this position now, does Snappy, and Simple has found Jocko once again. He will finally go down to Gravity. And that is maybe a path in toward the A site with the pinch coming in from Lucky, but Madden is still here, and Dupree playing backside silo once again. There is a crossfire available for Falcons. 35 seconds, Madden looking to want to swing for it first, looking to take initiative, but that's a good pick from Exorcise, and Dupree only gets 1. It's back into a 2v2.
Yeah, you needed Madden to get at least 1 there. Dupree does all that he could to try and keep them in the round, but it's still not going to be an easy retake, and you have to do it without your clutch hero so far of the map. You have to do it without Simple, with Snappy and Magisk, and Snappy just going up the vent. Surely he's the dead man walking. Lucky just strikes him down, and it has to be Magisk in the clutch. Kit picked up, flash available, no smoke, no Molotov, nothing to isolate those fights with, and now he's been spotted out. Damage comes in. He's going to be able to finish off the first one, but eyes on the minimap. Exorcist is just pushed all the way in towards lobby and in towards heaven. Mages is not going to read into it. He's just not going to be ready. He turns around, and does he really have it? I think he does. That's why you never write him off. Mages with a magical 1 versus 2.
That is ridiculous from Magisk. He had absolutely no right to win that duel on Exorcise. Rotating in from heaven. That is unreal. He was so low. The first kill is obviously a bit awkward, but he still gets it with a relative amount of health still intact, and that reaction is unbelievable. That is a massive lifeline for Falcons in this game, and Magisk, he is just so good in those clutch situations and those anchor rolls. Showing up once again when his team needs him most. He was brilliant on map 1, a little bit quieter on map 2, but that's his round. And Simple reacts to the first on Gravity once again, but he does get caught by Silo this time.
Yeah, that's how you want to bounce back after a round like the previous one if you're the 3D Max. But now you're using all the money that you have, and you need to really make this one work. Dupree will go down. Snappy caught in a bit of a switch up, and Magisk on the edge of the smoke. This is the response that they were after. And let's not forget, last round might have been a clutch, but that means Magisk was all alone. Everyone else had died, and money is still not out of the doldrums here for the Falcons. Madden could drop the bomb here. There is a crazy universe in which Madden, from actually wanting to save, could pull this one off.
Okay, Exorcist and Lucky need to team up together. Just take a 3-2-1, swing it together, go toward that bomb together. But Madden, if you can isolate these duels, there's definitely a chance. Deep nade, he's got more util, and as you say, it's actually pretty decent, but they have nabbed the bomb away. And now he'll realize that Exorcist has hopped it back toward A. and Lucky is still staying put outside. XSC, you know, it's obviously they're split up. Madden might realize that they have split them up right now, and now he surely will realize that. So if he just holds the angle, Lucky could peek too soon. It's all a battle of timings. He's even trying to throw utility toward Heaven and the side to try and bait out these positions. And there we go. He's found Lucky. XSC. Oh, no bullets left. Surely he has to go to the pistol, and does. But unfortunately, Exorcise is too strong for him. Great try, but not to be.
Yeah, it's just really, really difficult to say just NT after this one, even though it was a great attempt. He played it to perfection, by the way. That was so intelligent from Madden. He just knew what was going on at all times, but some nasty shots coming in from Exorcise. And the worst part about all of this is that they gave him a reason to go for the clutch. He almost made it work.
Yeah.
But he doesn't save the M4 in the end of the day because he had to go for that clutch. So now you're looking at the buy for the Falcons. This is everything. All that they've got. 3 MP9s, an M4 and Mages, and a Deagle for Simple, who's heat 25, but might still end up losing the map.
Yeah. Lobby control has been heard as well by Lucky, so he's not going to just throw his Galil away by taking an anchor duel in a default position when they've got multiple players coming your way. Dupree, big shadow advantage. That's good intel. You can actually choose to nade them as well. And Simple's found one anyway with that Deagle outside. Dancing around Red Box. Still alive right now. Finally will be removed, but it baits in Magisk for another kill. Gravity will get that one in the end. But it's a 4v3 for Falcons. Magisk and Snappy walking wounded. That's the biggest problem. And look at how much map control, of course, 3D Max have.
Oh, Gravity's heard a drop. This is absolutely massive. They're not going to be ready for the timing. Mages needs to turn around. He's been spotted out. Gravity walking out. How many do you get out of this, though? Magisk is all alone here. Now he's going to see the second player. Did he spot the head? I'm not sure. Magisk is a dead man walking. There goes the first one. You're ready for the MP9, though. Madden up close. Mac is going to take care of him. And this A-bomb side is falling down. Falcons, that looks so good at the start. But if you're Dupree and Snappy, surely at 11-9 you don't want to. But you definitely have to consider the possibility of just the save. You're not going to have anything, especially if there's a rifle somewhere to get picked up.
Yeah, it's painful, but it's the reality. Lucky having control as well means you can't just fly up the ladder. You might just want to try and get some kill reward with these MP9s, because you can still buy MP9s in the next round, but yeah, it's obviously will be nice to have as much as possible. We'll try and play some exits, as you can see. Awkward duel, really awkward when you have to fire through the grate like that. And Dupree, super long range with the MP9. Dinks won't be doing a hell of a lot. It does contribute to the kill on Lucky via the bomb explosion, and then that bomb explosion actually gives him a Galil as well. So it's something, but I'm afraid Falcons are on the brink of going toward that elimination match later this afternoon.
Yeah, good news is that you're not going out of the event, and we are seeing some positive signs here. I mean, Magisk and Dupree had a great map one. Simple's having a good performance here on Nuke, but there's obviously going to be a little bit of frustration with how this one has been going. It didn't really look like they could pull this comeback off, but it will have to be another one. It will have to be another stretch here of some magical rounds on the CT side, and the first one is going to be the most complicated of them all. Pistols, SMGs, backs turned up against the wall, and 3D Max might be going through to the winner's game, as we pointed out already, we mentioned earlier. We do have that entire Group A being played out today, bar to decide their matchups. So Falcons, 3D Max, they will play once again. 3D Max, by the looks of things, will be playing the winner of VP and OG, and if the Falcons end up really dropping that nuke, then they will be playing the loser, respectively, of the same series. But for now, getting back to it, a Galil for Dupree, an MP9 for Snappy, and everybody else is on the pistols. And they need something even more magical than the Thunderpick offer.
Exactly. I mean, you mentioned it, Theodore, Mr. Simple. He's got his 25 kill game already, but I'm afraid his teammates have gone missing in this one. I think 3D Max have done just about enough to keep Falcons at arm's length in this game. Simple, what a reaction. That is just brilliant first bullet accuracy, but again, it's an instant trade. And the Galil, the picked up Galil on Dupree, they know that's the gun. Maka's trying to isolate it. He'll force him back towards the site, but again, 3D Max have the whole map to their sort of roaming. And look at that, Exorcist will deal with Snappy as well, down towards Secret. That is almost the end, I think, for Falcons in this one.
Yeah, picking up the pace now towards the end. There goes another one. It's just Madden and Magisk left. And Magisk had so many good moments on Anubis and towards the A-bomb side, but this time 5-7 long range spotted out as well, and he doesn't even know it. This one is so over. Lucky instant headshot. Madden left him the 1 versus 4. And there goes the first, but he's been tagged down in the process. 19 HP to work with just the Galil up against 3 3D Max players, and they know exactly where he's coming from. This one should be over. This one is definitely over now.
Yeah, 1 bullet from death, I'm afraid. Lucky's had a brilliant map 1 and a really solid map 2, but all the props, I think, when it comes to the numbers, has to go to Ecstasies. He's been brilliant, and Lucky, even though he's blind in the corner, will deal with Madden. 3D Max will spoil the Simple debut, but you have to say, they deserved it.
Yeah, absolutely, man. From start to finish, 3D Max just on a team level, they just played the better game. On Anubis, on Nuke. There's the little hi from Exorcist as well. You know they're going to be feeling good about it, right? Especially after missing out on qualifying for EPL a couple days ago. The Thunderpick World Championship is just such a great opportunity for 3D Max to still show that they are one of the teams that could make their way into that tier kind of 1.5 circuit. Just play LAN events, play tier 1 competition a lot more regularly. And the fact that Simple drops 25 against you on his debut day back to professional Counter-Strike, but you still 2-0, it probably feels good. But in the end of the day, if you're the Falcons, it's not all doom and gloom, it feels like.
No, I mean, at least Simple had a map. Like, that clutch will obviously live long in the memory of in his return game. He's had some, honestly, every single round he had some impact, and I think he dropped 27 in the end. So, yeah, decent stuff, but you have to think about that first map, and maybe you do wonder if some passes in play on that one. Maybe the series could have gone differently, but fair play to Simple. We saw something, but it is 3D Max who'll take it. We'll throw it over to the desk and see what they have to say. Cheers.
Well, there you have it. A big old case of bird flu today because this Falcon is dead. Dead as a dodo. Falcons 0-2. They said it there on the cast. Obviously not the best outing ever for Falcons. Had some bright spots. At least Simple played a good map. How are we looking at this one, Freddie? Is it just way too early in this life cycle of a new lineup? Or should we have expected more?
I have a systemic issue that I was noticing a lot on the CT side, and it revolves around Simple. And even though he did play very well, it feels like you've got Simple kind of like, you know, you've got Simple here, and then you've just got 4 other players playing this like style of Counter-Strike, and Simple's just doing his own stuff. Like, sure, he was getting a lot of opening kills and a lot of effectiveness in the round, but there was no, like, he was dying, he was getting traded after getting his opening kills, and then there was no response from the team. And in the tactical pause they called near the end, Snappy didn't speak. Simple was talking the whole tactical pause. Like, every time we went to cameras, Simple was talking. And, like, everyone knows he's super vocal, and he naturally is very talkative about, he has his own vision, and he has an own way he wants to play CS. How does he fit into Zonic and Snappy's system as a player like that? Because today it worked for him individually, but it doesn't work as a team. So sure, he does amazing, but I feel like there's a real systemic issue that needs to be fixed, and games like this do highlight that. But can they recover from it?
Yeah, it's a lot of questions for this team to answer. In some ways, the lightning rod of focusing on Simple detracts us from looking at the team as a core and the leadership. And, you know, they haven't made other lineups work, so why should this one necessarily be much better? Very fair angle to take. Let's talk about the victors. 3D Max, of course, it's kind of a bizarre series for them because they've just pulled out a great result, and yet nobody's really focusing on that. But they played brilliant CS. Their CT side here was absolutely phenomenal. Another great map from XC's. Gravity was an absolute monster here at the start. I don't think there's anything more we could ask for them. They played great today, and they've justified themselves on that journey from, let's say, tier 2 towards the boundaries of tier 1 play. They are on that route now.
It's 3D Max is a very strange team because you can definitely put them in the same category as like a Mongols or an Eternal Fire, that they're close, like they should be in that category to being into like tier 1.5, tier 1. but it felt like they haven't actually made that route into it yet, making low runs at tournaments, the odd good result here, but you know, like not qualifying for Pro League, having 2 opportunities to qualify for ESL Challenger Katowice, missing out on both of them. This is definitely a tournament that, like, alongside the RMRs, alongside Yellow Compass they've already qualified for, they could really cement themselves as a really good end of the year top 15 team, and they've exhibited it in the server today. Like, they looked flawless on that first half, like literally flawless. It actually felt like they were playing a low tier 3 team. They gave no respect whatsoever and just played their game with no regards to who they were playing, and guess what, it worked out perfectly. The veto's a massive question mark, and it played into 3D Max's hand. It's really cool to see that this team, it seems like Nuke is actually definitely a map that they can maybe fall back onto in the future, because that city side was perfect. It did look a little bit rough at the start of the T side, and I actually thought that Falcons were going to come through and sweep when it was around 10-6, 10-7, but they regained their confidence, and I think they should be very, very happy with how they played today.
A little bit scary with the simple clutch, but recovered well, and all in all was a brilliant series. 3D Max showing their map pool to look, you know, bolstered. I mean, Nuke is one of the maps which a lot of teams would pick into them and try and do damage, but you know, they proved here that they can play a perfectly satisfactory Nuke. All in all, great CS from them. I know they've been disappointed over the last few days to just about fall short of making Pro League, but they're still playing good Counter-Strike. They've of course got the major cycle on the horizons. They can absolutely do damage. They could make that major, and seeing Maka, Graffiti, all the guys playing so well was just a pleasure, wasn't it?
Yes, this is a massive result for them, and I feel really bad for them that the narrative of this game is going to be about Falcons and not about 3D Max actually playing really good Counter-Strike, showing really good individual form, and Ecstasy's your MVP, like, not from Falcons, but from 3D Max. Like, him and Lucky had a stormer of a series, and I really hope that they understand and that the community understand how impressive a result this is. And in a group where most people would look at Falcons or VP to make through in this GSL stage, that they are legitimately potentially making the playoffs and actually having a good chance to make the LAN finals. And for them, this would be a monumental result and start cementing themselves as a tier 1.5 to 1 team.
It's not all too often that 3D Max gets to play the top team, so it's always a good experience as well. We are just waiting, guys. We hopefully have an interviewee waiting soon in the wings, so we're just holding station for a moment and hoping they come into play soon. As said, the next game that we verse Pro OG, I believe, when is they're playing the second round of games tonight?
Yeah, so Falcons play
so the winners
right
game
away.
will get played today, will it? As
Both
well?
games get played today. So it's the VP versus OG. The loser of that then plays against Falcons at, it would be 5:30 Central European time. And then the winner then plays against 3D Max at the final game of the day. So already on the first day of Counter-Strike, we have a team into the playoffs. And well, here we have it. We have the interview from the victor, from the AWP IGL, Maka. I think he's here. Yes,
I am.
Thank you so much for joining us, man. And I mean, a massive congratulations. How are you feeling after that win?
Yeah, it feels great because it's Falcons. The simple first match official, so good to win.
Good to hear. Was great Counter-Strike from you guys. The veto surprised us quite a lot coming into this series. We didn't think a Nuke pick was going to be likely, so talk us through that from your perspective. Did Falcons throw any surprises your way in the veto?
To be honest, I was a bit surprised, but not that much. I was expecting them to pick either Ancient or Nuke, since our latest performance on both maps were not looking good. We are ready on both maps, so it was a good preparation against them.
So with that preparation, this whole series, you were in the lead on Anubis, on Nuke. You were in the front. Were you expecting that when playing up against Falcons today?
I don't think we like expect this because we don't think about it. But like a 50-50 matchup for us. They're good players, even though they have like big names. They struggled a lot lately, and we played them like 1 month and a half ago, and we are like 2 rounds away to win the best of 3. So yeah, not surprised in the end.
It was a great showing from you guys. You looked awesome today. Great individual players as well. Graffiti played a brilliant second map. Lucky had his moments too. Obviously for you guys, you've got to play out the remainder of this tournament. You've got the RMRs coming. What is the next few months like for you guys? Is it playing up and trying to beat tier 1 teams and establish yourselves going into 2025? What's the roadmap for 3D Max?
Hopefully we can make it to this LAN event. Would be great before the RMR, to be honest. And by the end of 2024, we expect to stay in like top 16 Valve rankings because it matters a lot for the next year. The Valve ranking will be like the system used. So yeah, we wanna keep grinding. Maybe try to play more tier 1 events.
Nice. And just finally, before we let you go, focusing on this tournament, you've got another game to play later today against either Virtus Pro or OG. Just quickly give us your thoughts about both of those teams and maybe who would you rather want to play?
Feels like VP find the step with Electronic a bit more, even if I think people expect more from them. So could be a tough matchup, and OG is rebuilding totally. So like it could be a surprise. They could surprise VP. We'll see what the next matchup.
Perfect. I think that sounds amazing. And well, Maka, we'll let you go and prep for the game later today. And once again, a massive congratulations. Thank you for coming on.
Guys.
That's it. The king has been slain. Simple is down in the 0-1 bracket. And Maka, Mr. Mustache Man himself, has officially out-up Simple and out-called Snappy at one time.
There you go. What a wild world we live in at the moment. All in all, a brilliant series from 3D Max. Well deserved. They'll obviously have a tall order against the winner of the following series. We probably do expect that to be Virtus Pro. I don't think anybody's going to be surprised by that. But they set themselves up well. At minimum, they're going to be in that decider game. So they have a reasonable path now for making playoffs. Obviously, we'd somewhat love to see a Falcons rematch because we always love those. Here is your groups. And as I said, we're playing out that Virtus Pro OG game fairly soon. 2-0 here. It's got a bit of a gap. It's going to be about half an hour, just over, until we're live again. So, bit of a chance to grab some food, grab some snacks, grab a break, and reload before we go again for Virtus Pro OG. We'll see you then.
Brokey sees the shadows. They know about Brokey on this boost. They're going to target him, but he still succeeds.
Pistols are starting to push through. And whilst Rox finds one, Carrigan gets eliminated. Rox stands tall. Rox finds the headshot.
Oh, electronic. Well, he'll still have a great time spraying. They all got caught on twist. And now electronic is going to pat the stat very nicely with an 8.
Game 2 time, baby. Already had a fun first series of the day. The simple debut, at least proper debut of Falcons. Didn't quite go to plan. But this time, maybe less exciting, but still exciting. Somewhat exciting. I shouldn't undersell it. That's kind of my job to pick it up. This will be Virtus Pro OG. For those that were expecting to see Unpaid, the X-Bleed lineup, they've chosen to withdraw. Luckily, the OG guys apparently had nothing better to do, so we wrote them in. So still a good team, compelling storylines, Freddy, and a David versus Goliath, I guess, sort of matchup here.
Yeah, it is unfortunate not to see Unpaid. I think I saw Kassad talk about how Jacob's flight got delayed, and that was kind of the main reason behind it. Alongside that, it doesn't seem like they were continuing with Han, so it is unfortunate that Unpaid couldn't have another, I guess, last hurrah. But OG, you poised it as they didn't have anything better to do. Is there anything better to do right now? This is probably the kind of best tournament they could dip their toes into, and it's going to be really exciting because it feels like we might be seeing a bit of a change in OG as Mikey is playing instead of Nexius, which he's been heavily linked to OG in the last 2-3 weeks or so.
Let's pull up the group bracket so we can inform everybody where we're at. This is Group A we're in at the moment. Top 2 teams advance to our quarterfinals. Those will be played later in the week. Winners of the quarterfinals will go through to the big old LAN in Berlin in 2 or 3 weeks' time. So exciting stuff. Obviously, winner of this will play at 3D Max. So, you know, potentially an easier matchup than some of the other winners' games in the other groups. You can't look past that. And should you lose, then you might be playing simple, or you will be playing simple. Shooting Falcons don't make any more roster moves.
That is, I'm not gonna lie, that is probably the most like scary prospect of like winning is actually like winning. You play against quote unquote the easier team from an outside perspective, but then also you take a look at what 3 Max did to Falcons. You're like, well, they did kind of just pulverize them. Seeing how we're talking about Berlin so much, we've got the Brandenburg Gate in the background. Have you ever been to Berlin?
I have not.
You haven't?
I have, in fact, I have been to Germany, but I have not been since I was old enough to actually remember stuff. Quite incredibly.
There's actually this picture. There's actually it cuts out what would be, I think, the town hall where they do the national parliament is just behind the Brandenburg Gate to the right, and it's like this really cool dome, and you can see like straight down. And then they have the parliament there as well. So cool little tidbit. I would definitely go to Berlin if you've ever had a chance. It's I mean, obviously there's gonna be great Counter-Strike there next week, but apart from that, great food, lovely place, and I found maybe my favorite bar there. It was a jazz bar, and it was like one of those ones where musicians brought their instruments to play like on a whim. You know that?
I don't, but
Very
I
cool.
like this vibe.
Very cool vibe, but we've got an even better vibe because it's Virtus Pro OG to see if they can go to Berlin, and then I can send them that recommendation.
Yeah, we've that's our tourist board advert sorted out.
Taurus.
Move on to the game itself. Let's
Visit
focus
Berlin.
on our first team, Virtus Pro. who seem to be millennial disappointers at the moment. It's a shame to say, but we say that because the team on paper looks phenomenal. Certainly since the electronic change, there is no lack for skill. There's no lack for leadership. I mean, Jamie in his own right is a great in-game leader. Electronic, plenty of experience from Na'Vi, major champion there as well. Good riflers. If I look at this lineup on paper, Freddie, I keep feeling like every tournament, well, it's going to click now, isn't it? Surely. And I've been disappointed quite a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I think everyone has. Like, you look at Electronic, Flit, and Fame. Oh my god, what a rifling core. How does that not win you tournaments? And it's actually really interesting that we're kind of drawing on more of the negatives. Because didn't Maka sit there and say to us that it seems like Virtus.pro are on the uptick with Electronic? I don't know what Maka knows that everyone else doesn't know, but it feels like they have just been a constant disappointment. And I'm not pointing any fingers. But with Electronic, they should be doing much better. A few playoff appearances are not good enough. They seemingly have lost the plot and completely unraveled, missing utility and the systems falling apart. It's the second time that Electronic has moved to a team to form a quote-unquote super team. First Cloud9, that blows up internally, gets deleted. Comes to VP, new philosophy, new blood, loads of firepower, and it seems like he's a cool addition to the system. However, it's blown up potentially, and guess what? We don't know anything because they will never talk to the media.
Yeah, we're not pointing fingers, but we're pointing fingers at Electronic.
I'm not pointing any fingers. I'm not pointing any fingers. I'm not pointing any fingers.
Okay.
It's just a common denominator.
Just throwing it out there.
Common denominator.
But yeah, I mean, I think the thing that irks us about the Electronic move is it's like, Mia wasn't the solution for this team. I'm not sure role-wise it works terribly well. Electronic can play a lot of different positions. He can be a secondary voice for this team. So it's kind of like, now we're cooking. Now we're looking good. And they basically played, I mean, at least ranking-wise, they're about the same as they have been the entire year when they're playing with Mir. So there's been no giant upswing, and you'd have thought at some point something might crack because they do have so many good pieces, and we somewhat expect them to be a little bit further up the rankings. I'm not sure it can go on forever. Of course, Dazdan comes out of coach, that whole bizarre scenario, new coach in now. There has been some turbulence, but yeah, I mean, it's just the same narrative every event, if you look at the moment. When's VP going to play? Let's talk the reverse. OG, last minute additions, and I believe, Freddie, there's a new man on campus.
Yeah, he kind of sticks out like a sore thumb, right? They all have their perfect HD 4K headshots, and then Mikey's just there in the corner. Not HD, not so clear. But this is interesting. So OG, as Mako also said in the interview we just did with him, OG are rebuilding. That is no news to anybody. They've brought in Krisen as this new IGL, and it feels like from when me and you last saw them against Bait in the ESL Challenger Katowice, a close qualifier, that the system actually had potential. And the one issue I had was, where's the firepower? Who is the star player? Like, how does this system succeed with no one getting above like a 1 HTTP rating? Feels like Mikey could be that difference. He played a very active role and was a very active player in Unity, who made the RMRs, by the way. He definitely seems like the firepower upgrade that OG needed, and he previously did dictate a lot of the play, the tempo, when to take kills and when to peak on the T side, but I feel like he maybe lost the edge on the C side. Issue I see with Mikey is that he feels super rough around the edges, and when you look at like younger players or more inexperienced players being brought up into a higher level, Ultimate's kind of like the main like attraction right now of like, you watch him and you go, yeah, I can understand why he reacts, and he understands how to react and play to these situations. I'm not sure if I quite see that with Mikey just yet. He's rough around the edges, but there's a boatload of potential, and just straight away brings a lot of firepower. If he joins OG, who knows? Speculation.
You'd think that's the plan at the moment, but of course we'll see. Team heavily rebuilded, of course, from previous iterations, and we just need to see the groundwork for what the next 6 months, a year looks like, because OG are scrambling and they're in trouble, man. I mean, it's not going to be long until, you know, Valve ranking determines invites, and their ranking at the moment, what is it? 80th. Valve ranking. You ain't getting zilch.
Wow, that's
as far as the invites go, really, for the big events. That is rough out here. So they're running out of time. They've got until the end of the year to find some form. And here would be a good start. Let's have a quick look at the maps and see where this one is heading. I feel like it's kind of a bizarre veto because OG just don't play a lot of Counter-Strike. So we don't have the most data. It's going to be a Dust 2 pick from Virtus Pro into Ancient from OG and a decider of Anubis. Dust 2. I mean, Virtus Pro are scrambling to find a great map at the moment, aren't they? They lose Mirage here, and it would have been their pick in many a series. So I guess we need to find a second pick when you're playing teams that don't like it.
Yeah, they're like, okay, no Mirage. Where do we go from here? I think this is a really good opportunity for a system in Virtus Pro that needs a lot of respect and maybe has lost some of their respect, to show and kind of flex its muscles how good it can be against a team like OG, who is a little bit, you know, similar with Mikey, rough around the edges. They're still building. They're in this rebuild phase. Like, they're not going to be perfect. This is when VP system should be shining and flourishing perfectly. And it's also a great chance for us to see them on maps like Dust 2 and Ancient and Anubis and be like, okay, they still have what it takes. And they've actually got a deeper map pool than maybe people imagined.
Yeah. I mean, if Virtus Pro is going to be a competitor in the major cycle, it's put up or shut up. They need to start playing some good CS. They need a map pool. I need to see the rifling core of this team working because, you know, electronic fame and flit, just as a concept, is one of the best. You mean some of the best pieces in the world when it comes to a rifling core. And to not see them succeed is somewhat dejecting at the moment. So, you know, we need to see the path back to where they'd like to be, I guess is the way to put it. See you soon. Hopefully we're underway. Hopefully not too much of a delay in this game like we had in the first. If OG are going to make this competitive, I assume we're both going to take VP to win it. What needs to go right? Is it just the system? Do we need to see someone like Mikey, you know, jumping up quite a lot in terms of the level and still performing? What are we looking at?
Yes, Mikey jumping up to a level, 100%. This is actually his debut for OG. I mean, like, we don't know anything that's going on. He's been linked heavily recently. It seems like that is what the route they want to take. And we actually have a head-to-head between him and Electronic that we can kind of narrate while we're looking at this. Because you've got Mikey, who's having this massive jump up. Like, this isn't him going from a competitive tier 2 team. This is him going from Unity. Like, literally, who are Unity? Like, they qualified for the RMR, and everyone's like, I have no idea who this squad is. So Mikey has to go from dropping those ratings that you see on a screen to now a Virtus Pro, which is going to have a significantly better system than anyone else that Mikey would have remotely played against previously. And this is the firepower OG needed. Like, I remember last time we saw them against Bait, our question was like, who's actually the player that is supposed to get a lot of kills in this roster? Like, Fiku? Is that who we're looking at? But it's also Krisen. Like, he's very new to the roster alongside Buzz, and like, we know for a fact that he can be a great IGL. I've seen his how he can build a team in Mouse and XT, and I think like he's going to be flourishing. This could be a great opportunity for him because this is, again, probably the highest level of Counter-Strike he will have played at. This would be a really, really impressive showing if he can like flex his muscles as an IGL, not only against VP, but getting out the groups for OG here would be massive. That would be a massive uptick in how we envision OG, especially considering they're still losing to teams like Apogee and Spirit Academy.
It's not going to be easy. As much as we discussed the pitfalls and maybe the problems of this VP team, that's relative to the best teams in the world, isn't it? We're looking at this team and saying, they've got a lineup here that should be competitive with the top 5 teams and doing damage. OG obviously are in a very different conversation. Yes. This is survival for them. This is getting this lineup to somewhat work, getting a ranking at least top, I don't know, 25 to guarantee a lot of invites. It's actually got to be said, OG's further from their goal than Virtus Pro. OG have got more work to do. OG, I think it's more unlikely that OG will be in the top 25 than VP to, be top 4 in the world.
Yes, 100%. But I will say there's a very clear vision for OG. Like, this is the first time that maybe ever in the last 3 years you look at an OG roster and you're like, I can actually understand what they want to make with this roster. Like, you're bringing in a young IGL, you're bringing in young players who have a lot of potential. What is then the kind of nature and nurture of the OG organization going to be able to deliver to bring out the best in these players? Because there's a real world that in a couple of months, Crizzen just goes, screw this, I'm leaving OG, and goes and becomes a top IGL somewhere else at I don't know where. But for me, OG have a future. I see the vision. It's just going to be difficult with the new rankings coming in. They're not going to get as many opportunities, and that's why we need to see them do maybe a little bit well in these tournaments, in the CCTs, not get knocked out by first rounds against Spirit Academy. And I think a lot of the narrative circles around what is OG going to look like now?
Yeah. Who knows? I honestly wouldn't. This is just from the outside. I suspect this lineup is playing for their places on this team at the moment.
Yes.
Again, that ranking is such a big deal that if they're just nowhere near, if they're not even in contention for getting invites at the start of next year, the road to get into the top level again is astronomically difficult. So much harder than just starting there and playing big events, because there aren't that many events with open systems where you can qualify in. A lot of them will be locked by the top teams. I'm not saying it's a bad system, it's just the reality of how it's going to play out. So yeah, I think if I was the OG organization, I'd be looking at my budgets, what potentially we're going to be playing in next year, and I'd be getting a bit nervous where this team is at the moment. So I hate to put a downer on it, but at some point this is a sport and you need to start performing.
I don't agree with that, because if I was OG 4 months ago with still this roster that probably had very high salaries and a roster that was still people would expect to be competing at a top 20 level, then yeah, I would be worried. But if I'm OG, this is a very conscious decision to be picking up players like Modo, Crizzen, Buzz, and Mikey now potentially, who are very green, who are very fresh. There is surely more of a long-term game plan here for OG, which is something that I don't think we've been able to say for a while, because they've been so narrowing in and focusing on these short-time successes, and then in actuality not getting any success. So for now, I appreciate the move this organization has made. I don't think we're gonna see today, or maybe even this year, the OG that they are expecting. But it would be really cool against VP. Can we see a vision? It's somewhat same with Simple and Falcons, right? Can we see the vision of potentially what they're trying to build?
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to see them perform. It's just that I would have thought OG as an organization has higher aspirations, obviously, than where they're playing at the moment, and their ranking has slipped since coming together as a team.
Yeah.
Now, I think the main reason for that is inactivity. They're just not playing a lot of Counter-Strike. Maybe they should be entering more of the online tournaments. That's a very different discussion, but yeah, it's been rough out in those camps, and we certainly hope for the sake of the players that they do turn it around. Of course, beating VP would be a good route. Good news though, game should be ready to go. Virtus Pro versus OG, Ted and Travis. Let's have it.
You'd be expecting a team with Flit, Fame, and Electronic to be doing a little bit better, right, Travis? This is what Alan said. Those were his exact words. I say put some bloody respect on my man Norbert's name, because he is a gamer. And yeah, that was the entry that I wanted to go for. That was my opening. Let's have some fun. I'm excited for this one. How about you?
I am too, because OG's pieces are, as Freddie mentioned, there are some genuinely promising things here for the future. I've loved to see what Crizzen did with Mouse NXT. I think he was the ideal choice for OG in the situation they found themselves.
Sure.
I think Modo wasn't even that bad on TSM, and I think he's been showing all right form of late. Definitely one of those AWPers that doesn't get spoken about at all because he's not really been on a team to really show what he's made of. And OG doesn't get as many invites, of course, now. And Alan made a very good point about their Valve ranking going into next year. If their Valve ranking's nowhere, that they're going to need a lot of teams to pull out in front of them to get invites to these events. So it's tough for them, but I do like the pieces. It's just about gelling them, and that's the challenge that Crisen's got. When it comes to VP, Ted, they've actually improved a little bit in my eyes lately. They're definitely looking better toward the end of the year than they did earlier on in the year. And as you said to me while we were waiting to go live, I think Rio really wasn't that bad for them.
No, absolutely not. Right, you're talking about I Am Rio. They lost in the quarterfinals to Navi. You lose Navi on a stage nowadays. That's not a disappointing result. I mean, yeah, obviously you would have loved to be able to at least take a map of them, but Navi's one of the best teams right now in the world, if not the best playing team in the world. So I don't know if you can really put too much thought into this and say Virtus.pro's not going on an upward trajectory. I actually believe this lineup of VP has been playing its best Counter-Strike right now. You're looking at the statistics as well for Electronic. During I Am Rio, he just had his second best event of the year, right? And the first one was Kato at the start of the year. So that entire dip that he went through between, let's say, February and now October, I feel like he's starting to slowly get out of harm's way, so to speak, statistically. And I feel like he's finding his comfort zone. I mean, I don't really care about the statistics all that much, but obviously when there has been lackluster results, you're going to be looking at the numbers. And when you see an instant spike for a couple of events, because he didn't play badly in EPL as well, one of the highest rated players of VP back then too, you're saying that Virtus.pro, or at least our desk analysts were saying VP has been a big disappointment. I want to agree with that. I really do. But I feel like if you're looking at this entire year, the last 1 month has probably been the only 1 month that has given us any reason to be remotely optimistic about VP's chances to be a bit more solid. I don't want to say be a title contender, because I think we're far from that conversation, but at least be a team that could be acting like as a gatekeeper on the tier 1 level and beat most of those teams that they are supposed to be beating on paper.
Yeah, and events like this is an event where I think there'll be, a LAN. If they don't get to Berlin, that is a massive disappointment. They should be one of the favorites to do so over the course of the whole tournament. So I would say they should be a team that should make the final, really, ideally, with the name value they have. And that's what Alan's saying. Like, he's absolutely right. If you've got a core riflers like you've got on VP, you should be contending in playoffs every single event. Finally, they've got those playoffs in Rio, as we said, and there were signs of the sort of old VP that is incredibly difficult to beat, incredibly annoying to play against, especially for the Mongols. That's one of the games I got to cover, and poor old Mongols looked a little bit shattered, looked a little bit completely fatigued and burnt out in that game. VP, that's the one team you don't want to play when you're feeling tired. And yeah, they got caught pretty easily. So yeah, for me, there's signs of the old Jame as well, and signs of the old Electronic. And you brought up Electronic, maybe some people even considered him the problem, the reason why Fame and Flit have maybe fallen off individually a little bit, but he's improved a little bit lately, and that's exactly what they need for the future. If Norbert does his job, like you mentioned, like his roles in the tough positions, Bianca Vertigo, Pit Inferno, stuff like that, gets his 1, gets his 2, and survives somehow, that's all they want from him. And yeah, I believe we're yapping a little bit because I think Fame was just disconnected from the server. Our lovely producer Otosh has told us that. So yeah, well, hopefully we'll get into the game as soon as possible. But the button's been lost. I don't have it right now. I can't just magically make Fame come back into the server. If I could, I would. But for now, we have to keep talking about these two teams, sort of how they match up against each other. And I think VP, if they don't win this, it will be a big shock.
Yeah, it will be. Also, I want to say, because of, just to add a little bit to what you were saying about the old VP, unquote, I feel like I don't want to see the old VP. And I think the reason we saw a big dip in the form was because we were seeing the old VP, because the game has just changed nowadays. You can't just spread around and play, I don't know, people don't even call that defaults anymore, like when you just spread around 5 people around the map and you're just waiting for things to happen and then you gather up on 30 seconds to execute a bomb site. No one does that anymore, right? Counter-Strike 2 is just not played that way, and I feel like Virtus.pro now is in the last couple of months have started to figure that out, and now the playstyle looks a lot more like what others are doing. And sometimes when you get lost in the sauce, you could look towards other teams and try and get a couple ideas here and there. And yeah, I honestly feel like VP haven't been playing bad Counter-Strike in the last 2 events that they've been playing, but the point still stands, right? When you have Electronic, when you have Flit, when you have Fame on the team, when you have Jame on the team, this is a team that's supposed to be at least a title contender at some events, right? Even if it's not constantly, you'd be expecting them to make playoffs in most tier 1 tournaments. And when they enter the qualification, the online stage of the Thunderpick World Championship, you're definitely pointing a finger and saying, Electronic, Jame, those guys should be playing on the stage. Those guys should be qualifying for Berlin 100%.
Yeah, and I think it's actually fair to say as well that it makes it even harder for OG, considering that they're the last-minute replacement for Unpaid as well. Unpaid literally just showed what they can do with, you know, I guess the weight of a non-paying organization off their shoulders, playing for themselves at Res, of course, and they did really, really well. And
See,
it really
let's
showed what
not
they're
have
made
that
of.
conversation, because obviously we have the Bulgarian situation there. So I'd rather we talk about it at a different time. But actually, no, I'm kidding. But I actually feel this is a blessing for OG, right? Because of the point that Alan was making, because of the point that you agreed with as well. OG as a team is going on the right direction. And I actually feel like as an organization, they're making the right decisions right now. You're looking at Buzz, who, let's not lie to each other. I mean, he did get replaced in Astralis without really doing anything to deserve it, without really being his fault, right? You're looking at Krisen. I feel like he's one of the most underrated in-game leaders out there in the game right now. You're looking at Mikey, who's a young and inspiring talent who we don't know if he's going to be playing with them, but from the outside, it kind of looks like he's probably going through a quote-unquote trial right now. And then you're looking at Modo and Fiku, who are probably the two pieces that you're thinking should be stepping it up a little bit more, especially when it comes down to Fiku, who has been an OG for more than 2 years, of course, on the organization, not on the team, because it's a fairly new one. But as you said, they haven't really played too many officials. You're looking at a little bit short of 50 maps, a bit over 40, between 40 and 50 maps since Krisen joined, and that's mid-August, right? They haven't really been farming as much online Counter-Strike, and for them to be invited to a tournament like the Thunderpick World Championship, get an opportunity not only to play against some of the best teams, some of the really good teams that we have out there, some of the best teams in the world, even if you're talking about value of organization name, maybe not current form, but there is still some massive names here, and the opportunity to get to play on stage, win some prize money, and get up in the Valve rankings. This is detrimental for them. They're a young team that needs to be able to qualify for events next year, and the way to do so is to play well this year.
Right, apologize for the delay, my friends.
No apologies. We just wanted to say whatever we wanted to say. We are the reason the game didn't start. Casters didn't write exclamation mark start. We delayed it. We did. And I'll take all the blame for it.
Respect. But yeah, we are underway finally, and we can yap with the players on the server in front of our eyes instead. Here we go for VP versus OG. They've got long control, have VP. And they've got utility as well. 2 smokes on Electronic and Fame. A couple of flashes in play as well. And they have delayed it. That's a re-smoke actually from Fiku. Might not hold them at bay too much, but I'm pretty sure he just accidents Jame there. Wasn't necessarily sure that's the player he was aiming at. Just flicks him at range. And they might be allowing VP to jump up onto the site for the plant here. But Mikey is still in that get-right position. And Fiku's got an extra kill from the new box. The Electronic lurk up short could work really well, though, and he does find Modo. That's a huge little roll that Electronic put himself in there, and it works beautifully. But still, the frags are back and forth very quickly, and Fiku's in a gorgeous shot. Electronic, he needs one more, and he's found it as well. We had to wait a while to get this one going, but Fiku says hello.
Yeah, and of course Chris is going to be happy about this. I mean, he's just seen one of his players ace in the pistol round. What a play that is from the pole. Had a conversation about Fiku as well. He's been on the team for such a long time that you expect that experience. You expect all those chances that he's been getting to play on big events to pay dividends, and this is where they do. Fiku with a magical play. Look at how snappy that USP was.
Oh, gorgeous was that. What a start. Fiku is the guy that... yeah, we've been speaking about maybe he wants to improve himself as an individual in his roles on this OG team a little bit, and that is some way to begin. As I said, the first shot was maybe a slight accident, but the others certainly weren't. And that slight bit of luck was on his side for sure. But you make your own luck, Ted, in Counter-Strike.
Yeah, you do. Unless when you don't. Sometimes you don't. But most of the time you do, right? Yeah. That's how things are in CS. This is how it goes. That's why you love it. James, a little bit ahead of the play, trying to find a kill in towards A, potentially drag a rotation back to open up some space for his teammates in towards middle. Don't think spotting only him is gonna really throw in the fake too much. Nope, there goes the util, there goes the mow down. SMGs galore. Kristen and Mikey with a double each. Money going in. Of course, that wasn't a force buy for VP. It's just the standard. Okay, everyone ecos. Just Dioper is going to buy a scout because he can buy one as well in the first buy round, and that's going to be completely fine. So nothing too much to take away from this one, bar the fact that Kristen's going to be in with enough money to drop an AVP over to Moto if he really wants it.
A lot, don't we? It's quite a common call these days for the leader slash IG slash AWPer to buy the scout.
Yeah, on some teams it's not even the AWPer, right? Especially on CT side, you'd see IGLs pick up the pick up the scout, right? Snappy is a good example of a person that loved doing that, especially on ends.
Yeah, and you know, often that scout can actually do huge amounts of damage. It's not this time. So VP will go into their full gun round with James on another scout, as of course he had to. OG on their bonus with the FAMAS and MP9s, looking to get a great start to this game by winning the opening gun round. Lots of utility still available for VP. Early round, they went for a little bit of a search toward long to begin with, but were then warded away from that.
Yeah, flash goes in. And you can clearly tell, by the way, early on, OG, the fact that they're able to get Fiku so easily into our split makes them a little bit worried about middle. So you instantly drag another rotation in towards mid. You're going to be anticipating potentially a B split, but by the looks of things, it's going to be a short play with Electronic looking for a bit of a timing in towards long later on. Now, the big issue here, Moto's all alone. The good thing is he's got a Molotov.
I'm just sticking down. More re-utility usage with Moto towards short. He actually will choose to play close, always playing inside it. This pathing is very cool decision to make when you're on this FAMAS, on this bonus buy, but exposed himself a little bit too soon. Could have gone a bit deeper perhaps, but Mikey was getting baited in and he uses that new box to deal with Norbert. Bonplant still not committed to just yet, and he's actually rotating all the way around to ramp already as Mikey, and could have a couple more kills on his plate in front of him. It'll be a decent flash, but then 3 players swing at once. That's good proactivity from VP not to give Mikey 1v1s.
Oh, what?
But Kristen has found 2 late short, if I'm not mistaken, and he's even found the 3rd as well. Fiku's on Kai, he knows where Electronic is. What a retake.
Were they just not ready for short? Was that it? Everyone had their backs turned, right? Everyone had their eyes just focused on CT, focused on the ramp, focused on the A-bomb side. They were just not ready for Kristen to be that late coming out of short. It's all about the timing, right? And it didn't look too bad for the T side, especially after Norbert turns around, punishes Moto, trying to go out of the smoke. And yeah, we're going to see it on the replay. Kristen, that's the easiest double with an MP9 you're ever going to get. And even winning the 3rd 1v1 against Fame, this is lovely by the in-game leader.
That lineup was gorgeous for Kristen. I'm sure when he saw that in front of his eyes, he couldn't believe his luck. But neither of them were worried about short.
You know what might have been the case? Maybe Kristen made a second pair of steps in towards, made sure that he heard him in towards CT and then rotated. I didn't check out the minimap. Because otherwise, VP just overlooking short would be a very weird thing to do. So I'd say that probably there was something more to it. Probably made a couple steps and they heard 2 players and that's why they had their backs turned.
Yeah, either way, experience to not look at short when you have 2 players in one position, right? So
yeah, unless there's massive chaos in the team speak, and I don't think that's going to be the case 3 rounds in.
Oh, Mikey has a very favorable angle there, but Flip with the 1 AK they have, he's found the opening and it's past the parcel. It's now Fame's turn. Could be unwrapping around if it works out for them. Of course, no helmet on Fame, which is the main issue. They have enough utility to make this round into something, especially with an opening kill.
Yeah, absolutely. You still have that 1 AK in the hands of Fame. You still have a little bit of util. Big issue is you don't have a single smoke left, so you got to use that one in towards CT. You have to be a little bit quicker if you really want to go for that B2B split. And that's exactly what they will do. Buzz passes the first test with flying colors. Kristen good enough on the support as well to secure the second one, and they've left that B-bomb side quite open, but they're picking up every single kill on the way there.
Going aggressive, close range with the Tech 9. Oh, I thought he maybe had a chance at another one, but Krizen's dealing with it all once again. James dancing around, but it's a dance of death, I'm afraid. Krizen's got himself another multi. Is he 9-0 already in this game, or 10-0? This is a brilliant start.
I think we're on double digits already. I think we're on double digits already, right? And that's the... I don't want to pull up the I told you card and say I think he's an underrated in-game leader. That's why he's killing 10 people. That's not the case. But individually, he can back himself, right? We know from back in the days that Krizen actually used to rifle. He used to AWP. So he's quite good at being versatile. And he's going to be one of those IGLs that is going to keep himself in rotating positions on CT sides. Try and stay as active as possible. That's when he feels his best. Get into fights. Be in the position to make decisions on the fly. As we can see, Thunderpick odds not really favoring OG before the start of this, and you can understand why, even though we are already seeing some good potential from the young squad, of course. You want to take advantage of those, you can click the banner below the stream, head over to Thunderpick, and there is some crazy bonuses, by the way. I'm just going to say it like that, Trap. I saw the number 600 and a bonus, and that's a large number.
Also, don't forget those Berlin finals. If you want to come and watch the event,
yeah,
the LAN finals in person in Berlin, cool location. Those are available. There is Fiku who's 6-0. Krizen's died once, but he's 10-1. What a start for OG. But VP are now just feeling out the map, as we all know they do. But a renade, and of course Mikey keeps picking these up. In it comes. Oh my word. It was Alexi who definitely made this one pretty famous when I think he got like 900 utility damage in one game back in the day with those stacking nades when the utility dropping update came through. And Norbert, Fame, walking wounded already without seeing a soul.
You know what's the thing? You see those late smokes in towards the split here? You know they held all that utility damage. And there's even another Molotov. There's 20 seconds. VP are just now starting to make their way out middle.
And he bars from the window. In a good position for it, and 16 seconds to make this call. They're still stuck in mid doors. They just can't go for this.
They have to save.
This is some classic overcooking VP, or perhaps in this instance, undercooking. They have not taken enough control soon enough, and in classic Jame fashion, you know what time it is. 4-man T-side save. Oh dear.
In their defense, I'll say that was a genius round in terms of the utility. It was textbook util from OG. That was absolutely perfect. Yeah, every single nade was timed to perfection. And I feel like at the start, we can clearly tell that OG are more than comfortable with letting VP have middle early on. They're just not letting them do anything with it though, right? VP are just not going for quicker plays. They're letting OG clear out the extremities, then focus their attention towards middle, direct all that utility as well. They haven't been baited out to do so earlier in the round. That was absolutely perfect. 2 nades on the money. Third one could have been on the money if they were still there, but then the Molotovs and the flashes, everything was great from OG and VP. This is their map pick. They're in some early trouble here on the T side of Dust.
Of course, with the save, they have much less utility, and OG have put themselves in good positions each time to defend against this play. They hear them running up toward elbow. Great entry from Fame. Still apart here. Krizen might be forced to jump his way up new box, and there we go. Fame is ready for that one. Here's the ticks in the fire. Finally, VP have an advantage in an afterplant here.
Oh my god.
There was a re-smoke, but still nades available, and that puts Norbert down to 20. Thankfully, Mikey goes searching a bit too hard, a bit too fast, and Fame will catch that one as well. Big round from Fame. He's going to make it a quad kill to finish it off, from 0-4 to 4-4 for Fame.
You know how I'm going to put it, by the way, right now. I feel like VP are being outplayed in these rounds. This round as well. OG were just ready for it. Krizen gets the first, Buzz gets the second. It's all on Fame getting the refrags, right? And Norbert as well with the first one. It's all on the fact that you were able to shoot a couple heads. The utility once again was good. The call was good. The initial idea from OG was good. VP gets saved by Fame in this round. And you're hoping for this one to become consecutive rounds as well. That mid walk into a short exit finally works out. It was a little bit quicker, but you got to keep it going.
Oh, Mikey gets something a little bit more aggressive, trying to keep OG dynamic on this ET side, but Flit is ready for that. They do have the boost on short. Second toward lower on Modo, but want to stick around that position too long, and Buzz gets spooked by Flip making his way out mid so quickly. VQ has found Electronic in the meantime, though, so back into an even round. And again, VP might have control, but more damage on Norbert, with VQ still alive in pit being an issue.
Yeah. Buzz is all alone here, though. Needs to be really careful. He's heard a step of the player being on top of the Xbox. Gets one. Is he ready? And is he anticipating the possibility of Fled just walking through? He's going to hear all the steps. And Fled might have just caught a lovely timing. Buzz should not be ready for this. And Moto's just rotating in, but he hasn't seen him. But Buzz turns around. He's going to get the kill. And now he knows. Now you're hearing the steps, and you know it's just one pair of steps. James all alone with the bomb on his back. Open hand. If he goes down, the round is over. And even though he's gotten that kill, the refract comes in from Moto. It was just Norbert, a 1 versus 2 with 26 HP to work with. And definitely no chance. There goes the first one. Missed shot though, and Norbert has played this one to perfection. You've got Electronic, Fame, and Flit on the team. Well, guess who's going to be the hero? It's none of them.
Norby's back, baby. What a clutch. If I'm not mistaken, I did read the HUD right. He had 26 health and no armor there, Norbert. And he wins a 1v2 against healthy players. That is crazy. What a jiggle out that the second kill is here. He knows it's Modo. That is just played to perfection.
I told you. Just put some respect on Norbert's name. It's
What
about
a guy.
time.
What a guy. That's incredible.
He's been hard laboring all the bad spots on VP for too long not to get a little bit of respect when he has a good game. Also, Norbert, back to online Counter-Strike. This is where himself and Fame thrived. Back 3 years ago when they were still on K23. I know you remember those days.
Of course. They were good times. I think Fame was really the man at the time that put himself on the map massively with how well he was playing on that roster. Electronic. Oh, that's not a deep touch. Cross smoke, and Krisen is not ready for Electronic to already be shifting up close to it. They try and be assertive and flash through that smoke, but Electronic too far up. Second kill of the game for him, and they know that Buzz is locked into a get right as well. A boost towards short could work for something, but it would have to be a tasty flick from Modo, and he can't find it. 5 versus 3. OG should be saving here.
Yeah. Worst part about all of this, Buzz wants to save as well, but he's probably not going to get the chances, so he has to start moving forward, and actually, he's found a double kill. I don't think that changes the round too much. If he does find the third, then you can definitely put your money that Fico and Mikey would have been sprinting in towards the A-bomb side. I mean, it's not like Buzz really had a choice, right? He had to try and fight his way out of this, or in that case, into it.
Yeah, he had no option. And you can see that Mikey and Fiku actually for a split second wanted to stick around towards short to maybe aid his exit at least. Because if they were shooting him, maybe they could get a quick trade and at least get some damage. But Buzz in the end does it all by himself. VP are now in the game. They've got the handle hold. It was a slow start, but they're building in the T side now. 3 in a row. And each player has had a pretty impactful round as well. There was Electronic in that one. Especially
Norbert.
And it was Norbert the one before. We do love Norbert. We are Norbert enjoyers here.
No, in all seriousness, that play was really good from VP. It's something that is quite standard nowadays, right? You send one player to just crouch underneath the CT smoke, and then everyone from the back is going to start throwing nades on a really late timing, so you're trying to mess up the timing of the CTs when they would be expecting that first guy in line in towards the ramp to be taking the peak. In that situation, it worked out without them even throwing in the Uto, because Krisen simply didn't read into Electronic being that close already. So a tactical timeout, of course. Lambert on the bottom of your right, going to be joining in the conversation. There you have it. Coming right out of the French scene. Of course, for those of you that have been following Tier 2, Tier 3 online Counter-Strike a couple years ago, you would be remembering Lambert. Yeah. Lambert is the name.
Oh, James going for a pick to a B this time. I know it's against a pretty low investment, but that's a nice opening. First time we've really seen that today thus far. And yeah, I mean, Lambert is a very respected name. Was he the assistant coach for OG for a little while and has been promoted to main coach?
Yeah, he was.
That's a bit of something in the memory bank there that I'm surprised myself that I remembered, but there we go.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's good to see him getting this opportunity to build up a roster.
To Raga up until March, and then When Rugger left, then it was Lambert's era, baby.
Yeah.
France back on the map.
Prison. Oh, he's got one, and he's got away. That is cheekiness at its utmost. He might even be going in for a second. What's the gun? No way he gets a second. Prison,
Oh
you
my
naughty
goodness.
boy. How have you got away with this? He's got an AK picked up now as well. If he wins this duel top mid, I will go crazy. But he's got one bullet in the AK, and he's so worried about lower. James looking to duel it. Oh, the one bullet could have worked. His crosshair placement wasn't even that bad. But James has restored some sense to this round now.
Yeah, that was such a quick shot from James. Absolutely needed to hit it, but the round is still going. Moto's dropped another one, and they have the bomb on their backs. Molotov not gonna go in the right spot, and Buzz will just line him up and mow him down. It's Kristen to start, and it's Buzz to finish. New boys on the block, OG back on the board.
That's exactly what makes Kristen exciting. It's not just his leadership, it's also what he can do in these sort of weird rounds to catch teams off guard, catch established teams off guard. I mean, this burst is ridiculous. Good movement there to make it harder for Flit, and this one is just ADing underneath. It's
You know
so
what's the
funny.
thing? He's just cheeky. He's just that type of player. He's gonna put himself in the most awful positions. He's just awful to play against. That's the way to describe Kristen. It's like, I don't want to make the comparison because obviously he's nowhere near as wild as Bird from Sky, but
Yeah.
it's that type of level of annoyance that you feel when you're playing against him sometimes, because you know he's gonna make the crazy plays when it's justified to make them, but it's gonna be calculated chaos pretty much with him. And early on, VP are getting a really bad taste of it. Well, it's a really good taste of it, but in a bad way. It doesn't taste that sweet. It's got something sour about it.
Yeah, getting killed by a default USP when you have a full purchase definitely makes you wince, like you've just bitten into a lemon or something. So, yeah, painful.
At least biting into a lemon is good for your health.
True.
Losing to the pistols, I'm pretty sure isn't.
No, not for any stress or hairs on your head, that's for sure. And the frustrating one, oh, Mikey, so close to maybe catching James above the mid-door smoke. Will be allowed to fall away for now. But it is already up with the Galil, and actually Kristen's got utility drawn. This could be good timing on this Persian. There we go, there's one. It really should be two. There is some more blind players to deal with, and actually in the end it takes James' trade to get the kill on Kristen. They've got a 4v3, but again, Mikey is here. Great catch on the first. And that is James down as well. The AWP has been picked back up. Damage back and forth between both teams. And somehow it's down into a 2 versus 2. Mikey's got ramp control. Has to push through the molly. And he gets the first. Buzz got the, I think the second immediately, or the first of those two on Electronic. And again, OG being super assertive. Not letting VP set up is working so well for them.
Yeah, it really is working so well for them. And I'm not sure if I really can comprehend how and why OG are winning this round, because VP once again were able to catch them completely off timing, right? Completely off guard, going out short. OG were just not ready for it, and this is another buy round in which VP get the perfect timing, but this time they were just unable to react, or OG reacted to the fact that they lost the timing really nicely, really quickly as well. And as you pointed out, they just haven't been allowing Virtus Pro to gain something and then slow it down and actually realize what they've gained and use it. It's been a really dynamic CT side from OG. A great one from Kristen, not only firepower-wise.
I'll get back to a point I was about to make in a second, because they're rushing in toward B with pistols here. Electronic will at least go 1-for-1 very quickly. Mikey needs to respond and does. There is no door smoke in play until way too late, I'm afraid. Modo found James as well. Now it's Fame and Electronic. Modo realizes they might have to go aggressive. The plant will be committed to. They might just choose to go now while one player's committed to the plant, but they kind of missed their window on that one, so they'll go a little bit later when the flashes come through. And there are the trades. Well done, OG. At least an 8-4 confirmed. And of course, as Alan very rightly pointed out earlier, VP are kind of struggling to find a map pool that works for them that's not Mirage, pretty much, right? They're playing Dust 2 a lot more. It's not been their best map, and OG are exposing that right now.
Yeah, they absolutely are, right? And there's obviously going to be a bit of a difference because VP have been playing against some of the best teams in the world on some of the maps, so the stats aren't always going to be as accurate as possible. But I think you hit, and Alan, obviously, the nail on the head. Yeah, Mirage is the only map on which VP looks like a proper tier 1 team right now. When you're looking at OG, they haven't been playing against nearly the same level of opposition on Dust 2 as VP have, but it hasn't been too bad for them. And as we said, It's really difficult to know what to expect out of this OG team with the amount of practice they've been taking in. And the lack thereof of fish shows, but there's no lack of headshots this time around. This is fantastic from Flit.
Gorgeous.
Imagine they lose the round now, by the way.
I know, wouldn't that be something? VQ is still here. It's a 2v4, but obviously Flit is low from his heroics. Flit had a very slow start to this game, but that is the Flit we know and love. That was very impressive. Not to the first and to triple down. VQ's trying to tap away, and he has found Electronic. And the Flit position, of course, is known about that he was in mid a lot later on, or earlier on. And now Fika is effectively shooting toward the site. Great check on Flit. And now, as you say, we have that rotation coming in from Buzz toward Long. It's not being looked at right now by James. He could get blindsided here. He's worried about that short position, expecting both to be there, but Buzz is going to have to make noise. So James is going to have to look for it, and he finds him. That's good heads-up play by James. It's now all down to Fiku. He had an ace in the pistol. He needs another ace here. He spots the first, but James got too good a position, and VP will at least get 4 at half.
The only reason they get away with this one is the fact that the player on the flank just didn't feel safe enough to pressure the moment that Fiku gets the 3rd kill, right? He wanted to delay. He wanted to make sure that he's late enough that they will have no idea. And James actually didn't have an idea, right? He just took a more safe angle on paper and then heard the steps. But look at that from Flit. This is absolutely magical. Fantastic stuff. That's the reason why a lot of people are so disappointed, because with the lack of results of DT, obviously, because you have those players. You have players like James. You have players like Flit, like Fame, like Electronic. Some of the best rifles of the CS region in the last couple of years. I mean, Electronic could be in the conversation for one of the best rifles in the history of the game. So you'd want to see a little bit more. And you know what? I don't want to be the one to throw shadow on good things, but VP have 4 rounds. And one of them required a 1 versus 2 clutch from Norbert. The other required a triple entry from Flit on middle.
That's a very good point, actually. Yeah, I mean, it could have been a lot worse without that Norbert clutch. It was a very unlikely one, too. Great opening from Buzz. Electronic is kind of caught in no man's land, pushing in tunnels at the worst possible time when it's a really tough shot to hit, when you've got 2 heads to react to, popping up from lowers. And Crizzen still lurking in mid as well, trying to be a nuisance. They actually bring the bomb back to that position. BP are split in decent areas to counter what OG are planning here, but gonna have to hit the shots.
Yeah, Crizzen's found himself in a great position, though. There goes the peak. Spots out 1. That's not going to give away too much. Now they realize it's going to be a B play, and Norbert from the back of the side taps 2 of them down. And this pistol round is just going great right now for Virtus Pro. Fame with another. And it's again Norbert with the impact. Pistol round will go their way. Moto 23 HP and a 1 versus 4. This dream is going to turn into a nightmare really soon.
Norbert has played whack-a-mole this whole round, and he's got his reward. He will not be whacked out of the round. 2
I'm
kills
telling you,
again,
man.
really important.
Nothing like a good old impact round from Norbert.
I know, right? I mean, it looked like that was going to be really tough to hold in the end, but I mentioned VP was still in okay positions, and it proved in the end. Here are the opening taps. Super clean. Unfortunately for OG, right, it wasn't necessarily a bad call. They grouped up together, did something together, like they probably should have done. It's just they went in towards that, one of the hardest positions to sort of remove a CT from. Back plat on Dust 2.
Yeah. Absolutely. And now this becomes a lot more interesting. Right now you get to see VP cook on that CT side. Of course, Crizzen is gonna pull off the first half shenanigans with the scout on the in-game leader. We did give a couple other examples, such as Snappy. There you go, another Dane. It's only the Danes that keep the scout for themselves, though. Those greedy Danish IGLs. Always want to be under the spotlight.
To be fair to Crizzen, he's had a good game. I'll never forget he was, I think, 10-1 at one point. So he's cooled off a little bit, but can't be expected to keep that form up. So
yeah, he's not the one supposed to be carrying the troops so much for OG either way. So him having that type of a great first half and potentially calling a good second should be good enough for them to win. Let's see, though. This one is probably going to be clean.
Might just... Oh, I was going to say maybe they try and plant the bomb in the smoke and look for a little bit of bonus money, but they can't now. It's been lost. And Kristen is 1 point of health. How is my guy still alive? There we go. Jim will get it done. Get some bonus cash with the MP9. And VP straight back in the game. MR12 can be a cruel mistress. You think you have a really good half, you win it 9-3, 8-4. One of those two score lines, and suddenly a lost pistol, opening gun round, a few mistakes are made, and it's an even game all over again.
Yeah, it really is. As we said, Virtus.pro have had some better results recently. I am Rio beating the Mongols, Astralis, 9Z losing only to Na'Vi. EPL, of course, dropping the games against Heroic and Liquid is probably not as acceptable as the Na'Vi one that we just mentioned, but still really good teams on the rise right now. Taking down Furia, the Falcons, Red Canids, looking good. It has been quite a while since we've seen VP pick up a tournament victory, though. The last time was the ESL Challenger Atlanta, and that was last year. And again, no real tier 1 contenders present there.
Yeah. They were Challenger merchants for a little bit. It was a big rivalry between VP and Monty in those Challengers last year. A little bit, of course, at the beginning of this year. But now, other teams are taking that mantle. Norbert looking to do some work with the MP9 once again, and he's found his kill. Oh, James gets owned by Fiku. And they're out long, and it's a 2v4 in this opening gun round. OG should just go together, not take too many risks, and now figured out where one more player is playing from. That is Flit, and, well, he's trying to leap away, but with his mate, Fame, being taken down, he's just stuck in the smoke, and will go down. Great opening gun round for OG.
Yeah, this is so crisp from Fiku into Orzlog. It's really impressive, and we're going to keep on having that conversation, right? Fiku's the only one that has been left through all the iterations of OG after he got picked up. And a lot of people have forgotten that Fiku arrived in this team with Neophrite, right? And now try and remember how long ago you last saw Neophrite play for OG. This is how long Fiku's been on the team. So whenever he has a drop of form and the team is not playing well, naturally, a lot of the fingers are going to be pointed at him. But so far, he's had a fantastic Dust 2.
Of course, VP didn't build up all the money in the world, so they're actually going to choose to fully eco here, but for a few P250s.
Yeah. Also, you kick BCM and Sep, so you better play well.
Yeah. Norbert having fun to drop the AWP to James next round, so that is the most important thing. That's probably why they've gone for this full eco here. It's a push up top mid. Buzz is about to have a one coming his way. Shadow advantage on the first, holds down mouse 1, gets 3. Good job done. And they know where the last 2 are now as well. It might be an AK. Prison. He will choose to stick around before he smokes up Molly. But
yeah.
The main goal here for James is to try and just get one more cheeky kill, if possible, while Fame saves the AK.
Yeah, Kristen didn't want to give away that AK that Fame had picked up, but in the meantime, you don't want to give away your AK as well, so it's better for them to have one to save than both those rifles, obviously. They're still going to try their best to make sure that VP don't get that bonus money, and this is going to be 10 on the board here for OG. VP might have shown some good signs towards the start of that CT side, but OG still close enough to 13 for Virtus.pro to be feeling the pressure. That was a great shot from Fame, yeah.
I said he wants to save the AK, but there is another argument to say that doing damage is pretty impactful, because he's buying next round anyway. Sure, he has extra in the bank for the future, but I just don't want OG to build up too much of a bank themselves.
You can still go into one fight, try and set up James to pick up one rifle as well, right? Fame does stay alive towards the end, so it's completely fine. And they were trying to save towards T-spot. He was just like, well, you know what? Headshot angle is a good fight for me. Let's give it a go. Buzz. Nice little triple there. Farming up those eco kills. Young man on the screen right now. Kristen, 18 years of age. Of course, the majority of you probably remember him from his time on Mouse NXT. Played on Trick, the AGF beforehand. Used to be an oper back in the day. Now just an in-game leader, but still a fragging one.
Nice shot. Yeah, I think with Kristen, I had a chance, actually, I think pretty sure you did too, right? To say hi to him at the Copenhagen Major.
I've talked to him a lot now.
Yeah. And I think the main thing that sort of, I guess you could say is a good personality trait for Kristen, he's almost too humble. Like, you know,
He's a sweetheart, isn't he?
he's a lovely guy.
Yeah,
and
it's like you're talking to a guy that's level 7 on Faceit. That's how humble he is. And he's one of the best up-and-coming in-game leaders in the world.
Yeah, without a doubt. And I think is it his younger brother who's really good as well at Counter-Strike?
Yeah.
I can't remember. But yeah, I think there's a lot of Counter-Strike DNA in that family, and obviously he was making notes on the best teams in the world going at each other's throats. In Copenhagen, Electronic is not being checked, being baited in pit, and sure, Buzz may get the kill, Jay may go down, but Electronic has got things all under control here. And now Krisen is left alone in mid.
There you go. First one picked up. We were just talking about him. Does he clutch up a 1 versus 3? Never mind. Electronic with a great play to reposition in towards the long doors. Krisen just wasn't ready for the angle. Simply too good there for Electronic. A big double kill coming out of him. So VP staying alive for a little bit here on Dust. We're going to check it out once again, of course. We were kind of talking over it, but James had a really good round there. Picking up the opening kill in towards middle, repositioning in towards long to make sure he gets the second one. And of course, Electronic coming in clutch. We had that conversation. Electronic just now at IM Rio had his second best event of the year, posting a 118. Of course, his only one that was better was IM Kato at the start of it.
Yeah.
But since Katowice, he hasn't really been able to put up a great performance, and it was mainly the play-in stage back then where he was able to pop off. So it's good to see him hit some good form back on LAN. There's big expectations out of this event as well when you're talking about, again, a person that could be considered one of the best rifles in the history of Counter-Strike.
And also, actually, one of the best players in the history of Dust 2. I know it sounds weird to say, but he's always, in the past, especially in the Navi times, been a bit of a specialist on Dust 2 when it comes to his numbers. And we saw glimpses
it's kind of like saying, for
sure.
example, there's some player map associations, like Shock's Cash, for example.
True. I actually don't know how Electronic's got to manage to get away from that. He tried.
No idea.
Manages to jump away from the corner of elbow there. Got Smolly down so low, and Norbison spotted him. It's really awkward. He's about to be swarmed, and Fiku, he'll pounce. And with Electronic so low from earlier on, Fame might have to peek and take initiative here. 45 seconds. OG are making their way up. Flicks on site to peek with him, and it works to perfection. That's what you want to see. Teamwork from VP. Electronic will deal with Krisen even on that low health. It's Modo on 8 health and stuck on long, just looking for 1 kill to get out. Almost dies. Good God.
Yeah, that was risky. I saw him get that inertia to actually go for the jump. I was like, oh no, you don't want that momentum, Chief. Not now. Hoping to walk away with it. It's quite risky though, especially with Electronic's position in towards despawn right now. Modo could go down after time. That would be a complete disaster. He's gonna have $1,050, and yeah, Electronic will take him down. It's not gonna be after time, so this is a bit of a silver lining here, but either way, VP are looking really solid right now on the CT side, and we can start having the conversation right now. Is OG gonna give this one away? Can OG come up with another solution? Because those A plays have not really been working out in the last couple of rounds. We're gonna see it on the replay as well. Check that out. The flash, good enough to blind the first player in line. Second wasn't really blinded, I think, but still enough for Fame to get a double. And the last thing that you want if you're OG is to make VP feel like they're reading you. To make VP feel like they can put Fame, Flit, James even, put himself in all those types of positions where they can get away with multi-kills such as this one.
Yeah. Are there any expert lip readers out there who can find out what Lambert just said to his team? I'd love to know.
Yeah, we need a Frenchman. Oh no, he's speaking English. Never mind. Don't mind. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of that round, by the way, I actually thought Electronic might play Trigger Discipline if Modo wasn't looking at him to purposely kill him after time, but in the end he turned back. I feel like pros don't do that enough, and when there's an opportunity to kill a player after time, they usually just go straight for it.
Yeah, you say that, I agree, but then at the same time, there's nothing worse than doing that for 10 seconds, and then the person just turns around and kills you.
I know, yeah. Right.
And you're on the CT side as well. So money, I mean, look at their money. He's not really in a position to risk it, even if he wasn't being observed. But yeah, talking about observing Krisen. Been a good map for him so far. Of course, not as much in the last couple of rounds, but VP get a clean conversion. So the entire money conversation is going to start being a little bit more pleasant here for VP from here on out. But still, 1 round in the lead, OG. Let's see. They had the tactical timeout before the eco, so you'd imagine it was more connected to this one. Modo's going to put himself on a glass cannon, so quite exciting to see what he wants to do with it.
Always risky though on that glass cannon, especially when you're taking a long pick. Easily could just get double naded or even single naded out of the round. Full back. And VP really having Jame going positive, which is very common, but obviously a couple of other players on the team, 14-14, 13-13, 12-12. One round behind, still in the game, despite those kill tallies.
Oh yeah, I just noticed that.
VQ, Buzz, and Krisen all positive. It can be weird how those look sometimes.
That's so cursed. I just saw it. It's really satisfying though.
It is. It is. That's why I said it, because my number OCD kicked into gear there.
Sure. Yeah, cheers to that. Cheers to the number OCDs out there. You love it. We actually don't, but sometimes you do. When they match, you do. Again.
Have all things in number order in life, you know. Jame, will this round be in order? He's peeking in front of that mid to B smoke. Popping his way up towards short is Modo. Jame continues to peek wider, and time is going to start to become an issue. We've got 30 seconds. There was a re-smoke on short, and now a lurk smoke to push out towards short from OG, but Jame has caught Buzz already. And Electronic is just waiting to throw in this flash to peek, and he'll absolutely nail it. Mikey and Fiku down immediately. Unfortunately, it'll be too much to deal with, and that's just unfortunate. Modo will trade his own teammate. And now he's stuck on the side. 1 versus 3. Loves him first. Ooh, no skip on the second. Nah, he's missed it. Now he's caught in absolutely no man's land. This time he'll absolutely go down after time. And what did we say, Teddy? He's got $100 in the bank.
Did you just call me Teddy?
Sorry about that, but I wanted to.
I really wanted to carry on with the round. That one just caught me off guard. Yeah, that's completely fine, Travis. Don't worry, but my God, what a defense that was from Electronic. We wanted to see some good form from him. There you have it. Setting himself up, flash over, double kill most them down, and this is just straight up unlucky, right? Because you could give them somewhat of a chance in the 2 versus 3 if Krisen stays alive alongside the AVP of Modo, but I guess you can't blame the Oper there. Didn't know, and you can see the reaction. Krisen knows that if that doesn't happen, they've got a real shot at picking up the round, regardless of Electronic's double. But VP did a really good job, right? VP did a really good job of not giving OG absolutely anything. And the moment that Jame gets that kill on middle, then you know it's going to be a long shot. And Electronic just pulls off a great double.
Yeah. Proving his Dust 2 credentials, like I mentioned before. Backing up to a positive KD once again. I think even if Modo doesn't hit that team kill by accident, like round's obviously still way too difficult. But maybe if he doesn't die after time. Who knows?
At least it's possible. At least you have someone to cover you for the bomb plant, and you can make something with it. And now you're downgraded to the pistols. Double nade, not really gonna do too much. And they were probably thinking, okay, if that double nade gets a kill, we go straight away. If it doesn't, we might think about it. But now you've been naded from short in towards lower as well, so you're starting to get that sinking feeling of VP knowing exactly what you're about to do. And they seem to know. They really seem to be ready with that double setup in towards B.
These are the rounds that can get out of hand, though. One player makes a slight misstep at a weird timing, and suddenly it gets spooky. Emma's got a good position, and Flit's just shoulder peeking with the molly out right now. And it's a molly, not an incendiary, so it's actually good. Valve, if you're listening, I know you're not, but note that, please. Thank you. HE's going to be super nice as well. All of them take a tag to it. In comes Spain. Could be a mow down. He gets 3. Actually, Flit doesn't get a single kill off the back of it, though. A gun can be picked up. Unfortunately, it's on Modo, who is on a sliver, quite literally a tickle from death. But they do have sight control, and they might be able to get a plant.
Flash failed. Bomb will go down. This is already a good enough round for OG, considering the investment. You get a bomb plan out of it. Krisen has picked up a rifle as well towards the back of the side. It's going to be really difficult, though, as you mentioned already. Modo low on HP, just one scratch, and he's going to be a dead man. And this flash, one fail, most certainly. Electronic with another double. And VP allow OG onto the bomb side, but they retake it without losing any more guns. It might have looked a little bit scrappy for a second, but this is still 11 on the board for Jame and Co.
Great little battle back. And obviously, like, online CS, I feel like it's very common to, especially against a competent team in OG. Sure, the ranking doesn't necessarily show that, but, you know, the pieces are building up as a project here. And it's very easy just to lose the odd map, which you probably shouldn't in these sort of surroundings. But VP are battling. They could still lose it, don't get me wrong, but it's a good battle. And now edging into that lead. OG with their full purchase back in play. Modo isn't glass cannon this time.
It has been a difficult map for him, though, we gotta say, especially with the level of game that James had. It's been good on the calling department, but even though I think everyone on VP has been doing so much, and that's why we haven't spoken about James' individual prowess so much, but he had a lot of good rounds where he was able to either lock in an entire position by himself or get an opening kill. It's just because the rifles have been doing a lot of work, and this is probably what you want to be seeing from VP, right? Team effort, bottom frag 12, top frag Electronic 18. On the other side, Moto on 8 and 15, and especially on a map like Dust 2, you probably need your Oper to be playing on a bit of a higher level, especially when we've had the performances from Grizzled and Buzz that we have so far.
Yeah.
Deco as well had a couple good moments. It feels really bad putting all the blame on one player, and it definitely isn't the case, but on a map like Dust 2, you really need your Oper in those key moments. It's not too late for him to turn it around.
Mikey's having a slow game as well, which is not what we wanted to see from this edition, and his round hasn't started too well either.
There you go.
That's a surprising loss, but thankfully Flip will still get that one kill, and
the bomb's down.
The bomb is in spawn. That is the worst possible outcome, and Buzz can't win the duel on Fame. Oh, that's painful for OG. Norbert will catch him in the side, and Electronic's mind is blown apparently.
Yeah, you know what? You don't really need to understand what he's saying right now just to make an educated guess. He's like, I can't understand it. My mind comprehended. What is going on? And that's exactly what probably went through the mind of those VP players after they saw the bomb drop down, right? Moto gets a nice refrag. You have that flank coming in. You see a world where the round goes in favor of OG, and then you just see the bomb, and it's despair. Quite literally. It's good to see that Electronics having fun, though.
It is, right? I feel like it's been very easy to see a VP that's a bit tilted, but that is going to be something that's going to give them a lot of joy, that's for sure. Electronic holds on, and look at Flit. He's back, isn't he? He had a very slow start to this game. I think he was like 0-6 or something, but he's up to 15 and 15, had 2 really big rounds, and he keeps going aggressive, and they keep pinning OG back. It's a brilliant recovery from VP. They will take Dust 2.
Yeah, you wanted to see a good performance out of Virtus Pro. It definitely didn't come in time, I feel like, in the first half, but at least they were able to salvage it. And even though that was the map pick of VP, you're obviously going to be a little bit disappointed if you're OG, right? Especially after the good start. That could have been a 9-3 first half. It could have even been a 10-2 probably. A couple individual plays in the first half. The clutch from Norbert, the triple kill from Flip. This is what kept Virtus Pro in the game, and that CT side comeback was an absolute masterclass coming out of James and Co. And as we said, OG probably felt like they were in the position to win this map, even though it's not their map pick. There's still going to be a sour taste left in their mouths. But I'm gonna tell you one thing. There's nothing sour about what I'm gonna tell you right now. We're going back to the desk, and I say there's nothing sour about it because we have 2 absolute sweethearts waiting for us. It's Alan and Freddy. Boys, take it away. Why did VP win that Dust 2, and how did they do it?
Firstly, are we actually going to sit here and pretend that VP played well? Like, scraping by a victory against OG, is that the level we have for VP now? They have to make a comeback against OG? I don't know. They won, Alan? I'm honestly not convinced by that in any way, shape, or form.
Well, let's split this into 2 halves. So, let's talk the first half.
Okay.
The first half, very good for OG. They're the team making a lot of the decisions. They're making moves, getting aggressive, being proactive. Virtus Pro looks really off for a map where they've clearly practiced it a lot. They picked into it. It's well suited for their players. They didn't look on the same page. There were so many bizarre afterplants and rounds. It's like, how are these falling apart? Or how are there avenues here for OG to get into this and losing a lot of opening picks? It didn't look right. But for whatever reasons, we get onto the CT side and they look inspired. We are being decisive. We are making moves. Electronics having a great game. James being proactive. So I don't know what happened on the half switch, but they were in a completely different team. And whilst I think towards the end they played some really good Counter-Strike and they were much the much the victor here, much the better team. That first half does indeed raise some questions of maybe they should have done some more warm-up because that didn't look good.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know, even just like, did they have a scrim beforehand rather? Because there was like those times where post plants were looking really bizarre of like, I don't know if we'll get it. It was quite an early round here when Crizzen got a 3k from short of an MP9. And on like one hand, it was this really nice team play from OG, but on the other hand, it's just really poor post planning from Virtus Pro. And that's not really... That sloppiness is not... Yeah, it's... I think... Maybe we just skimmed past it, but it's like that sloppiness is not something that you'd expect from a team like VP. But ultimately... that could have been like a fantastic half for OG. A difference between a good half and a fantastic half would have been Modo and his ability to perform on the orb, because I think a real difference maker on the two halves when you compare them is James stepping up and Modo never really having that much of a say in things, where I feel like James had so much impact on that CT side.
Yeah, he was brilliant. Let's give some credit though to some of these OG individuals. I thought Crizzen had some massive rounds. He had that eco round where he somehow gets in the midst of it and does massive damage and pulls it over the line. Buzz played a really sensational first half of Counter-Strike. Vika was in the mix too. So at least in terms of some of our initial questions of you know, where's the leadership, who's the stars of this team, well, we are starting to see that a little bit. Unfortunately, it was the player you wanted to highlight, Mikey, that never really hit the ground running today.
Yeah, I mean, so this is actually the round I was talking about where they got the, I think it was the triple from short. But Mikey, so it was a really interesting one because I was talking about him being an initiator with the CT side and the T side, with how he likes to dictate the tempo of the gameplay. And you could see that on the CT side at times with middle. Like, he was the one spearheading the charge, and he was the one kind of maybe leading and taking the space for OG. Unfortunately, he just never really did anything with that, though. And I think, yeah, there was a few, like, very rough around the edges came out in spades in a game like this, where you're not going to be able to, even at VP, them playing badly, like, you're not going to be able to get away with a lot of stuff. And Mikey certainly did not. And sure, we are praising a Crizzen, and Crizzen did do amazing, but we can't be relying on Crizzen to be fragging out. Like, I don't think that's an expectation for us. So I think Mikey had incredibly low impact in this game. He struggled to set the tempo like we would have wanted to towards long on T side, towards mid on the C side. And I think if OG do want to see a future with him and want to have a future in this series, it's going to have to be Mikey stepping up going on to map 2.
Yeah, next up is going to be Ancient. It's worth not forgetting the context that this was Virtus Pro's map pick.
Yes.
Not necessarily a favorite for OG. So to take it close, they played a brilliant first half. It's just the second half is ran out of steam, really, and couldn't navigate what was being presented by Virtus Pro. So there's certainly positives to be taken, but yeah, how are we framing this then for OG going into the second? Are we still asking too many questions about, you know, are they on the same page as the team yet? We're still building up the system that Crizzen wants to play. Is it just too soon to bring in a newer player and expect good performances? I don't know. It's just, we seem to have this conversation a lot with OG. It always feels like when we're in a building phase. When is it going to be built? When is it going to be finished?
Yeah, I mean, this is probably the one time where I can actually see the building phase. And there's actually, you can give them a bit of slack for that building phase. But, like, as you mentioned, maybe I've been a bit too doom and gloom on OG in this kind of post-game analysis, because they were really good in the first half. Like, they were really, really strong. You had immaculate retakes. You had really nice mid to late round. Like, they actually played a very good game of Counter-Strike. And I think maybe where on the T side, when they kind of just kept on hitting that brick wall and it all fell apart, that's potentially where we see the lack of depth come out for OG. So I think as we do go on to the second map, we're going to have to be seeing something similar where they do have a good start. I think it's going to be very difficult from them to fight from behind, especially within this context against Virtus Pro. And it does scarily feel like VP have woken up into this game. So OG got to figure out a way how to basically shut that down. But as you mentioned, there is a lot of success you can take from this series. And I still believe if they do lose this out 0-2, there's a lot of positives that you can find with building up this 5 and seeing like, okay, you know, this does work against a caliber of Virtus Pro. We just have to refine it so we can actually push it over the line next time.
Yeah, the thing as well about Ancient is that I appreciate the stats don't look brilliant for Virtus Pro, but they have played it 4 times in the last couple of weeks. They played it at Rio. They beat Astralis, they beat Mongols, they took Na'Vi close. They did get a bit smashed by 9Z, but these are obviously, when you say now they're playing OG, that's a very different name to some of the names they've played in the past. And they've had good performances. So that for me is the fear here that, you know, even though on paper it looks like a good pick, and I'm sure it makes sense for OG, this is the big leagues, and I think Virtus Pro have warmed up. That's what it looked like in the second half. Either way, quick break for us. Then it's map 2 with your casters Ted and Travis. Quick break, and then we'll be back. We'll see you then.
Brokey sees the shadows. They know about Brokey on this boost. They're going to target him, but he still succeeds.
Pistols are starting to push through. And whilst Rops finds one, Carrigan gets eliminated. Rops stands tall. Rops finds the headshot.
Oh, electronic. Well, he'll still have a great time spraying. They all got caught on twist. And now electronic is going to pat the stat very nicely with an A.
You know you're up for a challenge when you're playing against VP and Norbert plays well, and especially when we get messed up and we don't discuss who's going to bring us in. But Trav, you know what? If there was one person in this entire world that I'd want to mess up my words with, it would be you.
Listen, are the biceps intimidating? That intimidating, Ted?
I told you, man. I told you. You threw me off 20 seconds before we jumped into camera. Trav sent me a picture of his biceps, and I can't get a hold of my thoughts right now. I can't focus.
Oh god, VP versus OG. Let's get us back on track. VP certainly got us back on track, and the expected result. I do agree with Freddie and Alan in their sort of early portion of their analysis, though, because for it to be that close is definitely slightly worrying, I would say.
Sure.
You know, for VP, but they did battle back. They did take it. You know, online MR12 games can always get a little bit spooky like that. And OG definitely had some good things to build on. So if we get a chance to see more of that coming into map 2. I think they'll at least keep it competitive, but you'd expect VP to get the 2-0.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as Alan said, I think he made a really fair point. You shouldn't be looking at this Dust 2 from the perspective of Virtus Pro. We're incredibly scrappy, and we shouldn't be building up or bigging them up for narrowly being able to squeeze in a win against OG. It's more of the VP were asleep at the start. If it wasn't for the individuals, would have they gotten punished? Probably. If it wasn't for the Flit triple kill and the Flit or the Norbert 1 versus 2 clutch on the D side to give them half their rounds, would have that map gone in favor of OG? Probably, but it didn't. And the CT side for VP looked really good. This is something that we can't take away from them. They were down 5-10. They were able to bring it back. They played some really good Counter-Strike. James called well. He played well. Electronic showed some good form, so I don't think there is a reason to say Virtus Pro are just going to be destroyed on Ancient. I still believe OG have something to show in this matchup, though, and I'm not completely writing off the possibility of a third map here.
No, I'm not either. And, you know, what's interesting about the Veto as well is, you know, Anubis is a map that VP don't play a hell of a lot on. If we do get to that decider, sure, it's not a map that OG
played it
love,
only twice.
Yeah, not much at all. And Ancient is one VP do go to a lot, but again, it's one of their maps which is really very up and down for them in recent times. OG, decent at the level they've been playing at on this map, but as you rightly said earlier, it's a very different level that VP have been playing at. Electronic will remove Mikey off the bat. And Buzz, oh my word, VQ. I was about to mention something else, but Fame's headshot with the dualies has taken my attention, and we'll have a path to get in toward the A site. Buzz, close CT already. Looking to be a peek here from Jamie. He might get overrun. And the trader, of course, is quite far away. Unfortunately for VP, Fame have got them locked in, but Modo's fighting. And the bomb can now finally get tapped at least and probably go down, but he's trying the duel first. And Electronic will find it. I feel like there, Ted, it's a very sort of nitpicky criticism, but committing to the extra money from the plant probably would have been advisable.
Yeah, probably, right? Especially when you get the 4 kills and you get it that he's playing it with confidence. You get it that probably because it's the more logical thing to do, he's thinking that he's going to surprise the player on the other side of this. But when you're up against Electronic in a situation like this, when you know he's just going to play it in the best way possible, still credit to OG for being able to make it such a close round, but Electronic with a big triple, bringing in the numbers, bringing in the firepower that you want to see. And I don't think you're making an unjustified piece of criticism right there. Had he committed to the bomb plan, he would have had it, and they probably would have forced into this one. And now instead, you're just going to see VP stabilize the money, the economy is going to be looking great, and they're going to have a second one for free pretty much.
Yeah, obviously, maybe Modo
That was my
wasn't,
5-minute way of saying I agree with you.
to be fair, right, you know, Modo, he wasn't to know how close Electronic was in CT. He could have maybe closed down the gap a lot further than maybe he was thinking. But at the same time, once he saw he was quite far away, he could have easily just, you know, not gone for the duel, committed to the plant, got it, and then still had a chance to win the fight. Again, as I said, it's quite nitpicky, but all good. The VP at least. They will respond, win the pistol. Thanks to Electronic. Electronic's level has been very solid in this entire series thus far. Good sign for Virtus Pro. Will come in.
Yeah, and as you pointed out, maybe the numbers are not telling you the entire story when we're talking about VP and their engine, right? Because the most recent one is the one that they lost 11-13 to Na'Vi, and we all remember how crazy of a comeback that was for Na'Vi to be able to close it out as well. Then we're talking about wins over the Mongols, over Astralis, a couple unfortunate losses to 9Z, Heroic, a win against the Falcons. But in general, it's been a mix of, I'd say, some good and some not so good results. But there hasn't been a long line and sequence of only negativity when it comes down to that engine from VP. And it's been looking a lot better recently. I say that this round is not looking too great.
Good openings for OG off the back of Crizzen and Modo, but Fame's going hunting, as you know you have to with the SMGs, and he gets a free AK upgrade now as well.
They're first to go B.
Game is still in Jag too. And as you say, they have actually got them locked in somewhat right now with that position of Fame. James needs one, he gets one. It's a bit whiffy, but he gets it over the line. And it gives Fame a wonderful opportunity. Modo is a dead man walking in. He's the bomb carrier. Surely he gets caught. That changes the round totally. Bomb lost under Fame's control. Electronic has still got them locked in.
Yeah, and Fame's got a Molotov. He can even spot the cross here for Electronic to make sure that he can't get killed from the ramp, and they know exactly where those remaining two players are. Electronic spotted the smoke, nothing more towards the back, so he can guess that they've just left cave and they're going to try and double up and play this one together. VP have a really good read on the situation.
Electronic, good timing on this swing. It's going to be easy. You know what? Mikey does well to find the one kill, but obviously you can't just 360 like that when VP pinch to perfection and OG's opportunity goes a-begging.
We might see an early tactical timeout here from OG, by the way, on Engine, because this round was supposed to go their way 10 out of 10 times probably. You're seeing a bonus buy by VP, a couple SMGs in the mix, no AVP for James. They go for something aggressive. OG deal with it. That was a 5 versus 3 for OG that they're not even able to get a bomb plant out of. And especially with how dominant that CT side on Dust 2 was for VP. You don't want to let them carry on with that momentum.
Much applause right now for OG after that round went.
I was going to ask you why you're hitting your desk like that for a second.
And we've got some unique pause music in the Thunderpick World Championship this year.
Sure.
So enjoy it.
I love it. Good production value, you know? Makes everything a bit more tense. Apparently we have some mouse issues from Crizzen.
Yes, that is the current reason for the tech pause. Got some quality forehead cam work there as well. Can't have an online broadcast without that.
Without some quality forehead work. I was going to say, why did I go forehand? I've been watching a little bit of tennis recently, yeah.
Yeah, there you go. You got the same mindset as me, my friend. Tennis enjoyer.
Oh, yeah. I was going for the forehand, baby. And that was a forehand shot from the Tech 9. Nailed it. Split. No chance. Does a whole lot of damage, but the half buy with an opening kill, Norbert is going to be under a whole lot of pressure.
We'll actually choose to burst through the smoke now with that burst of utility up to the right side as they would look of the site, but that nade's going to be so dirty. It's not only going to blow the smoke open, it's going to do so much damage to OG trying to make their way through it. At least they get their plant, but it's 2v4 and Buzz is about to go down and will. Crizzen, nice lurk, wants one kill, and you know what? He gets his one kill. Obviously, it was always going to be a reaction from the second player. You're not going to get a spray down with the MP9 from there on 2 players. But a plant and a couple of kills, not that bad, but VP keep their clean sheets.
Yeah, not too bad in terms of the economy, right? You're always going to be happy with getting a couple kills, the bomb plant, boosting up that economy in a round like this one. In the end of the day, though, this is where it all gets decided. When it comes down to the buy rounds, that's what you need. That's where you want OG to show a bit of a higher level. Prison had a really good start to that Dust too. He was instrumental for the CT side being successful. A lot of good things we saw from Buzz as well. Fiku had his moments. Those are probably the players that you're looking at and anticipating to open things up on the T side.
There's an opening for Buzz again. He's looking for a response. Jane will not react to the first player he sees in his peripheral jumping up towards Shelf. Split goes for that spray. Taken down to 14. Prison with close red room control with Modo, forcing Jame all the way back. I actually like this bit of proactivity from OG, but there's always a chance VP could go searching on the reface, and Jame gives it a quick glance there. Split will be given the AWP from Jame as he's on that low health.
That's actually good, though, because they spotted Jame jiggle with a gun, so they might assume that they can just walk into a fight, and Modo with the AVP might be feeling comfortable. Now after the switch, though, Split heading back in towards A. And at this point, seems like VP are just gambling onto the A-bomb side. James is going to start making his way back, though. Smoking towards the A-bomb side. Shouldn't really fake them out too much. But the B-walk is happening. And again, Norbert might have to step it up.
Now the A-walk is happening as well. Fame is once again on the flank. Norbert can't finish off the first in the corner. Smoke still protecting him, but there's Fame, as I mentioned. And Jame takes the low HP Mikey already.
Impossible.
Bomb plant has to go down, but legs are exposed for Norbert. Another kill, almost a second. That's a great shot from Buzz, and Crystal took Fame in the meantime on that flank. So the bomb's not yet down, but it's back into a 2 versus 2. Buzz is going to feel so nervous about going for this on low HP, so they choose to double swing. Unfortunately, it's Buzz, the low HP player, still alive. Bomb plant will finally get punched in, but Jame has got him locked behind the site, and patience is always a virtue when it's Jame. He always holds these angles, but Buzz, he betters him, and what a way to do it.
Yeah, his time on Astralis counts, but in the best way possible. This is why you had him on the team in the first place, and this is why a lot of people thought that removing him had nothing to do with his performance. That's a crazy play from Buzz. He was the one to open things up in towards middle. He was the one to close it. Felt like Norbert did enough there. The smoke was timed to perfection. He goes down the double peak to take down that one rifle in towards long, but still, or the AVP, sorry, but still, the moment that you see Buzz on the low HP in the 1v1, this is probably a round that he should be losing 9 out of 10 times. Apparently, that was the 10th.
Tag from Otto as well. That nade might be pretty close to Norbert. Oh, 16 health to spare. Electronic only goes 1 for 1. Norbert is so screwed here. Easy pre-fire for Crizzen, and even with Flit's position, almost gets taken down as well, does Flit, but gets the kill. Covers it into a 3v3. Bomb plant will be attempted. Flit obviously wants to maybe go for a spam through the wood, but can't with that molly there. And it wouldn't have got any damage anyway with where Buzz had planted. So, lacking a kit here for VP. We know what we're thinking.
You really have to save here. There's no point. And this is one of those times when you can't really say this is Jame time, right? Because it's the right decision to make. You have a Molotov, a flash. All three of you coming in from the same side, from the T side of things, right? You don't have a single player in towards CT, which means that Square is going to be a problem. And to be honest, judging by the economy of OG right now, just playing for the exits, getting a couple kills is not going to be too bad. That is if they win the fights. We didn't really get to see what actually happened in towards T-spawn there. But assuming the MP9 was able to get at least 1 kill, that could have been a really good save here for VP.
Good work from Crizzen. Getting the entry, realizing you've got Norbert pinned. Trading their way through. And once they got site control with the utility down, job done.
Okay, he did get 1. And now look at the money on the T side. That's what we were talking about. If you're VP, you go for the force. You know, you win this, OG are in the doldrums.
Yeah. It's a bit of a swing round both ways, to be honest. Early game. If VP take this one to lead 5-2, you'd think it should become 6-2. If it's the opposite, we've got an even game again. DZ on Norbert. Corner, Famas not being cleared. It's a little bit slow to get the first, which means he only goes 1 for 1. Tim still has that AWP, but will hop away from that more aggressive angle. Was trying to join up with Flit to play off of his contact, but can no longer do that, and he'll be flashed off the line.
Yeah, and now you know the AWP is here, challenging once again. This is so risky from Mikey, but he just deletes him off the angle. That's the speed you want to see from the young man. Fame, though, once again, aggressive in towards A. Again, taking all that space, and again, it's going to set up VP for success. The refrags are good, but it's Norbert with the CZ just mowing them down one after the other. And Fame, a 1 versus 1 against the 13 HP of Chris, and there should be no way he loses this one, surely. Krisen doesn't even have the bomb on his back and open up the distance a little bit to pick it up. Fame has made a lot of steps, a lot of noise, so Krisen should know exactly where Fame is, but he's got 20 seconds. Surely doesn't have the time to run back A, and I feel like both Fame and Krisen know it. Fame is just going to clear his back real quick, make sure that Krisen doesn't have any flanking shenanigans in mind, but he's definitely not thinking about A being a possibility. Krisen will eventually have to tap the bomb. There it goes. 7 seconds. This one is the one that he needs to stick, though, when he taps it a second time. Gonna go for the fight. Fame, laser focus locked in for another VP round.
That's the one that should have happened against Buzz with Jame earlier, right? I mean, it looked like that was a dead cert. That one definitely looked the same too, even if Fame got slightly timing. But yeah, he obviously had to consider the possibility of that big flank. Mikey's hitting some dirty shots there, but I've got to say, I'm amazed. Wow, actually, just seeing that replay, I didn't realize that was the kill Norbert got with the CZ. That was particularly impressive with the
I'm
lesser
telling
of
you,
the
man.
2
Norbert.
weapons there.
My God.
But I've got to mention how they keep letting Fame walk through A. That's the third time he's had a big say in a round now by doing exactly that.
Yeah. You know what's the thing? He always picks the right timing to go for a play like that, and it's always the perfect moment of them letting go, thinking, okay, if we're quick enough on that B play, surely if he pushes, we're going to be able to, I don't know, get the bomb side before he gets into a position where he can do anything. Fame is incredibly good at reading the room and the server and knowing when to go for those aggressive plays. It's not just randomly, I'm just going to wait and push when I feel it. He's incredibly, incredibly smart with those pushes. But yeah, as you pointed out, it's happened twice, no matter how smart he is.
Yeah.
If it happens the third time, there's a problem.
Rather than 3 start for Fame. And quick reminder, look at the buys. Who won the previous round? Couldn't really tell if you just looked at that, if you just tuned in. It was VP.
It's probably just the util that gives it away, right? Weaponry-wise, no real massive difference.
Yeah, UMP on Flit of all things. They do seem to be a bit more UMP enjoyers in the last few months or so. Fame will now realise what's coming his way. Needs to deliver once again. He's got James' help. It's the James-Fame duo. They work together for 1, 2, well, technically 3 kills because Mikey is destroyed Buzz.
No.
It's awkward. And Fiku, he was hoping his team would be able to do some work on A to allow this flank to do something, but it's not really going to anymore.
Yeah, an A pop like this one, when you don't have a single smoke or a Molotov, is always going to be a difficult one to pull off and make work. Fiku, that's some good damage. Is at least keeping the CT side economy honest as much as you can, but still, as I was saying, you go out for an A play like this one. Fame has been showing some good form. James was there with the AVP, and there's nothing you can do to try and set him up for a missed shot or a failure. And yeah, boy. That shot landed. That was a great zoom. Fantastic. Might as well stay like that for one round. An entire round.
It would help people who have to sit close to their monitor. That's the what we've just seen there is
that's
the
what Kinder sees.
Exactly.
Yeah, when he plays the game normally. Sure.
Yeah.
You just don't have a crosshair because it's your nose. The point of your nose touching the monitor, that's where the bullets go.
Yeah. That's
The
unfortunate.
bullets
but
are
it's
just
one
a
of those
continuation
things.
of your eyesight.
That is true. That's true.
Yeah,
That's
if you're
unfortunate for
kissing the
Mikey, though.
monitor, it probably is. You better not be kissing the monitor. It's not good for your eyes. I honestly don't know how Kinder doesn't need glasses by that time.
I know.
He probably does outside of the server, to be fair. There's no way he doesn't.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for Mikey, but teammates are trying to swing in front of him. Something you can do sometimes. That's 2 team kills we've had in the game thus far, unfortunately for OG. Didn't really make a big difference in the scale of rounds, thankfully for them, but still, it's always awkward. Flip pushing deep this time against the Tech 9. BQ stuck. They try and punch their way through to remove him from this position, but they're just absolute shooting gallery for Flit, and the reaction on the 4th is lovely. Grizzle's been spotted working out cave, and Norbert will deal with that one too. Ace stolen away, but who cares? All 5 alive. All's well and good for Virtus Pro.
Yeah, it's becoming really dire here for OG, right? Especially in those half fights. I mean, those are no rounds that you're putting all your hope on winning, but you want to at least feel like you can get some level of discomfort, right, installed into VP. You want to at least make sure that you get a couple kills, you do some damage, and that's the reaction from Kristen. Usually an incredibly calm player as well, but you can understand why it's like that. It's just day and night between the first half on Dust 2 and what we're seeing and what we've been seeing ever since. And as an in-game leader, it's absolutely impossible for that not to bother you. You know, you were dominating that team, and now you just press tab, you just look at the scoreboard. A 2-0 just seems inevitable when we're just 9 rounds in map 2.
Sir, he's flashing toward mid, but it's not going to affect Electronic. He's 13-3 now. This is VP putting their foot down, and as you can see, Krisen, he was trying to make a plan with the round, and unfortunately, he's lost 3 of his mates before he can even get that plan into effect.
Yeah, and you can already tell, by the way, those are really bad signs. He just lets go of the keyboard, he's just holding the mouse, and he's speaking in disbelief. Apparently, something's not going the way that Krisen's calling it, right? If he's doing so much speaking while the round is going, this is not an in-game leader that looks like they're not given the right calls. That looks like an in-game leader that is a little bit bothered that the team is not able to execute what he's going for, right? And obviously, this is just a guess that we're making. It's impossible to know unless you're in the team speak, so we can just speculate about it. But the one universal truth has been, so far, Fame, Electronic, VP, phenomenal CT side so far in the series. On the CT side, they made that comeback work on Dust 2. Electronic absolutely unstoppable in towards middle. The only reason Fame hasn't hit 20 kills is because they're not really going towards his bomb side. I mean, they did last round and he just did damage, didn't get a single kill. He's been instrumental in some of those clutches and retakes though. And with 9 seconds on the clock, VP will respect that decision from OG to save. Keep all 5 alive. Virtus Pro are not going to have any financial issues until the end of that half.
Yeah, and as you can see, they're pushing actually 3 and 4 into T-Spawn right now. Unfortunately, won't be there quick enough to deal with the 2 saving players, but adds to the frustration for Krisen, right? Because once the teammates go down here like this to Electronic, just brilliant positioning. Fiku then tries to swing Jag and dies. Krisen he knows he's got to wait a whole minute and save. Like, it's the only option. It's the frustrating factor of having to save for literally over half the round.
Yeah. Also, it's the fact that Fiku goes for that swing. It kind of felt like he wanted to go for the refrag middle, but him going down means that Krisen can't push and go out lane through the door smoke. So if he's there like, whoa, I can't do anything about this, can I? Oh, no.
That's another win. Another win for Jame over Modo. Right click flash over the top. Should mean he'll go down, but Norbert's here. And another good kill. Stays alive behind Pillar and waits for a flash from a teammate. He gets him one more, and it sets up Electronic on the rotation. That's 14 kills. Buzz is creeping forward. Electronic's checking for it, and that is 15. VP in more control, and I feel like they've been in a game for quite a long time.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is, again, going back to the conversation, this is probably the level of certainty and dominance that you're expecting from Virtus Pro when they're up against such a new lineup, such a young lineup as the one of OG, even playing with Mikey, who's, I don't know if we can say he's a stand-in right now. I don't know if we can say trialing out because we've got no such confirmation officially, right? Even though there's been a lot of rumors recently. And now we're seeing that performance out of Electronic, who had, again, some of his best events in the last month, right? Even though they didn't make it through the Blast Foe Showdown, he still posted a 118 rating. I am real 115. Thunderpick so far has been looking good. Had a 111 at the ESL Pro League, so we're seeing some rejuvenation coming out of him. And we're seeing what not clearing your angles does to a man. As Norbert will get a kill, but still, OG could be in a decent position to get around.
Oh, Flit, just Mikey is shifting into the open. Actually, to be fair, a bit of an over jiggle by Flit. That nade could have definitely caused his own demise, but in the end, it's the one
They
from
missed him.
Fiku. Fame once again flanking though. 1 versus 3 total.
Oh, no.
Incendiary for the flank. I'm concerned for OG here. They need this third. Buzz making a lot of noise, but he's low HP. They're panicking, but thankfully Krisen. Buzz wasted enough time there to get Krisen into a position to guarantee a trade. It's something, but it is only 3.
Yeah, it is only 3, and that would have been a little bit too much if Fame had put off another one of those. He's just been absolutely terrifying. What a showing that has been from Fame. The man himself was probably one of the most skilled rifles on that team alongside Flit. The one person that a lot of people had in the conversation for the Rio MVP as well, if you remember.
Yeah.
He was spectacular back then. And it's been a shame not being able to see him unravel his full potential that we still know he's got.
So we've got a quick toilet break for Up and Adam.
Probably.
But
Chill out for a bit. Jim is just going to have a rap god session.
yeah, Cam. There we go. He's back.
Back to the forehead.
And hopefully he's trying to get back into the game, but it's not looking too great for OG. VP really made that half their own with just a dynamic CT side. Fame was a problem the entire half, and Electronic just locked off mid at every single given opportunity. Obviously, the only way that OG win that final another half as well is some, a couple of goofy plays, right? With Buzz on low HP playing a sort of a one-way above the smoke into a donut on the A site.
Sure.
Oh yeah.
You know
Not
what else is
replicable.
goofy?
What's that?
That €600 bonus on Thunderpick.
True.
It's really goofy. It's crazy. It's
Scroll
phenomenal.
down and click the banners, guys.
Yes. Make sure you do that. As we're looking at Fame in his natural habitat,
Right,
getting
Fame,
ready to throw a smoke and a flash.
There we go, Fiku. Don't forget, he aced to the CT pistol on Dust 2. And he's got 2 more again here. Buzz in position, and Fiku's found another. Wow. Pistol Merchant today is Mr. Fiku. What a performance on these rounds. Unfortunately, it hasn't helped them overall. Flit looking to try and clutch 1 versus 5. Finds 1, but not 2. Good shot for Modo, and OG get the must win.
Oh my god. Yeah, he was staring at us for a second there, but that's another
He's
big
locked
pistol
in.
round from Fiku. Yeah, he really is locked in, quite literally. Locked in the screen right there. He can't get out. If that's what you thought about TV when you were young, don't worry, you weren't alone. Fiku, we're gonna check it out on the replay. Lovely shots.
Ooh.
The first 2 were definitely really, really impressive from him. So yeah, as you pointed out, if there was to be a universe in which OG come back into the Ascension, it would need some of the individuals to start stepping up, right? And I'm not sure that Krisen would be enough alone. You'd probably need Buzz as well. You'd probably need Fiku, but Mikey, Modo hasn't really been the performance that we've been expecting so far from them. All in all, in the
No.
series, we gotta say.
When you say overall in the series as well, you'd be spot on, because I'm afraid, even though it's not something I really like to bang on about or maybe mention too much, it's a team game after all, but the stats at the end of this best of 3 are not going to look pretty for those 2.
I mean, if you're saying Mikey, there's probably a lot more. I don't want to even say excuses, because it's not even looking for excuses. It's completely natural for a player playing with a group of young guys that have been in a bit of a struggle of some form, regardless, to come in and just drop 30 from out the bat, right? So
I know.
Even if we want to have that individual conversation, Mikey's probably the one that you're not looking at too much, and you're saying, well, we don't know what the situation is. We don't know if he's going to be playing with OG from here on out. We don't know if he's going to go back to Unity and play the RMR with them and then come to OG. We have no idea what the situation is. Modo's probably the one that you can expect a little bit more of, purely individually, and justify it accordingly to the situation, because he should probably be putting better numbers. Now he's going to get a double out of this one, and we're yet to see him on an AVP on the CT side, so potentially this is where he thrives.
Bit of a baptism of fire, isn't it, as well? Like, first, your late replacement team for an event, they probably didn't know until very recently, because, of course, the reason Unpaid couldn't play this event is because of Jacob's flight.
Yeah.
And then then deciding to part ways with Han.
Oh my god, look
beautiful.
at the size of this.
Beautiful. From forehead to forehead, in-game in real life. But yeah, obviously, you come in as a late replacement team, and your first game is against VP. Like, always one of the hardest teams to face, who just grind you down, and usually don't lose to underdogs. So, yeah, pain.
Pain is the way to put it. We're not talking about the Brazilian team right now. We were talking about how things have been going so far for OG. As we said, late replacement. They weren't scheduled to play in the event, so you would guess that they didn't really have too much time to prepare for this one. But still, especially after the start of Dust 2, you would have hoped for it to be a little bit more competitive when it came down to their map pick, and it's not late for it to be a little bit more competitive. We are yet to see VP really get a lot of success on the T side of Enshin, and on the T sides in general in the series so far. Matter of fact, I mean, T sides on Dust 2 were pretty lackluster. You were just, I guess, relying on the individuals pulling off a couple of big plays to keep you in the game. That's how bad it was.
Oh my goodness. MP9 spray empties the clip, and Flit's gonna pounce. Could be two. He's playing it very carefully. That was a little bit too carefully. It actually gives Modo and Mikey good opportunities to play off each other. Norbert, yeah, I was gonna say, if he goes into Jag, there's something to work with. But if he goes straight past lane, then Kristen has the freest of free kills. Well done from OG. You've got 6 on the board here.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you want on the back of your first buy round as well, right? You denied him in towards middle. Mikey gets a double. Moto gets another one. And if you're able to keep all 4 of those players alive, then you've suddenly put yourselves in a great position. And we're talking about the form of VP on Enshin, right? Let's take a quick look at the results for OG, because things have not really been great. There's been a couple more assertive, a couple more dominant victories, but other than that, it's been a 50-50. The last time they played it, it was a 16-13 win against Spirit Academy. And when we told you that OG are not really farming too many official games, we weren't kidding. That was on the 10th of October. And this is the only Enshin they've played this month. If you want to look at September, they played only 2 Enshins in September, and those were losses against Apogee, which is a Polish mix. It was a 6-13, and Bait in 8-13 fashion. So yeah, only 3 maps on this map since the end of August. Definitely not the amount of maps that you would expect, especially in a matchup between VP and OG. You would think most of the time that if one of the teams was playing, I don't know, 2 best of 3s on average every 2 weeks, it would be VP, right? You'd think that OG is the team that's on the grind a lot more, and they have been offline though, but you'd usually assume that Virtus Pro, being in the position that they're in this matchup, would be the team to have much less playtime on the server in official games.
Yeah, that's a good point. I don't, hold that loss to Bait against OG at all, because Bait, I think, absolutely. I mean, obviously higher rank than OG at this point, right? Bait have solidified themselves in the Tier 2 circuit this year, top of the CCT, standings, and have a few LAN appearances to come, of course. Didn't do themselves a disservice at Espo. Have Challenger Katowice to come. Then the
I'm pretty
RMR.
sure those are wrong, by the way. Pretty sure those are reverse thoughts.
Yes.
There's
absolutely.
no way we have VP on 10. Yeah.
Just to confirm that.
Confirming.
In case someone goes absolutely...
Someone's like, oh, they're 1 map up, 9-6 up, and it's 10 odds. Let me check that out. Yeah, don't get disappointed. It's probably not factual. It's a mistake,
They've got a main control here. Famer's been boosted up on Tree, so he's got control already in a way. Now he's here. They might actually just leave him here, and he just goes for swings on sort of periodic timings while they execute with the Tech 9s. Actually, he chooses to drop off to trade in toward Donut, and now Modo realizes what's going on. They will not leave him there, and he goes aggressive. Modo is struggling here, getting run down by the Tech 9. Oh, it's painful to watch. Norbert will remove him, and Krisen has to trade. Thankfully, it's a trade on the AK, but Norbert can pick it back up.
Yeah, and he's one of the armored players as well. This is going to be really dangerous. They want to play with the majority of their numbers into towards CT, but this angle from James could be really powerful, even only with a pit 250.
Step forward, AK's picked up, and he actually catches Mikey with one bullet at the end. In comes the P250. Oh, aim punch though. It's awkward, and they actually do trade their way back in. Well figured out OG. I was close for VP. That would definitely put an early nail in the coffin, but it keeps OG's slight recovery in play.
Yeah, it's kind of like saving a ship from sinking with a couple buckets, right? This is what this round felt like. It was just going all over the place. Norbert closing in the distance with a Tech 9, doubling up with the AK-47. A bit unfortunate that James was unable to get that insta headshot on the Bit 250. Probably would have secured the round for them. But it's still really good for VP, right? You get 3 kills, you get a bomb plant. That was just a half buy with a hero rifle. And you know OG felt the pressure there. Still 2 rounds ahead, but OG doing a good job so far on that CT side.
There is something here. There is something here. That's why we said that OG shouldn't get completely trashed on this map. Considering that VP is not a favourite for them at all. Their form has been a bit up and down. With OG on CT side, you never know. They've done well to close the gap, but a bit more is required. Electronic already has control underneath shelf in mid. Got lots of utilities still to use, as do the whole team early round, but have that spot. OG try and re-clear it late round. Always a chance it could go unchecked.
Yeah, and you can clearly see that VP understand that they've inflicted a lot of damage. You're trying to burn through the Uto, trying to make OG as nervous as possible, failing the jump or the boost a couple times there for Jane, but Mido has been left wide open for VP to use. Of course, that's going to make you a little bit suspicious of where exactly the AVP of Moto is going to be residing. Mikey has to be careful, though. He's been spotted in towards the donut.
They're still playing around that smoke. Two players here, though. Oh, Buzz does really well. Really well to find both Electronic and Flick. But that's a shot from Norbert. Goodness me, Krisen given no chance whatsoever. And they know that of course, Buzz is stuck in Donut still.
No.
Maybe that's why Fiku peeks from CT, just to try and give Buzz some support, but it's not going to work. Another flash will come in from CT, and if VP see that, they'll know where the last 2 remaining players are right now. Fame's going to try and commit to a plant with Norbert holding his hand, and it works. Modo is now locked away, only got the AWP, no utility. You know what the answer is here.
Yeah, you gotta save. I mean, money is not completely terrible for OG going forward. They're actually gonna have a pretty decent investment, but if you lose that AVP, it's not gonna be the case. And this was VP just showing proficiency and slowing things down mid-round, right? You get a 3 versus 3 onto the A-bomb side. They've run out of Uto, even though they have the AVP of James holding the line in towards CT. Still, it just simply didn't feel safe enough to go for that plant. And this is what OG thought was going on, right? They thought VP would try and get the bomb plant. That's why they were so proactive. It just wasn't right. They hold on to it, wait for OG to offer a couple fights. And then it comes down to Norbert winning a 1 versus 1. Norbert has been really good when it comes down to impact rounds so far for Virtus Pro. And this is one that's going to leave a mark. OG, as we said, have been able to build in a pretty good financial foundation. Have been able to get a lot of rounds on that CT side. Definitely look good. Buzz with another key double. The big issue is Virtus Pro is really close to that number 12 and potentially a number 13 after that. You can't afford to lose too many of those rounds. Quite literally. Money-wise, you can't afford it.
Yeah. Utility is already so limited early round as well with the purchase that OG have gone for. Haven't gone for a Fanmaster or an MP9. So they're already down to 2 smokes, 1 incendiary. Make that 3 actually. I think one's just been picked up. Yeah. 3 smokes, 1 flash and 1 incendiary with 1 minute 30 to go is really not amazing. Buzz is going to have to multi-frag again here. Fame's going to check it properly, but good crosshair placement. Thankfully, Norbert ducks under the second and gets a good trade. Recovers it into the 4v4. And I know at least 1 more player is toward A with that re-smoke.
That's a well-timed molly. Still though, Krisen He's just deployed this one and wants to go back to re-clear middle alongside Mikey. They're not going to spot anything here. The big issue is that doesn't tell you anything, right? The fact that you don't see anyone on middle, the fact that they re-smoke, it doesn't tell you it's A, it doesn't tell you it's B. It just means that you need to keep drawing a line between the two bomb sites. You don't really have a read up until Moto takes the initiative and pushes in towards B, but he doesn't feel safe enough to do so. So if you're looking at the minimap, Mikey's going to be all alone. He's going to cope for help, but that's just going to be Crimson. They have no util, no AVP, and they need to hold on.
Tree again. Crimson can't really peek far behind the smoke, and he's half exposed. Oh, Norbert should have got that one. I think even if he did, obviously Electronic would have got taken down by Mikey, and he spins around to deal with Flit in mid as well. That's Mikey's probably best moment of the entire game, actually. That denies everything for VP.
I'm surprised they overlooked Donut like that, by the way. They just thought OG, probably they just thought OG were playing A on the retake, right? There would be one player in towards CT or towards Sample or whatever. The moment that Norbert crosses Donut safely, they just commit to the plan straight away. And obviously is a big whiff on Norbert's end not to get that kill, but the fact that you try and plant right in the open just like that and you weren't ready. A bit of a discombobulated moment there on the T side for VP. Still didn't feel like a bad call either way. Just not the cleanest execution, some might say. The money still allows you to go up for a buy round, but this is not looking too bad for OG. And look at Buzz.
Doing it again. And they might not expect it 2 rounds in a row, especially on a slightly different angle. And one player's already bypassed it slightly. Oh, James not even looking. Lance got wonderful timing on this one. It's 1 for free. It's 2.
No way.
They still haven't traded him yet. James has to go in for it, and he's got the AWP. It makes it doubly awkward, and Buzz will just hop away. But it will continue to fight. James holding the tighter angle, will finally get the kill. But Modo took Flit in the meantime elsewhere. Good battling from OG here.
Yeah, this is starting to look really good on the CT side. And again, Virtus, bro, just struggling to pick up the slack on the offense. Missed shot from Modo. And James, you still have 60 seconds to work with. Vico needs to realize that he needs to go back B, by the way. And he needs to realize that now. He's pushing all the way forward. Okay. He's stabbing A and middle, and everyone else is leaving A and rotating B. That works as well. But there was a time window for VP to get onto the B bomb side without anyone realizing. And again, Vico's not going to spot anything in towards middle. He doesn't know. Are they up B? Are they in towards Cheetah? Are they in towards the ramp? Now they've spotted them out, though. Mikey, good for the first. Hope on the refract. James is going to be wayward with the shot. Good mid-rounding by OG. And they pick up one more on the CT side. Trap, this one is in the oven, and it really is cooking.
Yeah, there's a good chance for OG now. Money is going to be a bit of a question mark for VP too. And I gotta say, Buzz has been the main man. Been doing incredible work out in that A long position, a couple of rounds in a row. That one in particular. Mikey is starting to ramp up as well. So that's the money situation I mentioned for VP. So they've gone for a half investment, which isn't that bad. Flit is fully purchased with the AK. And Fame's got the Galil. Tech 9 and nothing on James as he dropped that weapon, I'm sure.
Smoke comes in. Flit will try and disrespect it. Crimson ready for the fight. Not going to be surprised by it. And that was the hero rifle, by the way. Fame still has the Galil on his disposal, but just surrounded by the pistols. And that flash from Moto is absolutely excellent. This is probably going to be a clean one. And there goes Mikey. Crimson could have been caught on a bit of a timing, but instead it's going to be another double for Mikey. This is looking much more like it for OG. And if you're an OG fan, now you're starting to see some light in the end of the tunnel.
Good work on the defense. Nice lineup for Fiku.
I actually feel bad that we were so critical of OG's T side and the fact that they didn't pick up any rounds in the first half here as well. We should be having the same conversation for both teams. This has been an incredibly CT-sided game so far.
Not wrong, but hang on. Flit's going super aggressive to the corner of the Jag smoke, and he helps out toward mid too. Crimson realizes he has to go for something, so I think that was a self flash in toward the lane position to get that kill back. And keeps him in the conversation of the round, considering VP got their 2 in mid very, very quickly. But there's a lot of map control now.
Yeah, definitely is. The only thing that they have going on for them is that Moto was unannounced, but now he will announce himself, and Norbert again just mows them down. This time it's a double in towards the B-bomb side, and this round is as good as over just on the back of that double kill. OG have money, but Moto just has no reason to go for that, even attempt, even think about trying to retake this B-bomb side. This is going to be VP on 11.
And guess what? It's our man Norby again.
Man, I'm telling you, we need him for an interview if they win after the game.
I know. I think he usually is one of the VP players that's very willing to do the interviews as well. So I think it would be cool to hear his views because, again, he has been the most important player, it feels like, for VP in certain rounds. Don't get me wrong, it was a team effort on Dust 2, and Electronic, was superb there too. And obviously, as you can see, Fame, Electronic on map 2 as well, especially in that first half, were brilliant. But when the going gets tough for VP, when it's all sunshine and rainbows, everyone's performing well. When it's all doom and gloom, it always seems to be Norbert that pops up with an important multi somewhere to rescue them.
I mean, what can you say about him, really? Norbert is just Norbert. That's what he does, right? It doesn't matter what a game is. On the real, though, really, really good double kill from him. Locking things down, making sure VP get up to 11, hold on to their lead, not let OG confirm that comeback that has been in the oven for such a long time, and they've been putting so much work towards, but we'll have to put in a little bit more. Again, financially, they've been doing a really good job at controlling their own money and avoiding a reset, but a late reset or a late hit in the purchase will definitely be a big disappointment this time. Cheetah quite quickly taken away, courtesy of Flip.
Yeah, that's been Flip's goal in a number of these rounds, hasn't it? He's been the B lane brawler for VP. Taking that Jag control and actually, even blowing the smoke open. Oh, look at the damage that's being done through the wood. Goodness me. Fiku is 5 HP, Crizzen 38, Mikey 54. They've not seen a soul and they're already walking wounded.
Yeah, that's absolutely awful. You don't feel like you've done anything wrong. They didn't know you had so many numbers in towards the B-bomb side either, and you've just been tagged down. Mid reclear from the CT side, though. VP might want to swing into this one. Norbert finds one. They seem to realize, they seem to know that they have the upper trap, though. And Moto, one miss shot, and he's going to go down as well. And there it goes. A double for Norbert once again. Still, you have one more player in towards the A-bomb side. It's going to be Buzz.
He's done so much good work on this side of the map in this game. Needs another multi, maybe even a bit more than that. Goes aggressively for Electronic and takes it while he's throwing Util. Back into a 3v3, but it's a very skewed 3v3 with the HP bars. 20 seconds though, and now VP rotating that bomb back toward B. Crizzen's in the right position to deal with this. If he gets one and somehow manages to stay alive behind the corner of the site, as you can see, that would be brilliant. But there is a smoke in play that will aid the bomb plant. He can just spam this, and he finds it. Drops it on the floor. 4 seconds. Round over. OG have evened this up at 11 all. James could go down after time. He has. That makes it doubly awkward for VP. Flitz is trying to stay alive desperately, and he will. But James only 1,800 in the bank.
Yeah, it's just a disaster, right? It's just unfortunate that Crizzen is able to get that player off of the bomb. It was so late. It wasn't a bad call from VP whatsoever, especially with that spam. Look at the lineup. It's a miracle Norbert doesn't get a kill, and again, it felt like he did more than enough with a double. But then you just wanted to throw in the fake. You can see the reaction. He knows he's had a couple of good rounds, but it's still not enough for his team to pull one ahead and secure the win here. 11 apiece, and look at a buy for VP. They barely have any utility to begin with.
Yeah, they have actually prioritized a little bit more weaponry than Util here. Game has been given the op despite dying after time in the previous. They still haven't had enough money just to get that, and they're going pure contact. A little bit of utility, but we're up B very, very fast, and VQ needs to stay alive. Playing inside those smokes, but it's going to be blown open. Mikey will get 2 though, and that's huge from Mikey. He's recovered his KD to 17-17, and it's his best we've seen from him today. Jay needs to clutch some kills here, but it's not going to happen. He only finds Crizzen, and Mikey's on for the ace here. Electronic with the Tech 9 should be able to hunt him down. He absolutely will, but he's now tagged up again and caught behind the site pillar. OG, what a recovery.
Yeah, what a recovery. You can say that one again. And what a big round that was from Mikey in towards the B-bomb side. We're going to see it here on the replay. Viku does a lot by just staying alive, but it was Mikey on the break of the smoke with the third one as well, fully blinded. And the fourth one was just the icing on top, the cherry on top of that great half of Counter-Strike we've seen from OG so far. Buzz on 22 and 17 has played a masterclass, but both Kristen and Mikey have woken up big time, and VP now suddenly are left in a position where they're the ones fighting for a comeback. They're the ones fighting for OT.
Yeah, obviously it was so comfortable for VP in the first half. We were kind of saying this is the VP that we need to see in the series. Now it's gone the complete opposite way, and Buzz is doing it again outside A. The third time, or maybe even fourth time, he's been in that position and done decent work. He gets a 1-for-1. It does give an AK over to Norbert. And actually, OG are choosing to fight more. This could be problematic. Mikey's gone down. Thankfully, Krisen gets a quick trade. It ensures the even 3v3. And Krisen, is he going to re-smoke that and push beyond it? I thought he was, but he'll play a bit
just
safer
picking up the Muto. Yeah. You don't wanna believe in yourself that much. It's a good thing to believe in yourself, but maybe not to that extent, especially when you have still a Molotov, smoke, no quick rotations in towards the A-bomb side. You staying alive is the only way that OG can hold on to that double man setup in towards B. And now it's gonna get tested. Not ready for Viku. There goes the first and the second.
Wow.
And there it will go as well for VP. We're gonna see a third map out of this, unless Electronic has got a 1 versus 3 somewhere in there, and at least the bomb plan will be confirmed. He couldn't get spammed, couldn't get killed by the Oper, but the B comes in and Moto will be quick enough. OG with an incredible ancient reverse sweep on the CT side, and VP ball. And I don't really know, or bow down, I don't really know how to explain what happened. They had a 9-3 lead on halftime, but still couldn't close it out.
That is very disappointing for VP. That is kind of the stuff we were talking about earlier, was why we were worried about their forming away. And you know what? I think there's a lot of things that have gone wrong on that offense. Like, OG were nowhere in this game. Prism was looking frustrated. Things weren't going the way that he wanted to. Their individuals were really nowhere. I think I've got to give a lot of props to the recovery individually of Mikey. There's a reason why he's done such amazing work in the tier 3 scene with Unity. He was the main reason Unity got to the RMR. One of the main reasons. He was amazing, and he really showed up there to get OG to a very unlikely map 3. We'll throw it over to Freddie and Alan to discuss that wild map of Ancient.
Disaster from Virtus Pro. What happened there? 9-3 half, and then they start playing super individually. They basically served that on a silver platter to OG, but you gotta give credit where credit is due. That was some fantastic Counter-Strike by OG, and the individuals certainly shined upon the server.
Yeah, let's split this into two parts. Let's talk first about the positives for OG. That CT side was hella aggressive. Buzz decided that the A tunnels was his domain.
Yeah.
You will not enter without dying. He would take it every single round. He was causing so many problems alone. He must have won at least 2 or 3 rounds, almost off the back of just his solo plays. He was really making it difficult for VP. And, you know, as the half went on and on, we're sat here thinking, where are the pauses? Why aren't VP slowing this half down? OG are making all the proactive moves. VP are calling weird stuff and grouping up on site super early and getting caught off guard. And yeah, I mean, OG, they played to win there in a map where very few would favor them. They got a lot of risks and they paid off. Individuals were popping. Christian was good as well. Mikey had a very resurgent performance after not a brilliant first map. So, you know, massive credit to them to win like that from being so far down at the halftime. That takes a level of tenacity and calmness that I wouldn't have attributed to this team before this game.
No, not at all. And the main narrative that not only we were talking about in our green room, but it was also the narrative that Ted and Trav were mentioning was Krisen looks super frustrated. Like, yeah, it didn't take an expert to look at that camera and be like, he is not having the most of fun. The whole team seemed very unenthusiastic, and I think a lot of people at the stroke of the half, when that clocked off onto their CT side, I think a lot of people have expected it to be just game over. Alan, you said as a joke, actually, when they won their pistol round, you were like, here comes the comeback. And I was like, okay, whatever you want to say. But,
I'm so sorry, Virtus Pro.
yeah, you actually, for one of the first times, the copium succeeded. And yeah, the whole narrative was this is a very, very tough awakening to a top level of Counter-Strike for not only Mikey, but just OG and those younger players. Playing against VP, where not only their individuals were shining, but their system was working perfectly. And then you go in second half, and Virtus Pro just seemed like a complete different team. And OG go, oh yeah, guys, let's actually, let's play our game now.
The first half was just, just getting on ice. Virtus Pro, they could do no wrong. There was barely any mistakes. Every individual had their moments. And then as soon as that half switched and it started going south, I mean, they kept buying up and kept having rounds. One that stands out is the round where they kind of forced up low nades and player runs through the mid smoke, and the next one's in towards Jag, and it's just like, what is the plan here? It almost it felt like Virtus Pro at times weren't respecting the game they were in, and let it slip way too far before they started to tighten up and play more of the CS we know they're capable of. So I'm sure they're quite disappointed themselves in their own performance. They really should have closed this out 2-0, but instead we're now looking ahead towards Anubis and asking more questions of a Virtus Pro that's barely played any of this map in the last few months.
Yeah, and like as we're talking about maps, we were going into Ancient and we were saying, look, Virtus Pro, this is very good for them. Even though it's OG's map pick, VP, they lost a very close series against Na'Vi. They've taken wins over the Mongols, over Astralis, over Falcons at Pro League. Like, those are some really legit results. And then they completely dropped the ball here against OG. And at the very beginning, like, as you said, they couldn't do anything wrong. OG had a very clear idea of how they wanted to open up the round, but then were unable to finish off any of those rounds because VP had this level of proactiveness in the disadvantageous positions that we attribute to them. Especially Fame was getting so much liberty towards A, and I think I was kind of noting that if OG were able to close out some of those early rounds where they had the advantages from the beginning, well, they probably actually could have had a pretty good half. And then I draw loads of comparisons from what Fame was doing on their CT side to then what Buzz was doing in A main. And it feels like Buzz's success actually meant way more long term because now they're going into an Anubis with a map advantage.
So I think VP internally will be asked a lot of questions. I imagine there's conversations now between these maps about how are we communicating, how are we making decisions. Are we all listening exactly to what James is saying and following through with a plan? Is the plan coherent? Are we on the same page? Because the entirety of this series so far has kind of been that story of, I still haven't seen a Virtus Pro that compels me to think they are going to make the climb up the rankings they want to. They're not playing a top flight tier 1 international team with all experienced players. OG shouldn't have a chance in this series. Yet now we're sat here thinking about an Anubis where, God forbid, Virtus Pro can't lose this series. Surely not. In the back of your mind, based on what I've just seen on the server, they're quite capable of making the mistakes to lose this. So, I don't know. It's feeling a bit bizarre. We can't lose against a team that was subbed in last minute. Surely not, right?
And also has a tier 3 player in the form of Mikey having his debut on OG and also his debut at playing a team of remotely this level. And then Mikey has a massive resurgence on Ancient. And all of this we're talking about. Remember Dust 2? It was I think on one face of it, it's like, oh, well done, VP, a really good second half. They were playing really poor Counter-Strike. And our main narrative of that map was, I don't know, that wasn't good from Virtus Pro. We can't be sitting here giving them praise and saying that was such a good Dust 2. And then our whole narrative coming into this series was, it seems like internally, Virtus Pro don't have respect for the system. It seems like it's imploding. And when you've got the rifle core of Flip, Fame, Electronic, you should be winning titles, not going to map 3 against OG. How are you going to map 3 against OG? That is actually unacceptable for a team that is looking to become a top top 5, top 4 candidate at the end of this year. Like, what do you expect Virtus Pro to be doing at these big tournaments if they can't even win cleanly against a team that is currently rebuilding? And then for OG, you look at this and you're like, okay, maybe they aren't immune anymore. Maybe they actually have some... We should probably take them seriously for once. And like this roster, give it a month or two, could actually have so much weight to it because they are testing a top 10 team.
Many questions we were asking, and only one way to find the answers. Anubis up next. Quick break, and then we'll find out which of those storylines transpire. We'll see you then.
Brokey sees the shadows. They know about Brokey on this boost. They're going to target him, but he still succeeds.
Pistols are starting to push through. And whilst Rops finds one, Carrigan gets eliminated. Rops stands tall. Rops finds the headshot.
Oh, electronic. Well, he'll still have a great time spraying. They all got caught on twist. And now electronic is going to pat the stat very nicely with an A.
A combination of OG maybe looking a little bit better than expected, and VP looking a little bit worse than expected, I think, in this game thus far. It gets us to a third map, surprisingly, of Anubis, and that is one we barely have any reps of VP in recent times, Ted.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, going into this one, let's be honest, it never should have been a third map. It was always supposed to be a 2-0 for Virtus Pro, especially after you seen him get 9 rounds on that first half on Ancient. I know, obviously, T-sides have been really lackluster for both teams so far in the series, but we just thought after a 9-3, after such a one-sided showing as well on in the second half of Dust 2, that VP would have had all that it took to close it out. But hey, apparently not. Thunderpick still have them as the favorites to pick this one up. But OG, D-side, Anubis, definitely we finally see a good D-side, right?
And the bomb can already go down on B on the pistol. They have no utility left, of course, or anything else to work with here. So it's going to be down to Fame Smoke and the kit on Flit to get this retake in action. They are grouping up 4 towards CT, looking for a swing together. Buzz stuck in the corner, can't connect with any headshots, and Fame gets his kill. But Modo will swing off the contact from the back of the site. Jane does really well to find one more though, and there is Flit. Kit still up, Smoke recovered by James. They'll be on the bomb right now, and now it's all down to Fiku. I don't think he's got enough bullets to be able to connect with any of these. He gets some kills, but there's no way you can find the diffuser. And all well and good. VP will take it with a nice retake.
Yeah, you'd probably not be over ecstatic with dropping a pistol round like this where you were just allowed onto the bomb site to get the plant, and then a 5v5 retake comes in. A lot of isolated players, it felt like, for OG there on the defense, but great work by James. Of course, getting a double kill. That's a good start. CT sides have not been problematic, but yeah, we were talking about recent form when it comes down to Anubis. VP have played it twice in the last 3 months.
Yeah.
One of them being a 5-13 loss to Complexity, the other one being a 13-11 win against Zero Tenacity. And dare I say it, a win against Zero Tenacity in the mid of August when they were actually still playing Anubis is not a bad result. It stands for something, even though it's online Counter-Strike and Zero Tenacity. We know Nemania's there, and Nemania's a demon. When you're talking about OG, Anubis has been a little bit lackluster, which for me is actually a bit of a surprising thing, because I've always seen Kristen as a really good Anubis player and in-game leader in general. Was one of the best maps for Mouse NXT, but of course this is a different group of players he's got now.
Oh. Electronic seen the arm. Oh no.
My God.
But Fiku deletes him. I'm sure Electronic maybe had his eyes widen for a second there, realizing there was an opportunity, but they could just get run down again. Fame can't get one from the site. The AK on Mikey gets the kill with 3 health to spare. And even though James finds Buzz, I think this is a fall away again for VP. They just can't string these rounds together, it feels like right now.
No. And that 1-1D, by the way, throws such a massive spanner into the works. I know it's just 1 kill, but there's the fact that Electronic, if he gets that kill, he's going to realize there's no one else in front of B. Rotations towards A are going to be quicker, and Fame would have probably received a little bit of support. Unfortunately for Norbert, a 1 versus 4. And if we're talking about particular names, Norbert has been one of the one of the most impactful players in the server so far, right? We've not seen too many mistakes. We've seen a lot of good multi-kills, even on Ancient, even when they let it slip. He was still doing a good job. So you're probably hoping, if you're Virtus Pro, that he's going to keep on bringing in the impact. But early on, those are not good signs that, you know, you pick up the pistol round on the CT side, you drop the second one straight away. If you're OG, though, those are great signs. That's what you were hoping for.
He only just turns around in time to catch Electronic as well. It couldn't be worse for Electronic, honestly. Wasn't even dealing with Flit at the end of the round. All that VP can muster is the pistols on the force buy around the M4. Four 5.7s. Right, and put into good use.
Yeah, obviously you want to have those bonus smokes. That's why you don't opt for the Deagles instead. A lot of choke points on a map like Anubis. You can lock them in. Well-timed smoke laid in towards the A-bomb side or in towards connector or even in towards B lobby could be a difference maker. Still, not enough to really contest Mikey. Gonna keep them at bay. And as of right now, OG just was really relaxed, right? Just spread around the map, try and put a little bit of pressure, bait out the limited utility of Virtus Pro out. Make sure that when you group up and want to go into a bomb site, that awkward moment that we just mentioned with the re-smoke of a position on 20 seconds doesn't happen. And that's a big kill for Kristen.
Very big. And it could easily have caught him there. Missing the instant headshot would have been a one-shot kill. And Bars has taken space as well. A bomb site is going to be under lock and key for OG in a matter of moments. No one close enough to stop this plant or any of the OG players. They may have been checking around the map, and it's a good catch from Fame, but bomb's down already, and now they realise gun can at least be retrieved on the FAMAS. And well, actually might be worth saving it, even though it's a FAMAS. Into the next round. We've got Kevlar, as we can see as well, so have something to work with. Fame will be able to drop his 5.7 to Electronic if he stays alive, and they'll have a pretty similar buy.
Yeah, absolutely would. Coming in. You want to make sure you don't let VP replay this round, and I'm not sure how big of a fan I am of this, because now you've given away an AK, right? So you understand the logic. Obviously, them going for that hunt there, as you pointed out, you don't want to let VP have that level of comfort to just replay the same round with the rifles and the pistols, right? To just have 2 shots at it and then be able to fully bind to the next. But now they have an AK as well. And that could be a problem. Look at his buy and tell me this doesn't look like a force buy when a CT team doesn't have money. They have an AK, an M4, a FAMAS, 2 upgraded pistols, 3 smokes.
Yeah.
There were 4 smokes, 3 smokes left after the mid one and a flash. This is winnable. If they had a defuse kit, it would have been full package.
OG have to take this round with as much care as any full gun round, without a doubt. Obviously, the utility is limited, but that's really not the problem. VP can put in a good shift in this round, possibly win it, have bonus money if they survive with multiple players alive on a half investment, and they'll be confident. I mean, they've got their buy in the next. Buzz stuck behind the boxes, they definitely know that, but obviously they don't want to swing into an angle into that canal position. Not many bullets left for Buzz, but somehow on the transfer while blind, I have to say there's probably a bit of luck involved in that one. He finds game 2.
Yeah, I was gonna say, oh, that's a lightning quick shot from Electronic. I was gonna say that flash actually blinds him. Gets a double out of it though, and Moto's got that mid rotation under lock. Norbert completely blindsided. Moto actually allows Prison to go down first, and Flit now has the bomb. A 1 versus 2. Moto is all alone here. Gotta make sure you don't miss too many of those shots. Piku was in towards that B bomb site. Flit definitely in a winnable position. He's got the bomb, an AK, he's got head armor.
Oh, this is Flit. Sort of Flit round where he can take these, but he's just been timing. Obviously, he knew he was stuck between 2 angles. Betwixt in between, one of those where you feel like he could win, but not to be on this occasion. Stopped by the forehead. And no, not Jovino. That's an old school reference, by the way. Anyone gets
Yeah,
that?
I know. Our Arsenal player, yeah,
Yeah,
of course.
there you go.
An absolute legend. Loved him. He was so OP on FIFA 09 as well. It was great. Yeah, not as many notorious foreheads as the one of Gervinho and Piku. We're talking about forehead cultural impact during a tactical timeout. I'm sure that's what they're doing as well in the server. But all in all, back to it. OG, not a bad start on that T side. Yeah, this round was probably a lot more closer than you would have wished if you're on the T side of things, especially money-wise. Finances are probably not going to be great, but VP early on the CT side have been struggling. Now, this is not any other CT side. This is Anubis CT side. So not getting an 8-4 here is not considered a failure. But you still don't want to let OG just run away with a massive lead. You don't want to be in a position where you need to come back into this one if you're VP.
Need to come feel in the map. Oh, good jump spot with the boost. He sees the head of Fiku. And James on top of this position with Norbert. Actually, I thought would work out for a kill, but it doesn't. But he's jump spotted information twice now. And obviously not sure if he's totally certain it's two separate players, but you'd have to assume he probably will assume that. So
I think he knows. He spotted Diop on the back of the second.
yeah, I think so. I think you're right. So that's good intel. Outside B. Kristen actually somehow managed to deal with Fame while Electronic was pushing forward. Good flash from Mikey. 4v4.
Yeah, really good timing on it as well. Now they're going to be a little bit worried about their main. Had their eyes off of it for such a long time. Buzz could have taken a lot of space, but look at OG. They just slow things down. Give VP the time to just walk away from middle and get afraid about the extremities. And now OG are going to take all that space that's been left without making any noise whatsoever. And I don't know what the case is right now, but Electronic is low on HP. He's all alone. Moto's going to take him down. This should be the end of the round. VP needs to save. They can't go into that retake.
Another round for OG and well paused once again. Basically all off the back of Modo's one kill. Seals VP's fate. Not close enough with no util and no kits. A 3v4 and already being hunted by Fiku.
And honestly, early on, those are the signs of a good T side from Chris in there. We had that conversation. Obviously, he used to do that on Mouse NXT. This is a completely different kettle of fish, completely different caliber of opposition, but he's been able to deal with it really nicely, creating that space in towards middle, catching the timing to get the first kill. Then they slow it down. As we said, the moment that you see Electronic in towards middle, you're like, well, we know we have the space in towards A. We know they know we have the space in towards A, but we're not going to use it. We're just going to make sure we give them enough time to feel like they've been able to compensate. And then we're going to take everything that they leave behind in towards middle. That was incredibly intelligent there from OG in the mid-round. And it's put VP in, again, a situation where they have the gun saved up, but it's not really a full investment.
I'm sure a lot of people in chat right now are awaiting Simple's second game. Actually, no, I'll get back to this. It's an important point, and I want to save it for a moment where I can talk about it and yap.
Sure.
I need to yap about the round right now. BQ has found Norbert, and already they did lose Krisen thanks to a bit of aggression from James. 4v2, Fame is here, but he can't connect with Buzz. Bomb can be retrieved, A site completely taken. It's obviously a long way away. Electronic, I think he maybe saw a glimpse of the rotation there, but he's found the AK. The question is, when does his internal clock tick over of when Fiku will arise and peak from T-Spawn? It looks like actually Mikey's coming back to help the cross, but Fiku is so ready for it. They even spot the second as well, so they've got all the intel.
Yeah, all of it. And you know, you have James locked out of that A-bomb side. This is nearly impossible to walk back into. And again, I don't want to say it. This is just a half bite for VP around the safe guns, but you got to save. Once again, you're just forced to go for the safe call. And there's nothing you can do about it. This time, you're even going to get hunted, probably. Moto already walking in towards the B-bomb side. Of course, the AVP is probably not the player that you want to lose, but Mikey's up close and personal as well. Flit. Elevated angle. Keeps on jiggling, even though this is just how by so important. And Mikey wins the fight. This is horrid right now.
VP are in a mess at the moment, completely in a disarray, and James could get caught at the end here too. The point I was going to make is that obviously I think a lot of people in chat right now are awaiting Simple's second game in this tournament for Falcons, and the brutal reality is if it keeps going like this, it could be an elimination match against Electronic and VP.
Yep.
Wouldn't
Who would
that
have
be
thought,
something?
by the way? You're looking at a group with Virtus Pro being the Virtus Pro that we know, Falcons with Dupree,
CS:GO Go.
Mages, Simple, Zonic, Madden, and Snappy. And then you're looking at the remaining two teams being 3D Max and an OG playing with Mikey, who's picked up from a tier 3 team that, yes, qualified for the RMR, but is playing his first official in that type of a surrounding. Crimson, Buzz, Moto, and Fiku, and you'd have VP and Falcons in the elimination game. How does that sound? Say that again, the entire thing. I know it was quite a long speech, longer than what I imagined, but yeah, it's completely crazy.
Yeah, that chicken can't believe it either. Electronic at least has got a start to this round. He's removed VQ, and if VP can scramble 4 or 5 out of this half, it's still very doable. Of course, on the disadvantaged side, and they have managed to figure this one out. Crimson crept through and got a very cheeky opening, but thankfully for Virtus Pro, it was immediately traded. Now VP will sort of retreat to this bait setup that I've seen them use many a time. Problem is, there is a molly on Buzz, and he's in a good position to use it. He spotted one player exposed from that position, but that is the all-important duel. Baiting now probably won't even be necessary. Mikey, 1 versus 4. Nice shot on Electronic, but there's the instant trade by Norbert, and even if he went down, there would have been a teammate right next to him to try and do the same. Triple kill for Norbert once again in a tough situation where VP needs someone. He delivers with a multi.
Yeah, and also another thing that we have to say right there, this could be a great opportunity for both 3D Max and OG, and probably it is considered as one, right? If you're OG, you're coming in as a last-second replacement. If you're able to take down VP here, you're up against 3D Max, which is a team that's a lot closer to the level that you're used to playing against, right?
Yeah.
And if you're 3D Max, you get OG, which is the last-second replacement in a team that has 7 losses in their last 8 best of 3s. You're going to be dancing around your homes for both those teams, but of course, VP, not to be taken out of the equation just yet. Let's not forget, this is CT side Anubis, so the fact that they're struggling early on doesn't necessarily mean this is going to be how things go until the end, and we already saw what happened on Dust 2. OG had an 8-4 lead halftime, lost the map. VP had a 9-3 lead halftime on Ancient, lost the map. So you never know, man. An early lead could prove to be the curse of this matchup.
Yeah, we'll see. Electronic versus Simple. So early on in the tournament, we thought maybe winners match, maybe decider match even. But that would be, as the saying goes, absolute cinema. Game with an opening in this one. An important one. Removing Crimson. His counterpart, IGL, from the round. Now IOG will choose to go in toward A. And Jim's been spotted out toward Heaven and doesn't want to reface unless it's off a teammate's contact. And Fame takes that contact. Gets owned, but thankfully James will trade, and Norbert is here once again in camera. Gets 1 quick kill. 2 versus 4. Flit is close. Good dig. That's so much damage. We think Norbert will get this kill in a matter of seconds, but Fiku's still healthy. Kind of in the open, trying to fight to recover this round. And Mikey found James, and Fiku has found the final 2. That looked impossible 2v4, and another example of how VP are just struggling this afternoon.
I'm just not sure even OG believed they just pulled this one off, by the way. This was absolutely ludicrous. And yeah, you can say that one again. That round is on Mikey and Fiku entirely. Look at those fights. And Norbert played it right. He didn't want to swing on the first contact because he knew he could be going down. And yeah, Lambert is really sipping on VP right now. This is their tears right there in the jar.
Oh, production, I love you. That's so good. I gotta say, that might be one of the biggest water bottles I think I've ever seen in my life as well. Respect,
Imagine
Lambert.
how much they've cried to fill it up so much.
Oh, God. Stay hydrated, kids.
Yeah. Actually, you know what's the worst part about it? Poor Lambert. Tears have salt. So...
Yeah, I know.
He's just drinking the salt of VP right now.
Maybe they are salty at the moment. I mean, salty about their own performance, because that is not a retake you'd expect VP to lose. They had so many advantages. It wasn't just the fact that it was a 2v4, it's that VQ had to do it kind of all by himself. Like, he was so low, and they couldn't hit one bullet to trade him. Bad errors once again. Norbert goes aggressive outside B. Modo is better. Looking at a possibility of a 7-2 lead here.
Look at
Chris's
Chrisen.
already behind Temple, and maybe even behind the entirety of Spawn.
Yeah, and that smoke is going to be such a good bait. They're going to be active enough as well in towards the B-bomb side to make sure that Chrisen is not really accounted for. And this is so uncomfortable for VP. They're thinking about the possibility. Chrisen's so quick, though. They might not be ready. He's just going to walk in. They've left B completely. They're so afraid about middle being open. Chrisen's just going to clear out the bomb side. He's going to be like, hey, guys, they've just left. It's open. We can just walk out. They're going to have no idea. And Chrisen might lose his life, but he's won so much space for the team.
Yeah, should be all good.
Should I say the line?
Don't even. You don't need to. It's obvious.
Game
Say the
time.
line, Bart.
Gotta save.
What time is it?
Time for James. Oh no, it's a save. Sorry. Yeah. That's what I was thinking as well. Oh, but the same.
Deary me. Sure. 7-5 is still possible. And if it is a 7-5, honestly, I would even put VP as slight favourites. But if it's more than that, 8-4, 9-3, incredibly worrying times.
You know what's the problem with it? 8-4 is actually not that big of a deal.
Yeah.
But again, it's pistol round territory. And by that, I mean, OG win the pistol in the second half. VP are in a really tough spot, right? So you're looking at it, 8-4 and VP win the pistol round. It's like it was an even score at halftime. But if it goes the other way, if the conversions go in favor of OG, then your VP are going to get one or maybe two proper chances to have sequences on the T side with the gun rounds.
I really think VP's lack of reps on this map, full stop, is getting exposed right now. I think that really is the main thing for me. OG are playing very, very well. They deserve all the credit. I think, as you can see, it's been a really good team performance. No one's really going above and beyond, right, on the scoreboard right now. We're just picking off the right kills at the right time. It was Fiki with that one big round, which really put a knife in the heart of VP, but team performance from OG is solid, and Chrisen continuing to call the shots. He'll be delighted with how his team is looking right now, but he'll want to get this one over the line. Could be a bit of a fairy tale win coming in as a late replacement, of course, for the unpaid roster in X-Bleed.
How ironic would it be if OG actually get paid from this tournament? Let's see. Definitely will need to finish off VP here if they want to. That is, if they reach the spots that actually give you some prize money. DQ. Get an opening kill. Electronic with one in response. Buzz and Moto incredibly low on HP because of the util, but it doesn't matter. They're all going down like dominoes. And it's just Fame left. He needs a big play. There goes the first one. There goes the second. Might need a third. Switches to the ESP. Just tap it away. A lot of damage, but not a third kill. Onto Chrisen. At least he's given Norbert a chance.
No HP behind Cake. You'll know that bomb plant is where it is, and there's the HE in play. It's Norbert versus Fiku. Norbert has been so imperative for VP in these clutches, but he doesn't know where Fiku's playing from. Another big round from Fiku. We called him out at the beginning of this entire series, and we want to see more from him, and he has been imperative in this final map decider. Brilliant work once again in mid, dealing with James on these timings. Smoke being blown open. Buzz takes that one. Fame really does almost everything he can do here. Even the USP almost ran down Chrisen, but not to be. 8-4 at least confirmed.
You know what's the worst part about dropping so many close rounds if you're VP? You feel like you're so close, but yet you're so far. You press tab as A2, you don't feel like it's an A2 game. There's been way too many clutches that have gone in favor of OG. And VP know it, but they also know that financially they're going to be the ones on the receiving end of all that collateral damage financially. Look at the buy once again. And look at that opening kill. He even spotted the ult there. This is so much information. If Buzz is able to get out of here alive or God forbid, even take down Jame. This could be really difficult for VP.
Nothing's going right for them. They try and retake B.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my word, if Flip didn't get that kill. They try and retake B after they've lost a player on A. Jame gets goosed through the wall for 8 HP, I think it was, which was kind of crazy. But Kristen's already in Temple, and Flit is just not ready for that. So much aggressive, assertive control over the map for OG in this entire game. Modo deals with Jame, and VP are getting embarrassed.
Yeah, and now you're seeing Modo as well starting to land some crisper shots with the AVP, right? This is probably the first time we've seen some level of confidence coming out of him. Great work with the supportive flash to set up Buzz for a kill. He puts a lot of pressure onto Jame, which forces Norbert to go for that aggressive play in towards B and Fiku. The fact that he gets a double out of this is straight up ludicrous. OG are just all over Virtus Pro right now, and we were talking about whether it was going to be an 8-4 or 7-5. Well, how about a 10-2? How does that one sound to you?
OG, like music to their ears. A tournament they didn't even know they were going to be playing in. And look at them. How good the utility usage. They're just not holding back whatsoever. Pace is being continued, and nor is Fame. That is wild to burst through the smoke on that timing, but he's been smoked off on the flank, naded off on the flank. Buzz has found Electronic. Beacon's even got a flank possibility at some point. Fame's little lurk behind will not work. And Fiku could flank the flanker as well. Flit is here, but he needs 2 kills somehow from this position. I can't quite believe what I'm seeing here. VP, the lack of reps on Anubis is really showing them up right now. And we really could be seeing Simple versus Electronic in the elimination match. It's 10-2 for OG at half.
Yeah, it's flanks on flanks on flanks and racks on racks on racks and rounds on rounds for OG right now. Would you really believe it? Going into this matchup, going into this group, OG came into the tournament less than 24 hours ago. Unpaid were supposed to play. Yesterday, this time, we didn't know it was going to be OG. Now we know, and I'm pretty sure that VP know it as well. VP are figuring things out. They probably thought they got unlucky just playing against the team that got called in a couple hours ago, but hey, we talked about how big of an opportunity this is for OG to be invited to the Thunderpick as well. They played the qualifier, right? They lost to alternate attacks in the qualifier, but now they get a direct spot in the thing, and they've been playing really, really well. This missed around. This could seal the deal here. This could send them into the winner's matchup, and Electronic has so much pressure. It's so many fights. You just can't get a grip of the situation.
Finding Fame comfortably, even with that little work smoke put into play. He's going to get another. Going to create gaps in that smoke to make it even easier. And it's Jame with a P250 and a 1v4. OG are going to be going up 11-2. Is this VP's master plan? Drop to the elimination match and just eliminate Simple early doors? I jest, of course. But
that's such a... It's such a hilarious prospect that we could see. We could see Simple return after 1 year of Counter-Strike just to make life even more miserable for Electronic on VP.
Oh, God, don't
imagine. Imagine.
Plot will come through. It'll give them something in the next round. Actually, they didn't realize where James was playing from. Fiku just ran in completely on a timing that he wasn't expecting. But all good. And we'll get the instant trade thanks to Mikey. And the whole team performance from OG has been so good. As I said, VQ has had incredible moments. Buzz has had incredible moments. But the other three, like, they don't have like a huge amount of kills on the scoreboard, but they've all been imperative in certain round situations at certain moments. And VP have just not been able to deal with them.
Yeah, and as we said, right, results have not been great. It's been far from it for OG on Anubis for us to state that they are actually a proper and a really, really good Anubis team. But you're looking at the way that they're moving around the map. You're looking at the way that they play that T side. Now the fact that they're trying to be, and probably will try to be as proactive as possible on the CT side as well. VP at least get a bomb plant, so we're going to get to see the force buy. But OG just 2 rounds away from sending Virtus Pro to face off against Simple and the Falcons in that elimination game that obviously is going to be delayed a little bit because of how long this one's taken, but still will be an absolute banger. And early on, we'll have to say bye-bye to 2 teams that you're probably thinking are the favorites to go out of their group.
Yeah, teams that you want to see in the main event in Berlin, of course, and not get a chance to see them. Modo was going to continue to go aggressive outside A for a second there, but hops away and actually might bait Tristan in. Famous just not expecting it at all. There will be a flash in play. Actually, it works really well. Thankfully, Modo will reface, sort of obviously not getting caught by that flash, but Electronic might need one kill here. That's a great one
Did
on
you see the
Fiku.
second?
I'm not sure.
No.
It's a position for Mikey, and there we go. M4 Fade getting put to good use, and it's down to James. Nice tap on the first, and he gets a 1 versus 1 against his counterpart Orpa, but it's rifle versus rifle, and actually Galil versus Galil. If VP want any chance in this game, they need a James clutch here.
Yeah, and he knows that Modo was aggressive in towards A, so he's expecting him to come out of connector. James taking a great advanced position. Issue is Modo doesn't have a kit, doesn't have a smoke, doesn't have a Molotov, nothing to flush him out with, and he's gonna have to make a gamble. Actually, it's the pre-fire walking into the angle, but James clutches up to keep VP's dreams of an upper bracket run alive. Needed a lot here, James, but if there was someone on that VP team that you would entrust with a clutch like this, it probably would be him, even when he doesn't have the APP available.
Yeah.
They're not out of the deep just yet, though.
No, I mean, you always feel like you have a chance when your opponents are on 11 and not 12. You can afford one mistake, but only one.
And it depends on what your definition of a fort is.
Yeah, exactly.
When does that mistake happen is quite important as well. If you drop the round but you're already on 9 or 10, then it's all right. If you drop it now, then it's probably game over.
OG have a buy that VP do need to be wary of here. There's a mostly full investment with the Scout and 5.7s. Deagle on Fiku. Fame looking to peek, but there's a good counter flash, and he's mid-jump away. And look at the cavalry arriving right now. Flit needs to be careful. He's done so much damage. It might activate the nade. It does. James gets 1 and 2. We can relax. Calm down. All good. Wipe the brow.
Thank you. I was starting to get stressed out. At least they were, even the fights that they were losing, they were doing a lot of damage. So you were just waiting for the moment when a single VP player would maul down more than 2 people and make sure that this round doesn't go out the window. It's a good recovery from James. A 1v2 clutch in the last one. A triple here. Reset to OG's money. Are you ready for the ultimate comeback? The comeback of comebacks. We had a 4-8-1 on map 1, a 3-9-1 on map 2. So we're just progressing.
Nice shot from Mikey.
We see the cheeky smile as well. He's like,
Yeah.
I headshot James with a scout.
And you know, like, you already brought it up a little bit, but it's completely new surroundings for Mikey, right? I mean, he's been playing with Unity in sort of tier 3, even tier 4 Counter-Strike for a little while now. Obviously, he really has put his name on the map by helping getting Unity to that RMR in just under a month's time.
And being crazy while doing so, by the way. We're talking about Ents, Rhino, and Koi were the teams that Unity beat, and they lost to, or Ents, Rhino, and Koi, and they lost to Monty. Mikey averaged 130, and that's by the way, that's 2.1 rating, not 2.
That did get changed, yeah. So super impressive, and obviously that's why Yoji have looked at him, and as we say, it hasn't really truly been confirmed yet, but the idea in our minds at least is that Mikey might still play the RMR with Unity while playing for OG here. This is technically like a stand-in inverted commas here for OG, but long-term goal wouldn't surprise me if it is to join this team. I had a chance to interview Mikey after a Compass game a little while back. And obviously I had to pull the question and ask, what's the plan with OG, my friend, after all the rumours circulating? And obviously, all he could give us was a cheeky grin. And that cheeky grin probably tells you everything about his future. He's been incredible.
Yeah, straight up, no two ways about it. Actually, a fun fact about him, this is something that I for whatever reason, remembered back from 2021. But, you know, there was a time when he played one best of 3 with the Swedish lineup going by the name Dogs that had Lumi, Adam B, and Susp on it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Medisport.
Yeah, that was an EDC close qualifier or whatever. I just remember the name from back then, and I looked it up. I was like, Jesus, he's been around and about. But yeah, other than that, this is his first international project, or first international official, because it's not his project yet, right? Officially,
I know
allegedly.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how he does. Obviously, it's not the fastest game in history, but he's really shown up in important moments, especially in that second half of Ancient.
Let's start talking about Jane, by the way, because this form is terrifying. He's 17-9. He is leading VP to potential comeback. Oh my God. Someone call 911 because Kristen just broke the backs of VP quite literally. Where did that come from?
Oh, he just crept through mid and dropped down behind them. That is insane. Buzz should go down. He's not aware of Electronic being on that angle, so it brings it back into a 2v2. But Kristinger being an absolute nuisance right now, and Fiku has got his hands. They're holding hands now in this 2v1 to get OG to match points. Norbert has been so critical for VP in some of these rounds. He's been dragging them through some tough situations when needed. Oh, but he's looked away at exactly the wrong time. It's so frustrating. And Chrism will take it with the picked up AWP. VP have a long, long way to go on this comeback. OG need only one.
Yeah, and you can see the frustration already is there for VP, right? Jay was doing so much work in the last couple of rounds. All that they needed, OG, was one hero play in the right time from the right person. And of course, it had to be the in-game leader of Kristen. As we said, easily one of the most underrated in-game leaders and players in the world right now. I mean, yeah, we're not talking tier 1 because he hasn't really gotten to play on that level, but it's young in-game leaders, proactive, taking a lot of responsibility, and James doesn't even pull the trigger against Mikey. He's gonna burn to a crisp.
Oh, revenge for the previous round for Mikey. The nade combination with the fire gets James stuck in the fire and flames like it's quicksand. Can't get away. AWP will be nabbed on flip, but 5v4 already. OG have been all over VP like a cheap suit.
And like a cheap suit, it's going to leave a mark on the skin. They're going to be scratching themselves after this one.
Mostly their heads with confusion.
Yeah. Oh, usually that's not the part of your body you scratch after wearing a cheap suit, but they will be scratching the heads, yeah.
Buzz behind the smoke and A-main. Fame and Norbert together, and he's got the exact right timing on it. He finds another multi-kill. Flip will trade, and Electronic finds Chrism, but the damage is significant. OG on the brink here. Modo aggressive. There's the kill with the AWP. It's all Electronic. What a big upset we have on our hands here. VP showing that form we saw a little bit of improvement on in recent times maybe has come back to bite them the wrong way. And we're on the edge of seeing this man right here, Electronic, go up against his former teammate, Simple, in the elimination match. That's exactly what we are going to get. Can you believe it? OG, a late replacement to this tournament for unpaid, have managed to get a win over one of the favorites.
I don't think anyone believes it, right? OG were not supposed to pull off this win. Maybe there was some arguments to be made about 3D Max before the start of the game against the Falcons, right? Maybe there was a lot more justification. There are a lot more situations that were understandable. This one was not supposed to be that close. It was probably going to be impressive enough if OG were just able to get one map and then get completely annihilated on map 3. But this one was dominant. That was comfortable from OG, right? You're thinking about how much of a lackluster start they actually had on some of the previous maps. You're saying, well, this OG team, they came in with a lot of tenacity, with a lot of fortitude. They came in with a pretty solid game plan for a team that realized that they were going to be playing against VP just a couple hours ago, or less than a day ago, and they played some good hell Counter-Strike.
Yeah, incredible, right? I can't quite believe it. And I gotta say, very obviously for me, that is Krisen's best result of his career as a young IGL, right? He's beaten the top 10 team on his new organization of OG. And OG haven't been even, like, this is huge for him. He's been highly rated by so many after his time in Mouse NXT, and I'm really happy for him that he really shown what he's made of. But it's over to Freddie and Alan now to discuss what on earth we've just witnessed.
Yeah, good luck to us breaking that one down. An absolute series of nightmare fuel proportions for Virtus Pro. What a disastrous finish for them. Even so, Freddie, let's talk positives first. We'll, of course, talk about VP. They'll get their fair dues in a minute. Don't worry, guys. OG, an unbelievable performance. Trav mentioned it there on the cast. Christian just called the best series of his career. Mikey, yes, he had a troublesome first couple maps. But on the third map, he looked much improved. Can you believe it? OG just played so far above a level we've seen them play before.
I thought when you said, let's begin with the positives, and you said VP, I was like, are we going to talk about positives of VP? Like, are there any? And then, then we segued into OG. But, wow. It's very hard to say anything apart from wow. That is... To put it into perspective, if anyone hasn't seen, Thunderpick Talent have done predictions. You can go check them out. We're going to be doing them each day. They're going to be updated. It's going to be very exciting. No one picked OG to win. Not a single person. Even for the first game, I think Trav and there was one other person that picked 3D Max at least to win. You know, that wasn't a crazy upset. This is so crazy that none of us even gave them a look in. Maybe someone gave them a map here and there, but Chrism played, he called the map of his life, but also the individuals on the extremities were just never giving any space to VP. On both the T and the CT side, they were absolutely unrelenting. And alongside that, something that I mentioned in Ancient and Dust 2 was some of the late rounds is wow, OG actually looked better in the late rounds. And especially Fiku on the T side, they were overpowering VP in the late round. That should never be happening.
No, sir. No, sir. That caught us off guard. Let's give plaudits to one man, Buzz. Buzz,
yeah.
Map 2 and 3 in this series was unequivocally the best player on the server. The sheer amount of impact was off the charts. He was relentless, he was aggressive, he was proactive. So many problems for his opponents, especially on the extremities. Some of those first half rounds is just walking in towards A and doing such a number. What more is there to say? Buzz, this might be one of the best series of his career. That was fabulous.
And I think you can see as a real vision for the future as well. This isn't going to be a flash in the pan result. This type of result that can really push your team onto bigger and better things. Fiku as well, these 1 versus 1s. I think that was they won a 2 versus 5. He won a 1 versus 1. They were doing so well to win those close rounds, which is not always something that you'd anticipate OG being on the receiving end for. But Mikey, it was someone that you mentioned. He had a really bad first map, and on Ancient, he stepped up massively towards the end, and then surrounded by everybody, he was immaculate. Also, I want to mention their mid control. Chrism was getting ludicrous amount of space towards middle. It was insane how much control he was getting on the T side. It felt like VP were flustered, they were floundering, and it's exactly what we were talking about at the end of Ancient. They felt very uninspired, they were not on the same page, so much so that they've just lost to OG in a devastating manner.
Fiku was brilliant too. But, when he looks at his forehead, and he made good use of it. He was a big brain player today. So yeah, across the board, OG, fabulous series. Even the first map, where obviously they lost, it was a tremendous try on that first half. They took VP the distance on VP's map pick. So, all in all, fabulous stuff. Buzz, no contention. MVP of this series, and if he can keep up that level of performance, as we mentioned, Freddie, think about who they're playing now in the upper bracket final. 3D Max. If you beat Virtus Pro, you can beat 3D Max.
It is simply hilarious that in Group A, undoubtedly the two favorites were Falcons and Virtus Pro. However, our first elimination game of this whole tournament is Falcons versus Virtus Pro. One of those teams are going to be going home today, proverbially speaking. They're not going to go home. Yeah. They are home. But that means that OG and 3D Max, we are guaranteed to have one of those teams through to the playoffs. And we saw Buzz standing in front of the Brandenburg gate. He could be going to Berlin. This means that OG are only 2 best-of-3s away from making the LAN finals. Now imagine the upset and the commotion on Twitter and in all the social media spaces if OG are one of the teams that make it through to the to Berlin. And like, if they play like they did against Virtus Pro, it is super possible. But for now, we've got a very interesting conversation coming up. We have Krisen, the IGL from OG, who have just beaten Virtus Pro. How are you feeling after that win?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. It's a nice one. We have struggled a bit in the last couple ones, so it's really nice that we've shown a good face in the match, and also hoping to continue.
It was beautiful stuff. Honestly, talk us through like the last 24 hours, because I presume the call for you guys to come and play was pretty last minute. Of course, the X-Bleed lineup choosing to pull out. So presumably you guys had a pretty wild kind of 48 hours, finding out you were playing, then showing up, playing one of the better teams in the tournament, and then winning. That's pretty mental, man.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it just came in last night, and of course we were very excited, all of us. Didn't expect it at all, to be fair. So yeah, it was a bit hectic, of course, with all the preparation and getting it all done in time. But yeah, it was just nice, and really happy that we've gotten the opportunity and grasped it.
Well, you've certainly taken the opportunity. Talk us through this rebuild phase for OG, because not sure if you can comment on it, but you're obviously playing with Mikey today. That was his debut in the team. What's it been like playing with OG and building up this roster? And with Mikey, are you allowed to talk about that?
I can't really say too much, not gonna lie, but working with OG so far has been good, even though we haven't gotten all the results that we wanted, but I'm really pleased, and yeah, I'm just hoping that we also gonna...
Can I just ask one question? Have you been practicing with Mikey?
I can't... I don't know what
yeah, if he told us he'd have to kill us, Freddy. That's how it works. Over there in the OG camp. Let's ask about a different player. Buzz today. Buzz was the best player on this server. He did a number on a lot of those VP guys. He was so good on the extremities, on the T side, on the CD side, taking so much of his own space. Surely a pleasure to lead a player like that can make his own decisions. Just talk us through his game today and what Buzz brings to your team.
I mean, yeah, Buzz played phenomenal. I mean, I think he did last time as well. He's really been finding his form recently, and I think he's also been showing in practice. So I'm just happy that, yeah, he's putting up the numbers. Of course, he can with a lot more than just frags, which is also really nice. So yeah, it's just a pleasure to play with, and yeah, really looking forward to a lot of more matches with him.
Awesome. And so I assume you would have missed it, but Trav, one of the casters, as the game ended, he said that this is potentially your best result as a captain because you're in a very early stage of your career. Would you consider this up there as one of your best results, beating Virtus Pro like this?
I mean, it probably is, I guess, ranking-wise. I don't know, it doesn't feel as good maybe because of the circumstances at the moment, but I don't know, it's like, yeah, I mean, I'm of course really happy with the win, but I also think that we feel like we are equally as good as some of these guys, so I'm showing it in the end, right? And yeah, I believe, yeah.
And just finally, before we let you go, 3D Max, you're playing them later for a chance in the play-in stage. So that means one best of 3 then away from LAN finals if you beat 3D Max. What are your thoughts going into that game?
I mean, it's definitely gonna be a tough one. I've played 3D Max lots of times, so I know what they're capable of, and underestimated yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I think it's gonna be a really good one, and yeah, just hoping we're gonna get the win.
Awesome, man. Well, thank you so much, and a massive congratulations. We'll let you go and prepare for your game later.
Thank you.
I tried. I always try, and it's actually my like 3rd or 4th interview recently with a team that maybe is under examination. I always try.
At the moment, and hoping at some point, that comes out, and then you'll all, yeah, of course, then. But yeah, it's a weird place we're in right now.
I have no idea if your mic's still live.
Yeah, I don't know
what
what
to stream, Chris.
Oh,
Who knows? Hopefully it was. Hopefully
way-
it was. They could. hear
Hopefully
that.
it was. Yeah.
Okay.
He's in a tough spot for telling us.
Tough
what's going on
spot. Yeah.
with the
I
live.
always pry.
Sorry.
Why
Yeah.
not? Either way, best of luck to the
Thank
to the
you.
boys later on.
To the
And,
boys. Yeah.
hopefully they have a stellar series later, Freddie, because they deserve it after that one.
Yes, I mean, like, I think there's definitely an ounce of maybe modesty and it being like an online game and Crizzen maybe taking it. It'll take him a while to maybe like set in being like, holy crap, we've just beaten Virtus Pro and we've done it 13-5 on a decider map while also being 9-3 down on map 2. Like, that's an amazing comeback. And I think OG should be super, super proud of what they've achieved. Are we going to talk about VP? Are we going to kind of examine this just utter failure from them, though?
Why do you think I'm still here?
Okay.
That's
I'm
what
glad.
I'm still here for. Let's
Yeah.
go. I don't actually. Hopefully, we have a bit of time. Shout us production if we need to come off for the next desk set, but we'll plow on for now. Yeah, a bit of a disaster series with Virtus Pro. You can't win your map pick, and then flop the next two. I mean, the fashion of Ancient was distressing. The fashion of Anubis was, I didn't want to watch anymore because they get
it was awful.
I can't think of a word I'm allowed to say, but insert your favorite one. That's what happened to Virtus Pro on Anubis.
Like, it is like, I literally had this kind of mini rant coming out of Ancient. I was like, this is horrific for Virtus Pro, and we've got worse. Like, we've actually got worse than that. Not only did they lose map 3 and they've lost the series, but they got absolutely dumpstered. Like, how is your map pool this shallow that you get forced to Anubis against OG, who are currently in a rebuilding stage? You can't even literally talk about their freaking roster because it hasn't been announced, and yet you get demolished 13-5. Like, what? Like, if anyone out there thinks Virtus Pro are title contenders, this result just shows they are so severely not. Flit's gone -14 in this whole series. You've got, like, absolute travesty from the Rifle Corps, and then just such, like, uninspired either calling or just a big lack of respect of the system from the players. It is really quite poor from VP.
Rough times. We'd stay and say more, but unfortunately there is more games to play. So we're going to hand over to the next test set. That will be Neo and JRT. And potentially, given that Virtus Pro are about to play again, they can fill in the blanks and tell us just how scary this is for Virtus Pro. Quick break, and then it's the Barnstormer, Falcons, Virtus Pro. Loser goes home. You don't want to miss that.
Brokey sees the shadows. They know about Brokey on this boost. They're going to target him, but he still succeeds.
Pistols are starting to push through. And whilst Rox finds one, Carrigan gets eliminated. Rox stands tall. Rox finds the headshot.
Oh, electronic. He'll still have a great time spraying. They all got caught on twist. And now electronic is going to pat the stat very nicely with an 8.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the Thunderpick 2024 World Championship. I am JRT, joined by Neokai, taking over for Alan and Raynar. And man, what did we just witness here?
Yeah, I think this is a wild conversation that we're having, because we basically expect to have this exact conversation about these two teams, but in about 3 hours, right? In
Yes,
the winners
exactly.
game. We're not really, I think we're all a bit baffled that we're going to finding Falcons and Virtus.pro here in an elimination game for Group 8. They were the clear favorites. I mean, arguably, we can look at this competition as a whole, and we can look at these two teams and say, you know, with Simple's return into a competitive Counter-Strike and, you know, maybe trying to help them out, that could give Falcons a team to potentially be a top 4. They are ranking-wise still top 4 in seeding in terms of this tournament. And VP are number 1 in seeding. They're the highest-ranked team in this tournament on HLTV, 8th in the world currently. So we're looking at this and just saying, right, these two sides should just breeze through Group A, in all fairness. And now we're going to have to say goodbye to one of them, which is definitely something that we...
I am absolutely shocked that we're even having that conversation. I mean, I thought maybe because 3D Max have been playing really well lately, so I'm like, okay, maybe the upset can happen there. And it did in a pretty convincing fashion, the 2-0, like you guys can see on screen right now. But to see VP go down to OG like that was just shocking. And I was starting to get worried with the way the maps were playing out, how close it was getting at times, especially on map number 2. And then, you know, OG managing to pull it off. I don't know. It was ridiculous. And they were the last minute swapping, like you already mentioned, like because Bleed, Unpaid are gone, they couldn't play, unfortunately. Yep. So I don't understand how this has happened, but we're here now and we have to talk about it. And I think still, like, the conversation for me is going to be the same, Neo, and that it's going to be a close matchup between the two squads. I expect Simple, as he starts getting more and more comfortable with this roster, will have a bigger and bigger impact.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're right. I think it might be a close matchup. But I think it might be a close matchup for the wrong reasons. This is feeling like heavy fraud watch on both of these sides. I love Simple. I still think he's got it. I mean, we even saw him towards that nuke. This is a guy who's absolutely mechanically still there. Magician Dupree, for me, always been big fans of, especially Dupree. And I think they're sort of lock-ins in towards this team. But if I'm being completely honest, right, I think a lot of it comes down to me for Falcons and on towards Virtus.pro is the falling. So when we talk about these two sides, that's for me where primarily the issues are arising. I mean, VP and in James' case, he spoke about this a little bit, saying that, you know, everybody's spot is definitely not safe, and especially his. And I think it's probably the same thing for Snappy, if I'm being completely honest, because we've got to get to a point now where we're saying this is a Falcon side who came together, meant to be a super team, and is anything but. They've not been competing. If they get eliminated, you know, going 0-2 in groups, I don't know. For me, that's inexcusable.
No, I do agree. I think there's a lot of problems on both sides, so it's interesting to see them all come to bear here in the Thunderpick World Championship. And I actually didn't necessarily mind Sunpius the way he was playing. I thought he was a good piece, but you know, it didn't work out for him. And I think like grabbing Symbol, saying, "Hey guys, we're bringing a superstar to this team. You've got to have the results now. You've got to make it work." And look, it's just the first series that they played. We don't know how it's going to happen. You have to let them cook a little bit. I think it's going to need a couple of months at the very least to see if things will start to trend in the right direction. Are we going to see more changes? There are rumors on the horizon that more is coming. Who knows? But for me, I think Simple needs to get back into the game a little bit, and obviously with this team. Let's switch gears though. We did talk about VP a little bit, but let's check out, you know, their roster here. And I mean, look, that last matchup was a disaster in a lot of ways, especially on Anubis. Like, what on earth happened there? You know, and I think it was Raynar or Freddie who was mentioning before that wherever Electronic goes, things blow up. Do you feel the same?
Honestly, sadly, it's looking like maybe the argument is correlation or causation is what I'm going to say, right? But I think, unfortunately, we are getting to the point where now this is happening quite a bit, right? You know, we've seen Tenor the Na'Vi into C9, now into VP. Obviously, the issue as well is that we obviously saw all the articles and him about, you know, the previous coach and them having a little bit of a bust-up and there being a bit of tension in the team. I think there's obviously a lot that's going wrong with this VP side. They're no longer this sort of super team. Ranking-wise, came in as sort of the quote-unquote favorites. I don't see them as the favorites, if I'm being personally honest. I would probably say maybe like an heroic, even despite the Elisa best-of-5 loss yesterday. But, I mean, generally with VP, they should still cruise forward through this this event and make a top 4 spot. And they're just not playing like that. They're just not playing like a team who really are here to win. They look so mentally checked out. They just look so not on their game. You know, this is a VP side who have basically dictated the way Counter-Strike is played at the tier 1 level, saving the meta, playing in this kind of a based on your economy type vibe. But unfortunately, they're nothing like that. We're seeing individuals like, for example, Flit, who's meant to be this top man and kind of carry of this side, not bringing any sort of a level out from him that we want to see. You know, he's meant to be arguably one of the best riflers in the CIS scene, period, right? As simple as that. Fame, this youngster also came through as well. An incredible player on his day, but again, not putting up those numbers. And, you know, I'll still say, you know, with James, for me, I do feel like it's getting to the point where, you know, they've made other changes, right? They've brought in a variety of different players. You know, we remember Chiron was in this team for a little bit. Obviously, Electronics come through. We had Mia, etc., etc. We have tried and tested a bunch of riflers. It's getting to the point now where we've got to start asking questions. Is actually this just James? Is he the issue, right? Because this team is just not they're not a major winning team like they once were.
Yeah, and I think the argument could be made like James mastered MR15, but MR12, you know, that whole saving attitude, that element that he brings to the table isn't. Yeah, it did. It really did. It nerfed him completely because it felt like they were going to command control of CSGO in that MR15, but now MR12 is like, okay, what do you do now? And I think that it's up to him to challenge himself and come up with a new approach or maybe an adapted approach based on that. So I don't know. Like, I agree with you. I think there's a lot of questions here, and we'll see if James will continue leading this squad or if perhaps they're going to find a new IGL. Let's check out the veto because I think we're running a little short on time before everything gets started here. And see what maps come through. Now, Mirage, okay, that was definitely a pick that we were going to see. They didn't get to pick that against OG because it's OG's perma, and that really hurt them because their map pool is kind of narrow right now. So getting Mirage out there is going to help them a lot. Yeah,
I mean, honestly, this veto is set up to very easy just go towards Dust 2, right? Because you look at the Mirage, it's a really good pick out for VP. It's actually a really bad pick for Falcons, right? It's a pretty good punish pick. They've just looked very weak on it. It's as simple as that. They've had a lot of issues coming through, losing to teams that definitely shouldn't be losing to. I mean, in particular, the one I looked towards was actually their most recent loss, Red Canids, right? Red Canids are good, right? They're decent. We like them. They're kind of goofy and funny coming out of South America. But at Pro League, you can't be losing to Red Canids. You know what I mean? Like, that's not a good sign of this map. They should be taking down a side like Red Canids 2-0, never dropping maps to them. So that Mirage, it has looked quite weak for me for the Falcons. And on the other side, you look at Anubis, and VP have had problems. They're 1-3 on it. It's definitely not a map that they feel comfortable on. Obviously, as we've just seen against OG, right? They looked, for lack of a better term, dreadful, right? And I don't think it's going to be fixes. I think Falcons have made a very good choice. We're going for a punish pick here. This is a map in which obviously they call on very well, which I've kind of, you know, mentioned Snappy, but I do think they rotate very well on this map. So then it just goes down to a Dust 2. And honestly, that one is an absolute coin flip. The one thing that might be the difference there is that Simple just plays it a lot at FPL, and he's very crisp on this map, and he always sort of likes it. Genuinely, that could be the difference maker.
I think it goes without saying that Simple is going to be a huge factor here for Falcons if they can find success, especially like you mentioned, if we get to Dust 2. And speaking of Simple, let's check out our head-to-head here. Hopefully everything's good to go on that, and we can talk about, you know, the two players we're going to be highlighting. I might have to wait on that a little bit, guys, so we'll get to it eventually. But I guess the point is just to touch on the maps one last time here. I feel like because of the way things are trending, that definitely we're going to 3 maps. It was honestly always going to be that way in my mind, even before we found out this would be a loser's bracket match. It's just a matter of who will be able to perhaps find an upset on their opponent's map pick. I think VP underperformed drastically on Anubis up against OG. I don't think we saw, the full potential of them there. So I feel like having gone through that and just getting battered, sometimes that wakes you up, right? Sometimes that makes you go, oh, wait a second, we have to actually figure our crap out here and get things going. So maybe we'll see that come through on their Anubis. But we already know their Mirage is strong, and you talked about it already. Falcons are losing to teams that they shouldn't here. So, yeah.
Yeah, I'm with you, man. I'm with you. I mean, honestly, people are online starting to really have a little bit of fun with this matchup as well. The clash of trash, they're calling it. Are we going to get Simple versus Sumpul? Is it going to be Jamie? Is it going to be Lame? Right? What are we going to get in the server? And I think, honestly, this is what makes this matchup quite funny, because both of them are actually in really bad ruts of form, I think, ultimately, right? Even though you look at rankings-wise, and VP like a top 10 team, sure. Falcons a top 20 team, sure. But these decides that get invites to basically every event and still just don't do well, I think, is the ultimate thing for it. We do have our head-to-head eventually coming through as a Simple and Jame. And Simple, honestly, I think people are coming in and expecting this guy to just be, once again, the GOAT off the rip, right? This is still the best player of all time, right? There's no debate there, right? But this is a guy who's not played an official since, February? We played just one official, standing in for Dupree. He plays a lot of Counter-Strike, of course, but we're just expecting him to kind of just slot himself in towards Team Counter-Strike off the rip and just be a world beater. That nuke looked very good earlier, but it's still, I think people have got very, very high expectations off the rip. It's Jame, actually, who's a bit of an issue. This guy plays sort of every tournament under the sun, and he just doesn't do enough, right? He's not individually there anymore. I mean, this is a guy who the last 3 months, he's averaging a flat 1 rating, right? When you look at all the events included and lands on top of that. So, 1.03 here, but a 1 flat if all events included, that's not good enough. He's meant to be a primary AWPer, and he just cannot put the stats up.
I think that's becoming a problem with a lot of IGL oppers, in that they have so much to think about outside of opping that, they can't really get their game going enough. And this is why I always argue that you shouldn't be an IGL opper. And Jame was always the example of, oh, it can happen, but I always considered that to be the exception. And now it's not even the exception. He's not able to perform at the level he needs to. And I think that happens whenever you start facing adversity. Whenever that starts to happen, whenever your system starts to get figured out and challenged by your opponents, then the opping isn't there anymore the way it needs to be. And it hurts the entire team on multiple levels, right? Not only strategically, but also mechanically as well, and on the frag department. So there's a lot going on here. And I mean, hopefully for Jame, he'll be able to figure out, because honestly, he was a star opper and star IGL at one point in time. But right now that isn't the case. And you talked about Simple. I agree. Like, there's no way he's going to come in and just immediately start popping off like crazy, like nothing's changed. I mean, some people might do that. It's possible, but for him, he has to get back into the swing of things. And CS2 is absolutely a different game. It's absolutely a different approach, especially for oppers, because there's a lot more mobility on those riflers. They're able to get shots they weren't able to in CSGO, so you have to be even faster as an opper. Not to say Simple isn't. He's very lightning fast in terms of his reactions, but yeah.
It's true. I mean, last time these two sides played as well was actually not even that long ago. It was basically just last month, right? And it was a 2-1 in favor of VP, but it was a really messy game of Counter-Strike. I mean, there 2 different maps that went to OT, and then Ancient also went the full rounds of regulation. So I'm expecting this one to be a little bit of a drawn-out affair here coming through. Is Simple going to be the difference maker? Maybe, right? But at the same time, I think the other kind of thing you got to throw out there is that, and this is the big conversation with the Simple pickup. Obviously, we all love Simple. He's just guaranteed entertainment. We talk about kind of cultural impact as Maui likes to talk about, right? And he is just the definition of it, right? His game earlier, the viewership numbers he was getting was crazy. It was like 100K across all languages, right? So insane work of what he can bring in terms of his name value. But on the other side, I mean, Subpius was lights out, right? He was playing unbelievably. Easily the best player on this side until he got dropped. So I think it is on the other side too, where maybe, as it might take Simple a little bit of time to get back to his form, it's a bit of a change up there because Subpius was already at that peak. So we're gonna have to see, right? I think for me, Falcons, I can maybe excuse. 3D Max are a side who are very decent. They qualify through every qualifier. They make it to the big lands like your pro leagues, and they start making it in towards that conversation of sort of tier 1.5, tier 1. I can understand that. 3D Max are a side who have a lot up their sleeve. And ultimately, as a full 5, they have played for months together, right? Since Gravity joined this team like 9 months ago or whatever, right? Simple's been here 10 days, 10 days of practice. So I can understand that one. But then when we move in towards the other side for VP, it is inexcusable. So if Falcons were to lose and go 0-2, it'll be funny. They're going to get clowned, right? It's just a classic thing because both these sides were expected to make it to LAN. But I think for me, it's more damaging if VP go 0-2 than if Falcons go 0-2. VP are meant to be a top-level side. They're meant to be one of the best teams in the world. And arguably the best in their region, especially with like Cloud9 no longer looking very comfortable, and you know all these teams here, there, and everywhere. A bar like a spirit, basically. We're talking about VP, you know, being a very solid CIS Russian side, and yeah, unfortunately, they just don't look it. Like we've all watched what VP have been like recently. They're no longer like, even back in Go, you touched on it, and we said it nerfed Jane, but you can't deny the results, right? This is a side who would win a lot, right? But it's just the fact that it was grueling and everyone hated watching it. But you can't, you know, you got to give them their credit. They would win a lot of games. They don't even win a lot of games anymore. So I don't know, man. I think for me, while we, you know, people are going to have a bit of a joke and a laugh about Falcons if they lose here. But VP is the big one for me. If they actually lose here, this is probably getting to the point where maybe like post-major cycle, things go rough there. Someone's got to go.
All right, well, why don't we get into our predictions then in terms of what we expect to happen here. On my side, I'm going to say 2-1 VP. That was my prediction coming into this, so I'm going to stick to that here, Neokai. I think that VP should be able to close this one out. I agree with you. They are the ones who should be proving themselves, and what happened against OG is, well, for their case, hopefully an exception to the rule, and they'll be able to figure things out against the Falcons. But how do you feel about it?
Do you know what? I'm going to just completely go the other way just for the memes. I'm just going 2-0 Falcons.
Okay.
I actually just don't like VP at the moment. I just don't like him. And I'm going to hate watch. I'm going to say honestly. I'm going to say it honestly. I'm going to hate watch. Because, I mean, for me, I've got no skin in the game when it comes towards these two sides. And I think Falcons have probably got one of this thing of like sort of nothing to lose. But generally, the way they've been playing, right? Or even if you look at it this way, if you look at just raw firepower and raw numbers or whatever, the best rated player on VP for the last 3 months has been Electronic, right? And that's a 1.04 rating. That's not good enough. As simple as that. But at least when you look at the teams like Falcons, for example, Magis, even he's got a higher rating than that, right, in the last 3 months.
Yeah.
He's looked very solid. He can put up some decent numbers. Madden is only 0.01 behind that as well, and he's not even generally the main man we look towards. I know he's been stepping into hero rifles and trying to be this sort of Tessus-like entry fragger, but then also an anchor and CT sides and stuff like that. But he can also put up decent numbers too. And then we know Simple's the X factor. So I just think firepower-wise, for me, Falcons, if they just step up and have a decent game, maybe the calling's gonna be a little loose because how well have we actually integrated Simple into Snappy's system and all the rest. But I think all the things that made VP scary in the past was their like macro management of the game, right? Like understanding the economy obviously is the main thing with the saves, but just like they would make it so grueling to play Counter-Strike because you're never allowed to play your style. I don't think that's the case anymore. I just don't think James is doing that anymore. And this is the issue for me, where even though Snappy is, he's had his fair share of fraud watch allegations himself, I still think he's going to be fine in this sense. So the way I'm looking at this, I'm just going to go for the box office. I'm going to go 2-0 Falcons.
All right, well, our cards are on the table, folks. We've given you all the rundowns. We're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, we'll have our casters ready for the action.
Welcome back to the Thunderpick World Championship. It's time to get into our third match of the day, and our third match, of course, of Group A, the elimination series that will see one of our two teams exit the competition. Falcons taking on Virtus.pro, and you know, as the desk was saying, Dwayne, a lot to be disappointed about when these two sides. Not the greatest showing from VP in that last map, a complete collapse from them, leaving them now here to fight for elimination in the for the rest of the group stage here.
Yeah, I'm going to point the finger at Neokai and say, you say VP have got bad results, but yet they've made playoffs in their last two LAN tournaments. They went to the playoffs of IEM Rio, they went to the playoffs of ESL Pro League, and they were 9-2 up on map 2 of Ancient. If a few rounds go differently, it's a 2-0, and we're looking at VP in a very different kettle of fish, no? Falcons have won 1 out of their past 12 games. How are we not talking about that?
That is very true. And look, I mean, look, for both sides, we did sort of look, they had their merits to a certain capacity. VP, obviously, as you mentioned, the more stable roster, and I know that a lot of talent were picking into Falcons on the basis of the simple buff. It hasn't quite worked out for this first series, and I feel like the drag factor might also impact them on this one. I'm going to back VP in terms of this match. It's the much more safer option, yes, but it does make the most sense.
And even in terms of the veto, I can't wait for this to go to a decider. Both teams really enjoy playing Dust 2, and with Mirage and Anubis starting out, I think we're going to get comfortability on the scorelines until we go to that decider.
Well, here's VP's pick to start things off. They're on the T side to get our third series underway against Falcons. One of these two teams will be staying alive for our decider match in a few days' time. The other will be out in last place, and neither team wants to be in that position. VP taking a slow approach, as you would expect in a pistol round.
Falcons currently on a 5-game losing streak, Jay. The last time they won a game was against Atox, and now you've got to face off against VP. This is going to be a tough one for them. I know there's a lot of head-to-heads, and I know there's history between the two teams over the last 6 months or so, Jay, but an elimination game and an online tournament, a lot of people will be surprised to see both of these teams here.
Well, Falcons will look to hold the defensive line of their pistols initially. Dupree is going to get forced back with an initial goosh down from one player of the VP side. Damage returning in minimal amounts towards Fame and Flit. Eventually, Dupree is going to get pushed out of position as Fame looks to engage against Madden. Simple has dived in to try and engage at Sandwich. Snappy's going to get a trade back to a 3v3, but that advantage is quickly regained by the Virtus.pro side. Snappy, well known about as well, making tons of noise with that drop down. Good shot on Jane. Not a great adjustment towards Flit, and Norbert's there to adjust on towards Magic. All the same. So, pistol win for Virtus.pro.
Well done from Fame. Falcons have got the idea in what is the pre-retake of putting a lot of pressure on, trying to fight down from stairs, get players dropping into Sandwich, and without Fame's multi-frag, you might have VP struggling to get the bomb down. Maybe they have to keep fighting for it, buys more time for the rotation in spawn and for Snappy to come up con. So good work from Fame to get 2, and for VP, they eventually work their pistol round to a success.
Now face the force by the Falcons side. I'm expecting VP to, as you mentioned, get comfortable, especially in this first portion of the matchup. They've got that AK on James, and the Galil's out for Fame Electronic, as you would expect. Only one automatic weapon for Falcons on the contrary.
Yeah, the last head-to-head had Dust 2 as a map pick, so I think it's nice to see that we get that as a decider. We go into a comfortability one of Mirage. Fame up against Snappy. Now this 5-7 might get 1, but shouldn't get 2.
Sat inside the smoke, doesn't even get that one, so Norbert, quick mow down to the MAC-10. If you want to refer to history as well, Dweg, the series in Belgrade, actually, between VP and Falcons, did also feature a Mirage. They went 13-11, so if that history is going to come to the fold here in this map-up, Falcons may look to try and give another fighting chance. Madden is unable to really get any kills out here with a pistol in mind. As you would expect, the VP Vi is going to overwhelm Falcons. The last 3 players will save their guns because they're more valuable to them in the eco.
And I actually want to ask you, Jay, which team do you think has been more disappointing in recent history? Because I kind of look at VP, and yes, on paper, their roster should be doing a lot better, but they are still doing average. Like, they're not bombing out of tournaments. Yeah, okay, it was a last place at Cologne. I'll give that one. But then the showdown at Blast Fall, they were able to beat Zero Tenacity, beat Big, lost out to Falcons in the semis, last place in the full groups, but at least in Bet Boom Datchar, they won a series there, made playoffs, like I said, in Pro League, where they were able to beat Falcons and Fury back-to-back. And then even most recently in IEM Rio, they lose what? A best-of-1 versus Mongols. They 2-1 9Z, a local team in a Brazilian event. They then 2-0 Astralis, and then 2-0 Mongols to get into the playoffs, where what? They lose to Na'Vi, who wins the tournament. So I look at VP recently, and I can't be disappointed by their results.
I mean, look, they are still like a top, I think, 15 on the Valve VRS rankings at the moment. So like, they're obviously doing something well enough in recent competitions to sort of stay within those higher echelons of the, you know, of what they would define like the border between Tier 1 and Tier 2 in that particular regard. So it's in terms of if you look at like, depending on what you mean by recent history, right? In terms of today, VP's collapse is very concerning, but I think that in the last 3 months, Falcons' general line of form is something that needs to get turned around. Maybe Thunderpick could be the event in which they will turn it around, but it's still very question marks in the air. You need to get this series over Virtus Pro first and foremost to think about that turn in form.
Well, outside of what BetBoom Dacha, that's the only playoff event that Falcons have had in the last 3 months, and that was beating BetBoom and 9Z in the groups, and that's it. You're not facing Tier 1 squads to be able to push yourself.
We're facing VP to dish out some damage into round 3. Fame on half. Magisk is going to try and put the 5-7 at the edge of the smoke, catch Fame off guard. No, Fame's Mac 10 is going to see him first and get the opening advantage, attempting to be some sort of threat for Falcons, but it is a standard 3-0. At least it should be here for VP. Again, these upgrades that were held in from the previous round shouldn't be doing much in terms of forcing out the round itself. They will get the 1 Mac 10 to full. That should be no more than that.
Hey, you've got a couple of lurkers in from mid, but that bomb's diving out of the apartments. Now, Snappy needs help on rotations. Dupree is here, but the problem is he's low HP on that MP9. At least Snappy gets one on the bomb site, and it's actually forcing Electronic to maybe back off.
Khalil in Snappy's hands, he doesn't do much more with it. Jame regains the even stance, 3-on-3. Electronics on site. Jame taking a scout shot from Simple spot. The only player on 100 HP for the CT side, and the awkward sprays of Electronic only coming up good against Madden. Dupree very fast on the turnaround. Simple now on site, gets that shot on flip. Jamie is extremely low. Simple could very easily hit this shot, but he just waits and baits for Dupree to take the peak, and the Falcons to steal their first round.
A very tight round. Now, it does help that you're almost treating that eco similar to a force bar. You've got a lot of upgrades saved in from the previous. You have a lot of time stalling coming out on B. 5-7 at close range out there in the ninja box, not quite being cleared, and then Simple on rotation, just allowing that scout to flow with the bullets. VP will not be happy because that should have been a 3-0 conversion.
But the rifles come out a little extra round earlier than they would have anticipated. Falcons can try and bring back this deficit to a 2-all. Madden trying to engage first against Fame. He takes a lot more of damage initially, but Fame is down, or the 41 all the same. And no early kills for either side, but 2 players that may be negated if this one goes on. Incendiary doesn't quite get all the way towards Flip. Madden can dish out some wallbang damage, and the HEs will chip away even more, but he's still stuck at the 52 and still alive.
I just wanted to try and play around that, but instead gets spammed and HE'd, so probably better to smoke it off. VP have got a couple of players working in from underpass, might attempt a bit of a boost up to look into that sniper's nest area and put pressure on. Falcons know that a follow-up is going to be key, and with Simple's impact with the scout in the last round, let's see what he can now do on the AWP.
His weapon of choice. His second series on the Falcons roster, at least this iteration of Falcons.
We can get an idea of maybe where his strengths lie in the map pool. I mean, that previous series, he was able to play, what, Anubis, play Nuke, and now we're getting a Mirage in there. Then we're going to get a Dust too. So at least you get to see what Simple's going to be like in other maps in the pool for Falcons.
Just seeing what he's like in general. Ring Rust is a key thing. He's been off for a fair while, so I don't expect the great performances immediately. Maybe he might be able to build into it as the tournament rolls on. No kills found early, second shot getting so close to Norba, but without landing that secondary kill, Norba can take the pre, eventually find Simple and triple up on Martin, swing for the Contra, not quite see where Snappy is. He's bought enough breathing room for the bomb plant to go down and for really no more threats to come through from the Falcons side. They've already got a player saving. Snappy will look around for the exits. VP have responded.
A really good punishment for Norbert. You could feel that Simple is struggling on that B bomb site to fight against the apartment's players. And every time he whiffs, the T's just get closer to his position. Norbert not only capitalizes on the AWP kill, but he also spams down that market rotation to get that triple in. Now, Snappy's holding around for an exit, but him and Magis don't have a huge amount of cash. VP with the 3-1, and honestly, Jay, do you know what a conversation I'm really surprised that hasn't been discussed in all of the broadcast? Electronic versus Simple? Why have we not talked about this?
It's a key rivalry, actually. Like, you are correct. in very different stages. Electronic has been active since their time together. Was playing on what is still a top team in spite of the disappointments you might have on Virtus Pro's part of it. It's Norbert that took the spotlight in this round though. Triple on that B defensive. Easy pickings. And Falcons will need to bolster up a little bit more confidence if they want to try and keep contest against Virtus Pro. They at least have built up the money so they can buy back here. The AK on Magisk. M4s for everyone else. No EWP available for Simple this time. It is available for James though.
VP have a lot of players towards top mid, but not as aggressive as they were in the last round. Remember when Flit got out towards those top mid boxes, and that's when he was getting bombarded with the utils. So just slowing the round down, not getting into the position straight away. And for VP, I mean, yes, they're a team that like to run the clock and slow play it, but if they consistently are winning gun rounds on this T side, Jay, it doesn't bother me.
Keep stacking them up. Keep working on this lead for the VP camp. Falcons trying to challenge it here with these rifles, and they are going to challenge for map control over a ramp. 4 players total on the A bomb site, so a stack that leaves Snappy all alone towards B, and unfortunately for him, VP may well have that as an option. Madden actually finds Electronic first, so the killing going the way of the CT camp means that VP may now have to put that emphasis on the B site.
Got a lot of Falcons players to A at the moment. One in con, they had a bit of an info search towards A main. Very defensive, Snappy out on B with a rotator to come through from Simple. Now, they don't have a huge amount of util between them. The best that they can hope for, if it is App's contact, is to drop that incendiary.
Puts it there at the 30-second marker, so that stalls things out for VP. They can still go for the execution, but the very last second one, they dive out the window. Norbert's going to get picked up. Snappy cannot hold on forever. Fame and Flit have traded back, but Simple still in the back of the site. As Fame gets picked up, it's down to a 3 versus 2 for Falcons, and 2 more CTs are also on the way. They've got to get up this bomb and get it down very soon. Simple challenging, Vin's a fight onto Flit as a double for the man, and James Orp is also overwhelmed by the rifle there. So Falcon do get their second.
A good work from Simple on the bomb site, just to stall for enough time. I thought the entries looked pretty good there for VP. Trading out Snappy, getting a kill from one of the short players coming up on the bomb site, but just not quite capitalizing on that very last player. And another thing to kind of mention is how long it's been since Simple has been on an English-speaking team. We've got to go all the way back to the Liquid days. And even if you just think, oh yeah, MLG Columbus, yeah, that wasn't that many years ago. No, 8 years ago. Time in CS flies so quickly.
Might be one thing the Falcons will, a hurdle they'll have to overcome as future ensues. Those little intricacies of how you communicate. Simple. Back on the AWP for this round. Stellar 3K in the previous, but it was with an M4. Big green gun on his part, set towards the back of CT spawn over on the A site. VP are happy to play slow and, again, just play out the defaults. Received nothing of Falcon's contact. Heavy-handed in mid for VP, and no one's there to receive it on the CT side. They won't get their way.
I haven't seen any A walks from VP as of yet. We've got a couple of players out to main, and Norbert, and a little bit of a back-off for Electronics to perhaps recover that bomb. Now, it seems to be an A split. Tees can regain con. You've got Madden quite aggressive with Magis just behind him.
Madden there with Jame and Fame. Flit above that matter. They try and engage from beyond the smoke. Madden's good for one. Only the 1 kill though. Orb shot missing from Simple. Refaces to get Norbert in the end. And double up on Electronic. That's more like it, sir. Flit now left on 35 HP in mid. Caught out away from the bomb without any chance to win the round. Falcons are going to even the board.
Alrighty. Well, it actually looked as if he was going to get capitalized upon again. Missed shot out there from Triple. The spam came up and probably a couple more bullets away through that triple box from falling. And he's in a position where you can't really fall back from CT. You don't have the cover. So you need to keep fighting. You need to have that pedigree to reface and look for more damage. And he's actually come away with a mental couple of kills.
Shades of the old GOAT. The Falcons, a key piece to enable them to now look for the lead. Economy's not great on Virtus Pro. They haven't been able to build it up as steadily as they would have hoped.
I'm going to ask you, Jay, do you think it's important that Simple shows a lot of his top form in the opening few officials, or does it not really matter? Is it just get officials under his belt?
I think he will be a difference maker for the Falcons side in general. In terms of the first few officials, I don't think he's going to hit that top level of form. I mean, that much seems like it's almost a given. Again, bring Rust and all.
Not so much whether he does, but I guess expectation, how you look at everything. I mean, it's a tough group. Well, is it a tough group? I don't know. Maybe it isn't a tough group. It's surprising that you're down here in the elimination game, but in my eyes, I don't look at Falcons as being, at least at the start of the group stage, to get out. I'd probably put VP and 3D Max as my 1 and 2 teams. So, yeah, I don't know. Maybe it is a tough group for them.
I'd agree. I would put VP and 3D Max as our 2 teams to make it out. I didn't have a lot of faith in OG until today. I wasn't certain about Falcons. I think that even if Simple does perform well, the drag factor of the rest of the squad is still something to consider because they haven't been doing well even without Simple in previous months.
You'd put OG as the weakest team in this group, a replacement invite from last night with new players coming in, and they cause a huge upset in their opening game.
Leaving VP up for elimination here against the Falcons. And maybe it could have been a case that Falcons are a little bit miffed about that one. Hold on that thought for a second, because Flit's actually inserted against Dupree. He's not ready for him to have aggressed through the murder hole, so this could end up being a flank on the B bomb site that works well, but he's going to opt to cut rotations. The pistol players will work down Snappy. M4 spray does absolutely nothing to them. Finally lines up a couple, but takes a ton of damage. Bomb's been dropped. USP is pulled out. Flit's there against Madden, and James going to overwhelm Snappy. 3-on-2 now for Virtus Pro, and Flit's having a round. A triple found. Simple's AWP now. Needs a simple round. And focused in by all sides there from Market, challenging the pistol of Electronic, who will force him to retreat back towards spawn. Flit comes up and pops back through that hole, gets the kill that he requires, and Falcons are returned to once again.
And that is just a mind-boggling round from Flit, because all the round itself is, let's see if he can cut a rotate, maybe get into a strong position, and just look for damage. Instead, it turns into actually a winnable round. They get the opening kill out of B, they get the bomb down, and then Flit is just doing damage after damage. 4 with the hero AK.
Right, time to call in a tactical pause for Falcons, as the beginning of this game has been anything but easy.
Now, something that I was listening to on the casters, Jay, in the previous best of 3 that Falcons played was when tactical pauses were called, we weren't hearing, or at least seeing, Snappy communicate. And I'm looking at the tactical right now, there is silence from the in-game leader.
It looks like Simple was being a bit more vocal there more than anything else. You also have to wonder what Zonic's input is going to be. Can't see him on the cameras, obviously, so maybe it could be a case that he's talking, given that sick perspective. Falcons down by 1. They've actually been hindered quite heavily by that previous round. Madden's not got a rifle. Flit will continue to be a menace here in mid. Simple is the man to try and challenge on that boost to Dupree. He actually misses the jump, so they don't even bother with it. Just back up towards that B-bomb site. Flit's allowed full reign of mid.
Now, Flit, I'm going to be keeping eyes on him to see, can you actually crack a timing like you did in the last round? How consistently is that possible to maybe get into a window room, get out towards jungle? Unfortunately, a little bit of a missed window smoke means that you'll have to get another one down there or keep the util up, and because of it, the HE placement will come in.
Yeah, Magic's good to tag Electronic and Fame to half HP. Lit caught a little bit of that himself. Electronic eventually will get up on that boost, ready for the looking towards the ladder room window. Magic's going to swing from window itself, and Fame will quickly trade back Flit's casualty. But the HEs continue landing. Fame's been tagged even lower now, and Snappy's going to get Electronic. Tried that same flank. It's not going to work twice in a row. Falcons have the man advantage, and now Madden is going to call for support. He can hear footsteps from Connector. He's so wary of that Palace entry from James. Utility pulled out. 5-7 fought upon by Norbert. Is back just sticking outside of the default box. So 3-on-3 ensues. Bombs on site. Norbert is going to get cleaned up for it, though. So man advantage regained by Falcons.
James going to have to win this fight against the CT rotator. Flashback in towards Con, but it's not Fame going aggressive. On low HP, he actually wants to try and back off, and both of them get kills instantly.
Even though James tagged the 2 points of health, I honestly thought I was going to get one out by Simple, but instead, they're bringing on a HP advantage, but down a man in this 1 versus 2. They're both going to form together. Flash is sent in right towards Dupree. He's caught blinded by it. Fame did look up towards the site, but Dupree is going to try and give chase. Seen right there. A flash sent to try and hold them off. Tapping that bomb once. He has not got a kit for this, so eventually he will have to fall away, grab an AK and run for for it. Falcons unable to hold their evens. VP extend their lead.
That may be one of the best 2v1s you're going to see all day there, Jay. That timing was impeccable. So notice how Jame was in Palace, got the kill, backed around from spawn, and rather than Fame giving a dry fight, giving a 1v1 where maybe Dupree can win it, there's a flash that comes over for Jame, and then even Fame is not looking to fight against the diffuser. Instead, he's just checking the bomb. Is it being stuck all the way? No, it's not being stuck, mate. I don't need to commit to a fight. I can back off. And just the way that you're toying for time, you're running that clock, you're giving Dupree absolutely no window to win that 1v2.
That's full reset for Falcons now. VP are looking to storm right ahead at 6-3. Minimums to be taken for the T side. They know that they're up against USPs. They're just charging right up towards short. Snappy's found in an instant. Do they read Martin? I mean, they've gone for this corner box boost quite a number of times. But yeah, Fame is going to check it. Dupree does get one kill out of that AK, but now known here towards Market will be adjusted towards by the T side. Bombs on site will get planted and will not be contested in that plant. Falcons may well look for the exits on the pistol players. They do some decent damage towards Flip, but again, not to get the kills. Eventually, Dupree will back off and save that rifle.
And this hero rifle hasn't quite got the same level of impact as Flitz did only a few rounds ago. You can bring it into the next round, but you can look at this as a bit of a failure. VP up 6-3, and now I'm even kind of looking back at the rounds that have been won from Falcons. What if that, MP9 and 5-7 round doesn't get won? We're looking at a 7-2 scoreline. VP have looked pretty solid on the T side.
We can no longer lose the T side with it. Falcons. 3 more rounds in their opening half to bring back the scoreline differential. At least they've got an AK available to what will be a full buy-up now. Virtus.pro have been the team that have been slightly more proficient in these rounds here. Yes, the last one was an eco. Held the lead from the start and going to continue to try and extend that right here. Anything more positives? 9-3 is their best case scenario.
Now, Falcons, unfortunately, just don't have the cash to get Simple on the AWP, and after what we've seen from him on the A defenses, maybe that's something that they're missing out on. Norbert with quite a bit of pace, but Electronic to get the opening kill in mids.
Great charge up on Madden. They do run into Dupree with their backs turned. Flit's also going to get caught by that as well. Incendiaries, Molotovs towards Snappy's position, but it lands a bit deep, so it's not going to get spread out to that corner that he holds. They might think their position's completely clear. Simple at the edge of the smoke. Norbert just barely attracting his ire, trying to spray back, trying to get the kill against the man, but no. The GOAT comes up with a returning frag. Fame trying to trade, but they're still down by a player. Now Snappy can reveal his master plan. Master the frag against Fame. It's all on Jame now. 1 versus 3 with the AWP in his hands. Simple still wearing against him, still looking to push. The backstab of Magis will cut off short as an option, eventually wrap around towards this apartment's backstab. And they've got all the utility they need to keep the AWP suppressed.
Well, I will say it's positive to see a pace changer there for Virtus.pro on a gun round. We're seeing some more aggression from them, trying to get a bit more creative with the change-up. Now, they get the opening kill in from mid, which is quite successful. The problem is backs are turned against the short player, isn't it? Dupree just gets that multi-frag, and it doesn't ruin the round, but it makes it very difficult to recover. What also doesn't help is that Simple doesn't quite drop. You've got just a bit of a window to fight against him on the edge of that smoke. But on 15 points of health he lives, and James' best bet is to push the AWP away and try and see if he can clutch with the AK.
And Simple would be easy pickings at 15 points of health. Snappy is the concern at jail. Game. Dive right into that individual. Simple's going to get caught. Look back towards short. Doesn't check jail. Snappy holds the round together for Falcons. So, a 4th to their board. 8-4 is now the best case for Virtus.pro. You're right about the pace changing. I honestly thought that Electronic was going to steamroll his way through short, but all took a Dane to melt them down.
And I know that we've got a top 4 for this tournament, Jay, to be at LAN, but maybe it is a bit of a wake-up call or perhaps even early preparation for these sort of tier 1.5 teams to say, guys, you're going to be playing quite a bit of online CS next year, so get ready for it. You might have some tough times. Yeah, you might get upset by 3D Max and OG. Oh, wait, that's already happened.
It's been a bit of a thing with the tier 1 teams when they come down to the online cups. It oftentimes does actually work against them. A much grander project. Falcons and VP And even the fact that that VP rather have been knocked to this lower bracket of the of this group might mean that the seedings for the playoffs on the online portions actually might see them against one of those top 4 sort of teams.
Yeah, very true.
So that opening upset that OG have taken has at least thrown things off to a certain theoretical capacity.
I look at VP as being one of the very best teams in the comp, up there with Heroic and Mongols.
Certainly true. Try and bring that greatness to effect here with the set-piece execution towards the A bomb site. The CTs are all held back behind the smokes, blind spraying and hoping for damage. They've output someone to Norbert and Jane, but nothing that will deny the bomb plan. It is a 5v5 on the retake.
A difficult one to get in for Falcons if a kill's not presenting quickly. You've got a backstab in from spawn of the T perspective, and out from CT, it's a kill, but not quite a double R.
I think Fame seeing Simple right there, focusing on Norbert. Fame just peeked back to get the trade. KT to 31 points of health, but he's unaffected by it. 3 to his name, and a 3-on-2 for Virtus Pro. The backstab at Dupree, looking for James next up, but doesn't line up the full-blown spray. The orb connects. Marden's got to back off and save his gun. He will find Flit on the way out of the round. And no more time left on this clock. No more chance to go for the defuse. VP will have the half at 7-4.
A good work from Fame. Low HP to refight into CT. Crosshair placement was just immaculate. Straight to the head and a straight bullet that just rains down death. Slows that retake in completely. Falcons, maybe it needs to be discussed about Madden's drop-off in recent games, and a lot of people have been quite critical that he hasn't been performing to the same level that we know of. He's meant to be the star player on Mirage. He's the highest rated player in the last 3 months at 1.18 across the last 9 maps played, and he's down at, what, 4 kills, with one of them just being an exit frag from the last rounds.
He didn't do all that great in that 3D Max series either. Well, right to be concerned for the opening one of this series. James already been dealt with to start things off, as Madden does actually find a HE kills. That's a bit of the start, but peeks right into Electronic on low HP. Fame's going to follow up on Dupree. Norbert caught a kill on Simple in the meantime, so no issues for the T side. 4-on-2. They've got plenty of time to play against the Falcons.
I'm convinced that any time Falcons have tried to aggressively fight for mid, they've just lost everything, haven't they?
That's wrong, true. 4 players involved in the kill counts as well, so it's not like they're just running into Electronic or someone like that as the forward face and he's mowing through them all. They're all counteracting everything the Falcons are throwing at them.
And it's surprising because you'd think that there'd be an adaptation of maybe retaking mid in a later portion of the round rather than fighting it for it early. VP looked comfortable in that first half. Yeah, there was a couple of hiccups in a few rounds, but if you're looking at consistency, that was a good showing.
8-4 at the turn. Virtus Pro looking a great T-side on their map pick. You mentioned you expected some comfortability out of this. I'm wondering if there's any comfortability for Falcons to return now as they switch to the second half. Not the worst scoreline to bring back, but still not the most comfortable one either.
Well, you wonder how threatening they can be in any map if there's best of 3. I look back at that 3D Max series, only just pushed it to double digits of the 10 rounds on Anubis and then 9 on Nuke. I'm looking at this 8-4 and I'm thinking probably not going to see much of a showing in the second half.
Well, again, just going back in history, the last map of Mirage was a 13-11, so there's theoretically a chance of Falcons, but they have to put the hard wards in right now with a pistol win that may be required. Simple will find Norbert to kick off this round. Flit has got the trade in, but he's also got Madden in the back to support the go. 5-on-3 established. Oh, Kushi's down on all 3 players of Virtus Pro. They now have no choice but to run for it. Save the Kevlar. There's no way you're winning this clutch, and no way you're winning this retake.
The Falcons give themselves a lucky break for now. Get a bit of a positive start here in the second half. Look to prioritize what those gun rounds are going to look like. See if you can be a threat. Opening entries come pretty cleanly against Norbert and Flair.
Now the pistols are just hunting them down. And these should be some pretty easy kills for Magisk. 2 of them to his name. No survival for anyone on Virtus Pro. Falcons will win the second half pistol. And one that can start to bring back this scoreline to a much more manageable 8-6, 8-7, depending on if VP want to go ahead and force buy in the second round.
We saw some very good Mirage performances out of VP back in IEM Rio. After losing to Mongols on Mirage, they answered back by a 13-2 against 9Z on the map to push themselves into the lower bracket semi, where they went up against Astralis, got another 13-9. Didn't get to play it again, unfortunately, for the rest of the group or the playoff game against Na'Vi. We know that they pick basically Dust 2 and Mirage and nothing else, so to get 2 of those maps in on a best of 3 is a positive outlook. And not looking to force buy in the second round, keep it very light, look to focus in on getting the rifles early.
And give the jewelries over to Electronic. Bolstered up with the Kevlar, of course, for him. Talk about how deadly those jewelries can be in the pistol rounds. They've got helmets across the entire Falcons board, so probably shouldn't be too easy for him to get any exits or damage kills in this round. He's pushing in towards ramp to ensure that no one's going to make their way onto the A bomb site. Unfortunately, as soon as they find the information, the B site defenders have got to get sprung into action, and they're playing outside of the bomb site, so from range, the rifles can strike, and there's not really much of a chance to hold off against the bomb plant. Good adjustments there for Magisk. And a 5-on-3 as you would expect.
VP just want to hope to not get farmed up by these SMGs, and Flit's actually getting a couple of kills. So the round is getting slightly expensive because the teams keep overfighting here.
If they get a third kill and drop one of the AKs, that can make it even better for them. Magisk has got himself the cash out of the MAC-10 at the most, so they have a little bit of a bolster there. VP. Probably unlikely to find any more out of this one. They will just check the bomb site to ensure that no one's going to try anything special. This will be number 6 for Falcons as expected. MAC-10 of Simple actually does get another decent kill. However, Fame is able to convert upon that. So casualty taken to 3 overall deaths on the Falcons camp. A very expensive round indeed. And the rifles will return from Virtus Pro.
There's been more coaching staff changes than actual player changes for VP this year. Remember back to, what, April time when Mir got benched and Electronic got brought into the roster. About a month later, you had Datston, who was a long-standing coach with the organization. He parted ways and they brought in Zoma over from 9 Pandas. And then most recently in September, he got benched to promote Pashnoid, who was kind of like an analyst, assistant coach. He's now the head coach of the team.
The Falcons are going very fast into these initial plays here. VP are late to get to the B bomb site, so Simple actually might be able to find a good fight on Electronic. He doesn't want to overextend though. And for into the back corners, 2 AKs potentially to move up here. Smoke start coming down, so they're indicating an early execution. The bomb's out there as well. Jane has been tagged up on the first spray. Electronic holds his nerve on the site as Simple is picked up. Advantage for Virtus Pro. There's Falcons cancel. They've already got Dupree in the bomb site at the moment down here at the van position. That incendiary is never going to land there towards the back of the bench. Electronic caught off. Dupree turns it into a 4 versus 4, and Snappy takes Jane back through the smoke. Advantage Falcons. Bomb can get planted here, and you can see VP are already saving.
And Magis is in a perfect position to cut rotations. Now, Fame might not quite catch this timing. It works out at the end. They can opt for the 3v3 save. Falcons, after losing that opening duel, it seems unlikely that they're going to promote too much more success for the rest of the round. But it was that scale and that just walk around the bench, not being pre-aimed by Electronic. It took the Dane just 1 good bullet from Dupree, as well as a spam from Snappy to open up the bomb site and give Falcons a 7th.
Looks so awkward as well, because Dupree was initially the only player that committed out of the apartments, and they had to cancel. Then he would have had a very hard time getting back in there.
Definitely.
The decision was made. They do find success with it, and that's positives, of course, for Falcons. Another 7 on the board, and only within 1 of VP. And very characteristic that even in the 3-on-3, they go for the save. It was called so early. They don't have kits either for them, so keep the rifles you can afford to buy in the next with that support.
Yeah, they were also nowhere in retaking positions. They weren't in market. They weren't out in mid. No one was backstabbing in the apartments. They were basically all on the A bomb site. The Falcons would love to be able to get a bit of an upset on Mirage because it's been a map that's weak in the pool as of late. 3 losses in a row for them. They've only got 3 wins and 6 losses in the last 3 months on HLTV, giving it one of the weakest map win percentages out of any map in the pool for them.
Straight in for Flit. Snappy has just been mowed right through. 4 points of health for the man, so it's not the most cleanest of fights for VP's early game. Simple now looking his way out towards the A-bomb site from Palace. He engages 1 and 2 players. James just trying to make sure he doesn't really open the bomb site up, but Magic is there with extra support, so VP holding back, protecting the man advantage above all else. Falcons will look to try and commit. They've left that bomb in mid, though.
And someone's going to have to go back for it, but they want to try and capitalize on this space, and they want to put pressure on the jungle.
Electronic fights under pre, takes him. HE sent as well. Madden's going to get found by Fame before it even explodes. So now they're down to 2 players on Falcons. Still no trades to gain here. Magisk even baited. Simple's known towards Palace. HEs can continue to chip away at their HP bars, but they're being returned so nicely by Falcons. And Electronic's just going to swing in and get the kill. Simple in a 1 versus 5. The bomb's been discovered as well. Norbert will also discover where the last player is, so VP can adjust accordingly.
It didn't help that they lost that mid-fight almost instantly. As soon as Fame tries to peek out from that aggressive con stance, everything falls apart. Simple can look for a couple of exits to make the round expensive, but Virtus Pro are going to be up to 9.
One more fight can get isolated on Jame, who swings into mid, gives Simple a triple. 23 seconds for him, though, to continue to commit. He's going to make his way in towards Connector, making noise as well, so the CTs are aware that he's now close. Switch to the 4th player, sees him, burst fire of the shoulder, back now, turn towards Electronic. Good bait and switch between him and Fame. Electronic with a triple in the round, and VP get their second half start.
Definitely some overfighting there for VP unnecessarily, and it does hurt their economy towards the tail end of the round. Would have been lovely to hold on to mass AKs, 4 alive, start building up that bank on the CT side to give yourself a round streak. But not to be. Slightly expensive. The Falcons, though, you'd have to say, as soon as the next rifle round comes in, not the best of follow-ups by them.
Tacticals called in as a result. Need to figure out the general approach towards not only that buyer, but also future endeavors, because VP are starting to close in on the map win.
Well, I'm going to ask you in a time period, Jay, how long can we give this Falcons roster to say, right, results are necessary? Is it end of the year? Is it moving into next year? How do you judge it?
Well, the problem is that obviously there's a lot of rumors around Falcons and their future and who's going to be joining them in the near future. So it's hard to say for this particular roster because it might not even stick around past the new year. I don't want to put any major expectations on them when they could very quickly change.
It's just difficult with the players they've got to just keep giving excuses of time.
It is true. Well, for now, Flash missed out for Fame. Peeks in anyway to Madden's part. James can trade it, so keep control for the time being. Have to back off soon enough because he knows there's a major threat there at ramp. Madden with the initial kill. 4v4 for Falcons to slow it down.
VP have actually done well because that could have very much hurt them in missed utility. Now, Simple gets a slight timing on Norbert aggressing out to the apartments, but there's not a huge amount of pressure there. Norbert can back off. He's not being swung upon. He's not asking for too much more resources in terms of rotations. Falcons have got all of this space towards mid and pretty much granted for free. No one in con, no one short, no one window room here.
Grays of Madden going to get Electronic in the end. Flit challenged heavily, still turns back on Snappy. Simple continues to make his way up, looking towards that bomb site where the last player of the defensive holds his nerve. It's more players back behind B. James considering to find rotation positions at the market doorway, but not going to commit fully towards that A bomb site. 35 seconds, and Falcons also have that bomb on short, so they can try and commit here.
Simple's just distracting to A. Just that single flash to force a bit of an over-rotate. Now, James is not really leaving. He's actually just holding the murder hole by the looks of it deep in marker.
I think you might have heard footsteps. They're coming in now. Molotov's flashes sent in. So now 2 players hold the defensive line. Norbert has got to be wary because he's low HP. Does damage onto Madden. And James gets caught looking the wrong way at the wrong time. Simple finds him. And Falcons find 8.
It's a very long time since we've seen a pure impact round come through from Madden, but he was the one to work the kills towards short in that A bomb side and also get that entry that helps put that bomb down on B. Gets a triple in the end. Virtus Pro had a 4v4 and thought that they were in a pretty good position there, but instead lose the B bomb side, lose their number 8. And this could get quite close to a tied up scoreline, or maybe even Falcons pushing for the win.
Well, you were questioning how much of a threat they could generate on this map, and we're starting to see a little bit more of that potential. Back down by 1 against VP. One more to make up against the opposition. The Bi-State didn't have a lot of savings available to them. I don't imagine VP are going to have a massive amount here outside of the save weapon. So you are pretty much correct about at least giving the idea that Falcons can turn this into an even stance. The AK of Flit indeed will be mostly unsupported.
And I'm sure if you're OG, you're really hoping that you can push for that upset against 3D Max, because you don't want a rematch against the likes of VP, and you don't also want to be playing Falcons in that decider. Either way that it goes, you have to be prioritizing the victory for first seed in the group.
For these two teams, it's all about survival. No need to prioritize high placements, just stay alive here in Group A. Nice nades on Snappy to kick things off in the HEs again from VP. More damage potential in that utility base. Flitz AK still hungry for its kill. And now here towards the A defensive, it's right call to make, because that's where all Falcons are leaning towards, yet to commit.
Snappy gets that open up. Just a slight timing as he works one of those A kills from Fame. They still don't know exactly where the hero rifle is, though.
I'm not going to give it away just yet either. Flitz hoping to isolate one player in mid. He may well get his wish. Adam and Simple going to peek together. Oh, quick mode down from Flit. Nice and easy. Simple also gets found by Electronic, and now he's got to back away. Can't get to that rifle, though, and the T's know that he's in a corner, basically. All he can do is peek in, hope for another headshot. Snappy doesn't quite give it up to him either. Teammates coming in from the back lines. Jame actually goes undetected until the very last moment. Norbert doing damage as well, but not quite enough. 2 versus 2. Magic into the pre, hold it all together. And Falcons will finally get back within evens of VP.
Yeah, we only got a bit of a split-second POV from Norbert in Spawn, but that looked like a whiff, didn't it? That looked as if that should have been at least one kill to either the close triple player or the second player that was slightly further back at default. Could that have been a missed opportunity? Could that have been one kill and a round still there for VP?
It's quite possible. They've done damage to Falcons, though. For a hero rifle setup, the economy state to get knocked down to a reset at this stage would be everything to Virtus Pro, so... going up towards the ending stages of this game. Round 19 out of 24. For the lead. Virtus Pro. Making initial prods towards ramp. But Fame does not want to overextend. He's aware that Falcons may have a player here. Not a commitment to the A site, though.
And this is actually similar signs to the Ancient performance that we saw from VP against OG. A 9-2 score at one point, and then lose the map in regulation. Don't quite close, don't get it over the line. Could this 8-4 just have been wasted?
Bite from Simple, tagged up more heavily than Jane was. The leg shot of the AWP, good. Flip with 2 kills on Snappy and Madden, and now he's got to get out of there in con because he's low HP. 5-on-3, runs right into Dupree. Jane now close quarters against the AK. Ready to receive the man, but needs to pull the trigger so quickly. Electronic has come in with that support. Out from the ladder room, it's down to 2 players of Falcons. 1 from ramp, 1 from mid, now just from ramp. Magic's all alone, as VP have methodically picked their opposition apart.
And that's everything you want as an in-game leader. You're trapped out there in jungle. You've got a very difficult shot to hit against Dupree at close range. And both of your riflers step up with multi-frags. You have Flit and Con that gets 2. Electronic goes out to ladder and gets that first one. Drops back down and gets another one towards short. And good work from Electronic and Flit. And that's the round breaker that gets the double digits over.
Magic's needing to hold on to this rifle. VP up to, as you mentioned, 10 on the board. And we're just about defending that lead. The rifle being valuable to them because money's not 100% there here for the T side. 1,700 bucks on one man. He certainly is going to have some difficulties in the buy strategies. What will they try and bring out?
Clean there from Flip. Let's see what the second kill looked like from Electronic. Oh, your low HP player down on the bench there for Simple. A bit of an easy one. And 1 round the difference. And the buyback from Falcons looks okay. Doesn't look fantastic. You've got a Tech 9 down for Madden, a Galil out, and a lack of util across the board.
This might get a bit messy.
Now, this could be the ticket to what, the at least 12-9 score.
A map point for Virtus Pro maybe calling Falcons. Okay, I thought Fame hit that shot. It was James instead with the AWP support. Magic's going down and out very early. Madden now moving on towards the window. Pixels only just barely available. The smoke fades. Oh, James unscoped and couldn't get Dupree there. Meanwhile, the CTs have taken the apartments, and Falcons will have to adjust against them.
Well, at least they didn't miss that flash play into main like they did previously. Opening man advantage is giving a lot of info because the T's have basically been trapped out of the apartments because of that deeper re-smoke, and they've also given info on 2 players in mid. So this is a very easy read from VP right now.
Electronics backing away. Norbert still holds the corner play. Nades up. Flash coming in, Norbert's had away from it. Second one comes out, he evades it, sprays through on 2. Dupree can trade Flit on short as they try and continue with the split play anyway. Simple, however, will drop with the bomb. And Dupree, well known about Electronics, going to adjust, get that quick burst to the headshot. And that is VP with everything that they wanted. The second stage of loss bonus for Falcons. No money left in the tank, so that point is certainly calling for the favorites.
And if anyone would ask me, Jay, how important is repositioning and movement in CS, I'd say watch this round and find out. That is a great turn from Norbert, but then to just strafe out to the right-hand side, and because he's protected by the wall, he can give himself a fight and still not get blind. That's pure perfection, isn't it?
Yeah, what a man. And what a move. Virtus Pro. Two rounds away from taking Mirage. Falcons going down to the Deagles for a couple of players, but this is an eco. They're going to try and play for overtime.
And is this where we maybe look at the numbers and say who's going to step up in performance for the key few rifle rounds at the tail end of this second half of Falcons? You've had Simple that's had a decent showing, but what about Madden on 9 kills? What about Magis on 8? Snappy on 12? Dupree on 10? Who's going to be that backup dancer?
And this is what I was saying earlier as well. Even if Simple does perform, I was worried about drag factor for the other players on the Falcons side. Certainly been the case. Our stars have not shone. No one's shining here in this round. Falcons now got 3 in a row to make up. 12-9 VP, locking in map points, and they'll face the bye one last time.
Even Simple hasn't been generating round victories since probably the first half. That multi-frag that he had on the AWP from back triple, and the multi-frag that he had with the M4 back on B. Outside of that, we've seen the odd pick here or there, but not leading to threatening rounds, not leading to the victories to push that scoreline more in favor of Falcons.
Third tactical called in for the Falcons side. Dead out of time to make this map work. They are going to need to turn it all back. Again, 3 needed to be recovered. That's just for the overtime stance. How are they going to get there? That is the question on our minds. That is the question on the minds of the players themselves. And still not the best buys in the world for them. Snappy down to a Galil to support the utility, which is still in limited supply. James Orp towards mid, Incendiary with Flit support as well, peeking forward, spotting Dupree. It's Flit able to connect the kill, the Orp but didn't. Flashbangs are still taken directly to the face, but he hides inside that smoke. James there with his kill on Martin, Simple being heard. Flit wrapping in against the player. Is he going to find him? Not quite, but James still fragging. Finally, Flit gets his chance to strike, and Falcons have been mowed down by Virtus Pro. A confident round to close out the map up and start things off in the best of 3 with a win on Mirage. 13-9. Good stuff for the map pick.
And it's exactly what they needed. Now, there's no denying, Jay, that there were moments that we thought maybe there could have been a map victory for Falcons, but look at the way they closed. Those were some strong rounds in the end from VP.
Indeed they were, you know, and that confidence really is kind of the difference maker between these two sides. Ultimately, Virtus Pro have been, as you mentioned before, doing good stuff in the Tier 1 environment, getting great playoff runs towards lands, and as a result, it's put them in a very high placing here in the Thunderpick World Championship, and as a result, I can't be too shocked the fact that they beat out Falcons to start things off here in the series.
I mentioned it from the start of the video. Looks pretty good from both teams with that Mirage, with that Anubis. So from VP, they can say, right, we're 1-0 up in the series. At least we're following the trend of what happened in the last best of 3.
And of course, it was their own map pick with Anubis coming up next. It does not mean the Falcons are out. Nothing overtly concerning that will put them out for the 2-0 fashion. At least from my perspective, I wonder what the analysts will think. It's back to them before we head to map 2.
All right, we're back, guys, and that one was, look, it was the expected result. VP took it as we were expecting, but it wasn't exactly smooth sailing. There were a lot of moments where VP felt shaky.
Yeah, I gotta agree. I think generally speaking, we've all kind of spoken about this. This veto is set up for a 3-mapper. You know, we all kind of expect that when we go towards Anubis, it's going to be a bit of a flipped result, as we saw with that kind of OG performance earlier. But I do want to say there was moments there where Falcons looked a little better already, even in their previous series. You know, they started off against 3D Max looking actually quite weak, a little bit all over the place. And I think we all know that when you're a team that's trying to really come together, officials are basically the most important thing for you. It's all well and good having your strats, your defaults, and yada yada, but you learn through these officials and through basically kind of what can be quite a painstaking process. But there was lots to like, right? I think in general, when you look at versus Falcon, I think Simple played quite well. I think he looks mechanically quite kind of tuned in, right? And having that is at least something for me, which is pretty solid. I think Snappy at times caused some really nice plays. Again, that's something I look towards for him where I've been a little bit worried, especially with the issues of Falcons. But on the other side, I'm glad to see individuals like Flip find that form, especially when he's had weak performances very, very recently. So back to him, looking solid. I think Fame on CT side did really good work as well, just keeping things a little bit competitive there. And you know, in the last couple of rounds, we finally saw something from Jamie. He was looking incredibly weak up until the final two. And of course, the penultimate one, it was against an eco. You get your 3k against an eco, is what it is. But maybe that confidence might help him in towards Anubis. But yeah, ultimately, I think as expected, but maybe closer than we would have thought.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, like we saw that one round with Simple, right? In the 1v4, he gets 2 frags. He's like, hold on a second. Are they going to collapse here? Is it going to fall apart? He just runs out of time, right? And he tries to push it down Cat, but they spot him out at Connector, and you're probably going to see it on the replays here as we're going to show those for you guys in just a second. But yeah, I mean, look, it was VP. This is their one map. This is the one map where we expect them to be dominant, and they weren't. They were good overall, especially towards the tail end. You saw James kind of connecting on a couple of off shots. Not really counting the anti-eco, was the last round where he looked good. But outside of that, it feels like there are still going to be a lot of question marks for this team moving on in this series.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely spot on. I mean, as we run through these highlights as well, there's another thing I want to point out in particular is that Flit looked very successful. He was very successful on the opening duels, going 4-1 for me. He was finding a lot of space, creating a lot of moments. I mean, this one in particular, for example, this exact round was a hero AK buy for Flit. It was a full eco around him with just pistols and barely even upgraded pistols. He went nuclear, single-handedly pulling VP out of a tough situation, and that's where we look towards players like him and Fame that can really sort of take over. Electronic had a couple of moments. He started slow, but he really came alive in towards the game towards the end. So, I mean, there is those positives towards VP where we can say, yeah, maybe a little closer, but I think ultimately in some of these hard rounds, they made it look very, very good for them. And they never lost track of kind of what was in their favor, right? They had that lead, they kept it, and they always put a lot of pressure on the Falcons. I think ultimately the thing that really killed Falcons, and we were sort of touching on it while the game was going, they just kept killing them in terms of the econ.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think economy-wise was super tough for Falcons throughout it. But I mean, also, in my opinion, just VP, some of the players kind of waking up and doing the damage, like you already highlighted. And Norbert, right at the end, a player that we saw so much of in the past, had a beautiful 3K to shut down Falcons as they're trying to get in from the apartment. So for me, it's good to see signs like that if you're a VP fan. If you're a Falcons fan, this man right here is an excellent sign. We thought he might be a little rusty, but actually he looked pretty sharp overall. And I think a large reason why Falcons were able to get those 9 rounds on the board is because of the way he played. I think he finished at the top of the scoreboard throughout the entire map.
Yeah, no, exactly. Simple looked good towards the end. 18 kills to his name, not bad at all. 90 ADR flat. So at least we know he's still got it, which is a positive thing for us. I'm now interested to see what the response looks like for Falcon. How are they in terms of the mental resilience of the team? Obviously, they've gone through a really rough period at the moment, right? There's no two ways about it. They've been on a bit of an uncomfortable run of things. The last win they picked up was Atox, right? Which doesn't really mean anything. And then, you know, before that, it's been a good, like, 3 or so weeks since we've seen them even look remotely competitive in terms of Counter-Strike. So Falcons have been trying to reclaim form. They've been on a really rough run. You know, if you look at the losses, one of which including VP, but then teams like Red Cannons, which I don't think is very good. I can give them Na'Vi, fair enough. Na'Vi are pretty good at the moment. But then FaZe as well have had their problems, and the 3D Max one earlier was maybe egregious in some ways, but I think argued to be slightly expected just because we know 3D Max to be a little bit giant killers. But the big issues for Falcons is I just don't know what the mental side of the side is actually like. It's really hard to tell. We never really know, right? But it is quite an important thing when we get in towards this next map. It was a close one. There was nice moments, but are they going to be a little bit tilted? Is the pressure maybe going to get to them? They're one map away from being eliminated in last place.
Yeah, I mean, I also have to wonder what expectations were coming into this event, right? I mean, you have Simple coming in only 10 days practice, like we've been talking about, you know, multiple times. And, you know, is something legitimately good going to happen? Is this just like a trial run of Simple to see how he's going to perform? If the expectation is get past the opening group stages, right, then yeah, certainly a disappointment if they lose on this next map or in the next one of the next 2 maps, which I feel like still we're leaning towards Falcons on map number 2. I think that VP's looking shaky, certainly vulnerable. Anubis is a place where I'm convinced that, you know, Falcons can strike. But speaking of VP looking shaky, we looked at their results, Neo, during the match and right after it ended, and we're like, whoa, you know, things haven't actually looked that great for them either. The only team they've really been beating on a consistent basis is this one right here, is Falcons. Outside of that, you know, there hasn't been much to speak about, right?
No, yeah, absolutely. I mean, we were going through it and really kind of chalking it down. The last notable result for this VP side was EWC Vitality. None of those other wins really mean anything. You know, I mean, Dwayne even touched on it in terms of that IM Rio run. I mean, the teams they're beating don't mean anything. 9Z, who cares? Astralis, they're dog at the moment. You know what I mean? None of this, and Mongols are in a really bad place. They have plateaued massively and are no longer a competitive side. Even at Elisa, went into that tournament arguably as the favorites. Maybe they're more heroic and didn't even make the final. So we do look at kind of some of those wins, and you do have to take them with a bit of a grain of salt there. Some of the teams they're beating on actually all that. So that's where I at least personally think they've got this sort of faux ranking, and they're inside of that top 10 rank, like what, 8th in the world or whatever right now. I think it's like 13th in Valve rankings, but I don't know. I don't believe it. This is not for me. I don't care that you make playoffs. This is meant to be a title contending side. This is a major winning side. This is meant to be a side that are even in the opportunities for some sort of silverware. And it just feels at the moment that there's not there, right? At least when we look at the kind of the way things are at the moment, we've got teams like Na'Vi, Vitality. You can maybe argue G2, but I personally wouldn't. But these are sides who go into a lot of tournaments as the title contenders. And then you've got other teams who come in and they should be at least in the conversation. Mal's always there. Even though FaZe look really rough, they can still have their moments. Spirit, of course. You never know when Donk's going to pop off. VP are not in that conversation. They never go into tournaments. No one was going into Rio and be like, oh, I think VP can win this. Even though, of course, that's when they won the major. It was kind of the joke that I was making on the IMB stream, saying like, you know, the last time they got something, you know, last time they looked like the true VP was maybe back then. But I don't know. For me, it's just like this VP side. I don't think even for them, I mean, James even said it. For them, playoffs is not enough. This is meant to be a side that wins silverware. And that's why James was saying in his interview, he's basically saying, all of us are on the chopping block here, myself especially, as the IGL, because this is a side that are meant to be competing for trophies, and I just don't see it at the moment for them. Even though they come off the back of that map win, the expectations that Anubis doesn't go their way, and then who knows how the rest of the tournament goes, right? Already finding yourself in that loser bracket here in this group is already a kind of worrying sign to me. And, you know, there's some pretty tough opponents down the line to try and qualify for the LAN portion.
I mean, you took the words out of my mouth, Neo. I was about to say, like, this is not the toughest it's going to get either. Far from it. Like, they're going to face much harder competition. It is. It is.
It's the replacement team. OG got 20 hours notice. Like, this is the easiest one.
And this is why we were expecting them to do so well and not be in the losers bracket right now, which is exactly where they are. Look, they won map number 1. We're going to map number 2 on Anubis. We'll see if fortune changes for them there because, of course, things looked absolutely horrendous for them in the previous matchup on Anubis. We'll take a quick break, guys. When we come back, we'll have that map for you.
Let's jump straight into our second map of the series. VP lead against the Falcon Sideball. They collapse on Anubis like they did earlier on. Simple's going to collapse Electronic first up here towards mid. The Pistol's gone off to a very quick start as VP's T-side tries to take initial control. It's a 4 versus 4 established Weg.
VP slow the round down, and Falcons actually don't have anyone on A. They've got all of these aggressive players that came from both main and from Electric that are maintaining canals. And now it's just going to be a search of information on where are VP actually going. Are they pressing into camera? Are they backtracking towards top mid? Or are they going Temple and CT?
It's Temple for now, eventually extending out towards CT. Let's see if Magis can cut them off. He's back towards Beat and starting to work his way forward. VP have all their backs turned at this moment. Flitz being wary of that contact, and eventually actually Magis isn't even going to continue with this backstab. He's focused on that B bomb site instead. Madden and Dupree ready to receive them. USPs cross-firing. Madden's going to get picked up first. Dupree seeing heads, but only taking tags, only taking quick body shots. JM takes a headshot back on Snappy to respond up soon. 4 versus 2. VP are the ones in full control. Magis can't do anything, and neither can Dupree.
Actually felt as if the B players were kind of caught sleeping. You have a crossfire being set outside of main and towards Electric, and Snappy had cleared up all of back mid, so the only place they really could be was CT or Temple, and instead both of the B players just get annihilated on first contact.
Positive headshot for Simple. Falcons ultimately conceding this pistol with particular ease when VP was able to run him down. And T-side success. Let's get off on the right foot to start off this map up. Falcons back on the force buy like they did in the first map as well.
And VP are bringing weapons up and not bringing the MAC-10s. Looking into straight rifles means that you're not only prioritizing the lack of economy growth, but you're prioritizing strength in the force buy rounds. Falcons evade that HE in from the mid door. Snappy wants to still get aggressive behind the smoke, though.
Temple's Deagle instead that fights first. Flit or off towards Canals. Fame is not going to be too willing to keep too far forward towards it. Instead, they do fight on Snappy, and Snappy only doing damage towards Electronic. Simple will try answer back, but very little will be seen by the man. They will take their mid presence, and Madden can't do much to receive against it other than put utility down and hope for the best.
Very similar to the pistol, just exploiting mid-space with plenty of options. Now, with that re-smoke down, it will stall for time, but they want to try and get set to go through camera.
Magis flash blinded, good counter flash there against the CT side, and Magis gets the kill on towards Norbert, so advantage for the time being. Madden's going to follow up with his Deagle out. Electronic forced to get 2 kills back. Sights open. Simple still lurking close, though, and both individuals are tagged here for VP. This Deagle does not need the headshots, but it does need to connect a shot, which James cuts out before he gets a chance to do so. Dupree coming in with the SMG, and they quickly recognize the best bet is to go back for the counter rotation. Dupree will try and give chase, though. They gave the information up, so he'll be there on the B site to hold them off.
They might be able to deny Electronic as soon as he gets site access.
15 seconds as well. That would force James in a very awkward position. Dupree being checked. The riflers, I think, have spotted. No, they haven't. He doesn't get the kill against James with the cross. And James allowed to reface for the quick returning frag. 5 points of health of difference in that round, but it's a round that goes the way of VP again.
Simple just gets impatient, doesn't he? On that rotation out from heaven, rather than holding the sight line, he overpeaks. And that's where James just capitalizes on the kill. Very difficult 2v1, because it's well read by the movement there from Dupree to get back out to Temple. You've got 2 players on low HP. So while it was a threatening round, I would be disappointed if I'm Falcons not to win it.
It's damage with the pistols. It could have been so much more. With the force buy in mind, of course, VP can recover this economy damage if they just get away pretty clean. There are upgrades, of course, in those Deagles still left for them, but not quite as supported by utility or not supported by Kevlar.
And I don't have a huge amount of faith for VP on this map after seeing what I saw against OG earlier on today.
Yep.
After seeing how weak their Anubis has looked in recent history. But if it is a good start for them on T-side, there's going to be leverage on map number 2.
I think we've discussed how T-side of this map is, and if it's weakened for you, if it's not a map you win all that often, then you are looking towards this first half as being the main basis for any level of success. Find no success in the pistol basis. They're doing some damage towards Flit and Fame, so maybe some trades could come out, maybe some damage could be done. Dupree can't hit the kill shots on Flit. Magic can take Electronic down with one good headshot and tag up Jame, eventually take that kill against him. So again, they are working down VP as much as possible, but they don't hit more killing blows. 1v3 for Simple now. Adjustments towards Norbert. Focus sent back towards camera as they try and just focus him down. Eventually he gets one decent shot on Fame, so it will be 3 more casualties to add to the expense and bomb drop for the time being, but Norbert is still going to lock in the round.
Now, when I actually scout VP in the last few months, you realize that they're playing hardly any online tournaments. It's just LAN after LAN. The one online tournament they did play was the Blast Showdown. And to be fair to them, Jay, opening game, round of 16, was up against Zero Tenacity, and they beat them at 13-11 on Anubis. Now, you and I, we cast a lot of the Tier 2 teams. Zero Tenacity in the conversation of one of the very best Anubis teams that we have in Tier 2. So, I'm now looking at this as an online format with a chance of playing the map again. We actually might see more success from on VP because of the atmosphere.
And they lead for the time being, the 3-0 start. And Falcons face them with a gun by Orp on Simple towards mid. James also out there in mid. No shots land from either player. James only now starting to make his way up to a fragging angle as he sees one, or doesn't see one CT. Snappy diving away from camera before he can get spotted. Flash is starting to get sent down so they can start to take more mid presence. 2 of them to keep them blinded. Counter smoke has got to come out for the captain.
And they can just cancel here. You've got all of this mid space for free. You've got a lurker in top mid with the bomb. You've got a lurker outside A. I'm actually surprised how much VP's mid space has just been brute forced. We're never even seeing much of a contact in mid from Falcons.
Into Electric, they look to start peeking in. James going to still hold that mid presence. Sure that there is no pushes or backstabbers for the Falcons side. Instead, it's down to the mid defenders where Madden is good to open up the round. Low HP, however. Utility sent in towards Cliff. He's able to line up a second kill alongside the free support. James will find Magic in the meantime, but it's a 4 versus 2 still that favors the favors the Falcons side, I should say. Rotation still going to come through from the AWP to support Flit on a split back in towards the bomb site. Seeing nothing as of right now. Falcons having to play hidden because they got time with them or on their side. Flit moves up finally, isolates Dupree, sees that AWP, can't quite take him, has to prioritize that bomb plant, and Madden in a panic runs right into Jame. They sprung the trap, 2 versus 2, and Jame backs away for the post plant.
Now, Flint's even got a flash for the late round. This is so workable in the 2v2. Simple's going to be wary about coming out of CT on that engage against the AWP in B main.
The one worry for James is that he wonders if there's a backstab coming. They're moving onto the bomb site now. Flit not finding Snappy. The AWP is Simple moving up to watch off for Flit's position. Knows that he must be an Electric. Starts moving in for an AWP v AWP battle and lands it with a no-scope. Flit now to peek up towards the defuse being held by Snappy. Simple's got the angle on mark and holds his double kill for Falcons' first round.
Now, I can sit here, Jay, and say that was a really good retake from Simple, but that was also a 4v2 when the bomb shouldn't have even gone down. From a stylistic point of view, that's almost atrocious that they allow VP back into the round there.
I'll say a good retake for Simple, a bad retake for Falcons. Is that a fair assessment?
Yeah, it wasn't even the retake, though. It was just the side holds.
Madden and Dupree kept it all together initially. Over fighting that eventually led to that 2 versus 2 situation. At least with the damage being done in the previous rounds, Falcons' 1-round win is going to put economy down deficit on the VP side. A hero rifle dropped off the Flit for this round. And Glocks on everybody else.
The VP have shown, even on map number 1, how much Flit can do with this hero rifle. Unfortunately, with the pressure from both mid-window and from Electric, you've got to worry about 2 positions at the same time, and it means that Flit can't do anything.
He'll fight as best he can, dish out damage to Dupree, but it's a kill against him and a rifle lost in no man's land to Virtus Pro. And even if they do get it, no Kevlar available to them. Aim punches are going to become a factor for the fights. It's just not great on these circumstances. Norbert will pick up the gun in the end. We'll start to work up canals with it. How much impact can he find?
Well, with no one having any armor, probably none at all. Might be able to try and get 1 kill on a bomb site, but it's unlikely. And if you just take tomorrow, Jay, it will be Flit's anniversary of 3 years on Virtus Pro.
Well, no reason to celebrate for round 5. Norbert actually does force out the kill on Dupree. Line up, damage done, eventually done towards Madden. He bombs on site. The USP is pulling in the kills against them. Electronic takes one more player with him and might just sneak in the cash bonus of the plant. Going into the rifle, though, it's cost him his life. The Simple Zorp peeks up, gets the shot quickly to the head, and holds the round together for Falcons.
And it would be nice to see this rivalry build between not only Falcons and VP, but Electronic and Simple, because we've seen quite a lot of head-to-heads between these two squads, but now with Simple being brought into the roster, it makes you wonder how many more head-to-heads you're going to get. And both of those guys were teammates from, what, November of 2017 to May of 2023, won the Stocko Major. Long-time teammates and now enemies against one another.
Weakened weapons for Virtus Pro here, and Electronic is suffering to one of those. Galil for him and Fame. The only true rifles are James Zorp and Norbert's AK. Simple Zorp going to challenge James as well. Electric. Ooh, shot baited in just by a slither worth of pixels. Molotov's against Dupree. Is going to force him to back off. He doesn't use his smoke. He doesn't need to. The nades don't go deep on Electric either, so Virtus Pro prodding away at the Falcons.
Simple's not overextending the angle. We've seen targetization out on this B bomb site. I haven't seen many A hits recently. The AWP's finally going to over-rotate away, but Dupree is not giving up on Electric. He is still maintaining the position.
Another HG coming into Flit. Damaged up by the incendiary, of course, using that smoke, giving up his position. Madden now starts to press towards the man as well. A Tech 9 in his hands. Fame better be watching this angle. He's sat in this corner as well. VP have absolutely no idea. Flip, not an inkling. Eventually will get seen, but Madden's done so much there with the kill and nearly a second on Fame. 28 points of fell for the 4 versus 4. Flashed in against Dupree. Dupree just dives right out of there, and Fame still swings for the secondary pick. Norbert goes down instead towards Simple. Reface flick doesn't quite land. Electronics closing in from main, so actually VP have forced them out here. They need to prioritize that plant.
Now, Snappy's hoping for a fight, but at the moment, none of the T-side are overpeaking.
No utility available for Falcons. Jay missing a flick, and now it's on Fame and Electronic. Fame is low, barely seen by Snappy. They get his kill now. It's all on Electronic to clutch this. He holds on to one pick. Needs Magics to fall, but no. The AK goes one better than the Galil, and Falcons are all squared up.
Jane will be kicking himself because he knows he should be winning that fight against the CT player. He knows that if that AWP just pins that one good fight, it's a completely different round. Now, this is another one where the B side is looking very weak from Falcons. He's got good flash play, Fame coming in, Simple being swarmed from both Jail and Electric, and then Snappy just catching enough vision on the bomb planter's back, and that allows Falcon to get up to 3.
And Virtus Pro to be left back with no money here. Can only afford the half buy on the T side. Tech 9s for 4, Deagle for Jame. Thunderpick gods still favour them at this moment in time. By virtue of their map advantage, you can expect that. Falcons are making a good go of the CT side. And VP, we mentioned how important the T side might well be to them. Every round that Falcons take away is going to be one less on the favoured half. They're going in for the B execution pretty quickly with utility set as well.
Yeah, Snappy with a flash plate. They've got 3 on B, so it's a good setup from Falcons.
Flash is over. Madden trying to suppress 2 players out in the open. Forced on by Snappy. A kill gets found. The starts making his way in from Electric and lock on the 2 players. Triple also held in. Bomb dropped. No chance for Virtus Pro here. Falcons will take the lead. And Jame, he needs to go down for the money bonus because the Eagle's going to be useless to him.
And I wouldn't even say that Anubis is the best map in the pool right now from Falcons. They pick a lot of Dust 2 in best of 3s, and they've really been enjoying their nuke as of late. Vertigo is sort of maybe the close third, and then Anubis only gets picked depending on the opposition. Now, they played it in their opening game against 3D Max, and the French are one of the very best Anubis teams that we have in Tier 2. But knowing that VP struggle on this map, and after the result they had against OG, there is no surprise that Anubis got picked in the veto.
Trying to punish that Virtus Pro collapse. They've allowed a much earlier secure of momentum for the Falcons side. Up at the advantage for what feels like the first time in the series. Brought the 3 on the board. VP, of course, were building into their rifle buys because it was only a half invest in the last. The AKs will be out for everybody. Falcons on to potentially take 6 with this round win.
Yeah, we've seen the AWP from Simple not quite get many contacts in these last couple of rounds. Snappy spammed up in mid, down to half HP before he can even really give himself a clean fight. Oh, and there it is. Straight spam.
Electronic catching him. Favoritism towards the T side as a result. With just that one pick, Falcons offering up very little else elsewhere. You've got a couple of prods, particularly towards the A-bomb site where Fame's about to receive Simple and Magisk. AK held towards the water corner here. Falcons are not going to overextend. He's hoping they make their way out of main. They're not going to do that.
A VP slow the round down with some retaking nades towards A main. Now that's just going to drive Simple away from the position. Now it seems to be a regroup out to B. You've got a very good timing of Electronic. He has all of mid by himself.
Even thinking about pushing this smoke into Temple, perhaps. VPs are so aggressive towards these main entries, and with Flit and Norbert finding Madden and Dupree overextending, those 2 kills will open up the B bomb site. There is nothing left for Falcons in this round. It's a loss.
Problem is, I'd normally say you should go hunting, try and drop the CT players. There isn't a huge amount of cash in the reserve. You do have Electronic in a strong position, same for Fame. It's just how much guts they actually want to put towards it. Now that Magis has dropped, they'll know that the AWP is the last one left.
Simple 1 versus 5. Players coming in towards the end of Flick to swing. Catch him as his head's turned away for just a moment. Almost timed it well, but didn't quite get it. The AWP can also get recovered for free on VP, so no need to buy that into the next round. Swap those guns about, a little bit of confidence posted up for them. Need to keep that confidence going for the rest of the map.
There's definitely something that Pashnoi or Jabe have looked at and say, we want to hit the B-bomb site as frequently as possible against Falcons, whether it's maybe a bit of a counter, an anti-prep, because it might be 4-4, but the bomb site does look quite weak, and VP just keep exploiting.
And Falcons start to have money limits of their own here. SMGs for 3 players on the rebuy. Simple can still afford the AWP. Needs to be the supportive element of the B-bomb site, the back site held by him. SMGs are close towards main and electric. VP happy to play this slow, and not too shocking that they are. Spread out, look for someone to overextend again.
Flit's going to get burned out into the open. Needs to get some help from Norbert.
Pixels away from being damaged. The Pre's HE is going to come through against him. It doesn't quite get all the damage there. Not the best of angles, as they do consider prods from Norbert as well.
All of this distraction, though, I will say, Jay, towards B. Look at what they're doing on A and mid. They're being active because of it.
Well, Fame finding the kill on Snappy is going to get the man advantage. Flash turned away from as the SMG start facing, but still able to deal with Dupree. Norbert struggles to get the close range man. Simple can support from that backline, eventually turn it into a single man advantage for Virtus Pro, and they are tagged up heavy on Flit and Fame, so that could be some options available for trades, and indeed, Magic's going to take one of them.
Now that's unfortunate because Fame is already on fairly low HP trying to go in for that fight. Seems as if VP wanted to backtrack into mid, maybe A split. They're now going to double pump, and what they'll realize in this exec is that there's actually no one really on B to defend. Simple is on the backside. They're lucky that there's no Molly on the T side.
A flash and a HE is all they have available for Flit here. They walking their way up. Electronic scene, Simple, good shot. Second player still to face here. Flit's going to hold his nerve. Player close to Jay, making a ton of noise. No scope doesn't connect, and the AK will turn back. Madden's SMG still has Flit low HP. Running in against the bomb planter, though. He's defenseless, and that's enough there with no time left on the clock. Falcons let it run all the way. Too slow for Virtus Pro.
Well, I disagree on that one, Jay. I think it's just been a couple of missed kills, isn't it? Remember back to James' missed AWP shot against the CT player. If Flit wins that fight with the AWP, it's a 2v1 in a post plant and an instant save. So I don't think it's an issue with them being slow or running the clock. They're just slightly missing out on these timings of making the kills work.
That's good. Falcons' first tactical of the game. VP took none of them in the last map. Falcons took all 3 of theirs. Up in the lead. It's still being tested. Both economies have been stressed. Damage done towards Virtus Pro and their starting stances. Falcons Even that last round lost a number of players. Money's still good enough for VP to get the rifles back in across the 4 players that fell. The AWP staying up for James, of course, safe in the previous round. Simple having his to play with, but SMG's on Dupree to really highlight how weakened this economy is for Falcons at the moment. And this round, round 10, is a swing.
CT's very defensive on mid once again. They've got the AWP from Simple playing out from camera. You've got the in-game leader as a bit of a rotator in from Temple. VP would be loving to exploit a bit of an opening kill towards that A area, getting the util down from Fame. MP9 is going to clear out all of this retaking space in Dark.
The bomb holds itself towards the stairs over at the water position. Magic's trying to see if he can aggress ahead of these smokes, hoping that he can catch players that have pushed in towards main, but he's unsuccessful in finding much. They'll know that he's also pushed up, so VP may be wary of this and will be attempting to try and count for an aggressive player.
They're still going to lurk outside B, so they don't have to commit A at all.
Smokes against Electronic, though, will make sure he can't see anything inside of the bomb site itself. He'll just have to make noise. One player to defend the A site. Electronics walk right with the smoke! Oh, the 2 kills coming for him as well! That baits the 3rd player in this 3 versus 4. Snappy now towards the B site. Madden's got to do this all his lonesome. The rotations will be so slow from the CT forces, and Fame's going to pick him up. Oh, Electronic. Play of the round. Play of the map.
Well, it makes you wonder, what are they holding on B? They've got 3 players on B, and the only 2 avenues to get into the bomb side is main and dark. And he's been able to somehow, what, walk through the main smoke? Yeah, okay, it's gimmicky, okay? You don't expect someone to walk through the smoke, but what, it's just not going to be hold?
The real smoke criminal. An advantage for Falcons disappears before their very eyes.
I wonder if it was a scope maybe from Simple sort of re-scoping in on the double to look into dark, and that's what gave the sound cue for Electronic to say, okay, the AWP's posted there, that's where I can walk.
VP battling back from the deficit to even up again. 5-all is the score. The Falcons just took a tactical timeout to get backhanded like that. Watching again from this perspective, how quickly he's able to adjust towards Simple is lightning fast.
The problem that Falcons have on their map pick, Jay, is they just don't look threatening at the moment. Even the rounds that they've been winning have been 2v2s, not mass players staying alive, which, first off, means that the economy is constantly going to be shattered if you're losing rounds. You're constantly going to be on weakened weapons. But also, it doesn't give a huge amount of confidence to the team in setting a good example of a strong scoreline, giving yourself a step up in performance, moving into that decider of Dust 2. I am concerned from what I'm seeing from Falcons.
And they're getting increasingly concerned again. Tactical taking 2 rounds in a row. Forcing back into the 2 rifles saved, an SMG on 2 players, a 5-7 for Madden. VP hunting for the half, can take 7-5 at the turn if they can just not bottle against these Falcons defenders. Holding electric initially, James AWP scoping through, hoping that he's on an aggressive angle. He's passive towards the right-hand side. Still, James hits the shot.
Well done. And now VP can just stall. They can slow the round down. They can maybe try and bait in some over-aggression. You've got a couple of individuals that can work mid. You've got Fame outside of A. So a lot of space is generated from VP.
Swing in for Madden, completely dry. Flip's going to get that kill easy. Snappy will try trade back and holds on to 2 returns. He's low HP and giving Electronic a kill back towards mid. Meanwhile, isolates the A-bomb site defender of Simple, the AWP. Now to solo hold himself this time, but not receiving any more VP presence. They are spread out, need to regroup and reconsider how they're going to hit.
It's a very weird contact into Electric. First off, they've got a flash and they don't use it. And then secondly, there's just separation between Snappy and Madden. They don't peek as 2 to retake the space.
Simple starts peeking in from main. Fame, the first man forward. Norbert without the flash support. He had it on his pouch, but opted to let Fame just peek in. Bomb dropped for a moment. Simple knows that it got recovered. Norbert on the corner. Oh, what a quick shot from the man. 2 kills for the GOAT. And 25 seconds left for Virtus Pro. Electronic specifically to recover a kill in from mid, but now 2 kills to final the turn. He will get Simple, and know that Snappy was back towards that B bomb site. 1 versus 1. Rotations haven't been found yet, but Electronic is wary. The plant is down to the back sites.
And this is now mind games on where each other are going to reposition to.
No noise given up by Snappy. Electronic back turn, and Snappy's going to get him real easy, real quick. Falcons will get to minimum 6.
Simple has shown in these late round AWP sequences where he doesn't have a teammate in sight that he can deliver mass impact. That was a clean multi-frag. It wasn't easy at all. Quick scopes and quick kills initiate Falcons to get up to 6.
Hitting the half limit, VP were on the chance to get the 7-5. Falcons now going to attempt their go at it. States still looking okay for both sides. They have been stressed, but not perfect. Tech 9 for Norbert, SMG for Madden. The Falcons. Opening CT half advantage. VP can only do 6 apiece.
VP will be disappointed from the scoreline perspective that they haven't pressed for more, that they haven't been able to take a lead moving into the second. Falcons have at least got a decent amount of rifles to back up that AWP, considering it was just a 1v1 situation in the end there. Now, Virtus Pro haven't taken much of a contact early on. They are taking mid quite easily, because again, never much of a contact from House or the doors. Simple in basically the same position as the AWP as he was in the last rounds.
Two defenders on the site, including the man himself, Snappy. Utility hold out. The HE will land towards Electronic, reveal him. Not all the way for Simple, though. Electronic hugs the right-hand wall, so harder cover, protected for the time being, forcing the fight on Simple. Just back doors, the damage done towards Snappy. Fame has got to get that returning kill. A 4 versus 4. And Simple on half HP has got to back up and wait for backup to arrive.
There's just nothing to work with on the retake at all. At least Simple's got a kill.
Flip found, Norbert. AK on the stairs, hearing Madden rotating to position. 3 players total up in the heaven stances, and Dupree coming in from mid. Norbert trying to engage close range, seeing that gun barrel, but it's close enough for Simple to no scope his way to the win. Madden's going to follow up onto Fame, and Jane is found in the AWP v AWP fight, and Falcons have the half at 7-5.
Now, I don't know, moving forward into this tournament, Jay, whether it's going to be Falcons winning games or Simple winning games. He has won back-to-back rounds by himself. I'm looking at that retake in the 4v4 thinking, there's absolutely no util, there's a single flash, they've got a lack of kits, and you've got good post-fire positions coming in, but Simple just gets 3 on the retake again.
He's really growing into the day. Some awkward shots here and there, but for the most part, I mean, you're right.
Definitely performed better in my eyes out here in the first half of Anubis than the first half of Mirage.
That's even considering the fact that the first map, he was still the top fragger of the board, or his team specifically. And that impact rating as well for the Falcons side. They have a CT advantage. And remember what we said earlier, Virtus Pro may well be resting on that T-half to get them the majority of their presence here. As not to end up being the case. They have to move over to that defensive side. Very intense discussions from Jane. Want to avoid another embarrassing Anubis today.
Anything that looks slightly better than that OG performance would be a positive note, but it is a weakness moving forward for sure. Now, looking at their basis, I don't think they played particularly badly on their T side. I thought that they exploited some good mid rounds. They took a lot of space. They had some good lurks from Electronic and Fame towards both the B and A bomb sites respectively. The problem is that they struggled in the late round situation to really capitalize on rounds. And I would probably say that they could have pushed for 8, maybe 9 T rounds is a bit too much. Maybe 8 is a par scoreline of what was winnable and where chances were presenting. And going down at 5-7 in the end, you'll feel hard done by.
Hard done by or not, you have to deal with this situation. Down by 2, Pistols Out for the second time in this map, our fourth time in this best of 3. Flitz firing away on first contact towards B main, opting not to take too much aggression. Madden in mid, meanwhile, faces into Electronic, doing some damage towards the man. Some damage is returned. No major advantages, no opening kills in the first 30 seconds of the round. Falcons slow it up.
You're getting VP being quite active in the rotations. A very heavy stack out on B with Electronic holding mid by himself and Flitz spotting absolutely nothing in the canals.
Electric is a position now just being covered by Fame. It was undefended for a moment there. Magisk is going to start to contact and look in against them. Look at Flitz's position inside of the smokes. Not required though. Jame and Fame come up with those picks. Magisk with one decent trade back at Electric's position. The C's continue to face in from main, trying to get through that smoke, but Flit continues to frag. Jame holds the back lines and Virtus Pro come out with a fairly confident pistol.
Well, I don't think you can blame Falcons there at all. You are running into a complete setup. You've got so many players out on the B bomb site, and not even all of them are actually fighting you. Flit is just maintaining that close cubby angle in the smoke. He eventually gets out from jail, and there's just players everywhere. Crossfires are so strong. That is a very easy round from VP to start the second half.
One more to make up.
And a force buy without a lack of real impact in that last round from Falcons.
Got the bomb plant bonus as well. Mac 10s, Tech 9s, Deagle. And to their credit, the upgrade pistols have done work for them on the CT side. I wonder if it'll be the same case for the T attack here. Straight into that B bomb site. Norba is solo on the bomb itself, or the site itself, but Flit outside towards Electric is still going to get his spirit triple kill in. Snappy, Dupree, and Magisk on a choke point. Norba eventually comes in with his SMG kill, so no threats for Falcons here.
Flit is the lowest rated player on Anubis for VP in the last 3 months, and he has been farming a triple against the anti-force buy. Didn't even threaten himself in Electric.
Playing a good series overall for his side. Quadra in this round. Locked all elements in. Falcons could not generate anything with their upgrades. All 5 players maintain their lives on VP. And of course, the scoreline will even out as well. With the force buy also in mind, you're looking at ecos for the next. So once again, the series favourites by default will have a chance to gain the lead here on Anubis.
I'm going to ask you, Jay, with Simple on debut, do you think it's excusable and acceptable for Falcons to not win a single map in the group stage?
I'm two minds on this one, honestly, because again, Ring Rust, I don't expect him to pop off, but he has certainly started to do extremely good things on as the day has progressed.
But is it not also just a team game where it doesn't even matter if there's a new player? This is still a Falcons tier 1 team?
Yeah, it's a very tough one to answer, honestly, from my perspective at least.
No, it's not for me. I think it's completely unacceptable if they don't win a single map today.
Well, they struck down Flit to start things off in this round, so positives for Falcons in the kill department. And for a key fragger as well in this map, top of the board for his side, and not allowed to have any impact against the pistol players, although it's taken a lot of damage out of the Falcons board.
You're just retaking space here from VP, clearing out all of those cubby quarters in from mid, seeing if there's any aggressive lurk attempts. Norbert's going to maintain Flit's position here in Electric. Now, Falcons just need to try and see if they can one-for-one trade a few more of these CTs, because once a multi-kill happens, that's where you lose all your advantage.
Falcons forming up for the A split. Fame's going to be left all alone here and needing James to support the mid defense because that's where the key threats are. If he can get this bomb to drop, it might just be enough. Footsteps are heard, and Famas and SMG combo indeed goes through them all. Bomb lost to Falcons. They will get trading back, but they have lost one more. Fame did get snappy on the way out of the round, and Magisk seen by James next up. The SMG burst fire will remove him from play. VP dealing with those threats well once again. Now have control of the matchup. Face the rifle buys of the Falcon side.
There's going to be pressure being brought on the shoulders of the in-game leader as Snappy to say, okay, we're up against a bit of a fight in the second half. We've now given up the lead. We're giving VP a decent amount of economy float to work with. We need to make sure that we're answering straight away. Otherwise, we could be looking down the barrel of, what, a 7-10 deficit?
Entirely possible at this moment. VP, good round win. Falcons economy set will be limited at this juncture. A swing round in many regards, although not so much for the Falcons side. There's money bolstered on the VP camp, so they can afford to reinvest in the next one.
And isn't this the perfect time to bring up a similar conversation that we had on Mirage about the numbers being posted? Simple's had a good game. He's up at a decent double-digit marker. What about everyone else? Single digits for Snappy, single digits for Madden, single digits for Magix. Same for the pre. That can't continue. That can't happen in every single map, in every single best of 3.
Yeah, it's not sustainable. You can only rely on the GOAT so much. Bearing down the barrel of elimination again, that's what this series is all about here on the first day for Falcons to fall. On Simple's debut day as a proper member of the squad.
Another thing that probably needs to be driven into a conversation is what is the motivation going to be like for the majority of these Tier 1 teams moving into an online circuit for the near future? Without playing in the LANs and without playing in front of the crowds, are we still getting that 100% focus? Are we still getting that top-class performance? These kind of tournaments that filter in with an online portion into a LAN finals will give us a bit more of an idea. It certainly will give us an answer.
Especially because you'd imagine that the online environment would be where most of the qualifiers would take place, and not everyone's going to get those top-end Tier 1 and even Tier 2 invite spots.
Well, look at what happened to Falcons in the IEM Rio EU closed qualifiers. They beat OG in the first round, beat 3D Max, set themselves up to go in the upper bracket final, which, win that, would have gone straight to Rio. Lost 0-2 to Eternal Fire, so okay, get yourself a lower bracket matchup. They're in the consolidation final against Heroic, which, win that game, you also qualify because it was a top 2. Don't even win a map. Don't even take double digits in either map of the series.
Right now, they are pretty nicely set on the Valve rankings, but that could change if they don't get any victories here in this tournament. And if things also go awry in the tail end of the year.
Something to also consider is that VP are grand finalists from the last Thunderpick World Championship. Think back to last year. In the group stage, they beat NIP, lost to Cloud9, beat Fnatic, got themselves into the playoffs, 2-0'd Heroic, 2-1 to Monty, and then lost out in a competitive series against FaZe. And at the time, basically the exact same roster. It was James, Flip, Fame, Norbert, but just Mir rather than Electronic.
Go 2-2 back-to-back in these two competitions.
Well, I'm sure the first focus will be getting into the playoffs, but once they're there and with the top 4 LAN, you bang on. The thought process is to be a title contender, to be a team that can push deep in the tournament.
Well, look, you said that your key teams that you think have the best chance at the trophy had been the Mongols, Heroic, and Virtus Pro. So certainly in terms of looking at the bigger picture, it's and it's not an expectation per se, but something that would realistically be possible for Virtus Pro by the end of the tournament. The immediate focus certainly is to avoid getting eliminated because none of us expect them to be in this elimination game here.
And there's going to be a couple of odd teams that might surprise us. I'm looking at M80. I think they've been really consistent as of late. They've shown quite good performances in the last season of ESL Pro League. I don't expect much from Big, but then at the same point, they just played, a Challenger LAN. They got into a grand final against FlyQuest. Imperial, don't see huge amounts from them coming out. 3D Max won a LAN event out in India on the verge of 3 months ago, so maybe they're looking at trying to have a bit of a deeper run. You've got Fnatic, NIP, even Cloud9. I think their results recently have looked really poor, but they'll be looking for redemption. There'll be a lot of squads that will be looking to prove here in Thunderpick.
Of course, scattered across our group stage games over the next 3 days, the initial opening matches, winners matches and losers matches of those respective groups between now and Thursday. So you get to focus on those teams as and when they come. Obviously, as you've been able to imagine, there is a technical problem. We've got one player lagging on the Falcons side, so work to get that resolved and jump back in, just so you're all aware of what's going on at home. And being down on the scoreline, being down in the series. Pressure to apply to a team that looked to prove so much today.
And for Falcons, they just need to be pushing for map wins and series wins fairly soon, because 0-2 against 3D Max earlier on this morning. Last place in the full final. Didn't take a map off of Na'Vi. Took one map off of FaZe, but got owned in the final map decider, 6-13. Look back at Pro League, lost to Furia, lost to VP, lost to Red Cadids. I know they spoke about that on the desk. I mean, how does that even happen without even taking a map in that series?
Yeah.
Vetboom Datchar, you beat 9Z and Vetboom to make it into the playoffs. Okay, whatever. Get to the playoffs. 0-2 versus Spirit, 1-2 versus VP. We are yet to see a proper run from Falcons, and knowing that you're on a 5-game losing streak and only won a single game out of your past 12, there has to be a bit of the kick up the backside to say you just can't keep affording to lose these best of threes.
Well, who's going to give him that kick, right? Is it on the Zonic to give him, line him up into that, you know, position and give them the go ahead, or not the go ahead, but like the necessary sort of tools to be able to achieve that?
Well, it's probably on the GM, no? I mean, if there's anyone to force movement and to force results, it's for the general manager to turn around and say, guys, if you don't get results quickly, you're out of here. Putting pressure from that side oftentimes push teams to at least get victories on the board.
And just series victories at this point, starting baby steps at this point for the Falcons camp.
And you can't just be coasting towards the tail end of the year, getting the odd win here or there, because you will just start getting overtaken on the Valve rankings. There'll be a lot of teams coming for your spots. I mean, take Thunderpick here. How many teams had to come through from what? The EU closed qualifiers, the South America closed qualifiers. You're going to have those kind of teams that are looking at you and saying, we want your spot. We want to get invited, rather than basically being the team that has to qualify.
An easier road with a decent level. The Falcons were, of course, one of those squads that were invited. Series victories have not been forthcoming. They may well be on to take one map at the very least here if Anubis can get turned around soon enough.
Even the organizations had a bit of a tough time in Thunderpick. I think back to last year. Yes, it's a very different roster, but it's still not going in deeper runs. It's still getting knocked out very early on. They placed, what, 17th to 24th in back-to-back European series. That was with MBK, Body, the Lonks, MHL, and Boris lineup before they transitioned into picking up the end score. So just to kind of make a mark for Falcons here in Thunderpick, you're in the main event now. You're not in the qualifiers. All right, okay, let's get out of the group stage. One best of 3, once we're in the playoffs to make it to the top 4. Okay, step by step. And that's where the goals and the expectations need to be.
Also focusing on those, again, competitions at the tail end of the year. They'll be at the RMR. Be at Challenger Katowice as well later on this weekend.
The RMR is going to be a good test because a lot of people would put Falcons as a team that should make it to the major. I'll say they're probably unlikely to make the major with how stacked the RMR looks, with how brutal the Swiss stage can be with upsets. They're not a contender in my eyes at the moment. If they do well here at Thunderpick and maybe if they do well at Challenger, then there's room to maybe make me change my mind, but I'm pretty stuck at the moment.
I mean, just obviously considering that they're in RMR A, I would say that there's a little bit of separation between some of the bottom end teams, but best of ones would be deadly in all. Teams like Nemega, I think, are going to give them a good run for their money. Gamer Legion might give them a good run for their money. Of course, VP giving them a hell of a run for their money right now. Lots of things to think about here for this Falcons side. VP in a similar stance as well. As you mentioned, one of our tournament favourites. Been tested in this second map. At this stage, we are just still waiting for this technical issue to get resolved. So we have no current ETA. We're going to head towards a hopefully short break, and when we do come back, we'll get back into the thick of it. Only one round separates the two sides. Virtus Pro hold the lead, but will that still be the case in a moment's time? We'll find out when we come back. Told you it'll be short. We're right back into the thick of it. Falcons taking on Virtus Pro now to try and even up this board. Try and stay away on the T side of Anubis. Virtus Pro, of course, leading on the map and leading on the series. Fade looks to lead the charge for the CT aggression. It's going to cost him. Snappy takes the opening.
A good opener. Wasn't pre-aiming out towards that right-hand side and gets punished for it. 2 mid players here from the CT side and might need to find a response onto Madden.
Fame fragged out first. Nothing more seen by them. They flashed their way forward towards mid, look for a fight there from Electronic, and indeed, Madden's going to drop for that 1 kill, so the 4v4 is able to ensue. The T side now focusing on the A-bomb site. James is there to receive first shots on Snappy. Got Electronic rotating in position as well. We're running out of ammo as James gets picked up. Electronic is lucky to be alive right now, and Flick comes in with bonus support to ensure that his main man is kept together. Simple low, Dupree being heard in mid, and Flick lands that kill, making it 17 kills on his board, and VP should lock in the round with this.
Now, Simple might be able to get the bomb plant on B, but what can he do after the fact? He's going to try and fake that he's driving into Electric, hope to force an over-rotation from the middle, water player down in A main, but it's just not coming at all.
Bunker down in the corner and save the gun. He's leaning into the A-bomb site, and actually has been given free access to it, so a plant could get secured. But it's the retaking CTs that should overwhelm him very quickly here. Electronic peeks him, just not seen there. Footsteps heard, so they will be able to deny the bomb plant. Can they get the kill after time? It's possible for Nor, but doesn't quite like the spray. Head's just about given up by Simple, and he does drop after time for Virtus Pro. That is even more bonus.
And you'd be furious if you're Falcons, because you've actually got a freebie of an opening kill, haven't you? You've got Fame that just aggressed out to A main. You have Snappy on the other side that gets the opener, but what happens after it? You've got a little flash play into mid, a completely blind Madden, and then rotates just swarming into that camera area. Electronic, Jame, you have Flip that also comes in. A good work from VP to get bodies in position.
And take control of the situation once again. Falcons on the half-buy basis.
With a stop call.
With a stop call, yay.
They are extending out the series, Jay.
Yeah, I mean, by certain capacity, yes.
Yeah, they're hoping to survive. They're thinking if there's more time, there's more rounds. Instead, that's not the case.
I can only imagine that it's this player lagging issue on the Falcons camp that plagued us a moment ago.
Let's hope, let's pray that we get back in quickly. Because if you're Falcons, you're probably thinking, mate, we're running out of rounds at this point. We have not started particularly well in the second half, and we're giving VP a decent amount of cash flow. We're giving them quite a bit of confidence with how Flit's playing. So let's make sure we respond fairly quickly.
2 rounds to the good still is a workable, disadvantage. But with the half buy in for this next round, I don't imagine that they'll be looking to change tact and go for a force buy. That would be a little bit ludicrous. The 10 rounds advantage, rifle win there, go to number 12. And then at that point, Falcons would truly be looking at elimination here. And in this case, it's actually the 2 VP players that are lagging. So the onus is shifted in the other direction, Blake.
Yes, and I'd like to take this moment to say congratulations to you and IJ and Trav for picking 3D Max in the predictions, to not just backing on the Falcons. When I saw that, because I just submitted my predictions, I didn't look at anybody else's. When the graphic came up and there were so many Falcons, I thought, why? Why has everyone actually thought that Falcons are the favorite in that matchup? That was actually wild to me.
I can't speak for everyone's opinion. I guess that they thought that the addition of Simple was going to be enough to get them, a big boost of star power. And that's what I think the theory would be. But
against a rising team in Tier 2 that keeps qualifying to Tier 1 tournaments and is very consistent at this level online. Very weird.
That was my thought process, and very clearly your thought process as well.
That's why we're the Kings.
And that's why they're in the winners match coming up after this one has concluded.
with a great draw against OG. I'm sure Maka and the boys will look at that and say prime position to go top seed.
Well, OG are still obviously in the winners match by virtue of their victory against Virtus Pro. There's still any more surprises out of them later on tonight. Falcons. Have a surprise right here in round 17. Have opted to continue with their half bite. Back9's on 3, Deagle on 2. AK's on 2 more of Flit and Norbert, and they will try and lean into or Flit specifically will try and lean into Electric. Peek out to the canals, see one player, just the one individual though. Molotov's in, going charging up. Flit stands his ground and gets his pick. Look back towards main. Good incendiary to cancel the quick hit to the Falcon side.
A great utility is Jim, baby. And Flit's going to multi up again.
James lands an AWP pick as well. Norbert's in support, and James doubles up towards the back lines. Nice and effective, nice and efficient, and as you would expect, the rifles trump the pistols on this day. There will be rifles out to play for Falcons all the same. But one of their last couple of chances to really get impact now on this second map. Looking at potentially another collapse from Virtus Pro, considering that Anubis was so dire earlier on against 3D Max, of course. Against OG, rather, excuse me.
Well, I want to see Falcons just with a change of pace in a gun round. It's been so slow on this T side, and they're not reaping any rewards at all.
Swing forward for Flit. There's a bit more pace for the CT forces, and a burst through to Debris' double head roll against the main position. And easy pickings for Virtus Pro. They are feeling fired up right now. Flit especially, 21 kills in this map.
And they're getting farmed in the second half. And something that should also be noted is that the economy's never been strong enough to get Simple on the AWP. So what? No AWP for Simple, we can't win rounds? Is that what we're going with?
Virtus Pro running circles all over the Falcons' opposition. 5-on-3. Fame in support of Electronic, hearing footsteps coming, they're going to let them cross out towards Electric. Isolate the bomb carrier, drop him, Simple, forced to fight alone, and TTs are backing up Electronic as well. B site positions, they hold their contact, crossfires up on top of the higher ground. Electronic can peek in, will get traded back by Simple, who makes it a double. Now needs the ace to clutch this round, and Flit is closing in on him. Swing up towards the back site, a fight to a third pick. These 1v1s are starting to go Simple's way. 45 HP to get 2 more heads.
And James watching out for Electric, and Simple wants to fight him.
Shoulder not given enough for the AK. The AWP lands its kill, and Simple will not escape with a clutch. Frustration for him and frustration for Falcons. Bomb plant bonuses will come in for the T side at least, but the retake success on VP will continue to push the scoreline up. 11-7. Money is still there. They have to buy back here.
Well, first off from Flit, I mean, how is Snappy just what? Not watching B main. He's just out in the open. His teammate doesn't trade him. I can understand why Simple's frustrated. The basics just aren't even being developed properly. The Falcons have just looked dreadful on this T side, from a fundamental point of view to a capitalization on opening man advantages. The VP could very much well close out this last map of the second of what, a 13-7, go completely undefeated?
The Falcons would go completely defeated. Not a single map to be won if that happens for Virtus Pro. Good shot from Jay. Madden down out towards mid. Fame to smoke off the initial incendiary, cancelling Simple's attempted peek in from main. A site well defended. Flit's hoping for something more here at Electric. Not going to get given anything early. Players are firing back through these smokes. Electronics expecting someone to peek out the edge of the smoke, but no such aggression here from Falcons.
And you do wonder what has caused Madden to drop off, because not just in this best of 3, but in general, the change has been just magic. Anyway, I'll get back to that in a sec. Simple is getting an opening kill out to Electric, but the rotates are pretty quickly. You've got one from Spawn and another one from Temple.
Incendiary's block him. He's on 43 HP. He can't afford the walk. The smoke start coming out towards James' position. He's going to have to use a HE to open up the angles. 2 of them, in fact, for the CT side. As James lands a shot on Debris. Magisk has caught Electronic in the interim. It's 3 versus 3. Norbert seen one beyond that smoke. Heard that bomb getting tapped, and will know that Snappy has got to unstick it in order to try and fight against the man. Eventually will plant the bomb. But 3v2 for VP. They're going in real quick here. Norbert maybe a little bit too reckless. The flashbang through the smoke. Snappy's going to get credited with a kill. A follow-up not quite secured. Fame returns. It's Magisk alone. 1v2, one player 4 on. Both tanked, but Fame's got a lot more HP over the Dane. Tapping that bomb once, a kit for him, Magisk to peek forward. The AK at the CT side to win the fight and bring home map and match point for Virtus Pro, elimination point for the Falcons.
Really well done from Norbert. Notice how he tries to go aggressive, gets that first kill with the pillar when the bomb is going down, and then just because of that fight, it takes Snappy off of the bomb. Watch it, he gets off. But instead of doubling up and searching for another fight, he just falls back and holds the number. Really strong clutch from Fame up against Magisk. And Virtus Pro have just been pumping them in this second half.
Falcons need a hero, and right now there's only really one candidate for it. Dimple may have had an awkward first map of the day, but right now he's started to return to his old form.
Not only are we going down the pathway of not having a single map pick coming in from Falcons, or a single map, I should say, where are the double digits? Where are at least the competitive score lines?
Not seeing any right now. Tick, tick, tick. The timer in the background. Time running out on Falcons here. Need some heroic rounds. James, Orp set in towards mid already. Bomb carrier off to the right-hand side. Simple attempted to get boosted, but Dupree gives him just a little bit of vision. A shot to land. A man advantage taken for Virtus Pro already.
It's just simple mistakes costing them, isn't it, Jay? I mean, that one right there is just a boost. It's not even a contact. Opening kill for VP, and Falcons have been giving, especially in the last few gun rounds, so many opening fights. Finally, there's a spam back in mid, so Simple can get a player towards House of Electronic.
4-on-4 established. Falcons try flash their way in towards main. Simple providing the extra support for his teammates. He's still got Fame on the bomb site here, and he's got 2 players in mid to add support. Molotov's out from the T side will indicate that they have a lot of presence out here. Fame is holding for that corner wrap, waiting for Magisk and Madden to make their way in. Flashes will keep him blinded. The counter utility is there for the CT side, but there's more flashes involved here for the Falcons. Fame inside of that smoke, undetected, but eventually is found from beyond it. Magisk with a man advantage for his team. A 4-on-3 for the Falcons side. Bomb site taken, plant secured. VP questioning going in for this retake here. I mean, they've got cash available, so I want to see them do it, but now with Flip falling, it might be smarter to hold on to the AWP here. Shot missed from James. Norbert does capture Simple, aggressing straight in towards mid. It's still up by a player for Falcons. Norbert will grab the AK and save.
Well, finally, we get a response, and it comes to Simple with the spam out from mid to transition that to a 4v4. We're just seeing so many B hits, one after the other. Finally, you get an A exec, and for Fame, he just doesn't get anything. Tries to re-smoke off the molly, play around his own smoke, gets spammed up in the process. But VP could look for exits and look to buy in the next round. Falcons, they've given themselves a first at least.
The first in the half. Nubis. Pretty late portions of the day, Falcons were able to get 7-5 return. Virtus Pro have been all over them since.
Very rare, too, that you see, what, a 5-7 T-side half be translated into a map victory? Don't see that often in Anubis.
Here comes VP, about to do it. And Falcons will feel underwhelmed. Elimination this early in the competition. On day 1 of the competition, HE sent Simple's direction. Magic's going to catch some damage early. No significant damage early and no opening kills. With 3 players on this B-side defensive, they are so ready for Snappy as well.
All about this first contact of an opening kill. Simple trying to transition into searching for that start. Norbert's going to get a re-smoke, but has to focus about Electric.
Kill against the pre, double up is wonderful. Snappy's down as well. Bomb dropped and everything. And Lurker all the way on the other side of the map for Magic needs to come up and support Madden and Simple. So it's a 5 versus 3 for VP and Falcons with no breathing room at all.
Great sequence from Norbert. Not easy to transition close behind the smoke and then out to Electric. Flint's even getting a boost up on the backside of Glyph. He's waiting to see when the T's are going to scale into jail.
The big old backstab of Magis may have to be the hero-like play, although being watched by James AWP in from Temple, about to take contact to him. Dimple on the boost, didn't see anything. Magix does get caught, now down to the main presence. Firing back, blind fire of James, not connecting, but we'll start to see presence. Madden's going to get caught by the AWP. 2 kills to Norbert, making it a triple on his contact kill. And there is it. Virtus Pro take their series, stay alive here in Group A. The Falcons eliminated in dead last of the Thunderpick World Championship.
And it is the expected result. I'm not surprised whatsoever that VP have won this series. I am, however, embarrassed and overall disgusted that Falcons can't even win a single map. Doesn't matter if Simple's on debut, Jay, that doesn't bother me at all. To go up against 3D Max and VP back-to-back and not even give us a threat of winning a map? Come on, man.
I mean, the form was bad coming into today. I mean, I didn't think that Simple was going to make the ultimate difference of getting the series victories. I do agree with you that I hope to have seen at least one map up in today's proceedings, and the fact that they haven't done so, yes, certainly is a bit of a letdown overall from the Falcons side. However, I do think that, you know, having such little practice time, having such little opportunities to get involved in this one, I think that they can build up, but just not by a massive margin at this moment. It's a disappointing day for them, and they have to just now focus on their lands coming up this weekend, and of course, the Shanghai RMR later on next month.
And they're running out of a streak of how many more games is it going to be until you get a win? 6 losses in a row and 1 out of the last 13, Jay. Things have got to turn around quickly from Falcons.
We're disappointed here in the caster's desk. I wonder if they're disappointed on the analyst desk. It's back to Neokai and JRT.
Yeah.
Road twice and be out of the Thunderpick World Championship here, Neokai, but I think we saw some signs of life from them. We saw, look, they're trying to change their whole system right now, right? Things are completely changed up for them. Simple's coming in as a new player, and he actually looked pretty good. I thought Simple was very impressive across all the maps he played.
Yeah, I mean, maybe bar that first one against 3D Max, but like, when they warmed up, honestly, like really solid from Simple. However, it's just not enough, is it, right? And I think, you know, I mentioned this on the desk when we came into this game. For me, if there needs to be changes towards Falcons, it's not to do with this minus some bias plus Simple. I think that's a relatively kind of lateral move. For me, I hate to say it, but it has to be snappy, right? And I guess even maybe a little bit of copium, you know, coming off the back of the Elisa Masters and saying, you know, man of snappy plus Glaive at this point, because something's got to give, man. Put Glaive back with his GOAT coach. Arguably the GOAT IGL plus the GOAT coach. Maybe there's something there for me. But this has just been a really woeful run of form for Falcons. But you touched on the system, and it has completely changed, right? Simple's playing different spots in the way that Sapias was playing, of course, because he gets a little bit more time in the light with the rifle. They want to get a little bit more active in the pack in comparison to Sapias. And I just think, right, you know, Simple mentioned it after their loss at the start of the day, right? They've had, you know, less than 10 days practice with this team compared to the Virtus Pro side. Electronic joined 6 months ago. The rest of that core have been together for God knows how long, you know, well over a year. So they're a side who just obviously have those systems and those defaults and the cohesion in place. It's just not going to be there for the Falcons. There's no way they can integrate Simple in that amount of time. It's just too short a time span to get this side on the road. It is an expected result that VP have won the game here, right? You know, we want to see some life out from the Falcons, but the rifling core let them down. I think ultimately, you know, you hate to say it, but Dupree didn't step up at all, only getting 6 kills across that map. Madden really struggled to get active. One of the things he normally does best is opening kills, and Madden was barely involved in the opening duel. Never mind getting the kills. He only got 2 opening kills in the entire map itself, where you look at kind of his competitors on the side, Flit, 8 opening duels, 4-1, 4 lost. I mean, he looked incredible all the way throughout. Even when you see someone like Fame go a little bit quiet, Norbert picks up a little bit of the slack. Electronic looks good. At least they've got that core where if one takes a bit of a bad game, the other step into place. But Dupree in a bad game, Madden doesn't step up. Magis doesn't really even step up, maybe even 12 and 15. So, you know, it's such a big disparity. The Simple only got double the amount of kills of Magis in second place. That alone to me says all that you need to say, right? Simple still got it. There's no two ways about it. This guy's still crisp as all hell. And if he had a solid calling system around him and had a solid rifle core, who knows what this Falcons team could do, but he needs support, man. It's as simple as that. He's obviously still very, very good. As much as people want to say, oh, he's washed, he absolutely isn't, right? I mean, this game alone proves that he wasn't, but it's not counted. Really good work. And I think Flit looked incredible. And, you know, we were sort of talking about it while the game was going on. The amount of impact this guy has is just ridiculous.
Oh, it was insane. Like in round 17, he had a nice 2K. It was just the pistols and the anti-eagles. So like, okay. But then round 18 was the big one. He goes right out of B main and peeks out and nails 2 players to the wall. I mean, unbelievable impact just in that round. And of course, he was doing it all map long. And what's also promising for VP is, I mentioned it before, you know, they got stomped by OG on Anubis just a couple hours ago, and then they come back here against the Falcons. They managed to pull it off and get that victory. So maybe that was a bit of a, hey guys, let's get things going. We can be better on this map, even though we don't have any reps, even though things aren't that great. Let's try to get something materializing a little bit here, and it absolutely happens. And you got to credit Flit a lot. I think the whole team though had their moments. You know, every single player was contributing.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And, you know, it has to be said, what a CT side out for Virtus Pro. 7 rounds in a row before we finally saw Falcons put one on the board, and then it immediately got responded in kind and closed out. It just showcases how good VP are able to streak. And this is much better. In comparison to the OG game, this is the VP that we know, the side that actually can play good Counter-Strike. But again, I'm still going to bring it up. I mean, ultimately for me, I haven't seen VP pick up a notable victory under their belt since EWC back in July. They've been beating Falcons a hell of a lot, but that's not notable. Falcons aren't a scary team. Astralis, with this new lineup, we know they're not a scary team. Neither are 90. Neither are the Mongols at the moment. They may have been 3 or 4 months ago when they were making deep runs to tournaments. Mongols are now plateauing massively, so I think people are really still overestimating the side on a top silverware contending level, which is ultimately what VP are. They're meant to be a side who are challenging for trophies. This is good, right? They've now got to find ways, though, to take that form that they've taken here against Falcons. They obviously absolutely Falcons kryptonite. Well, they seem to beat them all the time, but they've now got to do that against other teams. And even when you look at some of these other teams in the kind of the qualifying stage here at Thunderpick, there's still some pretty scary teams that are floating around, right? You know, I mentioned Mongols. I don't know what they're going to be looking like. They look pretty woeful at Elisa ultimately, but Heroic had a lot to like. Bar that best of 5 final. Big. I've had moments where they've started now that Rigon's kind of coming towards the team. They felt quite scary at times. 3D Max. Love a qualifier for LAN. The Rosario just seem to have something up the scene. I don't know what it is when it comes to like we need to qualify for this LAN. They always seem to have something going for them. So I don't know, man. I think for VP, I want to see them basically now. They came in as the #1 seeded team in towards the tournament, highest rated team in towards the tournament as well. They've got to now go basically flawlessly all the way throughout for me to even be convinced they've got something.
No, absolutely. I agree with you. Like, this is their chance to say, okay, that first map and that first match, forget about it, guys. It's out the window. We are the team that you expect us to be, especially, I would just even say in this group, right? In this group, they were #1 by far, I think, in everyone's minds. If you're going to prove that you belong at the top, now is the time to do it. And the first match, no. This match, okay, we're getting there. We'll see if the next one will deliver and they'll actually qualify, because if they don't, that's another massive disappointment. I can only imagine Neo, Falcons, and VP, the ones eliminated from this group, and 3D Max and OG moving on. That would be something else, honestly.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Falcons as well, just in terms of that loss there, in 2025, that's going to hurt them. The way that the system and kind of the scene starting to change, that if you go to tournaments like this, and you know, it used to be in the past that if a top level team went to a tournament, that, you know, like a Thunderpick or even like some of these kind of challenger lands, if they were to lose, it wouldn't really make a difference. They were expected to win, but if they lose, whatever. The way it's going to be working towards next year with the scene and everything, the way it's panning out, is that will actually hurt their ranking massively, which could mean less invites and this and the other. Either way, enough waffling about next year. Let's talk about the here and now. We have got Fame coming to join us for an interview. Brother, first of all, congratulations on that victory. Talk to me about bouncing back. Anubis in particular, a little shaky against OG, but that was a very, very clean victory there against Falcons. How did you sort of turn things around off the back of the earlier result?
Thank you. I don't know, actually. Our first best of 3, we were playing really bad. We did so many mistakes, and we had bad communication in some moments, and I'm glad that we found a way to refresh between these best of 3s and to find the way to win. And yeah, it's just feeling good, and but we need still one more best of 3 to go to playoff.
Yeah, speaking of like coming into this, how did you guys feel about the group? Did you feel confident about your opportunities to win, or were there some shakiness going into it?
No, it's no shakiness. It's feeling comfortable. For us, it doesn't matter, and we just need to play our game and don't make a lot of mistakes and all this stuff.
Fair enough. And obviously for you guys, coming into a tournament like this, you are actually the highest rated team coming in towards this sort of tournament, so you're sort of seen as the favorites in that sense. What are the teams you think for you are really the ones that could maybe challenge you? You know, people are talking about potentially Heroic, for example. Is there any particular teams that you think might be the biggest competition, especially later down the line, especially if you get towards those sort of LAN finals?
It's a lot of good teams on this event. I think 3D Max in our group are getting better from every tournament. For me, Heroic, Mongols, it's all of these teams are very good, and Cloud9 as well. I don't know. In every group, it's a lot of good teams, so it doesn't matter for us. We just hope for the best.
And in terms of your map pool, are you guys trying to expand a little bit? I mean, right now Mirage is really like the best map for you guys that's going forward. Is there something else? Are you hoping to expand it further?
Sorry, can you repeat?
Or just your map pool, it's a bit narrow right now. I think that you guys need to improve it. Is there something that you're targeting or going to shake things up in terms of your perma?
Yeah, maybe we have some problems now, but I can tell you like details. Yeah, we're trying to fix our we're trying to fix our bad maps and bad moments. That's it.
Fair enough. I just want to talk about the team as well for a while, right? What's the vibes like? You know, it's safe to say there's been a little bit of drama around Virtus Pro, but obviously that all seems to be sort of squashed now. But how are things in the team? What's the vibes feeling like? How are you guys feeling? Of course, because you know you got the RMRs coming up. You'll be starting against Passion UA, pretty scary team ultimately as well. What are the vibes going in towards the end of the year, the major cycle, and I guess just getting ready for what is, I mean, ultimately going to be a very busy 2025?
I think the vibe is good, but you know, nobody likes to lose. So sometimes you have struggles, you have like all these moments between people in the team. It's okay. It's like all teams in the world have these problems, and it's fine. We just need to work on it, and we need to fix it. And yeah, as you said, RMR, we have Passion UA. I think. Yeah, very good and upcoming team. So it's gonna be interesting match versus them, and I think we have like 2 or 3 events for this season. So we're gonna be full focused on them, and we hope for best result.
All right. Well, thanks so much for the interview, Fame. Congrats on the win here, and good luck in your next matchup.
Thank you. Thank you.
Alrighty, always good to speak to him as well, right? I think you know, for Fame, very, very talented guy. Obviously, you know, coming off the back of a big win like that, you know, we have to look at this sort of Falcons demise, but also maybe a little bit of a recovery out from VP. This is a side who still have a lot to prove to us in terms of contending for silverware and looking at that top level, but it's results like that do give you hope. Map number 1 had its few moments where we maybe questioned, you know, there was a potential there for a second, but I think for the most part, map number 2 wasn't, right? The second that second half started, it was game over. When you get 7 rounds in a row, that is already game, set, and match in that sense. And I think that's the big thing for me, is that we need to see this side streak in that sort of level going forward. They can't be, I think the way I like to put it is they can't be inconsistent, because, you know, you look at this on paper, OG feels like the easy win, Falcons feels like the hot contest, but that wasn't the case, right? So this VP side, it's about starting to once again become this side that everybody just hates playing because they're impossible to play against. They're so good at, you know, grinding you down and not letting you play your play style. And it hasn't really felt like that for a bit of a while. But, you know, there was kind of the flashes of that back in towards that Anubis in particular when they started to sort of streak like that. And even when you're seeing individuals like James step up with the AWP too and try and sort of put Simple in his place a little bit, which ultimately didn't do. Simple still was kind of the highest rated player on his side. But it is good to see, right, that VP still have that kind of up their sleeve where they're still looking competitive. And it's just, for me, it's all about consistency. And that's ultimately always been sort of VP's issue. They'll make like an okay run in a tournament and then just not perform in the next one. And you never really know what you're going to get out from them.
Yeah, no question. I mean, like, especially on a map like Anubis, to get that many rounds, like on their CT side in a row, is extremely difficult to do. So I agree with you. Like, it's good to see them kind of getting things going in that regard. So that pretty much wraps up this one here. I think, I'm not sure if we're going to take a break here before we get to that next matchup, but we got 3D Max. We are going to, guys, but we got 3D Max coming up against OG, which is obviously, we thought that would be the first one that we saw here, but it is actually the winner's one. So the winner of that will move on past the group stage. We're going to take that quick break, guys. When we come back, we'll have an analysis and a breakdown of that match.
Brokey sees the shadows. They know about Brokey on this boost. They're going to target him, but he still succeeds.
Pistols are starting to push through. And whilst Rops finds one, Carrigan gets eliminated. Rops stands tall. Rops finds the headshot.
Oh, electronic. Well, he'll still have a great time spraying. They all got caught on twist. And now electronic is going to pat the stat very nicely with an 8.
Well, hello and welcome back. Only a brief break before we get this show back on the road. We have got our final game of the day here, and this one, surprisingly, is the winners matchup. I think to many, when we came in towards this group, we already touched on it, many people were looking at the big names, looking at Falcons, looking at VP. Both fell flat in their openers as 3D Max and OG picked up those wins and now find themselves in this Group A winners match. And I'm interested to see now how they respond off the back of what was obviously a very, very big win. Loser, then has to go and face VP in that lower bracket decider.
Yeah, I think honestly, OG surprised a lot of people with the win that they got up against VP. I mean, yes, it took 3 maps, but the fact of the matter is, you know, the first 2 maps were kind of closer than maybe we expected as well. Then on Anubis, it was a slaughtering by OG 13-5. So perhaps, you know, the addition of Mikey, quote unquote addition, because we don't know if that's official yet, but it probably is, coming onto that roster, maybe making a difference. Not that he was the one lighting up the scoreboard. It was actually Buzz, 58 frags and a 97.4 ADR, who was the key throughout that series.
Yeah, exactly. Buzz, credit to him as well, right? I mean, having that sort of form is exactly what we want to see. But this is quite a tough game, right? I think for OG, who is still relatively fresh-faced in a way, obviously they've had their recent games, so they've been trying to make stuff work for them. And of course, they've got that quote-unquote new player. You all know what we're trying to say here. You know, we don't need to hide anything. Mikey's running this team. I don't know what I'm saying. What he basically is. He's been playing with them. That's what we know. All the leaks and whatever suggest that he's been practicing with them and stuff in place of Nexius. And I love this pickup. Whether it is going to be true or not, and whether this might even be like a bit of a trial period, like official trials, he's great. Mikey's a really solid player. I got to catch him in a couple of different teams. Obviously, Unity, where he's come from, which qualified for the RMR, and which he potentially might even still be playing the RMR with. But also, I got to see him as well on the ISF for his country. And yeah, very, very solid. He was playing out for Slovakia, and he looked really, really clean. So he's a player for me who I think his stocks are really on the rise at the moment. Just very solid, does his roles, does his job, and he actually is a very good supporting element to this very young team, generally speaking, but quite experienced in a way. And, you know, we're looking at players like Buzz, of course, who had that tier 1 experience to try and step in. But I think a lot of eyes, for me, really do feel like they're on Crizzen, right? He's a youngster, only, 18 years of age, calling in this side. It's not easy at all. It's a big ask to do at such a young age, but I've been really impressed with him. I think he's really, really solid. And I even saw, I'm pretty sure the OG Twitter account, they tweeted that their win earlier against VP was the first time that Crizzen has, beaten a top 10 team. So at 18 years old, that's not a bad way to start.
No, absolutely not. I mean, like you said, IGLing is a very tough task, and usually you see older players for a reason, because you need to rack up all that experience and get yourself at least under the wing of an existing IGL and then take on the duties afterwards. But for him to come out at such a young age and do that is absolutely impressive. I think another contrast for me is Sin on M80. You know, he had to go through a big, right? He was part of that roster, and then he kind of learned from Tapson, and he credited his experience with Tapson to helping him take that next step up. And I think he was put in an ideal position with M80. So you have that kind of build up, whereas Crizzen's like just going straight into it, which is even younger, right? Sin's older than him by I think 3 years. So for Crizzen to do this is really impressive.
Yeah, and I think for me, he's one of those sort of for the future players. But I mean, that is basically always the case when you come from Miles and XT. I don't know what it is. Those guys are at Miles. I don't exactly know who's the one who's doing all the decisions behind the sort of hirings. But even yesterday, we just saw Natu join Ent 9 days ago, 9 days as of yesterday, when that final was at Elisa. and he's got a trophy already. Malice NXT, incredible scouting. Obviously, their main team is basically primarily their academy, bar Brolin, of course, and every single graduate that comes from them always seems to go on to do really good things. I think on the OG, I really do feel like Kristen can do a hell of a lot here. But even the guys who've remained from previous lineups, and in particular, I look towards Fiku. There's been a lot of talk about this guy, right? I think, you know, his form has been fluctuating. I've had a chance to speak to him in the past as well. And first of all, a lovely bloke, but a really good head for the game. And I think that's the sort of player that I want in my sort of team. And if we get to see his level of performances where we know it's like, unfortunately, at times it feels like his skill ceiling's super high, but then maybe his floor's a little low and the inconsistencies let him down. If we can just start getting him a little bit more stable, he actually becomes really, really scary. So I do like this OG lineup on paper. We can take a look at their opponent on the other side, though, 3D Max. And this is, again, another side with a lot to like. In particular, the one that I always point out has to be Maka. IGL, the Orpa, just an insane talent. You know, he's been around for a long, long time, sort of putting the French scene on his back for a while. You know, obviously bar the kind of Zywus and Apexes of the world, but he's always been cooking in tier 2 into sort of tier 1.5, and I just love the work he does. He's a very, very solid player, and I just think he's just over-reliable.
No, I agree with you. I mean, honestly, we've seen, like, you know, sometimes the struggles that IGL offers can do. Jame, for example, Jame, for example, like having those inabilities to hit important shots and not really providing the impact that he had in the past with AWP because times have been a little bit tough for VP. So that's what's happening there. But for Maka, times have been tough for OG. Let's like not sugarcoat it at all. They just lost the Spirit Academy, and they haven't been doing that well in terms of their BO3s until, of course, you know, beating VP earlier today. But he's still been putting up the stats. He's still been solid as an offer. I mean, rating at 1.12 with the team struggles the way they've been is actually very impressive, and impact of 1.09 as well. So for me, it's a great sign. He's also doing all of the work in terms of utility and opening frag duties, right? He's leading the charge in those two stat categories. He throws one or more flashes per round, which again, very good. You expect it from an IGL, but like he's doing multiple roles and finding success. There is a lot on this guy's shoulders, and it's impressive what he's been able to achieve.
Yeah, another one that I always want to throw out is actually Gravities, the youngster who joined the side. And when he first got to join, I had a bit of a moment talking to him and saying, you know, what does it mean to you? Right? You know, you're a young French guy who's come up through Gen 1, right? Which is sort of like a bit of an academy side in a way for the French scene, right? You know, it's ran by one of the more famous French streamers over there, Karel. And when he joined the side, he was saying, you know, these are the guys I've looked up to for years, and it's, you know, an honor to play for them. And actually, you know, a little bit scary, but I think he's really coming towards his own. You know, when they've had chances to play at a tier 1 level, Gravity doesn't look out of place. You know, he doesn't play the greatest of roles, doesn't play the greatest positions to get the stats, but all we really need out of him is actually stability coming forward. So this is a side that I do like a lot from them. Xyz looked fantastic in towards that previous matchup as well. He has problems with inconsistencies too, but in that previous game, he really stepped up.
No, absolutely. I think that there's a lot to like about what's happening with OG right now. And I mean, there's one thing going their way. Sorry. Did I say OG? 3D Max, right?
Yeah.
A lot to like about what's going on with 3D Max right now. And they're getting a lot of reps under their belt. Like, they're playing a ton of Counter-Strike over the last 3 months. Like, the amount of maps is ludicrous. I mean, 30 on Anubis, just for example, and 28 on Ancient. So they're getting the reps. It's not been going that well, like I was mentioning. But, you know, there are those shining lights at the end of the tunnel that we've just highlighted.
Yeah, it's very, very true, right? I think you're spot on. And, you know, I always feel, for me, the big testament to teams coming through the tier 2 that need that have those chances of actually taking off next year are the ones that do put in a hell of a lot of reps. I mean, these guys play sort of like every CCT under the sun, for example. They play all the kind of qualifiers for like ESL events, for Blast events, etc. And even some of these other tier 2 tournaments around the scene, your Elizas, your Yalas, etc. So I always respect the team that basically just play as much as they possibly can. And at times that can lead to them being quite easy to anti-strat, which we do end up seeing at tournaments like Pro League, for example. When they went in towards Pro League, it wasn't like a terrible performance, but, you know, still 17th to 20th in terms of that ranking. It's like all the teams above them are generally speaking better than them, but it's not dead last, so I guess we can kind of give it that. But even making it towards tier 1, that's their ultimate goal, right? It's just to get that a little bit more consistent in towards next year. So it's these sort of tournaments actually where I feel like 3D Max are a real dark horse for me. I mean, they always come in towards tournaments that qualify to LANs. I always feel like they just have something extra up their sleeve. They're always quite scary, but I just think with what they do in terms of the grand scene in tier 2, grinding out reps, playing so much, keeping up their performance levels as well, I always like 3D Max, and I always try to bang for them in some way if I can.
Yeah, I mean, look, they're a good tier 2 team. I would say tier 2, tier 3 team, honestly, and they had their successes at Challenger League in the past. Didn't have it this time though. Didn't make Pro League. Lost in Mega 1-2. So that was a little bit tough
yesterday,
pill
right?
for them. Yeah, it was yesterday. Yeah. It was yesterday. So unfortunate for them not to be able to get to that point. But still, I mean, look, it's a team that has had that success at the tier 2 level, so hopefully they can take that and bring it to tier 1. Beating Falcons helps, but Falcons are in a transitionary period, so I don't know how much that means, honestly, and we just saw they couldn't win a map today, unfortunately. So we'll see if 3D Max can bring their game up against OG.
Yes, that is very, very true. I'm looking forward to this, though, as well, when we get into it, just because I wonder how, they're going to try and play against each other. When we get into it in a moment as well, the veto, too, I wonder that, like, how this is going to sort of pan out. There's a couple of different areas which we can lead into. We do have the veto here as well, so we can touch on this a little bit more. So Ancient Peak coming through. I'm a fan of this for OG. I do think this is a map in which they've obviously been playing a lot. There's other options where they potentially could have picked into, and Nuke is potentially one of them. But I feel like for me, this is a little bit more of a punish pick over towards 3D Max. They play it a lot, right? There's no taking away from them, but they just don't win it a hell of a lot. You know, you're coming in with that 39% win rate, not good stats on paper, but I always do kind of put the kind of caveat and the asterisk when you are a side that you know, it's tough to pick into any map basically against 3D Max because they've got very good reps in the map. They don't really have any glaring weaknesses bar this Ancient, but while this is a weakness, because they play so much, you learn more from your losses anyway, and I feel like this is where for 3D Max they can really start building on this. The only weakness I've seen for them at times is actually on their T-side rotations have always been quite janky, and we'll have a look when we get towards the game how that ends up playing out for them. But they get caught off guard quite a lot. They lose track of their opponents, and that's where they get a little lost in that sense. Then we go towards the Inferno. On the flip side, this is another map that's very, very good towards 3D Max. Not as good towards OG, right? They've also had their problems and not a hell of a lot of reps. And then when we get the Nuke, I feel like it's a real handshake. Both of these sides, if they wanted to, could have picked into it, right? And kind of made a fairly solid argument for that. But, you know, when we go towards this as that Nuke, I'm looking forward to see how it sort of plays out for them. You know, they have in the past even been tempted by banning it, especially OG, when they've been kind of trying to figure out their map pool, because they've got kind of glaring weaknesses there. Mirage is not exactly a strong one. Vertica's obviously not a strong one either. They've had their issues here, there, and everywhere. OG went for that Dust 2 ban as well, just touching that. 3D Max was incredible on it, so I think it's a very smart ban. But this is the thing, OG, they're a newish side. They're trying to build out their map pool. They've banned Nuke in the past before. They're now integrating it. They're banning Dust 2 just to make sure the 3D Max are basically going to get a freebie. Mirage and Vertigo are glaring weaknesses. Anubis not exactly strong. So you can see how this veto process, basically, John, is just so hard for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, 3D Max have been more on the up and up for sure than OG have, and you see it in all the results. And Inferno in particular, like they had some tough opponents in Pro League throughout their past matches. BetBoom, Passion UA are coming in there. You know, at Pro League, 9Z wins, wildcard win there as well. So, and Fnatic even came through at IEM Rio, close qualifier. This is a couple of months ago, but still, like I feel like this veto could very much go 3D Max's way, which is going to go against my prediction once you see it. But but yeah, no, like it's. In my opinion, in terms of the team that I expect to take, I think OG. I think that they've impressed us against VP, and it looks good so far.
Yeah, for me, I'm leaning the other way. I'm going pretty heavy over towards 3D Max for me. I just love this side in the tier 2. I'm loving how they've been just essentially showcasing that like online qualifier sort of tournaments, because technically this obviously, while this tournament itself is the world championship, we're looking towards those LAN finals in Berlin, right? You know, for the lion's share, the 850k. This is for me where it always feels like 3D Max's bread and butter. So if I had to be quite sort of pessimistic in a way, I think OG have got just not enough under their sleeves just yet to maybe we'll take that outside of 3D Max's caliber. So I'm gonna go 2-0 3D Max. We're gonna have to see whether that is the case. For now though, we're gonna throw it over towards the boys on the cast, and we'll take a break. We'll see you soon.
Thank you very much, Neokai. Yes, predictions in his favour towards 3D Max and Dwag. I have no reason to disagree at this stage. They are a very hot unit, a top-end Tier 2 team for the last year or so. They've got LAN opportunities. They have themselves a very good stance against OG, and certainly the best of the teams, the better teams that you want to be facing, I think, if you are a 3D Max caliber like of squad. Now, OG have taken one upset today already. The question on my mind is, can they try and make it a second for their board?
I think it's very difficult to do so. 3D Max probably should take this in 2, even with Ancient being a weaker map in the pool for them. I was very impressed with how their last few Ancients have gone down. They took an Omega to overtime a couple of days ago, who's one of the best Ancient teams in Tier 2. So while it's a weaker map in the side of the pool, I think in this isolated best of 3, 3D Max should be able to 2-0. And honestly, Jay, you mentioned how they're a strong team in Tier 2. I actually categorized them as a team in Tier 1.5 for me. I think they've bridged that gap of getting into the Tier 1 circuit and actually pushing for results. Look at Pro League, beating Mongols, beating 9Z, taking a map off of G2, taking a map off of Spirit, beating Wildcard. They've proved it at Tier 1 for me now.
Yeah, do you know what? I'll give you that one. That's an absolutely fair opinion to make at this stage. The 3D Max coming into this one on a very hot level of form. They're trying to defeat the OG side in a simple enough fashion. In my eyes, I feel like OG will need to win this first map if they want a chance at the best of 3 itself. So let's get it started. Our final match of the day. Our winners match of Group A. OG take on 3D Max.
Well, let's see if it's a slow start on the T side like it was against VP, down 2-9 at one point. Exercise with the Julies out there from the door, spots a lot of contact. At least Macca's there for a good trade to make it 2.
Doubling up for the triple, looks in against Buzz next up. Damage done towards him. Jocko's got a kill on Prison out towards mid. In the meantime, A-Site's been taken by Fiku, but it's completely meaningless to them when the bomb's been dropped. A triple is locked in by Macca, and Fiku will just try and look for exit frags at this stage. Jocko will fall, but there's 3 more to get. This is a pistol for 3D Max.
That's a very good response. I actually got quite nervous when the Julies found nothing at all. Yeah, it was good info, but it was an opening casualty dropped early. But the way that Macca and the boys down there at lane and bottom ramp, they deal with it so easily.
Effective efficiency from 3D Max, Macca especially. All the last man of OG can do is hope for an absolute miracle. 4 heads involved and all lucky first to go down at this stage. Fiku looking at Ito, another good fight on towards the gravity, but not going to happen for him. USP of Macca to take a quadra in the end, and locking in again officially that pistol for 3D Max.
And the issue that I would compare the pair of upsetting in the first round, Jay, is that for OG, they don't get to play Tier 1 squads all that frequently. So when you get a matchup versus VP, you think, okay, maybe there's upset potential. When you're 3D Max and you basically only play in the Tier 2 landscape, bear a couple of Tier 1 chances here or there, you're going to be very familiar with teams of OG's caliber. And I think that makes a huge difference in this best of 3.
They've locked in that opening stance, and you imagine that they'll be able to lock in the second one as well. Not much threat to be posted up by these blocks here. They'll go faster towards the A-bomb site, or at least they were going to go fast into the A-bomb site. Ecstasy, very quick smoke to go down at block them.
What do you think about OG's results as of late? I mean, it's tough because I think there's been a lot of changes. I mean, just to go through some of them, Heavy God was picked up from Endpoint at the start of the year. They got rid of Kakafu, their assistant coach. They picked up Lambert instead. Raga, their head coach, went over to Astralis. They then benched Regali. You had, Killazoo, actually from 3D Max, go over to OG to be the assistant coach there. Dexter went to Heroic. Moto got picked up from TSM. Heavy God went to Cloud9. Krisen came from Mal's NXT, Keto got benched, and Buzz has come from Entropic, and now you got this whole situation with Mikey. It has been a crazy year with transfers for OG.
Yeah, they're starting to look a little bit like an Endpoint with a number of teams from the Tier 1 space that are picking up players from their own roster. But it certainly doesn't make things good for the team itself, considering the lack of stability in that respect. It does sort of hinder them in terms of, like, again, the level of opportunities you're going to get. Ultimately, the lack of success in several tournaments probably could be put down in part towards that.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Very few have expected success out of them so far in this tournament. They have at least been able to show up 1 good result.
For me, I just want to see OG find an identity towards the tail end of the year and the new year. Not so much in a playstyle, but what do we actually expect from these guys? Do we expect them to train up younger talent and sell them off to Tier 1 squads? Or is this squad trying to be the best in Tier 2? Are they trying to get into Tier 1? Because OG, in terms of a success portion, haven't done anything. And they've been in the scene for, 3 and a bit years now? I mean, that seems insane.
Yeah, it hasn't been the best of, teams, I guess you could say, across their history. And it's something that I think we talked about before about OG, is that I certainly think that they are a poster child for one of these squads that when the partner systems go away next year, that they're going to have some serious struggles ahead of them. Because unlike some teams like Fnatic or NIP, for instance, they're only actually in the Blast partner system. So it's by virtue of those tournaments they get the ranking points they need to attend the other close qualifiers and such. But OG needs some serious results in tournaments like Thunderpick World Championship to just maintain themselves going into 2025.
Well, I actually look at this current iteration of OG and it reminds me very much of an academy team. Honestly, like, you're not working with experienced pieces. Fiku's been on the lineup for a very long time, so it kind of makes him the veteran. Where's Moto played in Tier 2? Nexus, TSM, Krisen only on Mal's NXT. Buzz has at least had some Tier 1 chances with Astralis, but that was only one organization.
Getting back onto the circle itself, OG is taking close quarters combat against the CT side. Gravity is going to try and sneak a kill on towards Fiku, that veteran element like you mentioned. Following up on Exorcis's damage being done, Krisen, the AK to work out towards the A bomb site, does get caught by a flash and peek, trying to dive back out towards main. Exorcis with the kill that regains the man advantage to 3D Max. They have taken donut control in the meantime here, OG. Jocko recognizing that.
A really good protocol with that smoke. So now OG are trapped. They have to cancel. They have to go back into mid, and then you're worried about Red Room, you're worried about Shelf. Just the timing that Jocko and Exorcis have together to fight against that main player. And this has been a wonderful round number 3 for the French.
Has fallen back to reposition and reaggress from OG. A is still the target, and with them backing out away from Donuts, 3D Max are going to pack together and move on towards mid just to ensure that they're not going for a counter flank and a wraparound. It does, of course, leave main pretty open and easy and free for the bomb plant here.
Now, OG, though, the problem is, once the bomb goes down, what are you gathering? I mean, now with 3 players going into Donut, I'm actually wondering if the bomb will go down.
The Cease is going to set himself up for it. Jocko bots one, but Mikey good for the returning frag on OG's part. Ecstasy still going to wait. Moto could get found, and indeed he is. Bomb drop with Lucky's follow-up on Mikey. It's all on Buzz now, the 1 versus 2. AK around the corner, 10 seconds for the plant. Needs to prioritize that because time is running short. CTs will not overextend as well. They know that they can win this from that clock running down, and Buzz will now look to try and run for it. Does take Maka with him, and escapes the ire of Lucky, but another round for 3D Max is the bottom line.
And I honestly believe that 3D Max are going to outclass OG from a fundamental point of view, from the utility usage and the protocols, not the sharpness and the opening man advantage departments. It's going to be the more tactical bases from them. Now, I'm sure that there'll be a lot of prep and a lot of dedication to reading a team like 3D Max. You've got Lambert, the head coach for OG. Mate, he used to play in the French scene, didn't he? And he even used to coach LDLC when Maka was the in-game leader for that team.
History in there. 3D Max. We're going to press on from Cheetah and Lane. Mac is already ready to receive the V-execution coming in real quick from OG. Lucky almost pressurized a bit too much, but Mike is going to get picked up by Gravity anyway. Moto with a responsive Buzz with a follow-up as well. Mac is all traced with 2 versus 2 and refaces Moto for the double up. Well aware of the bomb carrier and a flick and a half to Buzz the same. 3D Max eventually take control of the B-bomb site.
Alrighty, there we go. Maka stepping up individually when the Riflers did as much as they could to stall for time. A lot of 1-for-1 trades coming out to this long position. Out from K to get another one from Gravity, but it's the Ort to make a sequence. Look at this from Maka.
Beautiful shooting. Wonderful presence held for 3D Max. Very solid start for their opening half. Tacticals called in by OG. So, Lambert, you mentioned him a moment ago. Time to get involved in the matchup.
The problem that OG have is that their map pool is very similar to 3D Max. They pick quite a bit of Ancient, they pick quite a bit of Inferno, but you'll never pick Inferno versus 3D Max. They're one of the best Inferno teams that we have. And then they also pick Dust 2. The problem is 3D Max are on a really good streak of Dust 2 as of late. So you kind of weigh up the 3 options and you go, okay, Ancient makes the most amount of sense, but then you also look at the map play rate. I mean, nearly 30 maps on HLTV for 3D Max on this in the last 3 months.
Maka struck onto Mikey first up. Fiku tagged extremely low. Will turn back on Gravity, turn it into a 4 versus 4. Maka lying in wait for even more of this. Jocko looking up towards Shelf. M4 turned away from position. Lucky is leaning forward the same. Fika on 2 points of health. Surely he doesn't get much more out of this round.
You can't expect so. 3D Max have got a good read. I like this on the anti-eco. And you've got Jocko that can maintain both Donut and A main. So if he gets contact, fine, you give the respect to the bomb plant. But if not, stack up heavy on B and give very few chances over to these upgrades.
Fiku actually does get another kill out of the round, so credit to him. Getting a bit ballsy against Ecstasy, eventually will turn back the casualties to a 3 versus 2 with Mac extra support. Modo known. Flick not quite as special there on the certain of the bomb site, so the Tech 9 overwhelms the man. Ecstasy's getting challenged from 2 individual sides. OG work together to actually force out a doable round.
The bomb not committing into B, actually going to rotate out to Shelf and go into Donuts.
Covering themselves off in mid, but Jocko's going to beat them to the punch, coming in real quick. Player towards Donut, focusing on the man, but peeking out wide, gives Crizin the kill, and OG to steal their first round.
Well, it's just a couple of whiffs, wasn't it, on the bomb site? First off, you've got Fiku that catches a pretty good timing on low HP, gets that first headshot with the Tech 9, and then the AWP from Maka doesn't quite multi-frag, and then Exorcist is up against 2 different angles. You're trying to watch the backstab on the front side. So, 3D Max, they'll just be more frustrated in themselves because they really shouldn't have lost a round like this.
There's an anti-eco for the 3D Max side, and actually they're going back in with ecos of their own. Upgrades and the 5.7s are available to them, but no Kevlar, not a lot of utility. OG will stack their way up to number 2 from this round.
And Mikey had a pretty good performance in the second half, I remember back to their opening game against VP on Ancient. Had a quiet one on Dust too, so let's see on the T side what he's going to be made of. Mac 10 is going to be up against quite a few pistols, actually.
Around the corner they face, into the spray, not much gained. Maka credited with the kill, but supported by his teammates, so one awkward casualty for OG to concede, and a stack that ensues towards that B bomb site with OG's heavy presence out here. Wonder if they may end up walking into them. Fortunately for Prison, he trades back gravity, so even man advantage.
Yeah, Exorcist is hoping that he can just catch a straggler out to A main, try and get that 5.7 in for 1 kill, pick up a rifle if possible. A transition into Donut out to Red Room. Still quite a bit of time for OG to work with. Ooh, they're going B. This could be a bit worrying.
Raps of Crizin is going to catch information to the back lines, but not towards this cave entrance. It seems to be that the bomb is not going to make its way into, although I say that, and they are starting to prod there. Molotov sent, flashes over. Maka has revealed himself to that left-hand corner. Might set up Jocko, and lucky for an engage. Indeed, they swing to catch Buzz next up. They do secure the plant safely, and Crizin trades again to a 3 versus 3. The AK of Jocko doesn't get anything, and Lucky is also overwhelmed. So it's like KFC's 1 versus 3. Found by Fiku all the same. So threatening for a moment, but only for a moment for 3D Max.
And for 3D Max, they're going to be looking for redemption here in Thunderpick because ECL playoffs would have felt like it was a kick in the teeth. They've just had a really good performance at Pro League where they've taken opposition of the Tier 1 level down as wins. You go into ECL and it's like, right, okay, we beat TSM in the first round, lose to the Mega, beat Sashi, we're up against Saw, and then what? We've got one more best of 3 to get it over the line. And we lose out to the Mega. Map number 1 was 13-11, map number 2 was 13-16. If that goes differently, if that's back-to-back map wins, they're in Pro League next season. So missing out there really hurts the campaign for what 3D Max's Tier 1 opportunities are going to look like next year.
Indeed. They have missed out on a couple of opportunities in the last few months, not many of them. It's the one thing that 3D Max has been unable to crack into. You know, Tier 1.5, you know, you can definitely say that. Tier 1, not so much. Very solid team in the online environment. So the team won't come to the fold here in round 7. I say that, as Exorcist just domes Fiku straight out. Rung his bell, advantage. Oh, straight through the smoke as well on Crizin. Third one, perhaps. HG's to open the smoke. He's seeing players. He spammed up all that damage, but Moto and Mikey have turned the AKs into a 2 versus 2. They're low HP. The SMGs are set up here.
Very workable. Now, Lucky hasn't given away the element of surprise just yet. He is very deep. He's actually hoping that the T-side players overextend.
Past that smoke. It will clear. Mikey will be revealed. Lucky is taken straight out. Gravity gonna back up towards Donut. Hope they come back in towards the A site. In the end, actually starts to counter for the B rotation, but they are going to commit towards A, so any stance advantage you might have had has been neutralized.
And that eco that OG have won has actually forced a double eco here from 3D Max. Back-to-back rounds where they're not investing heavily.
They've got damage at least done towards OG's economy state in this round. Gravity is still 2 low HP players in this exchange. Good couple of fights. Could drop the bomb. Mikey's also been seen as well, so Gravity has all the info to play with. Swing back, SMG versus AK. AK being stalled out here. Mikey gonna tap that bomb, try force Gravity into a peek. He's not gonna bite though. Mikey may get the HP advantage, and he does end up using it to work to his favor. OG barely winning out that round there.
Now, 3D Max will be disappointed. So will the likes of the Deeg of Ecstasies. That's just 2 straight spams. Well, the first one was on the outside of the smoke, but the second one was straight through. 5v3 for 1 point. So close to a round steal.
See how quickly it all fell apart for 3D Max, however.
Good work for Mikey in the clutch.
Yep. All that work to keep OG's round flowing. Third to their board, but 3D Max again, they've whittled down that economy state. There's still savings that will keep the line a little bit held. Jocko lashed out here. The AUG of Ecstasy is challenging first from Mikey. Damage done towards the T-side player, and Jocko can trade his teammate, but Mikey continues fragging. Double upheld, 4v3.
They're using that mid space. Now, they'll know that Mikey's fairly low, and Gravity's aggressive out there in Cheetah. Haven't seen a rotate from Lucky. They're still pinned with 2 players on B.
Smoke towards ramp will clear. Fiku was spotted, but Lucky is not ready to spot him. Instead, he's going to be on Gravity to defend the site on his lonesome, upgrading to the AK very quickly off of Fiku's death. And now it's 1 player per bomb site. OG can go where they want.
It's a good read. So Gravity deals with the B lurk and doesn't see anything cave. So that gives them the tell that it should be an A split or A commit somehow.
Maka shot down Moto, 2 versus 2, isolating the 1 player and falling back. Wary of the red wrap from Mikey, who's just seeing Gravity. Falling out position, back to turned off, missed shot from Maka, and now Mikey's getting swung upon. Gravity needs to win another 1 versus 2 clutch for his side. HG's coming in, that one will land towards Mikey and get him to drop. So now is Gravity and Christian. Christian waiting for the swing, and Gravity gives him exactly what he wants. A little bit of patience for OG goes a long way.
So, can we now start criticizing OG or praising them? There is a lot of clutches being won right now, back-to-back rounds, that they have been relying on 1v1s to just get it over the line.
They are getting the rounds over the line here, and at the end of the day, the scoreline builds to a 4 apiece. The money does not flow up for 3D Max either. They are taking heavy casualties in all these rounds the same. Half buys now available to them. Upgrade pistols, which again, considering the damage being done so far, doesn't look all that terrible on paper, but need to continue that damage flowing. If OG get a confident round, then all of that effort would have gone to waste.
Now, 3D Max know how much damage they did in the previous eco, so let's see if they can continue that. Out to A main, you've got a bit of a prod. You've also got the Mac 10 leaning into cave. All of this space being taken from the in-game leader.
Oh, Crizzen actually shut down by Gravity. Checked, headshot, 5-7 at range, wins it. 5-on-4 established for 3D Max. The bomb's still very far away from a bomb site, and OG is still spread out here.
And the problem is they've cleared out all of lane and there's a lack of info, so you probably start gambling heavily to the A side. Now, at least you're leaving Maka. He can be someone that can keep pressure up to lane. Oh, good timing.
Gonna see him, but doesn't end up taking the fight.
They know. They've seen the bomb in another person. They're going to bring everyone out to B.
Defensive to hold. They got Kevlar. Maka swing in with the MAC-10, fight on, damage done. Fiku forced out on the TK, and the Eagles continue fighting back. AWP and Moto cannot land its flint as Buzz moves on. Jocko is finally dealt with back towards Long, but Maka holds the 5-7 in contention. Swing out towards Buzz. Buzz will get him in 3D Max. Have done their damage down there, held the round itself. Exorcist now a 1 versus 2. Bomb plant will be conceded. Moto on half HP, Buzz been tagged a little bit, but Buzz will hold his burst fire, hold his triple, and again, just about hold the round for OG.
I'm actually not quite sure how OG are winning these rounds. In terms of a read, that is perfect. You've got an excellent timing from Maka out there to the front side of Cave. He jiggles down, he spots the bomb. There's so many players, just damage being done. Buzz trying to work in there with his teammate. Another round that OG just shouldn't be winning.
Advantage. It's with them regardless. 5 on the trot. 3D Max's lead has been negated now. They're negative on the scoreboard. Flashes in towards mid to try and challenge Gravity's M4 burst fire, hoping to catch Fiku while blind, but none has been seen. Mid control established, and the burst fire while blinded will get some damage on Fiku at last. AWP and Moto not being seen by Lucky just yet. He will see that man up there in lane, but will have to be forced back.
Good info from 3D Max to spot the lane control and the bomb outside of the doors. Bit of a missed opportunity, though, to not drop the bomb on Moto. Gravity and Maka aggressive into Cheetah.
Corp set. Shot from Fiku just domes him. Gravity can take one back, but Fiku doubles up. Man advantage maintained by OG here. And the B site only defended by Lucky. Rotations are starting to come in 3D Max, but they're slow. And they're fortunate that the T's are not committing just yet.
And Mikey caught a timing on the jump up. Exorcist catches him.
Brings it back to a 3 versus 3.
Buzz is just going to fake the A-bomb site by the looks of it.
All their attention back. You've got Jocko that's watching from the back of the CT spawn angle, and from engagement, Buzz just wins a straight-up duel, and that will draw Exorcist back in towards rotation for 30 seconds. The bomb will not commit out here. Buzz is going to continue fighting, get spammed down. You'll still see Lucky on the back lines of that B site as the bomb starts to make its way up.
And Fiku needs to deal with the long player, because this could be the timing for Lucky.
Just seen low HP. Moto's AWP now needs to hit the perfect shot. They must be aware that the T's are completely divided. AWP looking on. Flashbang still gives Moto a shot and a plant to secure. Exorcist up for another 1 versus 2 clutch for 3D Max. That's the third one we've seen here. HEs and spams in the M4s trying to engage against him, dishing out some damage. And flashes continue to keep him at bay. Buzz and Moto know just to watch this entryway. It's his only angle of attack. He peeks into the AWP. OG with another.
I'm going to say it again, Jay. How have they done that? I mean, is that luck? Yes, the AWP knows he's long, but he's completely blinded. Lucky could not have played that any better. He gets the flash up high. He tries to jiggle him. All you need to do is bait the AWP and you're going to get the kill straight away. Instead, Moto wins the fight, completely blinded. I mean, I'm just not sold. I don't know. They're winning rounds, but they shouldn't be winning rounds.
Well, it's something that I think you said last week to me, Dwayne, that it doesn't matter how much they look good if they're just getting the rounds on the board. It might come down to luck, especially in that round. The shot of the AWP, if that had gone awry, then it probably should have been 3D Max winning the round itself. You can't deny the impact that Fiku had to trade back out towards Cheetah. I'll come back to that in a second because Lucky is fighting on towards Chris and fast execution out here towards the B-bomb site. Fiku and Buzz run riot with their rifles. The AWP Moto not quite as successful, but a pistol of Moto is good to eventually find the pick instead. 4 versus 2. The pistol players of 3D Max unable to hold their defensive. Jocko is coming in with a cheeky position with a frag on towards 1. No more than that.
A bit better there from OG, slightly cleaner. I mean, it comes to some awkward duels, but just beaten by pace up on that B-bomb side. Trade out the long player, the MP9, pretty quickly. And maybe this is how OG are considering their chances of upsetting 3D Max, of being a bit loose, maybe not being as structured as you could be, being a bit more random at times with the pacing and the overall overpeaking. A 7-4 from a T-side perspective is a pretty good scoreline, honestly.
Looking for the 8th to close the half here for OG. Look at Crizin just charging straight in. He's called a rush. At that site, they see one. Gravity caught in the open. Lucky gets 2, but Crizzen just gets him all the same. 3 versus 3. Bomb has been dropped, and look at Choco. Been allowed all sorts of lane access. Crizzen is ready for Exorcise, and will take him. Macazorp now left isolated. This Choco can take the bomb carrier once again. The AK waiting at the edge of the smoke, being watched out by the Frenchman, and Fiku is in a 1v2 for OG this time. 3D Max is able to win their clutches. Fiku will try his hand at his, taking Jocko down first. And where is Maka?
Fiku's been on the money. He's been extremely impactful on the T side, and now he's got to show it in a clutch scenario.
AK picked up on Maka's part. Behind that smoke, he's going to wait and hold back here towards this cave angle. Molotov sent towards Cheetah's entrance, and Molly's counteracting from Fiku. Going to drive him back into the back line, give him a little bit of breathing room. The concern is long. Without any utility down there, Fiku will be exposed on one entryway to the site. Bombs in the open. Maka has posted his defensive angle. Fiku still prodding.
All about timing, and Maka's actually going to be able to advance the angle. He's going to swing into ramp.
And get the quick burst fire onto the man, get the kill, and win the round for 3D Max, ending the streak of OG. As you say, 7-5 at the turn. OG have the advantage on T side.
Now, 3D Max won't be happy with the scoreline, but I think they can be quite happy with how they played. Structurally, they looked like the better team in that first half. They had more depth, they had stronger protocols. There was a lot of unclean rounds being won by OG, and because of that, I'm not sure if I've still got faith in them converting a 7-5 into a map pick win.
Well, it's a scoreline lead that could very easily evaporate. Pistol win for 3D Max, 7 apiece. All it takes. They did work hard to get their initial 4, and OG now need to go just one little bit extra here.
And it would be nice to get some clarity on the whole Mikey situation. I'm sure we won't, Jay. Yeah. But it must be a difficult period for him and his team. I mean, Unity qualifying to the RMR, a very similar notion to maybe Matty's getting picked up by Sampy and moving over to an international team of Fnatic. Is he here on OG? Is he there on Unity for the RMR? Yeah, it's one of those where you wish you got the info when you know you're not going to get it.
I imagine that he'd at least be playing with his old squad in the RMR itself.
Well, you'd hope.
But after that, a move to OG seems rather likely given everything we know, and it would be nice to get final confirmation on that, but we might have to just wait until after the tournament, and well after the tournament of that.
Yep.
Into the pit stall, Fiku's going to continue to be a fragging machine for OG. Exorcise picked up, Jocko forced to respond towards it, and Mikey is back here alongside Modo. They've got a player on the B site as well, Buzz on defensive. CT's considering or hearing the wraparounds. Modo able to get Maka. Lucky cannot deal with him in mid. A second headshot for the USP. He's done well. OG have a man up. And 3D Max make their way into the A bomb site. Prison's already there to try and cut it down. USP fights on, doesn't quite land his headshot. Eventually gets them lined up. And heads roll outside of Donut. OG take an all-important pistol.
And that was a good mid-round call there from 3D Max. They realized a bit of an over-rotation from Mikey, so okay, let's come out elbow, come out a shelf. It's unfortunate that Moto gets away with as much as he does there. Probably should only get 1, shouldn't get 2. But secondly, Crizzen plays that to perfection. The re-smoke down to Donut with the anticipation that they're going to run through it anyway. So you just tuck behind that default box and you make it really difficult for them to get a headshot against you. The in-game leader couldn't have played that any better.
A site hit target there for Buzz's defensive. We'll get over one of the pistol players. It's easy pickings for the eco round, but 3D Max have many more hurdles to cross to get the bomb down, let alone win an eco steal. Maka with 1 return, but that's as far as it will go. 2 casualties. They should get to them all the main rifles regardless. The T's will be buying up. 9-5 is the scoreline for OG, and even though it might not look like the most confident game from them at all, Dweg, 1 more rifle round victory will turn them up to basically victory row.
And it's actually good to see Buzz performing well on this OG project, because he was most recently on just the paycheck stealing Entropic roster that did absolutely nothing. So to actually transition over and show that you can perform, I mean, he's been an excellent player since joining OG.
What a statement. The paycheck stealing Entropic roster. OG. Posted to try and steal the opening frag away from this round. Mikey Looking up in main, Exorcist and Jocko right around that corner. Exorcist is going to extend, get caught, nice and effective. Second player of Buzz is still on that corner position. Jocko swings for it, but is he going to recognize there's a second player out there? The footsteps will give it up. The M4 to wrap the corner. Jocko's got utility in hand. Molotov's pulled out, and they line up for Mikey. Knocked down by OG.
A good setup for OG on the aggressive A main. Prison gets swung upon for Gravity. The problem is, how do you work this 2v3? You've got time, but you're completely separated from one another.
That was a flick. You're right about the overarching circumstances for 3D Max, though. Gravity will need to join Maka in some capacity. He's putting smokes and utility down towards that B bomb site, trying to sell him on a B hit. It does draw attention away from A's directive contact and eventually a rotation in full. So this should allow the bomb plant at least. But Gravity, he's going to get hunted down by 3 players. If he doesn't take at least 2 kills for it, this could be a unwinnable clutch. And he doesn't even get away with Fiku here. Bomb now making his way out. Taps and bursts from Maka. Struggling with the kill on Modo. Eventually gets it. But 35 HP. 2 more to find. 1 more to find. Plant down. Coming in from red is the USP of Fiku. Maka's going to get forced off. The AK in his hands needs to go for the fight. He just about wins a 1v3 clutch for 3D Max.
But OG have just completely trolled it there, haven't they? They've just overthought completely unnecessarily. They could have slowed the round down. They could have worked as a team. Instead, they give Maka a very good chance. Tap that bomb, draw the fight, or I should say before even tapping the bomb, just drawing the fight on the donut player. Just trying to stick it down towards CT. Realize you hear the footsteps, get off of it, get back around, tap again, draw the fight. Well done by the in-game leader.
Individual fights. OG gave them all away. 3D Max scraping by with a 6th.
And what a start to the round it was too. It was what, a 4v2 from that initial sequence of the aggro A main?
Hell of a return from 3D Max. Tacticals have been called. Very intently listening. Watanic gives out the imparting advice to his team, trying to get them geared up to return this scoreline, because it is 1 round out of 4. They need to return to OG's even stances. 3 more to go to get there, and fortunately for them, the economy state of OG is a little bit rusty. 2 MP9s, 2 M4s, 157 for Crizin.
Well, 3D Max need to show that they've got the depth, because we've seen them struggle against these lighter buys, and that's exactly what OG have here in round 16. Lucky straight out from mid, gets the opener against Modo though.
Crizin inside the smoke is going to try and find a cheeky angle. Will they not check the smoke? He's just caught Jocko off spam back to the Galila. Gravity getting closer. Maka is going to deliver the final blow against the man. Advantage for 3D Max still.
And for OG, you wonder where the next kill is going to come from. Figure's already been seen. Look at that from Gravity, not even giving him another fight.
Maka starts making his way up.
Nice.
Fiku not going to get away with that. Good damage done to Maka, but ultimately unsuccessful in holding down the bomb site. 4 versus 2 for 3DM. And OG just have to save. I mean, even then, like, just the Kevlar above the SMGs. You're probably not going to get your hands on the M4s here. With one of them out towards mid. Lucky is there to receive anything more.
Just the pure discipline there from the young man. 20 years old and round perfectly. Spot the vision on the cave player. Do not commit to the fight and accelerate up ramp. OG just had no chance in that one.
Thus it will remain. Mikey looking for one more exit. Will not make it expensive. The M4 will stay for Buzz at least, but there will be nothing around it. The hero rifle and an eco round. And 3D Max are clawing this one back.
And round by round, 3D Max just need to show that they can be consistent on not getting the scoreline to a tie, but pressing for the lead and actually putting pressure on a young squad like an OG. The international squad showed us that they can be very successful in clutches in the first half. I can only assume that we're going to see a little bit more of that in the second.
Could be a 1-round difference in this game now. OG. You want to play Protect the President here for Buzz. Either him going ham or him protecting the M4 for the next round.
Flash.
Yeah, not great.
Shocker.
Gravity with 2 picks. Damage has been done towards him and Jocko, so maybe a couple of good USP shots for Modo might bring in a little bit of damage, but nothing that should make a difference in the round itself. He does find Jocko, but quick trades make it as standard as you want it to be.
If that flash lands, it's probably 2 kills, and it's actually quite an expensive round, so...
Yeah.
Simple mistake. Very easy flash lineup, even protected. Anyone can throw that in the pugs. Yeah, capitalized upon easily.
OG build their funds back. They will have the buy up for the next round. Their last chance to defend this lead against 3D Max. Still limited on Crizzen, opting for the utility and the SMG here. AK's up and ready for 3D Max to close out this return. And to go even further than that against OG. Going up to number 10, where the economy sits right now for the CT forces. Mid and lane established. OG are walking down ramp here. Crizzen the first man forward.
First contact is good from Gravity. Does he see the second player? Oh, he does from Fiku.
Oh, doesn't quite get enough damage with the headshot involved. 19 HP caught by Lucky.
Oh, yeah.
And Gravity extends on Modo. Okay, 3D Max are looking like a force to be reckoned with, an OG and no longer able to deal with it. Exorcist over towards the A-bomb site, finding Mikey, Buzz in a 1 versus 3. He's surrounded by T-side presence, should be caught off soon enough by Exorcist. We heard from his footsteps the bomb can commit towards the B-bomb site, known that he won't be threatened by any sort of wraparounds. The backline's cleared up towards this back lane. Buzz exit frags at most.
Just being swarmed by all sides. And this actually reminds me very much of the last best of 3, that second half of Anubis. It was almost when VP just put their foot down and said, right, we've gone deeper into this game, we're going to give you very few chances, we're going to make you look absolute fools. We are seeing a lot more strength from 3D Max, not just in the rounds, but how they're closing them. Mass players staying alive. OG are struggling now.
They're getting frustrated with it as well. The stellar lead that they had gained, the 7 in a row in the first half, the pistol and conversion in the second. The 4-round advantage disappearing. Only a matter of moments here. Well done for 3D Max, of course, to post up not only the rounds, but the confident rounds of that. It's part of the reason why you've said so much praise towards the Frenchmen's names. Now they have to look at trying to close out the map, because that is entirely possible for them at this moment.
Well, you've got a core 4 of players that are presenting, what, nearly 2 years of playing together? You've got Jocko and Exercise that have been teammates for over 3 years. And then a single player change got made this year. Haji out, Gravity in, that's it. And that's where we've always seen the strength in the double pony and the heat and the looking for org and the 3D Max variations, is they don't like to chop and change. They're not an OG that will make 10, 15 transfers in a year. They might make 1, make a small little adjustment. Okay, it's not quite working. Someone gets picked up. Okay, we make another. They are very determined to keep this roster pushing for as long as possible with the players you've got. And that's where you show the depth to challenging that higher end of Tier 2 and creating a pathway into Tier 1 by being a Tier 1.5 team.
The strength on display will look to take away the remainder of this map for OG. Remember the fact that this is their map pick here, Ancients. 3D Max got Inferno coming up next, and I said at the start of the series that I think if OG want a chance of winning this best of 3, they have to take Ancients. It was looking like at one point they might just be able to edge it out, but not anymore. 3D Max looking like the stronger squads. Now looking to officiate that with a lead and an advantage. And the rifles all second against the pistol players already towards mid. The AGs have landed well against Modo, Mikey and Crizzen. Meanwhile, the counter utility, the Rolling Thunder on Lucky, has sailed right past him. Only 20 points of health done.
Considering how many HGs went out there to elbow, that feels underwhelming, doesn't it?
Yeah.
All of them going slightly deeper and not quite catching a player entirely. OG can start separating, can have a gamble stack on B, they can just move together as a pack, but with this little, in terms of upgrades, and already having Crizzen with the armor and 5-7 down to 61, probably don't expect much in the round. 1 or 2 picks, absolute most for me.
Low approach for 3D Max. No need to rush this. Last thing I want to do is walk into a gamble stack and then just get caught off by these pistols, which is entirely possible here with the B site being having 4 defenders. Ecstasy spotting the Deagle as well there towards the back lines. Fiku quickly prods, gets nothing. Rocco will now make his way up towards the bomb site with Ecstasy to support. Fiku and Mikey are found. Boost up the Buzz, try to find these contacts. Eventually will get spammed down through the smoke, and Moto should not last long. The Molotov's going to burn him to death. No resistance for OG in the ecos. The pistols have done cool things before, but not in this case. As 3D Max will take the lead away from OG, their first lead since their 4-round streak at the start of the game. With the rifle lining up for OG in the next round, with the money state being where it is for the CT side. Be their last chance to get something done before 3D Max would hit map points.
And this is a 3D Max side, Jay, that only last year was 1 best of 3 away from qualifying to the main Thunderpick event. They played in the European qualifiers. The first one, they beat Lasercats and Anonymo back-to-back, 2-0-9, 2-0 Virtus Pro, and only lost out to Big in a very competitive series, which just took their chances away. So to get an invite to the main event this time around, to already upset Falcons, well, not upset to me, but for the audience, and then come up here against OG, you'll be looking to say, right, first time we're here, we're going to go and aim for the playoffs.
Upset in the eyes of the audience and like 90% of the talent crew.
Sure.
OG Buzz set up towards tree here, seeing a shadow of 1 man. Ecstasy shoulder basically gives Lucky a chance to peek forward, but both players aren't able to get the fights in. Buzz lands on Lucky, doing a ton of damage to Ecstasy's as well. He's also tagged low, so he's going to have to escape. But 3D Max coming out far worse to wear in that exchange. GRID and spam down, trying to return fire, finds a kill against him. Jocko maintains, but Maka is traded elsewhere in the meantime. So the 4v3 still sits for OG.
Mikey just pathing on the other side. Oh, the timing's not good for him.
Jocko leaning forward. Mikey still checks it, and Buzz goes out for the swing to make sure that position is covered. Gravity responds back with a trade. 100 HP between these two individuals of 3D Max. Now 25 left for Ecstasy, as Gravity falls very quickly towards Fiku, and OG start to shine once again.
And Buzz has done well up in tree. He has produced as much impact as possible. Now, I normally look at that pos, Jay, with an MP9 on anti-eco, saying it's extremely strong because you've got shadow advantage, you've got height advantage. But to actually multi-frag there is quite difficult. Normally, you can get your first kill and get traded straight away. And good work from Buzz.
Ecstasy, so look for exits. Preferably fall before time ends, and he will do so. AK given over towards the CT side. 2 of them going into the next round for them. All-important win for OG, because that victory for 3D Max could have very quickly let this map fall out of favour. For the T side, rather, economy is well built, so they won't be worrying too much about losing all these rifles. Only concern to be the firepower of the OG side, and 3D Max have been dealing with that very well so far.
Yeah, even just stringing rounds together, we saw OG do a good job of that in the first half, but what about the second? Yet to see it.
HE's out for Mikey towards this mid-fight. Maka taking some damage, but nothing aggressive from 3D Max. Thinking they might have gone aggressive towards the mid stance. They will get there eventually, as the smoke towards red will set up, and Mikey's forced back. Line sprays of Christian getting nothing. Mikey caught by Maka. What a shot that must have been. Quickly in towards Shell, transitioning over towards the B lean. Fiku's going to lean forward as well for OG, trying to aggress into Jocko, catching him, footsteps heard. Jocko's ready to receive the man, unable to get much damage actually, and they will go down to a 4 versus 4. Fiku's now extended towards the B doors, re-peeks back towards Ecstasy. Doesn't get a kill for it. Moto overwhelmed by Gravity. Advantage for 3D Max here.
And Fiku might maintain lane, and they're going to have to go back to his area to recover the bomb, but he's alone. He's got no teammate in sight.
And Lucky has no idea. He's walked back towards Shelf. He'll get the kill, but Krizen's fallen in turn. Maka picking him up with an AWP from range. And now Fiku's vacated the back lane, so Exorcist will indeed recover that bomb and should cross safely in towards the bomb site. Buzz and Fiku going for the retake.
It's a tough retake. Lack of nades is what concerns me in this 2v3.
Bomb crosses safely. Fiku swinging. Almost timed it well, running into the AWP, but Maka misses a shot. Now it's back on for OG, especially as Gravity takes a lot of damage there with the blind sprays. Exorcist also dinked down as well. 23 points of health for the man. AK and M4 leaning up. AK and Fiku unable to adjust. Overcooked his flick by an inch. And Buzz faced on by Gravity. What a burst that is. And what a round, what a recovery for 3D Max.
And just consider, the only way that that round is remotely workable is that Jocko misses a bit of a whiff on the bottom ramp player. That Fiku's able to get down there and avoid the pre-aim and stay up from Shelf to work against Lucky. Great shot against the jiggle. Fiku does everything he can. 3D Max, though, I mentioned it in the first half, Jay. I just thought fundamentally they were playing better CS. I thought OG were getting away with not gimmicky rounds, but gimmicky ends, rounds that they shouldn't be winning. And yeah, you can use my logic of it doesn't really matter how the rounds are being won, they need to be posted. You can say that, but does that tell you about the strength and consistency? Does that tell you that they can be dominant in gun rounds? No, not really. They posted a lot of T rounds, but not by strength.
And it wouldn't have mattered if they were able to get to 13, but that's looking less and less likely at this stage. Tacticals called in by the OG camp once again because they are being stressed on their own map pick in this best of 3.
Well, they've won a single gun round in the second half, haven't they? They won pistol, they won anti-eco, and then they won the first gun round where Buzz got 2 kills at Treat. That's been it.
SMG's now out for the majority of CT players. Krizen diving into the kill on Gravity, but losing Mikey in exchange. He's on 5 points of health, so Lucky could take him down real quick. Smoke seen, quick burst, kill found. Fiku close, not seen by the HE that exposes the smoke. And standing up against Jocko, finds him in the end. Lucky, good to trade. 3-on-2 maintained for 3D Max. All the SMGs taken out. Buzz now he's M on the B defense, the Orpamoto on the A defense. Now completely irrelevant in this round because Lucky's gotten away with a Quadra, and the B site has completely collapsed. 3D Max are going to make their way up to map points.
And what an awful turnaround after calling a tactical. Imagine what that must feel for an in-game leader, okay? You've just taken the tactical, you're thinking about a way to adapt. It's like, right, let's hit them with aggression. And you've won the opening pick. You've gone aggressive into Cheetah. That MP9's got the first. But what has happened after that? Buzz gets nothing. Mikey gets nothing. Everyone just starts falling in lane.
Issues with the SMGs versus the AKs there. The AKs were eventually going to work their firepower.
And that doesn't help confidence from an in-game leader. Look at him.
Yeah, he doesn't look great, does he?
He knows that they have mucked up the chance of winning their map pick by setting a good precedent of a first half 7-5 and winning pistol and winning anti-eco to go 9-5 up. And they know they're going to get punished now because they're not going to win their map pick. They're going to transition over to Inferno. They're going to have even a tougher time than they will on map 1.
OG are in a very dire spot. You saw the disappointment on Krizen's face. I mean, what more can you do at this stage? Third and final tacticals called. They are going to be buying back as much as feasibly possible, which isn't a lot in Krizen's case.
And I'm going to ask you, Jay, do you actually think they've got a chance of rematching versus VP and beating them? Because in my eyes, I think go up against VP once, yeah, you might upset them. Go up against them a second time for a spot in playoffs, I think no chance.
I don't think that they're going to collapse on Anubis like they did earlier today again. I feel like they're going to have to attack this from a different angle on OG. So it might be up to Lambert and Krizen to come up with something over the next few days. The Cider game will take place on Friday, so they'll have some time to go over it. Make no mistake, that could be reality here for OG. 1 round away from conceding this map, and again, really Max's pick is up next. 2 map points for 3D Max here, so OG need to go perfect. At least 2 in a row. Buzz, Incendiary, try cancel the hit. The smokes and flashes have already come out here, so they'll smoke off CT spawn, they'll smoke off Donor. AGs of Exorcist will try and open up as Buzz holds a point blank. Sees so many individuals focusing down Jocko. Lucky can trade it. Exorcist with a follow-up as well to Mikey. AWP dealt with as Moda misses a shot. Maka does not. And it's a 4 versus 2. 2-man advantage for 3D Max here. Bomb plant inevitable. They've got time for it, though. The smoke will clear. Crimson seen. Exorcist domes him. And Fiku, he will be able to defend himself against Lucky, but he is not longed for this. Well, 3D Max 3v1 should lock in 13-10 and take away Ancient. Fiku will fight in vain and ultimately will concede with his life. Map 1 of Ancient taken by the Frenchman.
3D Max completely owns them, and I'd look at that scoreline and say that was misleading. 3D Max with a far superior team. OG showed me a lack of depth in gun rounds, and across the board, after beating VP, I'm disappointed.
Yeah, it really sucks off the back of that result, doesn't it? Because I even think the analyst during that last map-up said that Prison called the game of his life. I don't think that was a similar case right here. I don't think OG had a similar level of performance, and it does suck for them because this was their home territory. 3D Max showing their strength in the end. OG got by a little bit of luck, a little bit of closeness. The rounds definitely came down to the wire when OG were able to win them, and the same cannot be said for 3D Max here.
And there's certainly issues at certain points in games. The 2-9 deficit that they had against VP on Ancient a few hours ago, and then the what? A single gun round being won in the second half of your map pick? Don't know what it is, Jay.
Yeah, neither do I. Maybe the analysts might be able to give a little bit more insight into that. It's back to Naokai and JRT.
All right, we're back here, and yeah, that was actually a really interesting matchup, honestly, between these two teams. I thought actually OG showed quite a bit at the end of that first half, and they managed to string together a few rounds. Yeah. But the real breaking point for them was the 1v3 clutch by Maka in round number 15. I feel like that one, where he isolates all the 1v1, just broke their backs.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, something Jay that brought up at the tail end there is spot on. I do actually think that Crimson got out cold. I think it's as simple as that. We were talking about it during, especially that hot streak out from 3D Max. It was very overcomplicated in a lot of situations, but I think when you're OG, don't really have those foundations there just yet, or the gravitas the way they kind of 3D Max do. It's difficult to get an idea of what 3D Max is trying to do, and I think for Crimson, he just made it a little bit too complicated for himself. Sometimes playing things into a little bit more of a simple default is the way to go about it. Get a little bit aggro on maybe some of your kind of lower buy rounds. You've got SMGs, for example, but we've seen them trying these overcomplicated plays, especially in like 2v2s or 3v3s, trying to over-rotate, wrap in behind this and the other, and it really made things quite difficult for them to set up how they actually want to play around this game. So it wasn't the sort of style that we wanted to see out from OG, because, you know, even when we saw them earlier today, when they picked up what was, as we all know, a pretty big upset win right over Virtus Pro, it actually felt like the reason why is because it was simple and effective. It was cutthroat. It wasn't really this kind of gravitas plan. It was, we're going to come in, we're going to hit our shots, we're going to let the kind of stars do their work. Obviously, like Buzz, for example, had a great game. Let Mikey do a lot of his work, but I just don't think they were given the leeway here. I don't think they were given the space. So, you know, credit I think has to be given towards Maka in particular. For me, he looked fantastic, but not only in terms of like his calls, but just the numbers, right? 23 kills to his name. What a showing from the AWP. But he always steps up. There's a reason why, you know, we wanted to bring him up, right? I mean, this is just such a talented dude, and he just continues to show it.
Yeah, and I mean, I talked already about round number 15. Round number 4, which you're probably going to see very, very shortly, was ridiculous. He had to get a 3K clutch to win the round, and it looked like things were going to go OG's way. And maybe if they win that round, it's a different story here. But yeah, honestly, you talked about, you know, over questioning themselves too much on the OG side. I agree. Round 21 in particular, they just felt like they couldn't get a read on what 3D Max were doing. In fact, they had a great positioning up through lane into that B site towards ramp. The bomb wasn't in the site yet. Yeah. They just held their spots. They would have probably had a better chance of coming out with the round. Instead, they try to rotate into mid and try to guess what 3D Max are doing. They don't keep it simple, and because they overcomplicate things, they end up in a disadvantageous position, and both players coming from the same angle. And even though 3D Max were low, OG could not capitalize. And again, that was another big round that 3D Max.
Yeah, no, exactly that. And I think, you know, this is another classic example. We saw VP do it in that previous series against Falcons, another one here, where when 3D Max streak and they got that 5 rounds in a row, it was just so difficult for OG to try and claw back a bit of momentum and stop this sort of train that was just veering on forward. They got that one gun round, as kind of the boys in the cast mentioned, and it just wasn't enough, right? This is a side who really struggled to look consistent on what is quite worryingly, the CT side. Like, this is a map that when it was first introduced towards the pool, was the most CT-sided map in the pool statistically, even more so than Nuke, right? Which is historically always been the CT haven. And they just couldn't look as effective as they wanted to. And I think a lot of credit has to be given towards 3D Max. Their tempo changes were excellent. I think they really did a good job in terms of, they're starting out quick out the gate, early space control, mid control looked very strong for them, but over towards ramp is where they're doing a lot of damage. Ramp and cave, and just always testing, always causing awkward fights for the season side. But I think just ultimately they understood what OG were trying to do, and they just wrapped so well. It's something I touched on just before we came into this game. When I had casted 3D Max in the past, and you guys catch these guys all the time in Tier 2, one of the big issues for me was once the first initial engagement happened, right, they take maybe go for a 1-for-1 trade, and we're into another mid to the late round, they always struggle to look actually active. They would call for freezes, which is very normal, right? But then they wouldn't really have a game plan. And it always felt like they were a little bit lost. And they were like, okay, well, no one on the CT side has pushed us here. Let's just, I guess, go B or I guess go A. And the difference is I feel like they've worked on that now because, rotating through mid is always a little bit awkward. Spawns a little bit too long. You've got to find better ways to kind of move around this map, and it's obviously the biggest thing in kind of CS2 these days is about those rotations. If they're not effective, you're going to get punished. I think 3D Max have fixed that a lot, and that's I think for me where they got that big advantage. Why it kind of loops around to that overarching conversation of the calling, the IGL versus IGL. So the worrying thing now is, we started the series saying, oh, this looks like a 3-mapper because that felt like a punish pick. Yeah. Now we're going towards Inferno, man. This is not a good map for OG, and it's such a good map for 3D Max. All expectations are now that 3D Max just take this in 2.
Oh yeah, it's tough, honestly. It's you're going to Inferno, like you already mentioned. It is just gonna potentially be a slaughterhouse for 3D Max, where they just tear apart OG on the map. Look, maybe we'll get a surprise from OG, but the fact of the matter is you can't take this away from 3D Max. They're 15-4, I think, on the map, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe I got the numbers wrong there, but either way, they are dominant on Inferno, and they've beaten some pretty big names as well. So for me, I don't feel good about OG. They were my pick, but that was dependent on winning the first map. Now, that was the win condition, because I don't see any way that OG wins this in 3 without map number 1. So, yeah, the 2-0 seems extremely likely at this point.
It does. It would take something quite catastrophic, I think, from 3D Max to sort of let this one slip away, right? But it has to be said, we have to remember, just earlier today, VP did take map number 1 and then they reverse sweeped it. Granted, though, it was OG, they won Ancients and they've lost it here. So it's not a good sign, right? Is the main thing we're saying. And then when we head towards this Inferno, I've plenty of times we've caught this 3D Max side. They play so much Counter-Strike in kind of the tier 2, the tier 1.5, however you want to call them, on this map, and they've always looked good. They've been able to scalp some pretty decent teams on it in the past, and even sort of not that long ago. When you look at some of the scalps that they've got, even semi-recently, right, we're looking at teams like Saw, who I think are another kind of tier 1.5 teams before their changes, with Aristosh, with Berry, like that team, without, don't care. But then you look at like some of the games before that, right? There's some decent teams dotted in there. BetBoom, an all right side in their own regard. TSM, I think that Danish lineup did actually look really good out the gate. So these are, pretty confident wins for me as well. And even when they're taking losses against good teams, Passion UA is another kind of tier 1.5 team that I really like. That lineup with Jambos looks really, really solid. Even that pushing in the distance, Namigo, of course, have just qualified to Pro League, just won the Reslan, took them to overtime. So they've got these small things under their belt, but I think for 3D Max, I see this one being taken quite simply, right? I would be very, very surprised if they were to lose this, and it would actually require something quite special out for OG. But if they're going to win it, JLT, I want to see them just dull it down a little bit. I know as weird as that sounds, because a little bit of a newer lineup, I just want to see it just start to simplify it and then work once you've got those advantages.
It doesn't sound bad though. Like, honestly, it makes sense to me. You're absolutely right. Like, when you have a new lineup, when you have a new player coming in, it's better to simplify things. And I criticize teams a lot for overcomplicating their lives sometimes, especially when things are going wrong and they keep trying to do all these crazy things. Just dumb it down to the basics. Get back to the basics, go for a straight hit, try to win those duels, and maybe you'll find some success. And I agree with you. I think that's going to be key for OG going on to this next map. And again, looking at their results in Inferno, they've lost to some inferior teams on there, teams that I even think 3D Max would batter. So again, there's not really a pretty picture painted, but maybe if they simplify things, they'll find success. Guys, we're going to take a quick break now. When we come back, we will have the second map of the series.
Brokey sees the shadows. They know about Brokey on this boost. They're going to target him, but he still succeeds.
Pistols are starting to push through. And whilst Rops finds one, Carrigan gets eliminated. Rops stands tall. Rops finds the headshot.
Oh, electronic. Well, he'll still have a great time spraying. They all got caught on twist. And now electronic is going to pat the staff very nicely with an A.
Well, OG stand now down on the series. 3D Max with one more map to go before they find themselves in the playoffs and out of Group A in the top spot. It's their map pick coming up next after taking Ancient in rather confident fashion. In such confident fashion that it's even turned the most optimistic OG fans against them. Even JRT on the desk saying it's probably going to end up being a 2-0. And I have to agree, unfortunately. I really hoped for more out of this series, even though I still back 3D Max. And OG just haven't really shown that as of yet. Dweg, going into this Inferno, what is the one thing you think that OG can do to give them the best chance at staying alive here?
Well, the first one would show more players being alive in gun rounds. I think is got to be something that came down. I mean, that first half of Ancient, we were getting clutches, we were getting 2vx's. Can't be reliant on that. It's going to break your economy. It's going to very much stagger the momentum. So, yeah, more consistency in keeping more players alive in gun rounds. Then the problem is just the map in general. It's one of the best maps in the pool for 3D Max. Very few teams in Tier 2 actually perma-pick Inferno as their go-to. They normally like it as a decider or maybe as a weakened map in the pool. We haven't seen OG win this in nearly 2 months on HLTV.
Yeah, 4 maps lost in a row, most recently to Beta, the tail end of last month. So this has really shown how things have gone for the 3D Max straight into the pistol round, and wasting no time with mowing through this A defensive. Mikey and Buzz taken out immediately. Advantage for 3D Max. Grizzly's going to try and put this USP to effect out here towards the default plant position. Will take Choco eventually, but take a ton of damage in return alongside Moto, not getting much with the Julies out himself. 3v3, the retake is on.
Got themselves a little lurk smoke to work in and around.
Look up towards the bomb site. Outskirts could get covered. Gravity's waiting for players to make their way up, and Prison offers himself up on a silver platter. Glock faces around that smoke, doubles up and triples in towards the round itself. A quadra overall in the pistol, taken by the T side.
Just when it felt that OG may have had a chance at that retake, they get themselves into a 3v3. Decent utility usage of the smoke and the flash, but the pre-aim for Gravity to expect the player to jump up on that back box and to get 4, excellent work from the young man.
Yeah, solid start for 3D Max. Fast start for 3D Max. Opening set of rounds should look to follow. OG can only afford the 4 spies here, and that's what they're going to take. DT side and all.
And just for OG, while it's going to be tough to try and push this as a map win, if they can at least show competitiveness with the idea that we have the expectation that Mikey's going to consistently play with OG, then you probably want to embed him into the roster against some of the very best teams, win or loss. To be able to play VP, 3D Max back-to-back, I think it could really help out OG and what they could look like in the next few officials or even the next tournament. You mentioned, what is it, a few-day break until Friday when they have to play that decider game.
Yep.
So just betting more time into the whole system.
Mono is not going to have much more time in round number 2. Prison, similar story. As the rifles will do rifle things here for 3D Max. Even Mac 10 getting involved there for Maka.
It's a shame. Almost feels like this round is basically a harsh eco rather than a full buy.
In terms of resistance from OG, it definitely feels like it. For all the expense of an actual force invest, and it's not a good early sign for them. I want to see things be a little bit more competitive from OG. I want to see, as you mentioned, just players getting a bit more involved, keeping themselves alive, keeping some resistance against 3D Max, because when 3D Max got their way, they just weren't really being stressed at all by OG.
No.
Be that in the early game stance or whether or not they just establish themselves with the rifles. Maybe it might have to be towards the rifle round where OG can really get started here on Inferno.
And maybe I'm being harsh here, but I actually just think that upset against VP is a one-off and it won't happen again. Because map number 1 was, what, a very tight 10-13. And then map number 2, they were down by a massive scoreline of 2-9 and then had to basically recover. And it was a couple of clutches as well that got them over the line. I'm looking at their past few results, Jay. They were on a 4-game losing streak up until this morning, and they've only won 3 out of their past 11 best of 3s on HLTV, one of them being Endpoint, one of them being Sappy, and then the third being VP. I mean, how do you go from that? How do you go from beating not even middle of the pack tier 2 teams, like bottom end tier 2 teams of Endpoint and Sappy, and then just beating a top 10 team in the world of VP?
Yeah, I mean, I'm finding it hard to argue against you there. One good map make not a great team, and OG are finding that out the hard way. Maybe a bit more time is required for them to truly line up where they stand, but needless to say, this team is probably not going to make their way into the playoffs just yet.
Well, they were a team that even participated in the qualifier events. I think back to the European Series number 2.
Yeah.
Pretty much the exact same team, but with Nexus in the team still. 2-0 versus Endpoint in the round of 32, and then took a map off of alternate attacks, but couldn't even win double digits on map 2 or map 3. It was only because of the whole unpaid situation of Jacob having a delayed flight that they couldn't play, that there was a replacement invite, what, 24 hours ago?
A very last second introduction for OG. So credit to them for being able to get that first victory earlier on today, but maybe the lack of prep time is catching up with them now. Nico pistols for Moto and Crizzen, again saving into the weapons in the next round. 3D Max should have full control of round 3. We'll see whether these SMGs and whether this Mag 7 for Mikey can do anything in the damage department. At least try and limit the economy for 3D Max and build up some of your own, because those are all high bonus weapon, high kill bonus weapons. Into the B site they'll look to turn. Crizzen has his USP and Nico has his SMG to defend.
3D Max are going to be extremely strong with the sight hits when it comes to Inferno. A good utility usage, a good timing on the execs. And Fiku, if he could just get one, would be looked at as a decent success on B.
Smokes up to Coffins and Cross. A counter smoke comes in extremely quickly for OG, so 3D Max push ahead of it if they need to do so. Crizzen put another smoke down to try and stop it. It's not going to do so in the end. Flashed forward. Fiku can get Maka, who did find Crizzen, unable to get the full-blown kill on towards Jocko. Moto can return with the USP damage being done, enabling that weapon to get its pick in. XSCs is having a little bit of struggles in the side of the smoke, but Lucky using the information called out to allow the kill to go his way. The SMG and Mag 7 might as well try their hand at getting exit frags here, because they will be buying into the full weapons in the next round.
Now, OG have got a good timing on the wraparound from Buzz that him and Mikey can just look for the late exits, and even Mikey might transition all the way down to this sort of bottom mid, bottom banana area to help his teammate out with the crossfire.
All three just make their way into the position, so line-ups and damage done heavy towards XSC, so the Mag 7 indeed can strike. Good kill, good tag, and a jumping shot onto Gravity as well will ensure that Mikey will just make it expensive for them. Can also grab one of those rifles as well. So very decent eco there from OG. Reasons to be happy. They need a few more right here. The rifles will come in for them. 3D Max should also be buying back in the same.
Well, he can now invest into the AWP. The extra kill bonus that he was getting with the Swag 7, and of course staying alive with the armor, means that Moto is going to get a free orb.
Indeed he does. Still $3,000 to work with as well. Rifles again from 3D Max posted up across the entire AKs along the entire board. HG sent towards Chris and completely evaded all of that damage there. And that means OG can now start to look down. Banana taking all this Banana presence. Man pushed forward and re-smokes onto the arches. So not going to be allowed much more control here for 3D Max.
Finally, OG take matters into their own hands of working space. The problem is, what's the A defense going to look like? Because Long is already being established with the util. Buzz is maintaining Maka's position out into the apartments just because of the re-smoke.
Buzz dives away, sees Baka diving out of the apartments, getting Buzz doubling up to Mikey. Fiku's let them cross, the AWP missing his shot. Moto pressured from close quarters, Ecstasy takes Fiku down. Moto's on 2 points of health. He's not going to get much done there in that position, and Krisen just left towards the B site as the entire A stack just falls to pieces.
Well, Fiku just got caught napping. He drops off of the apartments. Now, anytime there's a re-smoke in apps and you drop off as an anchor, you should be pre-aiming for a fight straight away, just in case there's a timing, just in case Maka tries to walk out. And that's pretty much exactly what happened. Maka walks out because he hears the drop down, and Fiku loses the fight straight away. You can't have that as an anchor. That is not good enough. He, losing that fight, has just lost the entire round for his team.
Quick kills in from Maka.
They got farmed.
Yeah, they did. That looks so easy. And again, it's a very discouraging sign in terms of this early game. OG, simple stuff against their name, a simple call to make here for the tactical pause.
And frustration for the in-game leader, because you're the B player there. You've got, what, Fiku that was the pit sort of apps player. You've got Mikey that was down there at reverse default. And then Fiku and Moto are legitimately Library and Arch. So you're 1 on B and 4 on A, and what? There's just no trades. There's no sight hold against the play from Maka.
You can see the limitations doing towards OG now. The money isn't great for the rest of the players. Moto can afford the AWP. Fiku's Deagle does find Jocko first, so there's hand cannon potential. But nothing short of a happy moment here would do any good here for OG. Fiku is overwhelmed by Lucky's AK instead.
OG needs to try and capitalize on this AWP. Oh, good shot from Lucky.
5-7 to Chris and can trade one back, 2 more around the corner. Trying to isolate them and just separate enough for a 1v1 fight. In the end, does not go well for him. Bombs on site will get planted, 3 on 2. OG really can't do much to hold themselves here. The AWP will also be vacated by Maka to ensure it does not fall into CT-sided hands. Miss Smoke might not allow them all the cover in the world, but it shouldn't make much of a difference in terms of the round itself. Or peek in for Maka, almost goes awry, so offering up a little bit more potential as Mikey most do too, actually. This round might still turn on its head. Gravity hiding inside the smoke. OG are trying to find him, but he does fight Mikey. USP pulled out by Buzz, revealing himself. Gravity dips right back inside of that smoke, trading places with Buzz, who will grab that AWP and run for it. Gravity escape towards CT spawn, maintain his lifeline, maintain number 5 for 3D Max.
Now, I'm going to be realistic here, Jay, and start offering the conversation of could 3D Max be a title contender in Thunderpick? Because in the Sky Sports Championship, made it into the playoffs, 2-0'd Ents, 2-1 Aurora, 2-0'd Mongols. That was on LAN. You've now got Pro League, where you beat Mongols, you've taken a map off G2, map off Spirit, beat Wildcast, beat 9T. They've got the LAN performances to back up the online performances, and I'm thinking about them getting top seed in the group with an easier pathway to at least make the top 4 at LAN. Could they be in the title fight? I think kinda.
I mean, we've already established our top 3, and there'll be 4 teams going towards LAN. I don't see any reason why 3D Max couldn't fill up that 4th spot at the very least. Thinking about the rest of the field of competition, I mean, Aurora maybe, but they've also been a little bit awkward recently. That LAN elimination in last place from Restfree most recently is the highlight issue that I sort of think about. Yeah, no one else really. So, I mean, it's a good point to make. 3D Max. Molotov set in almost, actually causing Ecstasy's more problems. Mikey can return that fire, dish out the damage. He's obviously got the opening kill of the round itself. Him and Moto on low HP, though.
One of the rare cases where they've got a bit of missed util on the T side.
2 pieces missed so far on this map up. Iku's incendiary's down, trying to engage on them, but just couldn't seem to stabilize his spray. Didn't know which target to aim for. 3D Max will be allowed full rain in mid as he just backs off and aggresses short instead for Mikey.
Now this is where Jocko's going to have to be key.
Back around the corner doesn't do much. M4 struggles. He's run out of ammo. He's bailed out by Mikey. And Mac has got to trade it back. Low HP for him. 2 to line up. Both are going to go down. And just like that, it's round over.
The utility usage with the flash was just perfect. Excellent timing. And while they may have not had the best of mollies, they have redeemed themselves with a flash.
I'm surprised that Chris and Moto are going for this hard retake. I mean, they've got the HP advantage of a Maka and Gravity, so maybe someone will call that information over. Incendiary actually might get these kills. Oh, it's missed out. No, it did land. No, it didn't land. And that will send them packing at last. Backed away is Crizin, running for his life. 6-0 for 3D Max.
And that is going to be another frustrating one, because if you are Christian, you're a young in-game leader, you're being thrown into the deep end slightly with OG, where you were on a Mouse NXT roster who was doing very well, but never really got the chance of lands, never really got in with any partner circuits. You go into OG, and then straight away you're playing at full groups, and you're in contention for the RMR, and so on. And you've now just had an Inferno where you had the right call of the 4 towards A. You now want to retake and you're just missing util. You're just making silly mistakes against 3D Max.
OG are not having a good time about this at all. Modo does have a good time in mid at least. Frag found on Jocko, that's 1 pick. Start things off for 3D Max. Need a whole lot more out of this exchange, though, because OG in a must-win situation, not to lose the CT heartbeat. Q wrap in the corner, doubling up on the kill counts, but not able to get the double kill itself. Lucky responds back, advantage held by OG. Exorcist is going to challenge that on Log as his teammates start walking out towards the B-bomb site. Meanwhile, inside of the smoke, Kristen tries to find an angle. Lucky is going to take him. 3 versus 3. That Lug player at Bracket is going to have to fall back and rejoin his teammates because the bomb is down, the retake is on.
A decent util in the post plant. They've got a smoke they've just put down to Coffins. They've got another smoke for Lucky and a molly for Gravity.
Deep mollies will come out to ensure they don't start pushing in from that CT spawn position. And there goes that re-smoke just to keep the pressure up against OG. They don't have kits in place, so they're actually going to back off and save their weapons. M4s and an AWP held back into the next round for OG, but it means a 7-0 start. 7-round streak for 3D Max, who are making light work of Inferno.
Just getting owned in this second map, and translating a lot of that second half success on Ancient and putting it up here on Inferno. And you've got a 3D Max side that have won 15 out of their past 19 Infernos on HLTV. A very strong side on this map. Moto with the opening kill, slightly blinded, but then just the B defenders just struggle. I think that's where they're getting hit the hardest, isn't it? Just the side hits. They're just not holding.
And this map is the reason why I said that OG's only chance to make something happen in the series was taking Ancient. It's the reason why ART backed out of his prediction as soon as they lost it. Tacticals called in by OG once again because they've lost so much already. And they need so much more. Look at those live odds. To really highlight the dire straits that Thunderpick seen COG in.
Yeah, they should be harsher. I'm not sure why they're only 11.
1 to 100, yeah.
Oh yeah, keep it going. They ain't winning this map. They ain't winning this series.
There's not much evidence to argue against you at this moment, no.
I mean, it's another factor that we do kind of need to think about for 3D Max is the hunger of not only getting the playoffs and getting top seed, but giving it to your old head coach. Again, Killazoo, a commentator in the French scene. He basically started his coaching stint on the looking for org tag before they even went out to 3D Max. I know that he played with Exorcist, I think it was, out on Warthox way back in the day. So to have a coach of Lambert who Mac has worked with, and then have an assistant coach of OG that was your head coach, it's just that extra little bit of insult to injury to say, yeah, we're gonna slap you in this best of 3. We're gonna absolutely own you.
Not only did he take like a positional move away from head coach to assistant coach, and also end up losing it regardless. OG facing many more problems than the opposition in server, both having technical problems at the moment, which is the reason why that stop call was made. And for OG, it's just when do you start checking out of this series? When does the mental completely go for them? I mean, it's still early in the game, but at this point you can only get 5 at the turn of the CT side. I don't know if that's going to be enough. And just even that feels like it's a bit of a stretch right now for the OG side.
It very much does. And it's been this 3D Max roster that's been charging ahead for the last few years, being the #1 in France. It's a shame that we don't have a competitor anymore. Remember when we had both the Falcons and the Heat roster at the same time? And then you go prior to that, of course, you go your Titan and your MV, you go all your Tier 1 squads. But for the better part of 2 years, there has been 3D Max and that's it. You might have the odd pop-up team, but they're all in main and advanced. They're not playing on HLTV.
Yeah, it's true. Nice little rivalry between Heat and Falcons, the French Falcons, of course.
Sure, there was a very key series that were being won on LAN and for qualifications too between them.
Yeah. Pro League Conference was the one I remember the most. OG. Nades against them, already taking damage for Crizin. Very little returned on 3D Max. Try and see if they can establish more banana presence as Crizin tries to press the issue. Mikey in a cubby is not going to see anyone making their way in aggressive from this long position, although he's suspecting that they might have done so. The deeper smoke, Moto suppressed, but he sees nothing out there. The smoke initially to his point blank position will start to clear. Is he going to swing? He will. Is he ready for Maka? Not quite. Maka doesn't quite hit the shot either, though.
Mikey tries to get the re-smoke down, and Maka, especially with that flash from a teammate, actually realizes, no, let's cancel, let's not brute force that. There is still quite a lot of time and quite a bit of util. They can go back to Banana, they can double pump out from the apartments, they can work in from short. OG have got a lack of info.
Exorcist is taking map control here. Making noise, trying to find fights. The teammates are walking out towards the B-bomb site. Even those 4 players out there and 1 man passive on the site itself. Exorcist even finds Prison, so add extra to the issues. Then the M4 Fiku, good for 1 pick, no more than that. Exorcist is still fragging as well. 2 picks found before Moto finally puts him down. Mikey is first on the scene of the B retake, but it's another man disadvantage for OG, and they want to save their weapons. And yeah, I understand, obviously, it's a difficult retake to make happen on this map, but this is 8 in a row now.
At some point, you are right. You have to commit for it. The problem is, you don't want to waste the money on the rounds that just aren't winnable. It's tough. Even that one, you've got 4 on A, and all Exorcist is trying to do is pull distraction, waste time, slow rotates. How does he still get 2 kills? How is he still putting up damage against A players?
Yeah, I don't know.
They just look so far out of their depth.
Yeah.
And, I mean, Inferno, it's not the worst map in the pool for OG either. They ban a lot of Mirage. I know that's their Insta. I know they don't really like their Nuke recently. They don't play a lot of Vertigo. So where's your strong maps then? Okay, because I've already listed off 3, and then this is the Inferno. Now, to be fair to them, it is a very good map for 3D Max, but show us something. Show us some competitiveness.
The same thing as the reason we're disappointed in Falcons earlier. It's just that, they didn't even win a map in their whole thing. They didn't show us what they could potentially do with Simple in the roster. OG are not showing us what they showed us earlier against VP. Mikey's not showing anything in this round. Jocko has just seen the AWP player as well. VQ is trying to bite back, getting 1 trade out towards Banana. 3 players tagged on OG. The 4 remaining players of 3D Max are unscathed at this moment. Fiku is pressing the issue, and Jocko is ready to receive him. Try and take a fight, which he will take together in the end. Advantage 3D Max.
Well, that's just a lazy check, isn't it? You're not even looking towards bottom ramp. Moto with that AWP should have been clotheslined. There's actually a good timing here towards Archers, so Crizin can get 1.
Shots are not connecting on Moto down. He's been tagged low. Denta rights on Maka's part, who dives out of the apartments again onto the A site, trying to indicate the A hit. It's drawn Crizin away from B, and that's good enough for 3D Max. They'll go for the plant. and OG. Surely this should be around when they go for the retake this time.
Well, Krisen's re-smoked off this top banana area, so they've still got to be wary that Krisen is somewhere on B right now.
They're going to smoke that cross and push forward as this smoke fades. That is, of course, an indication to what the real plan is for 3D Max. OG will rotate as appropriate. Molotov start getting sent in. Backlines check. Jocko will cross. Gravity gets caught through that smoke. The HE for Prison enabling him some vision. Incendiary's out. Blind fire from Jocko. And the M4 of Prison not that much better himself, but Buzz is finally there with a cleared up smoke and a headshot found on Jocko's part. Finally, OG get around.
And just about, because Exorcise was what? A hair away from catching Moto, repositioning back out from brackets. If that kill goes differently, this entire round is very different. And Fiku tries to do as much as possible, but just a good timing from the in-game leader of Prison.
Well, now OG can follow this up into 4 in a row to close out the half. Lucky tag. Fiku burning to 2 points of health. Flash in. Doesn't see anything. Massive advantage for 3D Max already here. OG can't really do much about it. No trades have been off and up.
They're just struggling to hold man advantages at this point. Out to Banana. You've got quite a bit of movement with the util. Lucky and Gravity to put pressure onto Krisen. The in-game leader feels as if he is doing everything right now. Lucky gets naded down heavily. Can he escape? Just about against the Incendiary.
At least that's even the HP advantage somewhat. Much more work to do for OG. Need to hold a defensive line. The AWP of Modo maybe on for a couple of picks out here over to this brackets position, assuming he can take the right shots at the right moment. He's ready towards Boiler, but they're coming in from brackets itself. 3 players on the A defense. 4th man considering rotates back. They've smoked off the banana entrance, so 3D Max are forced to wait things out here.
It's insane how much space 3D Max are getting. They have all of banana and they have all of brackets.
Prison blind spraying, eventually going to get caught by Jocko's boost. Now he is down. Second player trying to arrive to the scene. Fiku's low HP. Mikey can take Lucky and blind fire on Maka, dropping the bomb for it. It'll get picked up, but default's been incendiary. Is there another one available to Mikey? Doesn't look like it. Re-smoke down. Jocko will look to go for the plant here. Only a few seconds remaining. We'll go safer behind the fountain. And now the retake is on for OG.
And now they need to try and get some kills in quickly. Moto's got a straight one through the smoke. Might have been a HE that broke it open.
I think that was the case. I did hear one going off before the shot was taken. Now Mikey leads him into the bomb site, spraying through on Gravity. It's 1v3 for Exorcise. All on this corner. He'll spray for a kill and a half. But OG will scrape together another retake.
Just about. Mikey was the savior. The spams out from spawn, ends up getting a triple. OG win the round on an even retake, but just from a fundamental point of view, they are just giving way too much respect to 3D Max. They need to be challenging map control, they need to be retaking space, they either need retaking nades towards top banana, or they need retaking nades back into brackets. The idea that with 30 odd seconds on the clock, you have given the T's all of brackets and all of banana, tells me instantly that they are being completely outbred and that they are completely uncomfortable on this CT side.
Another buy will come through for 3D Max, probably their last one of this half. Exorcise is caught off guard by Mikey, but Gravity is good to return on Buzz. A lot of mid-emphasis. Gravity going to get a secondary kill. Krisen nearly lines up 2, but only gets the low HP man. The Orpa Moto receives Lucky for free. 2 versus 2 established. Molly's going to stop him from aggressing any further forward here. 3D Max have their hearts set on the B site.
And Moto's actually trying to challenge these top banana players.
Starting to walk for it. Gravity around the corner. First port of call. Good line up. Only the one-shot game. Gravity! Scoped out regardless. Moto able to make another round happen for his team. Very late in the day for this half, but it will be 3 for OG at least. Probably a 4th as well. Money is now broken for 3D Max.
And it's similar signs to how they were winning rounds out there in the first half of Ancient of individuals stepping up. We had Mikey with a huge multi in the last round, and now we've had Moto do the exact same thing out on B. My issue is how consistent is that going to be? How many times are we going to get an Orpa, a Rifler, to have 3 kills in an entire round? It's been a good last few, a good little shift here by OG, but still not threatening massively for me.
Tacticals taken by 3D Max to readjust and try to look for number 9. Last round of the half, so they'll be buying in as much as they can afford here. Lost bonus would have built up a little bit by this point as well, so it won't be the straight up, out-and-out pistols. There will be some SMGs at least. And Galil's, in fact, are going for the higher firepower weapons. Tech 9's on 2. Deagle for Ecstasies.
3D Max want to end this streak and end it quickly. Deep mid-smoke, and Figure's going very aggressive. Ecstasies has at least seen 2 in bedroom.
HC's land on Maka towards mid as well. It's banana control for the majority of 3D Max players. Ecstasies will stick around from mid just in case. The rotations are coming in thick and fast for the CT side. Crizin, while blinded, can get lucky. Galil's around the corner against him, shoulder baiting, and eventually will extinguish the flames of the smokestack across. Ecstasies caught. Crizin going to follow suit on Gravity. Mikey in a dark peeks forward, gets 1 and 2, and OG can end the half at a high note. 4 on the trot to make it 8-4 at the turn.
Well, good work from OG at the tail end there, just to give us a bit of a competitive game, give us some rounds to play with, show some individual impact, and now let's focus up on the second half to see just how quickly 3D Max are going to close this 2-0 down.
A bit of buffer run for OG right now. Need to turn it into true groundwork with preferably a pistol win. And work from there against the ecos and the force buys. And the first rifle round going their way as well. A lot of things need to go right for OG to still have a chance in this one. A simple affair, it seems like for 3D Max even now to close it out. Comeback required for OG to stay alive in this series.
And 3D Max just know that they can cap off a very successful day by putting their foot down. Think about their opening matchup against Falcons, led by a 7-5 half on Anubis, had a 9-3 half on Nuke, had both maps 13-10, 13-9. Come in today and go 4-0. Don't drop a single map and get first seed in the group straight into the playoffs.
Three players on B defense. Jocko waiting to be the first man to receive the T side around this corner. Straight goosh and damage done towards Mikey. They don't get the sandbags, so Maka can get a kill, but only 1 kill. Buzz responds very quickly. Gravity now alone on the bomb site. Backup will start rotating, but they are going to run him down, so OG will gain control of this pistol, it seems.
And just beaten by pace. Really good entries from OG, and they've taken all of the space aggressively into construction too.
Crizin to 14 actually does get found past that smoke. Lucky. Doing some slick headshots to keep himself into this one. Buzz, quick tap to put him down. Exceeds on the corner, also tapped up as well. Very nice round from Buzz. Must-win pistol taken by OG.
And from the perspective of the coach of Lambert and even the in-game leader of Crizin, they know that they've already had a day where they've been reliant on comebacks, just that ancient against VP, how they had to grind the second half, how they had to work it round by round. And they've got to look at this and say, let's try and make this winnable. Let's try and see if we can push it to that decider. 3 rounds of the difference with 1 pistol. 3D Max don't force buy very frequently, so should be an anti-eco for round 14 and the rifle's up in the 15. That's at least what they're thinking.
Well, pistols actually do find Figu there towards mid, so he gets a little bit caught off guard, but nothing that the rest of the Seas can't handle. A couple of frags from Maka's also a secondary kill in there, but damage shouldn't be a major concern for them. 3 players alive. Eco overwhelmed, and now they take towards the gun buy.
3D Max are going to be very critical with retaking space, with putting pressure points on the map, and that's where, from a default perspective, OG are probably going to have some troubles. For me, they need to be searching for opening picks frequently in this first half and early into the round.
Nice nades on Gravity, better nades on Modo, and Sims from Prison gets dealt with quickly. Maka can deal with Mikey as well. Buzz and Fiku, 2 versus 5 situation. They have been run through. Maka's dipping in for even more here. Buzz will get him to return. There's 2 more CTs to find in this banana position. Fiku almost detected by Exorcist. Molotov actually going to try and drive him out into the open, which he does take pretty nicely. A fight that could well go their way, but Fiku forces the issue. Buzz gets caught, and Fiku gets caught with his knife pulled out the same. 3D Max, make number 9.
Even though there was a bit of overfighting at the end of the round, they don't get punished massively for it. They only lose a couple of casualties. That's a wake-up call, though, isn't it? Because you have a little bit of success towards the tail end of the last half. You get pistol, first gun round, you are just being rushed down. Deeper HGs, CT's fighting from 4 out on B. Easy work. What was that? 16 seconds into the round, it's just a 5v2 instantly.
Yeah, not very long at all. 3D Max. Edging closer and closer to the series end. OG cannot really do much to resist it, even despite the 3 players staying alive. They're going to get 2 rifles out here. HG's on Buzz, incendiaries to stop them from getting in towards brackets, and these are one of the 2 AKs that are in play here for the TE side.
Probably the worst thing that you could ask for to go down low already.
Docker's put his smokes up, Tech9 spamming forward. Awkward sprays, and even Mikey a kill to find to open things up, and an AK that he can also recover as well from Banana. Lucky going to get forced back by the incendiaries. OG have Banana control.
Good work here for OG, with Mikey getting one out from Logs. Now it seems as if 3D Max want to retake this space, put more pressure back onto Mikey.
Exorcist, a decent lineup, only the 1 kill out of it though. Mikey checked upon with the jump face there from Maka. 3v3 established as a result. They're going to take Banana control and try give chase towards Chris, and if they get him, they'll drop the bomb, and he might get cut off from second mid as well. The Tech9 has to get towards the apartments, force him hard to cover. His teammates coming in with support. The AK of Modo in towards the apartments, and Fiku and Prison can close out kills to the Tech9s. OG stay alive still.
And 3D Max know that we should be winning that round. There's not a huge amount of good upgrades. You're only working with a couple of rifles and mainly pistols. We win that, we go up 11-6. We basically 2-0 the game. Now we've given OG a bit of a chance with the economy to reset us. 3D Max. Yeah, they will be flustered after that last round.
Number 8 available for OG here. Survival for now, 3D Max. Have they offered a doorway into a map steal? Question hanging in the back of their minds if they do concede the rifles, especially. OG been doing what they should do, taking this round by round, piece by piece, bit by bit. It's working out well for them so far in terms of returning the scoreline. Might not be confident rounds at many periods, but 13 is not impossible from this stance.
Now, OG know that this is definitely a target that they can aim for. And 3D Max, we'll just be hoping that there are some stragglers that go out towards bottom banana rather than CT. And if that is the case, you might get 1 or 2 kills. Try and upgrade yourself into a rifle. Problem is, that's not going to happen, so no chance, unfortunately.
Terrorists win.
One more round to make up for OG. 3D Max had the lean for the vast majority of this matchup. That 8-0 start that OG have been trying to recover from since. Tactical called in by 3D Max here. Their second of the game, because they've recognized the threat that OG have posted up. And the threat that they'll be able to gain as well with this rifle round victory. To take it for the T side would mean to get up in the lead, to hit double digits first over 3D Max. And imagine if you lost this map having gone 8 in a row at the start.
He'd be fuming. I mean, even this tactical, you can only expect that it's not about changing a huge amount from the tactical basis, just making sure you're doing the basics right, communicating well, being on the same page with utility usage in certain areas of the map. We've seen not very much from Maka in terms of impact in this second half, but that's also because he hasn't got the AWP out. Now he finally does. We can start seeing a bit of a difference.
Maka involved, straight up against Buzz, straight shot down towards brackets as he peeks in and gets mowed right through. HG's on Mikey and Crizin, keeping them tagged as well. 5-on-4 advantage, 3D Max not being considered upon here. Fiku tries to challenge the player up on the apartment, will get some HG damage, but not the kill.
Just a walk-in dry out there in brackets. No flash, no smoke, no jiggle. And it means that if you're Maka, it's probably the easiest to kill you could have asked for.
Minute to play with. Let's slow the press from OG. They'll back away from brackets, into the B site they look to lean.
You've got the AWP out to Dark, and there's 2 mollies, so you imagine Nubox and Dark Molly is going to come out for OG.
Bob and Maka in the back. Jocko should get smoked off here. Counter Incendiary will try block OG. The sprays will be blinded, but they will be able to connect some damage. Not enough, though. Maka seen in the back by Fiku. Jocko goes diving into the site, and he is quickly dealt with. Gravity's blind sprays don't get even nearly as much success. And they are out of there. OG, 9 apiece.
It's actually quite unfortunate for Maka, so he's holding the sightline for the run-up in Banana, and there's just a player that's caught the timing to get on the left-hand side of him, so he just is the gun barrel being seen. You've got Pika's advantage, and then Jocko with the flash play probably should have got 1, maybe 2, just gets nothing. OG on the site hit, didn't even volley towards Dark. And Fiku just sees enough of that AWP to capitalize on.
All squared up. Even stances between OG and 3D Max. 3D Max have now seen their lead disappear before their very eyes. And they got the opening frag as well in this round. Unable to keep it. The 3 weapons save will enable them to, of course, buy back in, with the loss bonus being where it is right now for 3D Max. OG will still face the wrath of the rifles. Up on Modo here. Contrast to 3D Max, who don't have any for Maka. In fact, he's going pistol in this round.
And wants to save that economy for the next round. Oh, very heavy from the CTs towards Banana.
Spray blinded for Exorcist, though, takes Buzz down first. HG's Incendiary is continuing to pour out from the CT side. They've got their starts. They're wearing down these HB bars. And Jocko inside of the smoke, waiting for a chance for them to strike. Prison's being spammed up. There's 3 players around this corner. And Jocko is credited with another kill. He's on top of the sandbags as well, evading the fire put down by the Molotovs. OG are losing to a 3v5.
And even the A players are getting aggressive. They're going to fight against Fiku.
Finds the shot onto Exorcist, but Gravity takes him right back. Low HP for Modo and Mikey. 38 points per player. A 2-man advantage still set in by 3D Max here. Mikey trying to bring them forward, trying to get them in towards long and find a good kill on towards Gravity. Lucky now up to task. AWP was watching. He peeked ahead of that smoke, though. Mikey to body block. Lucky, he has no idea about this. Mikey's going to spray blinded, and Lucky is going to wait for teammates to arrive in towards Wine. Modo will plant the bomb. They sneak past. Mikey's back to turn towards Lucky. It requires a massive Modo round with the AWP in hand. Shots on 2 players. Don't connect. The Glock is pulled out, and he can't get enough damage output on Jocko or Lucky to get either of those kills. He goes down quick, and 3D Max are back up to 10 this time.
Fundamentally, that was a lovely round from 3D Max. So they don't have everything to work with, do they? They're not full buying all the way. They've got the rifles, and they're going for these pressure points. Exercise is going aggressive down for brackets. You've got the Banana players aggressively fighting out there towards that top of half wall, and then instantly you then have another refight. You've got two players pressing out into the apartment. That whole round for 3D Max was never let OG get comfortable in the default. Don't give them time, don't give them respect, just constantly fight them.
And they edge ahead once again, but can they truly take control of this matchup? OG are still one away, and they can still equalize with the rifles gain. Nice HEs on Mikey, landing right in his face. Incendiaries might even spread towards the corner of that half wall. Passes forward, HE's down 1 point of LB's dead to rights, but Jocko sits around too long, goes down to Moto. Lucky continuing to try and fight back. Spray through on Fiku, advantage for 3D Max.
I'm really surprised OG have contested Banana aggressively this frequently, Jay. Anytime they've run up towards logs on the half wall, they are getting bombarded with the util. They're losing so much damage to the HEs.
Losing opening picks for it as well. 3D Max. Good responsives to the trades. Mac are now ready for Prison to peek in. There's no flashbangs for the players to get them back into a, around the corner peak. Moke start coming in for Prison instead, out towards that cross, but Maka is posted aggressive right here. And Moto's hoping that he counters with that aggression. Maka to go around the corner for Moto to get that shot. Instead of boost to the AWP. Jump face, and Maka misses the shot for it. 3v3, it's all on Lucky to defend the bomb site. Will they check this? Not entirely. Krizen found quick.
And notice how Lucky didn't put that smoke down. That didn't reveal his position. And even Exorcise is trying to just make a slight info play. What he doesn't know is Buzz has already walked out on the A sides.
That might be a hindrance to Moto, though, because I don't think Buzz knows about Exorcise.
All time. He's going to drop the bomb. He's going to hear him running in the apartments.
That's all he needs to do at this point. Footsteps, information gain, knife pulled out for Moto, cannot stay alive, and that is more than enough here for the round itself. Buzz will fall, and 3D Max connect 2 on the trot, and are 2 away from the big W.
And that's 2 rounds in a row from 3D Max where they have shown class in the mid-round. Just being able to continue to fight for information, for the info play of Exorcise to realize that he sees nothing. Load timer on the clock. They know that there was at least one more of Moto out on B. Trap that bomb, make sure it can't find the pathway. And you feel for Buzz because, man, he had an open bomb site. He had a pathway.
Four AKs, 1 Tech 9. Look at Exorcise. Look at how far he's pushed up right here. Hearing Krizen. Didn't quite catch the information, didn't quite see where Buzz was. And Mikey will catch Jocko first into Banana, the first man to fall aggressive on the CT basis, but Exorcise isn't done. He can get 2 players out here. Krizen seen adjustments back and forth. 2 picks to find. Bomb gets dropped. Gravity provides support on Fiku. And Buzz will find Gravity as well to return for OG, but it's still a 2 versus 3 for them to work up here. Mike has got to go back for the bomb. Is in Exorcise's position. He's watching and waiting for a 3rd kill in the round, which he gets with ease. And 3D Max are now in full control, looking for map and match point and group point as well. Buzz, a 1v3 clutch.
He'll be able to get the bomb down on B, but what can he do from that point onwards? This is a tough clutch to win. The 3D Max are respecting right now. Now they're peering slightly more aggressively and they're going to hear that smoke down on B. So they'll know, rush down mid, get out to Banana, and that's where they can retake.
He's going all the way around towards the A site. Pulling them for a loop. 3D Max don't know that they're being played. Buzz on for a quadra kill in this round. If he can take it. How quickly the 3D Max realizes it's not the B site. I think they realize now. Lucky's already started that rotation. Maka confirmed without no sound cues. Buzz holds in the back lines.
If this incendiary goes down towards Pit, Buzz just has to insta-swing. The bomb is planted open for Pit too.
Keep your eyes on Maka. He's currently in the brackets. Making their moves more than 3/4 of the time a tick by. Incendiary comes out, Buzz forced to fight, takes 1 kill with him, looks up for the 2nd man. Lucky will trade back, and Kit's at his feet, should get towards the diffuser. It's going to be a little bit closer. I don't know if he's got time for this. It might just be a case of distance too much for them, and indeed that's the case. OG continue to fend off 3D Max.
Well, I don't know how they keep winning these clutches. We saw it on map 1, and now we're seeing it on map 2. even that retake, they've done everything right. They've forced him out in the open with the molly, but the bomb is just so far away from the short individual of Lucky. Exorcist looked as if he'd done it all. Oh, 3D Max, that's a 3v1.
Buzz might not have gotten his 4 kills, but he did win that clutch. Tacticals called in by 3D Max, final one of regulation, because they are struggling to close here. When they looked so good, when they looked unstoppable with that 8-round streak, it felt like a comeback for OG was off the table before it even got going, but somehow, some way, they stand close to evens once again.
Now, OG have worked incredibly hard to get this into the position of competitiveness. The issue that they find themselves in is that they don't harshly reset 3D Max in that last round. Still got a pretty good buy. Yes, it might not be an AWP, and yes, it's an MP9 for Jocko, but it's good util, and it's M4s for everybody else.
We're no longer looking to go down to the HEs of the 3D Max side. Are going to evade them in the early portions of the round rather than pressing on towards Banana so quick, as you mentioned earlier. The aggressive fights have not worked out for OG. 3D Max in the areas coming out. Smokes a standard flashbang for Jocko. Holding up against the T side. 3 players to line up for the SMG. Lucky does get one of those kills against Crizzen, but Moto and Crizzen do take both of the individuals out. It's a man advantage for OG, even though Mikey is low HP. 3D Max don't have that information just yet, and they couldn't catch him on the cross. Might be a safe call. Indeed, that is the case for 3D Max. OG are even again.
Well, it's a good adaptation from the caller of Crizzen. So you sit back in bottom Banana, you wait for as much of the anti-rush nades to go down. You then take the fight up to top Banana as the CTs are trying to put pressure against you. And as soon as you win out the 2v1, you just send it. You know that rotates are going to be slow in spawn, so get in quickly. Make sure you're getting at least the space on the bomb site. It should just force an instant save. The 3D Max know that we should be done already. Should be a 2-0. They should have packed up the day, but they have still got to close out this map, and it's looking as if OG are actually in a position that they could drive in an upset. They could drive in a 13-11 score.
On Inferno of all maps. The pick of 3D Max. Only lost it 4 times in the last few months. And against some high caliber opposition at that. OG have equalized the board again. 3D Max can drop weapons, can get the buys together as best as possible. Touching distance away for both sides to take this map. In 3D Max's case, it'll be to take the series. It'll play all 24, but the winner of this one could well just seal the deal.
Now, if Maka's clever, and he's tracking the utility damage that you can track on tab, you'll get an idea that that bombardment in Banana didn't do any damage. So that should be the tell for Maka that we don't need to use that much anti-rush, because now they're just retaking Banana. They're not trying to challenge that area of the map.
Gravity will deal with Fiku out towards mid to start things off in the round. So opening pick for 3D Max. You're right, they put a smoke down a HE in Incendiary towards that Banana position. 3D Max seeing nothing of OG. OG opting not to go ahead and press at all in that part of the map. It's mid fights in towards the A site. Maka, knife pulled out, baiting in shots from one individual. Prison swings forward for a quick spray. Maka couldn't get away with the kill on the man. Damage done towards Crizzen will leave him at half HP. Swing forward from Gravity does isolate Buzz. And now they focus on the long players here. Coming in towards the bomb site. Gravity quick swing. Kill in a second. And not towards the third. Exorcist is good for a trade, but Mikey keeps control of the round for OG. Bomb plant down at default. Retake on for Jocko and Lucky.
Jocko and Lucky coming in from the same position. Mikey's got to try and stall for time.
He has no info to their exact positioning here. M4 only on Lucky. Jocko's SMG will have to upgrade or get up close and personal. Hearing footsteps out towards the bomb site. Mikey, good call. Get up here towards The balcony smoked off as well. The good reads in. The Molotov can still come down towards the bomb site. Molly's up. Tapped once with the kit on Jocko's part. I don't think it landed all the way towards the bomb itself. Yeah, Jocko's just sticking it. Mike needs to swing right now. Needs to get that kill, but Lucky holds him in his place and holds map, match, and group point for 3D Max.
And in fairness to Mikey, it's actually quite a difficult molly to throw, Jay, when you're not looking at the bomb directly, are you? When that smoke goes down, you don't know exactly. Very good adaptation from 3D Max to put more pressure towards A, less anti-rush util towards Banana, and then even when Long's being taken to re-aggress short, and Lucky just knows, I'm winning that fight every day of the week, aren't I? If he's swinging out through that smoke, he's a goner.
OG with one final chance. They have done absolute work to bring this back from the brink, but will it be enough? Jocko straight down Banana, recognizing that no one from OG is here from a previous attempt. And bursting through on the M4 beyond that smoke. Lucky going to get on top of the half wall now. 3 players down here, 2 spread out towards the apartments on the other side of the map. Fiku is trying to clear it out, back to a crossfire. Dead instantly to Exorcise.
Good work from 3D Max, and now this is a different setup. We actually haven't seen anyone on the half wall.
Lucky's waiting for them.
Well, there's just a jump spot. That's just a bait.
Buzz is setting up utility. Chrism going to walk forward. That flash in Buzz's hands. Incendiary's come forward. That will cancel the attempt to take the flash away forward anyway. And Lucky's going to go right through them with Jocko on the M4. He can get a double. Modo and Mikey down. And Buzz in a 1 versus 5. Clutch or kick. OG about to get kicked out of this upper bracket winners game into the decider match against Virtus Pro. Even with the missed utility, it won't make a difference because Buzz is a goner. And at the very final hurdle, 3D Max will take the series. 13-11 on Inferno and 2-0. They're in the playoffs.
Not an easy map to close in the end. A couple of clutches that goes the way of Buzz in the 1v3. The anti-half by that also gets one. But for 3D Max, from map 1 to map 2, I was impressed with the CS that was being played. Fundamentally, they look really good. And even while there was a bit of a scare with the scoreline, Jay, I now consider them to be in the fight for a title contention.
I have to agree with you there. Wonderful stuff placed in from 3D Max overall. They are a top-end Tier 2 team. Tier 1.5 is your argument. I certainly can't disagree given the level that they showed us right here. It's a bit, you know, great. I guess not great, but still encouraging for OG that are able to bring that comeback back in the first place. But, you know, like at the end of the day, it was still a very good one-sided scoreline that started things off for 3D Max, and they were able to close it out in the end. So they deserve more credit, in my opinion.
It's difficult to prep for these teams when you're a replacement invite, when you're only being found out yesterday. I thought their second half looked decent, and we saw some very good individual moments from OG. So to be able to go up against a 3D Max side on their best map in the pool, yeah, okay for OG.
Indeed, yes. Well, Inferno is still not a victory for them, and they still have one final chance to try and repeat performances against Virtus Pro in the Friday decider games of the day. It is one team forward into the playoffs, being 3D Max. For the final time today, it's back to Neokai and JRT.
Appreciate it, fellas. We're looking forward to breaking this one down because we were sitting here. It was 8-0 3D Max. And we were thinking, damn, dude, nice quick end to the day. This was pretty simple stuff. But OG earned a lot of respect from us. I think it's probably the main thing. For them, they were a side who looked down and out for the count. And to pull yourself back from the dregs, right? They were completely checked out of this game. It's actually no mean feat. They put up a lot of consistency and they transferred it both from the tail end of the CT of 4 in a row to the start of the T side, built on gun rounds, and actually made 3D Max really work for that win.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it all started in round number 9, right? When they actually managed to get, I think it was Buzz and Chrism that came through with a critical 2K, and there was a smoke pop that came through once they were trying to plant that bomb, and it was beautifully done. I don't even think they got the plant down in that situation. So that was the start. And then Mikey, we were talking about like needing individual plays for OG to start getting things going. They got that from Mikey, who anchors down B, gets a 3K, and OG get the second. After that, that's when the run starts. That's when they get quite a few rounds in a row. I think it was something like 5 or 6 rounds in a row. At that point until they finally lose one. But man, oh man, impressive stuff from OG to bring it back after it looked like it was going to be absolutely devastating.
Yeah, and for me as well, one man in particular that I really do want to highlight has to be Mikey. You know, you briefly kind of touched on him, but not only in just terms of his stats, and obviously looked good, but this guy was so relentless when it came towards these opening duels. I mean, he had 8 opening duel attempts, 5 of which successful. I mean, that is that level of kind of pace that we want to see from him, and somebody who's so happy to fight. On the other side, you had Jocko, for example, who was trying to match him in these opening fights, but considerably less successful. He had more attempts, he had 9 attempts, but 6 of them were failures, right? And I think where for Mikey, I mean, he was just so crisp. So having a play like that is really impressive. I think unfortunately they were just missing somebody like Fiku, right? I think Fiku needed a little bit better of a performance, in my opinion, for me, and we just couldn't quite find it from him. But honestly, really good, especially considering where maybe Maka took a little bit of a backseat compared to map number 1. There was opportunities there for OG. Modo picked his moments quite nicely too, with the AWP especially, but it was just the classic case of kind of so close yet so far. And, you know, in this situation, as much as it definitely didn't feel like it, we do have to ultimately kind of chalk it up to a cosmetic comeback.
Yeah, I mean, it is true. But at the same time, like, there were mistakes that happened on the 3D Max side, and OG capitalized on it, right? There was the one where towards that B side, it was a 2v2. 3D Max had 4 pieces of util, 2 flashbangs, going up against the off of Moto, who was playing an off angle, to be fair, but they've used no util, not a single flash, knowing that the opper is still up and running, which was really weird. They played contact and lost the fight, didn't even get the trade. Moto gets both of them, and I think that's what really helped propel the run for OG as well. But I agree with you. At the end of the day, it's just so much more depth from OG on Inferno. Like, it didn't feel like, sorry, from 3D Max on Inferno, it didn't feel like OG could counter them. And then you see this crazy play come to the apartments in the last round, double stacking in apps, 2 players ducking down with M4s. There's no way Fiku expects it. He gets blown away, and then 3D Max just continues to run away with things towards the end.
No, it is actually true. I mean, we could run through these highlights and you can just see where it started so well for 3D Max. But actually, I think for OG, once they warmed up in towards this game, if they had started actually, you know, if they come alive, even maybe kind of 6 rounds into a game, 5 rounds into a game, it's a very strong argument to make that they actually might have even won the map. Right? I mean, that's just how close it was feeling towards the end. It was very back and forth, but it was just because they had to recover such a deficit, it made their job near impossible. And that's the unfortunate thing for OG. If they just came online a little bit earlier, I honestly think we probably are moving on towards that map number 3, and we're sitting here discussing preparations for Nuke. I think we're being completely honest, but not to be unfortunate for them. I think for 3D Max, deservedly, in my opinion, that we see the side in towards past the group. They're a side who deserve to be in those play-ins, deserve to be in for the chance of going towards land. They're a very, very good team. Yeah, I'm glad to see them get that opportunity to compete for a land spot, and obviously to compete for the lion's share of that $850,000 prize. I mean, it's no joke, especially going in towards next year as well with Valve rankings. If a team like 3D Max, who are like desperately trying to fight for invites, and they're like not quite in the caliber of getting them regularly, but they're on the cusp, tier 1.5 as they're known, man, getting the solid chunk of 850k would absolutely. I mean, I was having a little look into it. I think if a team of 3D Max's caliber, if they were to win, I think it's 500k for first place. If they were to win that, they would actually start moving up past the vast majority of tier 1 teams in terms of price we'll earn this year, which actually really spices things up in the Valve rankings going into next year.
Yeah, there's still a lot of tough teams to go up against, right? And I think that for 3D Max, as much as I don't want to take away from their success, I think they played exceptionally well today. Beating the 2 teams they played against, the Falcons, and of course here beating OG. But Falcons are, things aren't exactly going great for them right now, and OG were a last minute replacement that came in here. So for me, it's like, yes, it's promising, things are looking good, but I need to see maybe a little bit more. I'm glad that they're going to moving on, but still I want to see that little bit extra, so once they get up against those tougher teams. And again, not taking anything away from 3D Max as well, there was that overthinking that we talked about for OG. It happened again. They're going to have to be careful about in the match against VP, because there was a moment, round number 20, where they had the chance to really take this one away, and Moto made a great jump off the half wall to get an op frag towards the B site, and you're like, okay, guys, go B, and they're like, let's slow it down, let's pause, let's go back A, and they lose the round because of it. So like those little details, those little micro details need to be improved for them, and that was very evident when it was 8-0. It became less so once they got going on a little bit more, but there's still those moments where they need to be a little sharper.
Yeah, I mean, they were literally already basically at first orange, and they were like, actually, no, I reckon we just go for this 25-second rotate over towards A and just give them all the time in the world to reclaim the site. So it was a little weird, and that's where we kind of look back at it and say, you know, we probably should be trying to simplify things just a little bit. But ultimately, it was not to be. I think we've got an interview ready for you, though. We're going to be joined by none other than the youngster Gravity. You know, we wanted to have a chat with this guy, of course. He's someone that I've spoken to in the past when I did Pro League, and with now 3D Max starting to find a bit of form, always someone that is good to check in with. So, Gravity, brother, thank you very much for joining us. It's good to see you again. I got a chance to speak to you a while ago. I think it was at your first Pro League, right? And I was working the B stream, and you said it was feeling like a bit of an honor to play alongside these French stars. Man, you're stepping up now. You've been really, really solid for the side. How's it feeling now being integrated in towards the team and being, you know, a really solid part of the success?
It's feeling good. It's feeling good. We had like some difficult periods recently with the team, but overall, yeah, it's feeling good. We play some good CS if we want to play good CS. So yeah, like we see that we have the talent, how to say it, like we can do it. So yeah, it's feeling good. We just work for the RMR actually. So yeah, that's it.
Inferno's been a map that you guys have really owned for quite some time, and we went into that map expecting you guys to be very dominant. You were for the first 8 rounds, and then things started to slip away. When was the moment you guys started getting a little bit worried?
What, sorry? What
when was the moment you started getting a little bit worried maybe about a potential loss there on Inferno after a great start?
I don't know, actually. It's just CS2 is going too fast, you know. We won like 8-0 after we lost like the best round. After they call like an aggression on A when they are CT, you know, they bait us to go B, we go on the trap, we get fucked. Just the round are going too fast, like seriously.
Fair enough. I want to talk about as well for you guys now, you know, you're getting out of the groups. I mean, look at kind of the rest of the other groups that are playing at Thunderpick. There's some decent